This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, Chugu did not activate her supernatural powers. In addition, she was very beautiful. She was like a little white rabbit with wolves in front and tigers behind. She didn't want to live such a life. Anyway, she had no worries and no relatives in the world. Instead of hiding from place to place, she was worried about being killed by her compatriots or eaten by zombies every day. It would be more pleasant to become a zombie. No thoughts, no consciousness, and no pain. So, Chugu did what she said, aimed at the most handsome zombie, and put her white and tender arm into its mouth. Sure enough, after being bitten, she successfully joined the zombie army. Her limbs were stiff, and she walked with her teeth and claws bared, and a creepy roar came from her throat. Her eyeballs seemed to be covered with a thin film turbid, her body had no temperature, and was abnormally cold, and her gray-green face was full of death. The whole body was rotten, extremely horrible. Chugu, who was once the campus beauty of Dongda University, was very satisfied, so that she could perfectly integrate into the zombie army. Everything was going smoothly and perfectly, but who could tell her why she was still conscious? Where was the unconscious, thoughtless walking corpse? Chugu vomited on the spot, and was successfully disgusted by herself. Looking at her rotten skin and strong desire for flesh and blood, Chugu could not accept herself like this, so she planned to die. The result? Cry to death, can't die. Jumped from a tall building, her brains were all spilled out, but in a moment, she was alive and well again. The first thing you did when she woke up was to vomit. She endured the nausea, put her brains back into her torn head, and sewed her broken head back together with a needle. Well, although it was still disgusting, it was a little better. In a gunfight, her head was shot through by a bullet, and her companions around her were shot in the head and fell to the ground and died, but she still lived tenaciously. Even after her head was cut off by a knife, her eyes were still moving. Helplessly, her body had to pick up her head again and sew it up with a needle. Just like that, Chugu reluctantly accepted the fact that she seemed to have an immortal body. Alpaca. At this time, Chugu was lying on the road basking in the sun. Thinking back to the past, she couldn't help but swear in her heart again. This was the 138th day of Chuji's polite greeting, and also the 138th day of her becoming a zombie. Crack. There was a sound of breaking her leg bones. The zombie's pain nerves had lost their function, so she didn't feel any pain. But she still glared at the zombie that broke her leg. Roar. You don't have eyes. Can't you see there's a person here? No. Is there a corpse? The zombie innocently opened its eyes with 2 eyeballs gone, leaving only bloody holes. Roar. You're lying on the road and trying to extort money. You're dreaming. Chugu was angry. How dare they say she was committing fraud? Chugu had a good family background since she was a child. She wouldn't even crush an ant to death. How could she commit fraud? This is outrageous. How could there be an ant on her hand that was drilling into her rotting flesh and blood? Chugu slapped the ant hard and killed it, and in the process, a large piece of rotten flesh on her hand was slapped off, revealing the white bones. This made Chugu very sad. After all, every inch of rotten flesh on her body was extremely important. She didn't want to think that in the end, she would still be alive, but her body would have turned into a pile of bones. The stiff joints made a cracking sound, and she carefully picked up the rotten flesh on the ground, spread it on the white bones, and took out the embroidery needle she carried with her to sew it up. After more than 100 days of sewing and patching, her needlework skills had become much better. Thanks to her needlework, she didn't end up like other zombies, missing arms and legs. At least it was still complete. Chugu looked at her rotten arm. You? This was the first time Chugu successfully vomited because of her own disgust. At this moment, the zombies on the whole street suddenly became manic. Including Chugu, a trace of red light flashed across his cloudy eyes. It was the smell of fresh flesh and blood, so fragrant. Drooling. All the zombies were like crazy, rushing towards that place with their fangs and claws bared. Chugu also dragged her broken leg and limped towards that place because of her body instinct. She was already walking slowly because of her stiff limbs, and now she was even slower with a broken leg. Crackling stiff, like an old man who was about to be buried. Roar. Remember to leave me a bowl of blood. I won't fight with you for the meat. Chugu looked at the people around her, who were faster than her, and roared at them. At first, she tried to resist the desire for flesh and blood, but that was 100 times more uncomfortable than quitting drugs, and even her soul was trembling with pain. Moreover, if she does not eat for a long time, she will become extremely violent and actively attack humans. Chu-Ji's human consciousness does not allow her to become a monster that eats people whenever she catches them. In order to stay violent, she began to try to eat. She remembered that the first time she ate, she vomited for 3 days and 3 nights, and only drank a small mouthful of blood, even though the blood was extremely sweet. But she still couldn't accept it for a while. Even if she couldn't accept it, she had to force herself to accept it, because the fact that she was a zombie could not be changed. So she went on the road of eating and vomiting and eating, and never returned. Finally, she found a way to put the blood into a tall glass and deceive herself that it was red wine, so that she could reluctantly accept it. Her rations were all people who had just died. She could get a cup of warm and sweet blood by cutting her wrist. As for meat, she would never touch it even if she was beaten to death. Blood was her last bottom line. Chu-Gu finally arrived with the pace of an old man. What he saw was corpses all over the ground. It should be that a bloody battle had just happened. The whole sky was filled with the smell of blood and meat. Many zombies have started to eat. Some eat bursting large intestines, some eat fresh and fragrant brains, and some chew hands and feet claws. Crunch, crunch. The creepy sound of gnawing bones and flesh was endless. Chu-Gu also started to look for food. She was extremely picky about food. This one was too fat and a bit greasy. This one was too ugly and a bit affecting her appetite. This one was too old and her teeth were not good. This one was too tender and a bit hard to eat. Chu-Gu turned over more than a dozen corpses in a row, but was not satisfied with any of them. A breeze blew by, Chu-Ji's eyes flashed red, and a pure and strong smell of blood floated over with the wind. Fragrant, too fragrant, she had never smelled such fragrant blood. She seemed to be attracted by something and went there. Finally, she found the body in a hidden corner. The tall body sat against the wall. With his head leaning back against the wall, his bloodless face was exposed, and he was extremely handsome. He looked like a god descending to earth. He bit one leg and put one arm on it casually. The wound on his chest was bleeding and dyed half of his body red. It smelled good, too good. Chu-Gu kept roaring excitedly. She decided that she would eat meat today. Not only did she want to drink blood, she also wanted to eat meat. Is this guy familiar? Chu-Gu tilted her head and looked at the handsome dead guy. She wondered who he was with her slow head. After she became a zombie, not only did her movements become slow, but her thinking also became slow. She thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, she was dead anyway, so she might as well eat him. Chu-Gu took out her eating utensils from the LV bag she was carrying. A tall glass. Ding. She flicked the rim of the glass with her fingertips, making a crisp sound. Chu-Gu tilted her head slightly, and listened to the wonderful sound intoxicatedly. If anyone else saw this, they would be horrified. Zombies would actually make such a weird expression. Chu-Gu squatted down slowly and stiffly, and put the goblet on the ground. Her stiff hands made a cross on her chest. Amen. The ritual before eating was completed. Chu-Gu stretched out her rotten hand, and went to the hand with distinct joints, and too beautiful on the bent knee. She held the big hand. Her body temperature was too low, so the big hand seemed particularly warm. For some reason, a sense of familiarity lingered in her heart. At this moment, a pair of bottomless cold black eyes opened, reflecting a sharp light. Chu-Ji's heart was suddenly shocked. She recognized who he was. Chapter 2. Yi Nanyu, her ex-boyfriend, had a very ugly breakup. Chu-Gu was about to withdraw his hand when he was kicked away and fell 5 meters away. Looking for death. Yi Nanyu said coldly, and his tall body stood up with a strong aura. He took out a square towel and wiped his hand that was just touched by the zombie. His black eyes without a trace of warmth were fixed on the female zombie that was just kicked away. If he hadn't been surrounded and killed all the enemies and exhausted all his superpowers, he would not have dared to get close to him with such a thing. However, even without superpowers, it would only take him a flick of his finger to kill it. Yi Nanyu's face showed murderous intent, and he walked towards the zombie with long legs. Chu-Gu had no sense of pain, but she could feel that Yi Nanyu's kick just now broke several of her ribs, and her chest was sunken. Damn, so cruel. Is this still the little puppy who used to cry on the bed and shout, "Sister, give me"? Yi Nanyu paused. He heard a familiar voice, glanced around, and didn't see anyone else. Did he hear the voice again? Chu-Gu climbed up stiffly. She wanted to escape, but her body could not control itself and pounced on Yi Nanyu. It was really that his flesh and blood tempted her too much, and it aroused her zombie instinct that was suppressed in the deepest part of her heart. This was the first time, since she became a zombie, that she was so eager for someone's flesh and blood. Roar. She made a creepy sound. Seeing the zombie pounce on him, Yi Nanyu curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He drew out his dagger, struck with lightning speed, and stabbed it in the head. Just when he was about to stab, the zombie's hair was suddenly blown away by the wind, revealing his gray face. Yi Nanyu's pupils trembled, and the dagger in his hand stopped immediately. The next second, he was thrown to the ground by Chu Gu. Yi Nanyu quickly came to his senses, clamped Chu Ji's chin with his hand to prevent her from biting, and turned over to suppress her under him. Chu Gu showed her sharp teeth, and her mouth let out an uncontrollable roar of desire for flesh and blood. Her body struggled to break free from Yi Nanyu's suppression. But his hand was very strong. She couldn't break free, and she also rubbed off a lot of rotten flesh on her body. She was so distressed that she dared not struggle anymore. But she still screamed unconsciously. Yi Nanyu's face was extremely solemn, and there was a struggle in his eyes. Then he stretched out his hand. If you look closely, you can see that his hand is trembling slightly. He pushed the hair off her face, and when he could see her face clearly, his hand suddenly tightened. The emotions in his eyes were almost crazy. Wow! He tilted his head and vomited. Chu Gu, shock. Not much harm, but very insulting. He was so happy to spread my thighs at the beginning. We haven't seen each other for so long, but now he vomits as soon as he sees me. As expected, all men are bad. Chu Gu saw the large piece of rottenness on her arm from the corner of her eye. You? She retched and quickly put down her sleeve to cover it. Yi Nanyu vomited out her stomach, and her face became even paler. A little bit of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his black hair was sticky and wet. I don't know if it was because of excessive blood loss or something, but he felt a little chill in his body. Looking at Chu Gu, who had become a walking corpse, complex emotions emerged in his black eyes. Like hatred, like sadness, like regret, like love. Thinking of her betrayal at the beginning, Yi Nanyu's eyes became cold again. He staggered to his feet. This was just right. He didn't have to do it again. He just let her stink and rot in this apocalypse. Hey, why did Yi Nanyu leave? At least give me some blood and meat before leaving. Why didn't I realize he was so stingy before? Yi Nanyu paused and stopped. He looked back at Chu Gu. Her body was festering, her eyes were cloudy, and she was roaring. What is Yi Nanyu looking at? I know I'm naturally beautiful, but you don't have to stare at me. I would be embarrassed. Yi Nanyu was very sure that he really heard Chu Ji's voice. Not hallucination, but he saw that Chu Gu only roared from beginning to end and did not speak at all. He frowned deeply. Why did he pounce on me again? What kind of love potion did Yi Nanyu give me? Yi Nanyu saw Chu Gu pounce on him, and combined with what he heard just now, he was sure that he heard Chu Ji's voice. He seemed to want to verify something, and said, as long as you stand still, I can consider giving you a bowl of blood. Chu Gu, who was baring her fangs and claws, suddenly stopped as if she had pressed the pause button. Damn, is that true? Yi Nanyu was not kidding me? Yi Nanyu confirmed what he thought, that is, although Chu Gu in front of him had become a zombie, she still retained human consciousness. Seeing the once beautiful Chu Gu turned into such an ugly appearance, he sneered. Chu Gu, is this how you live after leaving me? At the beginning, he held her in his palms for fear of breaking her, and held her in his mouth for fear of melting her. He wanted to bring all the beauty in the world to her. But what did she give him in return? Haha, betrayal. That day was their 2-year anniversary. He booked the best restaurant and prepared a candlelight dinner, but when he sat down at the restaurant until closing time, the delicious food had already gone cold, and she didn't show up. He comforted himself that she must have been delayed by something. When he got home, he was shocked that she actually brought a man home to hang out. He was so angry that he trembled all over, his eyes were red, and he beat up the bastard in a rage, then smashed their home to pieces and left without looking back. Yi Nanyu stared at Chu Gu with hatred, gritting his teeth, and said, Do you regret betraying me? Chu Gu looked at Yi Nanyu's deep eyes, which contained too many things that frightened her. What's going on? Yi Nanyu asked this. Does he still want to start over with me? Yi Nanyu looked up and down at Chu Gu with disdain, and sneered, Chu Gu, you really dare to think now. After he said that, he turned and left. Chu Gu looked at Yi Nanyu with a confused look on his face. Didn't you say that if I didn't move, you would give me blood? I knew that Yi Nanyu's words were untrustworthy, just like he never kept his promise in bed. Forget it, if you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. I don't want it. Chu Gu thought so in her heart in the last second, but in the next second she limped after him with her broken leg. She was numb, and fell to the ground. She was out of control. Yi Nanyu walked in front, and Chu Gu followed him with her teeth and claws. She looked at Yi Nanyu in front with broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, and felt pity for him. Especially the buttocks, which were so perky and firm. I had only touched them before, but never eaten them. It's not too much to rush up and take a bite now. After all, they were husband and wife before. Chapter 3. Yinanyu knew Chugu was following him, but he didn't care. He was injured and his powers hadn't recovered yet. It was getting dark soon, so he needed to find a safe place to spend the night. Because at night, zombies would be more violent than during the day, and their attack power would increase. Let's find a safe place to stay for the night. Yinanyu moved his ears, and heard something bang bang behind him. Turn. This damn body is so stiff that it can't even turn. Yinanyu heard Chu Ji's complaints, and turned his head to look back. As a result, she couldn't help laughing out loud. There was a telephone pole in front of Chugu. She kept bumping against it, but she wouldn't turn. She was stiff and stiff. It was actually a little cute. Yinanyu suddenly realized what he was thinking, and immediately shook his head in annoyance. Yinanyu, are you crazy? You actually think this unfaithful woman is cute? She is rotten and ugly. How can she be cute? Yinanyu didn't look at Chugu again, and quickened his pace and left. Don't say that she is a zombie now. Even if she didn't become a zombie, they would have been finished long ago. Not killing her was his last mercy. Chugu was still standing there with her stiff legs, bumping into the electric poles. Bang, bang. Bumping into each other, cursing. Her heart was already burning with anger. If she had known that this would happen, she should have chosen to commit suicide at the beginning. Now, she is neither a human nor a ghost, and she can't die even if she wants to. A zombie dressed in a suit, holding a handbag, and dressed like a social animal passed by. Chugu hurriedly called it Roar. Brother, help me, give me a hand. The office animal zombie tilted its head, and looked at Chugu with cloudy eyes. There was blood on its chin, and meat on its clothes. It was obvious that it had just finished eating. Roar. Buy insurance? Chugu saw the badge on its chest, which said that it was an insurance salesperson at a certain bank. He was so sad. He turned into a zombie but still did business. What kind of senior office animal is this? With such dedication, it would be unreasonable not to boost his performance. Roar. I'd buy it. You help me first. Bang bang. Chugu kept hitting the pole, and his bones were banging. Crackling. It creaked. The social animal zombie reached out and pulled her out, and Chugu stopped this self-abuse. She did not stop, and was still pulled forward by the blood scent of Yinanyu in the air. Her legs were like being controlled by someone, and she did not listen to Chu Ji's command at all. Damn, legs, can you be more capable? Are you so eager to go there just for stuttering? Chugu cursed her useless legs in her heart. Roar. Where did you say you would buy insurance? The social animal zombie chased her. Roar. I can't stop. How about this? You tie my legs up. I buy 10 insurances. When the zombie heard 10, it was immediately excited and pounced on Chugu. It pulled off the tie around its neck and tied up Chu Ji's legs. Roar. All right. Roar. All right, sister. Chugu wanted to cry, but had no tears, and crawled forward uncontrollably with her hands. It was numb. Should I fight so hard for a stutterer? What kind of curse did Yinanyu put on her? Roar. Damn it, hold me down. The zombie obediently pressed her down with his body. Chugu couldn't move this time, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the scent of Yinanyu's blood disappeared in the air, she shouldn't be possessed by evil spirits. Chugu, you're really great. A deep and sinister voice suddenly sounded. Chugu looked up and saw Yinanyu had come back at some point, standing not far away, with a sullen face and a look that seemed to want to strangle her to death. You're hanging out with men in the street, Chugu, you're not going to refuse. Chugu, ? The social animal zombie smelled the blood on Yinanyu, climbed up from Chugu, and pounced on him with fangs and claws. Yinanyu's black eyes shone, and he waved his hand, and the sharp dagger flew out, hitting the social animal zombie's head. Bang! The social animal zombie fell straight down. Chugu, who loosened his foot tie and pounced on Yinanyu, saw the social animal zombie's head burst open, as if he also saw his own end. But surprisingly, Yinanyu let Chugu fall to the ground without making any move. Chugu was surrounded by the scent of blood, her cloudy eyes flashed red, and she opened her mouth uncontrollably to bite Yinanyu's slender neck. The cold nose touched his slightly warm skin, and just as her teeth were about to bite down, a big hand pinched her cheek fiercely, and a clean handkerchief was stuffed into her mouth. If you dare to bite again, I knock out your teeth. A sinister voice sounded. Chugu trembled in fear. Teeth are used for eating. It's okay to knock them out. She wanted to escape, but the smell of blood and flesh on Yinanyu tempted her to be restless. Her mouth was blocked by a handkerchief, and her roar was broken, and she was waving her claws. Yi Nanyu stretched out his hands to hold Chu Ji's arms to prevent her sharp nails from hurting him. As a result, he held her arms and pulled off a handful of rotten flesh. Yi Nanyu's pupils suddenly dilated, and he tilted his head and vomited. Wow. He had vomited out his stomach just now, and there was nothing to vomit, and he vomited out all the bile. Chugu tactically leaned back, fearing that he would vomit on her. If Yi Nanyu had given me his blood earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. But it's good, it's just a good way to cure his mysophobia. Actually, it's not that disgusting, he's just mysophobia. Chugu looked at the eroded arm, quickly took the handkerchief out of his mouth, and without turning his head, he spit on Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu suddenly stiffened, his face turned pale and blue, and he gritted his teeth and roared, "Chugu, I'm not done with you. Sorry, I wipe it for you." Yi Nanyu, shock, he must be crazy to come back to her. Chapter 4. Bang bang. Chugu was tied to a chair, twisting her body restlessly. She kept screaming. She stared at the bathroom door. Yi Nanyu had been in there for almost 2 hours. They were in a hotel now, and Chugu didn't expect Yi Nanyu to tie her up as well. What was he going to do to her? Revenge? Was it revenge for what happened just now, or revenge for the breakup that year? But then again, didn't he leave the city that year? Why did he come back again? He was from Haishur, not Rongqing. He came to Rongqing just to go to school. That year, he destroyed their little home, left Rongqing, and transferred to another school. She never saw him again. It should have been 3 years, but she didn't expect to meet him again. It was the end of the world. Why didn't he stay in Haishur and come to Rongqing thousands of kilometers away? Where's his sister Yishiyu? Click. The bathroom door opened, interrupting Chu Ji's thoughts. She looked over and was immediately attracted by the excellent figure. He had a bath towel wrapped around his waist, his abdominal muscles were bulging, his chest was wet, every muscle line was just right, full of strength, and his hormones were about to overflow the screen. A drop of water slid down his chest, over his abdominal muscles, and finally into the bath towel. Gulp. Chugu swallowed unconsciously. The current Yi Nanyu is 100 times sexier than the previous Yi Nanyu. At this moment, she realized that the boy with shining eyes who called her sister had transformed into a man. At this time, a slightly damp towel was thrown over, covering her head and eyes. Then she heard the sound of putting on clothes, but not being able to see it made her even more itchy. If we were different species now, I would have done Yi Nanyu right there and then. Yi Nanyu paused as he zipped up his pants. Something flashed through his eyes, and he zipped up his pants with his fingers moving slightly. Yi Nanyu sat on the sofa, his long legs wrapped in black casual pants, his white shirt loosely worn on his body, all buttons unbuttoned. There was a wound on his chest caused by a sharp weapon, with the skin and flesh turned outward. It was just a skin injury, and nothing serious. Chugu sat restlessly on the chair, and roared at Yi Nanyu ferociously. "Yi Nanyu, bastard, let me go." Yi Nanyu looked up at her lazily, and ignored her. He wore a retro black and gold ring on the index finger of his left hand, and the ring exuded a sense of aristocratic mystery. He gently turned the black and gold ring, and the ring suddenly emitted a faint golden light, and then the medicine for treating the wound appeared on the table out of thin air. Chu Ji's eyes widened immediately when she saw it. My goodness, Yi Nanyu actually has a portable space. Who would be so envious? She was sure that he must be a superpower, because if he was not a superpower, he would not be able to protect this space at all, and it would have been taken away by someone long ago. She had seen a lot of such things since the end of the world. Some killed each other for superpower crystal cores, some fought for supplies, and some pushed their companions to stop zombies for a glimmer of hope. It was the end of the world, and the evil of human nature was infinitely magnified, and all kinds of demons and monsters appeared. No one can guarantee that their companions will not stab them twice tomorrow. Chugu was tired of living in fear, so he took the initiative to become a zombie. After all, zombies are much simpler than humans. At least they don't have to worry about being stabbed by their companions. Yi Nanyu picked up the medicine and bandaged the wound. While he was treating the wound, he heard Chu Ji's dirty talk in his heart. Yi Nanyu's chest muscles look delicious. They must be very chewy. The abdominal muscles look hard. It will probably take some effort to chew them. But it doesn't matter, I have good teeth. Going down? I heard from other female zombies that thing is very nourishing. I have used it before, so I feel a little uncomfortable if I want to eat it. No matter, I will skip it for now. I came to my favorite buttocks. I know at a glance that the texture must be soft and fluffy, like the flesh. I really want to take a bite now. As for the legs, You must pluck the leg hair before eating, otherwise it will prick your mouth. Human claws should be similar to chicken claws, but it is a little more difficult to chew. Fuck, the more I think about it, the hungrier I get. I am so hungry. I really want to eat Yinanyu. Hiss, hiss. Chuga kept roaring wildly. Yinanyu's temples throbbed. His face was as dark as ink. He must be crazy to tie up a zombie, and sit here, to listen to how the zombie planned to eat him. Kill him, it would harm humanity if he was released anyway. Yinanyu stood up, and walked towards the extremely wild Chugu tied to the stool with his long legs. Chugu saw Yinanyu walking towards her, and her heart skipped a beat when she saw his black eyes with danger signals. Here it comes, he must be going to kill her. Yinanyu stood in front of Chugu, took out a gun from the space, and pointed it at Chuji's head. No matter how much hatred he had in his heart, his hands still couldn't control the trembling. Various emotions surged in Yinanyu's eyes, but his index finger couldn't pull the trigger, and his hands were shaking more and more. Bang! The gun went off. Yinanyu watched the bullet shoot towards Chuji's head, his face. Brush. Turned pale, and his body reacted subconsciously. He kicked the chair over, and Chuga fell down with it, with the bullet grazing her hair. Bang! The bullet embedded in the wall. Yinanyu panted quickly, with a little cold sweat on his forehead. Looking at Chuga lying on the ground, his emotions were almost broken. Why did he save her? He ignored his family's opposition, crossed thousands of kilometers, and returned to Rongqing again. He came to resolve his knot. If she died, he would be relieved of his hatred for many years, right? Yinanyu's hand holding the gun trembled, and he couldn't raise the gun to her head again. It's too easy for you to die like this. He threw down a word and fled. Chapter 5. Chuga heard the door close next door, and knew that Yinanyu had gone to the next door. She was left alone. No, a dead body was here. She didn't know what Yinanyu meant now. He would not kill her or let her go. Her brain was slower than before, and she really couldn't figure out his thoughts. What was he trying to do? Never mind, just let it go. If he could kill her, she would have to thank him. Chugu was still lying on the ground, tied to the chair, and her stiff body couldn't get up at all. He didn't even help me walk, and just let me, a soft beauty, lie on the ground. Yinanyu is becoming less and less gentlemanly. Yesterday I made an appointment with my group of zombie sisters to go clubbing tonight. I heard that a few handsome zombies have joined the east side of the city. Now, how can I go out and have fun? Yinanyu is a bad boy. Chugu didn't know that Yinanyu next door had heard her thoughts, and his face was livid. Very good. The palm was full of thunder and lightning power, and he smashed a table with one palm. Bang! Chugu heard the noise from next door, trembled, and felt a little frightened in her heart. Wait, my heart has been hardened for a long time. Why am I still frightened? Sleep. Chugu closed her eyes, and slept like a corpse. No, she was a corpse. Late at night, the whole city seemed like a beast lurking in the dark, full of dangers. There was no sign of human life on the street. The ground was full of broken glass, debris and blood, and the walking dead were reveling in the moonlight. They were extremely manic at night, destroying every corner of the city. Chugu was also extremely manic, and because she hadn't eaten today, she became even more manic. Her cloudy eyes glowed red in the darkness. Blood began to spread from her neck, which looked very scary. Bang! The hemp ropes that bound her broke. Chuga got up flexibly. She was different at night from during the day. She was very flexible at night, and could fly over the eaves and walls. She twisted her neck left and right with a click, and showed a creepy smile. In the next room, Yinanyu on the big bed suddenly opened his eyes, and quickly got out of bed. He opened the door, but saw that the door of Chuji's room next door was wide open. His heart was shocked, and he walked in, only to see the broken ropes and fallen chairs on the ground. Chugu was gone. Yinanyu clenched his fists, and anger burned in his black eyes. She actually had the guts to go out and have fun. Chugu, you are really brave. At this moment, a black shadow fell on Yinanyu's head and pounced on him. The next second, Yinanyu's wrist was cut by a sharp blade, and a touch of coldness came up, and he swallowed all the warm blood into his stomach. All this happened in just a few seconds, and Yinanyu had no time to react. No, it should be that he didn't expect Chugu to ambush him, and he changed his behavior during the day and became so agile. Yinanyu's dark eyes deepened, and the power of lightning gathered in the palm of his hand, slapping Chuji's shoulder. A touch of slipperiness passed through his wrist, and Yinanyu tightened his fist as if he had been electrified, and the palm that was slapping Chugu also stopped. There was a struggle in his dark eyes, and then he closed his eyes, put down his palm, and let Chugu suck his blood. His body temperature was hot, while hers was extremely cold. In the darkness, their bodies overlapped. Except for the sound of swallowing, there was no other sound. Woo woo woo. It's so delicious. In comparison, the blood I drank before was like swill. This is the taste of the gods. Jade, Dew, and Nectar have to stand aside. I have decided that I will follow Yi Nanyu for the rest of my life. Whoever snatches this food from me will be in trouble. Yi Nanyu's black eyes opened suddenly, and a glimmer of light flashed in them. He pinched Chu Ji's chin, stared at her eyes that flashed a dark red light in the dark, and said, "What did you say just now? Say it again." Chugu shook her head impatiently, trying to get rid of his control. "Let me go, I want to eat. If you don't tell me, I won't let you eat." Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu like a lunatic. "What are you talking about? Whoever snatches this ration from me, I will be angry with him." No, the previous sentence. Chugu was not sure. I will follow Yi Nanyu for the rest of my life? Yi Nanyu nodded. Yeah, follow me closely. Chugu? ? After this. Even if Chugu was slow, she understood that Yi Nanyu could hear her thoughts. Yi Nanyu seemed to be in a good mood, and took the initiative to put his wrist to Chu Ji's lips. "Drink it quickly, don't waste it." Chugu didn't have time to think about Yi Nanyu's abnormality, and put her cold lips on him, gulp gulp, and drank it. Her manic mood calmed down, and a stream of power flowed into her body, nourishing her flesh. The sunken sternum was repairing, and the broken leg bones began to rebuild. Tender meat could be seen growing in the rotten places. In fact, zombies evolved by eating a lot of blood and flesh. Chu Ji's rot was so serious because she was picky, and didn't eat fresh meat. She drank a few mouthfuls of blood only when she had no choice. Not eating much made her look more shabby than other zombies. If she hadn't been immortal, she would have been the first zombie in the world to starve herself to death. Yi Nanyu's big hands gently stroked Chu Ji's seaweed-like hair. Of all her body, only her hair was still good. He remembered that in the past, every morning, his favorite thing was to wake up before her. He didn't do anything but gently stroke her hair and quietly wait for her to wake up, just because she would give him a sweet good morning kiss after waking up, and say good morning to him with curved eyes. Then, he would feel that the whole day was wonderful. Just when he thought they would live like this for the rest of their lives, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Chugu still had some sense, knowing that the rations could not be eaten up in one meal, and after satisfying her hunger, she stopped sucking. She held Yi Nanyu's big hand, licked the wound on his wrist with the tip of her tongue, and her attitude was pious, like worshipping her god. Yi Nanyu's fingertips trembled slightly, and his black eyes drooped, hiding the emotions in his eyes. At this time, the wound licked by Chugu healed at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, the wound on Yi Nanyu's wrist healed without a single scar, as if he had never been injured. Yi Nanyu stroked the delicate skin on her wrist, her eyes deep and her face slightly shocked. Chu Ji's saliva actually has a healing effect. Then, Yi Nanyu looked at her rotten arm. Chugu knew what he was thinking from his eyes, and glared at Yi Nanyu. "Don't force me to spit blood to death." Ahem. Yi Nanyu coughed twice, and retracted his gaze. Chugu glanced at his rotten arm. The blood he had just drunk had already got to his throat, and Chugu quickly closed his mouth and swallowed it again. Yi Nanyu. Shock. Chapter 6. Hee. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the corridor, followed by the sound of something crawling. It was coming towards Chugu and Yi Nanyu. Chugu felt the breath, and his heart tightened suddenly. It turned out to be a mutant, and it must have been attracted by the smell of Yi Nanyu's blood just now. Hiss. Chugu let out a warning roar, swearing sovereignty, to see if she could make the other party retreat. But the hope was not great. After all, the other party was more advanced than her. If it was normal, Chugu would not compete with the mutant for food, and would just give in and find food later. But for some reason, she didn't want to give it up tonight. Maybe she finally found food that suited her appetite, and she was unwilling to give it up. Hee. The crawling sound of the mutant was getting closer and closer, and it emitted a kind of coercion similar to that of a superior, trying to make Chugu hand over the food obediently. The ordinary zombies wandering in the hotel felt this class coercion, and left the hotel one after another. For a while, all the zombies in every corner of the hotel left cleanly. Under the pressure of class, Chugu trembled uncontrollably. This is what people often say: a higher-ranking official can crush a person to death. But who is Chugu? 99 caddies out of 100 caddies is a rebellious person, and no one can force her to do something she doesn't want to do. So what if she is higher in rank than her? Anyway, she is immortal, so who is afraid of her? Chugu turned his head to look at Yi Nanyu, and saw that his face was solemn. He seemed to know that the person outside was a difficult one. You stay in the room, and don't come out no matter what you hear, Chugu said and walked towards the door. But he was held back by Yi Nanyu's warm big hand. You stay here, I go. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was smashed. Bang! A creature with 4 limbs on the ground appeared at the door, with nails as sharp as steel knives and a body like a smooth meatball, which was extremely disgusting. Hee hee. Hungry, so hungry. Its dark green eyes stared at Yi Nanyu. A lot of smelly saliva flowed from its mouth, and its tongue was like a snake's tongue, spitting out non-stop. Hiss. This is my food? I can find other food for you. Chugu tried to negotiate with it. Hee hee. Just an ordinary zombie dared to jump the level. The mutant's eyes glowed green, the muscles of the hind legs bulged, and it jumped up and pounced on Chugu. Hee hee. I deal with you first. Yi Nanyu's eyes were sharp in an instant, and he stood in front of Chugu. A lightning whip appeared in his palm, which was made of countless tiny lightnings. The air around the lightning whip was distorted, and it was obvious that it contained powerful power. Chu Ji's turbid pupils trembled slightly. She didn't expect Yi Nanyu to be the lightning superpower with the strongest attack power. Yi Nanyu's eyes were as cold as ice, and he whipped it. Ah! The mutant was hit by the lightning whip, screamed sharply, and fell out. It was already dead, and its flesh had long lost its sense of pain, but being hit by the lightning whip actually felt a pain that struck its soul. Chugu saw the mutant being mercilessly beaten away, and it looked very painful. Should she be glad that Yi Nanyu didn't do this to her? The mutant trembled and climbed up, shaking his dizzy head. Ah! The voice was filled with anger. Its nails doubled in size, and it swung its claws, with several transparent attack blades tearing through the air towards Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu turned around, grabbed Chu Ji's waist, and quickly dodged. The attack blades brushed past the two of them, and shot at the floor-to-ceiling window glass. Bang! The entire window of glass shattered and fell to the ground. Without giving Yi Nanyu a chance to react, the mutant had already rushed in front of him. Huh? The mutant's sharp nails stabbed at Yi Nanyu's neck. Yi Nanyu's body turned to one side, but his neck was still scratched with 3 small blood marks, and a trickle of blood flowed down. Smelling the scent of blood, the mutant was extremely excited, and its tongue rolled towards Yi Nanyu's neck. The next second, a cold light flashed, and the mutant's head flew off, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The mutant fell down, revealing Chugu holding a machete behind him. Chugu curled his stiff mouth corners and showed a creepy smile. Underestimating the enemy will cost you. Chugu stretched out his tongue seductively and licked the blood splashed on his face, and tasted it lightly. You? The mutant's appearance is disgusting, and even the taste of blood is so disgusting. As expected, Yi Nanyu's blood tastes better. Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu, and saw the blood on his neck, and a trace of red light flashed across his eyes. You are injured. It's a minor injury, no problem. Yi Nanyu took out a clean handkerchief, and wanted to press it on the wound. But Chugu grabbed his hand in midair, and the next second, a touch of coldness pressed against his neck. Yi Nanyu's body shook, and he stood straight, without moving, with something surging in his black eyes. Chugu stood on tiptoe, carefully sucked the blood oozing from the wound, and then stretched out his tongue to lick the blood around it. His tongue slid on the slender neck, and there was an inexplicable feeling of eroticism. Yi Nanyu tightened his fists little by little, his eyes gradually deepened, the place she licked was getting hot and trembling. His body memories were evoked. The two of them were so close in the past. His big hand quietly supported Chu Ji's too thin waist, and just as he was about to embrace her, he was pushed away. Okay. The lust in Yi Nanyu's eyes dissipated instantly. He realized what he was thinking about just now, and frowned immediately. It was really crazy. She could easily move his heart with just a little teasing. Didn't she learn enough from the lesson 3 years ago? I'm going to sleep first. Yi Nanyu fled out of the room. Chugu did not stop Yi Nanyu from leaving. The sweet and delicious blood, the large artery under the tip of her tongue, each of them pulled her nerves. God knows how much self-control she had to control herself from biting him just now. Chugu calmed down her desire for Yi Nanyu's blood and cast her eyes on the mutant's head. Ha, class pressure, right? Bang. The mutant's head was split in half by Chu Ji's knife. A transparent crystal the size of a thumb rolled out. Chugu picked up the crystal, wiped it with his clothes, threw it into his mouth, and ate it. It didn't taste good. It just felt itchy in his head, as if something was growing. Chugu stretched and looked at the moon hanging high outside. It should be around 2 o'clock in the morning. It should be in time to keep the appointment with the sisters now. After all, they are all night owls. It would be boring if he didn't have some fun in the long night. Chugo listened to the next door and found no movement, so she left the room. All the zombies in the hotel had retreated, and the only sound was Chuji's footsteps. The lights in the corridor flickered. The atmosphere was full of horror. If it were before, Chugu would be scared, but now she was just a dead body, and if anyone was afraid, it would be others who were afraid of her. Chugu walked out of the hotel leisurely, and she didn't know that there was a little tail following her. At night, it was simply a paradise for zombies. There were zombies jumping and roaring on the roof of the car. There were zombies squatting in the middle of the road, tearing at pieces of meat. There were zombies who specialized in destroying shops by smashing windows with bricks. There were more zombies who were wandering around the streets with their heads shaking. Chugu moved freely and leisurely among them, and she met zombies she was familiar with. His. Xiao Hei, didn't I tell you last time not to walk around in flowery shorts? Why didn't you listen? His. You don't understand, this is called fashion. Xiao Hei's handsome and elegant bangs were thrown away, and the whole scalp was thrown off, leaving only a bloody skull. His. Fuck. Xiao Hei hurriedly ran to find his scalp. Chugu shook his head in disgust and looked at the fat and trembling female zombie over there. His. Mrs. Huang, you are out looking for your husband again. Mr. Huang should be in the bar street behind. I saw him last week. You can go there to look for him. His. Thank you, Xiao Chu. Mrs. Huang walked by, and the rotten grease flowed all over the ground. You? Chugu covered his mouth in disgust and hurriedly walked a few steps faster. Bang. Chugu didn't look at the road and accidentally kicked a skateboard. A zombie with only the upper body left and the lower half of the body missing fell off the skateboard. His. It's you again, Chugu. The half-body zombie roared. His. Bosher, how did you get into this state? His. You still have the nerve to say that you forgot that you were caught in the door last time? Chu Ji's slow head remembered. His. Sorry, I forgot for a moment. I pick you up. Roar. Say sorry. What, hug? Hug? Then be gentle to me. The fierce Bosher was instantly shy and flirted with Chugu. Roar. Bosher, don't worry, I will be gentle to you. Chugu pulled the corners of his stiff mouth and wanted to show a kind smile, but his skin was stiff, so no matter how he smiled, it was a creepy smile. Seeing Chugu being so gentle, Bosher became even more shy, and his mind was full of thoughts. Does she like me? She definitely likes me. She must have done that last time to attract my attention. The next second, she felt weightless. Lao Deshur, who fell into the sewer, was still falling. He looked up and saw Chugu, who was standing by the manhole cover and waving at him, getting smaller and smaller. Roar. Ah, Chugu, I'm not done with you. Chugu closed the manhole cover and clapped her hands. She stepped on Lao Deshur's skateboard and skated away from the crime scene in a cool and handsome manner. She was a good young man, the kindest. Chapter 7. Chugu skated much faster than walking, and arrived at the agreed place in a few minutes. The sisters were still waiting for her. The good thing about zombies is that they are slow-witted. If it were humans, they would have left long ago, and would not have waited so long for the latecomers. Scream. Sisters, sorry, I'm late. Chugu put away the skateboard and clamped it with her arms. Scream. Chugu, didn't I tell you to wear something sexy? Why are you still wearing such a tacky outfit? A female zombie wearing a sexy purple lace suspender skirt, a shit yellow scarf around her neck, Peppa Pig pajamas on her lower body, and cotton slippers on her feet said. His. That's right, Chugu, you're dressed like this. How can you possibly pick up a guy later? A female zombie wearing a bright red double raincoat said, and she even swung the raincoat behind her in a self-righteous and elegant manner. His. How about Chugu, go dress up again, we wait for you here. A female zombie wearing a military coat on the upper body, ripped fishnet stockings on the lower body, and oversized men's pointed leather shoes on the feet said. Chu Ji's aesthetics were greatly impacted, and he looked down at his outfit, a set of slim Chanel casual sport suits, Gucci white shoes on his feet, and an LV champagne bag on his shoulder. She tilted her slow head. Was she too unfashionable? It seems that she has to keep up with the trend of the zombie world next time, so as not to be laughed at. Roar. Forget it today. Next time, I will dress more fashionably like my sisters. The three female zombies nodded with relief. Roar. Then let's go. Chugu followed the sisters to a bar. It was her first time here. She didn't expect that this bar even had electricity. As soon as she stepped into the bar, the music was deafening and the colorful lights polluted her eyes. This bar looks like it's still open. If it weren't filled with zombies, she would have thought she had returned to the pre-apocalypse. Zombies don't have very good vision, but their hearing is very sharp. Any sound will attract all the zombies around. So this bar is crowded with zombies. The zombies listening to the music are shaking their heads and waving their claws. It looks like a disco. It's quite interesting. Chugu followed the sisters through the zombie group and came to a few male zombies. These should be the handsome zombies that the sister group mentioned. The aesthetics of the zombie world are indeed shocking. He wore an old man's shirt with a Northeast flower cotton jacket and carried a snakeskin bag that was at the forefront of fashion. There was also a handsome macho man who looked normal at first glance, wearing a suit and tie, but his lower body was actually a miniskirt with red high heels. The other few also had their own characteristics, making people's eyes dark. Well, bright. Several male zombies looked at Chugu, and the disgust in their eyes could not be hidden. Chugu, hiss. Where did you find such a country girl? The short-skirt tough guy said. Hiss. Today my little sister didn't eat. She was hungry and confused. She came here without dressing up. Don't mind. The raincoat sister said. Hiss. So she didn't eat. I have food here. Let me find it. The snakeskin bag brother dove into the snakeskin bag and searched inside. Hiss. Here, it smells so good. I can't bear to eat it myself. The smell of meat attracted the zombies around to salivate, and they kept roaring. Roar. It smells so good. Roar. I want to eat it. It smells so good. Roar. I want to eat it too. Only Chugu saw the rotten head crawling with maggots in front of him, and he vomited. He had planned everything, but he didn't expect to be defeated here. Zombies? ? Roar. Sorry, I have a stomachache recently, you guys eat it. Chugu tilted his head and pushed away the hand of the snakeskin bag brother, letting the rotten head stay away from him. Hiss. The sisters and the handsome guys rushed forward, and they instantly divided up the head crawling with maggots. They were still not satisfied, and lay on the ground, and licked up Chugu's vomit. Chugu saw it, and had another burst of you. I regret coming here. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep well in the hotel? I have to suffer here. Just then, the music in the bar suddenly stopped, and it was replaced by the voice of people coming from the second floor of the bar. What a rich meaty smell. The zombies on the first floor suddenly became frantic, roaring and snarling, and baring their fangs and claws towards the second floor. Chugu was a zombie, with a desire for flesh and blood in her bones, and roared in her throat. At the same time, she was also observing and saw that the stairs from the first floor to the second floor were sealed tightly by an iron door, and the fence on the second floor was artificially raised with iron bars. Obviously, this place had been modified in advance to ensure that the zombies on the first floor could not go to the second floor. Her initial feeling that this place seemed to be run by someone seemed to be correct, and it seemed that this feeling was indeed run by someone. Playing music, gathering all the zombies nearby here, what is the purpose? Just when Chugu was wondering, someone came out from the second floor. A man with a scar on his face, followed by several younger brothers. Chugu was a little surprised to see the scarred man in the lead. She didn't expect him to be alive. It seems that enemies really meet on a narrow road. She lowered her eyes, and stopped at the crotch of the scarred man, then sneered and looked away. She wanted to see what he was going to do by gathering the zombies together. The scarred man standing on the second floor looked at the zombies below with the eyes of livestock. Bring the people here. Hearing his order, his brothers rushed over a group of women covered with scars and terrified eyes. The women were so scared that their faces turned pale and trembled when they saw that there were zombies below. One of the women rushed out, knelt on the ground, hugged the scarred man's thigh, and begged, "Brother, please let me go. You can ask me to do anything, and I will serve you wholeheartedly." The woman saw the scarred man was unmoved, and she gritted her teeth and untied his belt in public. As long as she could survive, dignity was nothing. The scarred man did not stop the woman's action. But as time went by, his face became uglier and uglier, his features were distorted, and there was a kind of madness in his eyes. The woman was shocked. He couldn't do it. No wonder he never touched these women after tying them up, and always used props to sexually abuse them, with perverted methods. It turned out that he couldn't do all this. The woman spied out the truth, and was so scared that she cowed and begged for mercy. "I don't know anything. Please let me go, please." "Women should all die," the scarred man said with a ferocious look. He picked up the woman and threw her down from the second floor, where there were zombies crying for food. "Ah!" The woman's shrill screams pierced the sky. The woman was torn to pieces by countless zombies in an instant, and the scene was extremely bloody. "Ah!" The other women screamed loudly in fear. Some of them vomited a lot, some fainted directly, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Ha ha ha. The scarred man laughed pervertedly, watching the women being torn apart and eaten by zombies. He felt great pleasure. There was a crazy light in his eyes. Throw all the other women down. Chapter 8. The women's minds went blank in an instant, and they all collapsed to the ground, with a huge fear hanging over everyone's head. They could do nothing but beg for mercy. Roar. Roar. The zombies downstairs roared continuously. They were extremely manic, lured by blood and flesh, with their bloody mouths wide open, waiting to be fed again. Chugu, who was in the zombie group, wiped the blood of the woman that had just splashed on his face. The eyes flashing with dark red light stared at the scarred man, and were extremely cold. This scumbag. After he lost his humanity, he became even more perverted, and even tortured and killed women to satisfy his disgusting desires. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, large and small bases emerged, and the survivors also formed teams of 3 or 2 to fight against zombies. Chugu had formed a team with the scarred man, and there were other people together. He relied on his fists and feet to call himself the captain of the team, and he was domineering and even set his sights on her. One night, he broke into her room, and his teammates pretended not to see it, tacitly acquiesced to the scarred man's beastly behavior, and one of them even came to close the door and took the initiative to cover up the scarred man's beastly behavior. The evil of human nature was fully displayed. So she pretended to compromise, and took the initiative to show her goodwill. When she coaxed him dizzy, she picked up the wine bottle on the table, and smashed it directly on his head. After knocking him unconscious, Chugu did not dare to relax, and kept hitting his head with the wine bottle, until he fell to the ground, and a lot of blood spread on the ground. Chugu stopped panting. When she left, she accidentally stepped on his thing, and crushed it very carelessly. She naturally couldn't stay in such a disgusting team. Before leaving, she gave them all a big gift. Watching the blazing fire in the house, and listening to the screams coming from inside, she turned around and left gracefully. But she didn't expect that the scarred man was not dead. It really proved the saying that good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. What are you still standing there for? Throw them all down. The scarred man yelled. The younger brothers hurried up to grab the women. Ah! Help! I don't want it, let me go! Don't catch me, don't catch me! The women struggled desperately, they cried and begged for mercy, hoping that these people would let them go. But they were facing a group of beasts, how could they have mercy? The women were thrown down one by one, torn to pieces by countless claws below, blood sprayed on the walls and floors, and the sound of gnawing was creepy, like hell on earth. The carnival of zombies, the screams of women, and the perverted laughter of the scarred man add a bit of excitement to this dark night. Suddenly, the scarred man stopped laughing, and stared at the woman who stood out from the crowd of zombies with his eyes red. It was her. A huge hatred rose in the scarred man's eyes. If it weren't for this bitch, he wouldn't be able to do it. There was not a day that he didn't want to eat her flesh and drink her blood. No wonder he searched all the survivors' concentration camps in Rongqing, big and small, but couldn't find a trace of this bitch. She didn't want to submit to him, so he thought she was so powerful, but she turned into a zombie. A mere woman, not being a man's thing, but being a slut, deserves to be turned into a zombie. The scarred man smiled happily. Suddenly, the scarred man was shocked, and he saw Chugu gave him a terrifying smile. This made his back feel cold. Only then did he realize that Chugu was so out of place in the zombie group. The other zombies were roaring and eating the corpses, but she was the only one standing quietly, staring at him with cloudy eyes. She kept looking at him. Did she remember him? The scarred man's face was extremely ugly. This idea was a bit absurd. How could she be conscious after becoming a zombie? A vicious light flashed across the scarred man's eyes. No matter whether she was conscious or not, whether she was a zombie or not, she would die in the end anyway. You guys, go and catch that zombie. The younger brothers looked in the direction pointed by the scarred man. They saw the unique zombie at a glance. They were surprised. It was the first time they saw such a strange zombie. If it weren't for the grayish-green face and cloudy eyes, they would have really thought that the person standing there calmly was not a zombie but a human. Catch her up quickly. The scarred man shouted in a rage, and Chuji's eyes made his hair stand on end. The brothers gathered together to discuss that it would definitely not work to go down to the first floor to catch Chugu up, because there were dense zombies all down there, and going down would be seeking death. I got it. One of the brothers slapped his thigh and said. He took out a rope from somewhere, made a noose, swung it a few times, and threw it out, putting it on Chugu. The result was off target, and the ball missed. The younger brother did not give up and continued to throw, but he missed the ball several times in a row. You will probably go bankrupt if you play the game of tossing the ring, one of his companions complained. If you do it again, I won't believe it. The younger brother turned his head and threw it out again. The next second, he shouted happily. It hit the target, it hit the target. The younger brother, who had just complained, frowned slightly and muttered, how come I saw that zombie sneakily move a step before it hit the target? Was I dazzled? Chugu looked at the ropes tied around her body, and a bloodthirsty red light flashed in her eyes. Pull her up quickly, the scarred man said excitedly. This time, he must tear her into pieces and grind her bones to dust, so that he can appease his hatred. The brothers worked together to pull Chugu up with the rope. The scarred man looked at the miserable and walking corpse Chugu, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. Bring a sharp knife. I want to cut off this bitch's flesh piece by piece with my own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Chugu smiled strangely. Before the scarred man could react, the rope on Chugu suddenly broke, and he rushed towards him. The scarred man's face changed drastically, and he pulled a younger brother next to him to block him. The younger brother didn't have time to react at all, and was bitten on the neck by Chugu, and a lot of blood spurted out. Ah! The screams echoed in the bar. The scarred man looked at Chugu, who suddenly became ferocious, and stepped back in fear. The other younger brothers looked at their companions being bitten, and their faces were terrified, and their legs and feet were weak. Save me, save me. The younger brother desperately reached out to his companions for help, but no one came forward to save him. Chuji's eyes flashed red, and he drank 2 mouthfuls of blood, then opened his mouth in disgust. Not even a bit of it could compare to Yinanyu's sweetness. Then share it with the companions on the first floor, so that these people can also taste the fear of being torn apart by zombies. Chugu threw the struggling younger brother down. The younger brother's eyes widened, his pupils filled with fear, and a shrill scream came out. Then, countless pairs of sharp claws pierced his body, and a large amount of blood flowed like a river. Tear. The sound of clothes being torn was clear. The flesh was torn along with the clothes. The zombies held the body parts they had snatched and began to eat them. The scene was extremely bloody and disgusting. Chuji's eyes, without a trace of human emotion, locked onto the scarred man, as if to say that the next one would be you. The scarred man's hair stood on end, and he shouted, quick, kill her for me. Chapter 9. The younger brothers were terrified and hesitated to go up. No matter how stupid they were, they could see that this zombie was extraordinary. No one wanted to be the first to stand out, fearing that they would end up like their companions. Unfortunately, Chugu did not intend to let anyone go. She attacked them with lightning speed. Ah! The younger brothers were panicked and fled in all directions. Scar's face was ashen. Looking at the group of trash in front of him, his teeth were almost broken. He shouted angrily, resist. A mere ordinary zombie scared you so much, are you useless? The brothers looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and prepared to fight. As soon as they turned around, the 2 brothers in front were instantly clamped by a pair of sharp claws. Facing the pair of turbid eyes without a trace of warmth, they shivered with cold. Ah! The brothers behind were so scared that they retreated again and again. Let me go, let go. The 2 brothers whose necks were clamped struggled hard, but the slender arms in front of them did not move at all, and they grabbed a lot of rotten meat. Chugu looked at the rotten flesh falling from her arm, and a look of heartache flashed across her eyes. Roar! Damn it! Chugu threw the 2 brothers down to the first floor, one in each hand. Ah! A terrified scream sounded. The next second, the scream stopped abruptly, replaced by the sound of gnawing and swallowing. Chugu fought quickly and decisively, like a demon. No matter how the brothers fled, she could catch them and throw them down one by one. The first floor was filled with the blood of too many people at this time, forming a blood pool, with broken meat all over the ground. Chugu raised the last little brother with both hands, and was about to throw him downstairs. The little brother was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept shouting for help. Help! I don't want to die, someone come and save me. At this time, the sound of a blunt instrument piercing the back of Chuji's head came. Behind her was the scarred man, with a sinister smile on his face, holding the dagger that pierced Chuji's head. Ha! Chugu, go to hell. He laughed and thrust the entire dagger in. The dagger pierced Chuji's entire head. The younger brother, who was lifted up by Chugu, was ecstatic. He was saved, and he didn't have to feed the zombies. But the next second, he felt weightless, and was thrown down by Chugu. The younger brother widened his eyes in horror. Why did this happen? She had stabbed him in the head. Why didn't he die? He was unwilling to accept it. He was so unwilling to accept it. Ah! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. He roared in grief and anger. Then, countless zombies drowned him. Shrill screams kept coming from the zombies. But after a moment, it was quiet, and only the sound of zombies gnawing remained. The scarred man was stiff and dared not move. His eyes were filled with fear, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Because Chugu in front of him turned his head 180 degrees in a weird and unreasonable way, and his turbid eyes were staring at him behind him. She reached out and pulled out the dagger on his head, and the cold blood sprayed on him. The scarred man shuddered and dared not breathe. Chuji's sight was like a poisonous snake, which could bite his throat at any time. The fear of the unknown was the most mentally exhausting. The scarred man couldn't bear the pressure and turned around and ran. Chuji's mouth curled up a creepy smile. He wanted to run, but it was too late. The scarred man felt a huge pain in the back of his head, his body went limp, and he fainted. The scarred man woke up again, and found that he was tied to a chair. There was a table in front of him, and Chugu was fiddling with something. A silver light flashed, and he saw clearly that it was a knife and fork. Then he saw Chugu slowly straighten the dinner plate, put away the knife and fork, and then took out a tall glass from his bag and wiped it with a clean white cloth. She held the glass up to the light, reflecting beautiful light, and then she put down the glass with satisfaction. Then she unfolded the white cloth and tied it around her neck, with extraordinary elegance in every move. If it were in a Western restaurant, the scarred man would definitely praise it as a feast for the eyes. But now, it looked weird no matter how he looked at it, and his hair stood up. Chugu looked like she was ready to eat, but the plate in front of her was empty. Where was the food? At this time, he saw Chugu pick up the knife and fork, and looked at him with cloudy eyes. The scarred man's breathing tightened instantly, and his pupils dilated in fear. Could she be? Chugu admired the terrified expression of the scarred man in front of him, and smiled at him gently. Roar! I'm going to eat. She had just vomited all the food she had eaten last night, and she had resisted eating because of the blood and flesh that had been tempting her all the time. She was waiting for this moment. Such a perverted scum is most suitable for sashimi. Let him watch his flesh being eaten bit by her. He should be honored to be her first meat meal. His. Where should I eat first? Chuji's cold eyes slid across his neck, chest, arms. The scarred man struggled hard. He understood Chuji's eyes. At this moment, he looked at Chugu as if he was looking at a terrifying existence. From his dilated pupils, it can be seen that he is now in extreme fear. His. Let's have a human leg first. Chugu stood up and walked towards the scarred man, with a fork in his left hand and a knife in his right hand. The scarred man shouted in fear, Don't come over, don't come over. But now, he is just a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Ah! As Chuji's sharp knife fell, the scarred man screamed miserably, and the severe pain made his whole body tremble. The pain of being cut alive can be imagined. A large amount of blood flowed down the trouser legs, forming a blood puddle on the ground. Chugu used a fork to pick up a large piece of freshly cut thigh meat, and blood was still dripping down. The scarred man looked at his thigh with a large piece of meat cut off, deep enough to see the bone, and almost fainted. The screams of pain never stopped. Chugu listened to such a beautiful sound and enjoyed cutting the leg steak with a knife and fork. Her knife and fork etiquette was textbook level. People who didn't know her would really think she was eating high-end steak in a Western restaurant. Chugu cut off the skin and fat, leaving the red tendon meat, and cut it into small pieces suitable for eating. It looks like raw beef. Chugu put down the knife and fork with satisfaction and picked up the high-end glass. Roar! One more drink. The scarred man was sweating profusely, and his face was as pale as death. Seeing Chugu coming towards him again, he collapsed and shouted, Get out of here! Don't come over here! Get out of here! Ah ah! Another scream of pain. Chugu ruthlessly stabbed his arm with a knife, then pulled out the knife, and blood spurted out like a faucet. Chugu took the glass, and filled it with blood in one go. Drink a glass and rinse your mouth first. Chugu raised the tall glass, held the rim of the glass with his lips, and the warm blood slowly entered his mouth. After taking a sip, she seemed dissatisfied and frowned, but she still raised her head and drank it all. The blood hole on her head was healing little by little. After drinking Inanyu's blood, other people's blood seemed bland and tasteless, but she still had to drink it. Zombies need blood and flesh. After all, she couldn't just catch Inanyu and take advantage of him. And this time she sneaked up on Inanyu and drank his blood. It won't be so easy next time. If she doesn't drink other people's blood, she won't starve to death. Mom said that good children can't be picky about food. Ah! The scarred man screamed again. Chugu mercilessly pierced another hole in the scarred man's body to let his blood flow, and filled the glass with blood again. Then she sat back in her seat and prepared to eat. She picked up a small piece of bloody meat with a fork and put it into her mouth. She chewed it twice and quickly turned her head to spit it out. It was extremely disgusting. It was unacceptable. After Chugu vomited, she quickly drank some blood pressure to calm her nerves. It seemed that liquid food was more suitable for her. She was not lucky enough to enjoy meat, but she couldn't waste it. After all, there were countless companions who were crying for food below. Friends, the meat is here. Chugu poured the meat from the plate downstairs. The zombies downstairs were fighting for it, eating it very happily. Not enough, more to eat. I'm not full yet. Please feed me. Chugu heard the requests of his companions and looked at the scarred man with a weird smile on his face. The scarred man was on the verge of collapse. What else do you want to do? Cutting my meat is not enough. What else do you want to do? Seeing Chugu coming towards him again with a knife and fork, he screamed in agony, "Kill me! Please kill me!" Chugu showed a kind smile to the scarred man, but his face was too tight, looking eerie. Roar! Don't worry, you will die, but before that, I have to feed my companions first. Chapter 10. Yi Nanyu killed zombies along the way, and finally arrived at the door of the bar. He heard a series of miserable screams from inside, and could clearly hear the roars of a large number of zombies. Even at the door, he could smell the strong smell of blood inside. It would definitely not work to rush in like this. Yi Nanyu looked around the house. Then he nimbly climbed up to the balcony on the second floor. He tried his best to hide his breath, and hid behind the curtains to look inside. What he saw next made his pupils dilate. Chugu was actually feeding the zombies with human flesh. The legs of the man who was tied up had turned into white bones. From the mottled knife marks on the two leg bones, it can be seen that he had been cut alive for no less than 1,000 times. Chugu seemed to enjoy the process of cutting human flesh, because there was a smile on her lips. From time to time, she stopped and picked up the glass on the table to drink a glass of blood. Her gestures were elegant and generous, as if she was drinking high-end red wine at this time. Pieces of meat were thrown downstairs one by one, and entered the mouths of the zombies. Yi Nanyu saw that the first floor was crowded with zombies. It was like a zombie killing field. The walls were splattered with blood. There were even blood pits on the floor. There were human bones everywhere. Judging from the number, there should be no less than 10 people, and they were all fresh. It seemed that his worry was in vain. They were very happy. They drank blood and ate meat. Yi Nanyu turned around and was about to leave. Who knew that when he turned around, a man-eating crow as big as an eagle pecked at his eyes. He reacted quickly, and his big hands like iron pliers grabbed the crow's neck. Crow, crow! The crow flapped its wings and struggled. Yi Nanyu's big palm passed through the power of lightning, and the crow was immediately electrocuted into a roasted crow, and the smell of burnt fur spread. At this moment, darkness covered his head. He looked up, and then his face changed. A large group of crows swooped down from the sky towards the bar. It must be the strong smell of blood in the bar that attracted such an astonishing number of crows. We must evacuate quickly, or we will be in trouble. Yi Nanyu climbed up the balcony railing and prepared to jump down to leave, but he looked back. He frowned and then jumped down from the balcony railing. I owed her in my previous life. He muttered and walked into the bar resolutely. Chugu was a little surprised to see Yi Nanyu suddenly appear. Why are you here? Chugu looked at his friends downstairs, who became more manic because of Yi Nanyu's arrival, and he was a little angry. Why are you out here at night instead of sleeping well? Don't you know that zombies are most active at night? Her food was coveted by other zombies, which made her unhappy. Yi Nanyu turned around, closed the balcony glass door, and walked quickly towards Chugu. Hurry up and leave with me. What happened? Nervous. The tide of man-eating crows is coming towards this bar now. There is no time. Let's leave quickly. Chuji's face changed slightly when he heard about man-eating crows. Man-eating crows are the least picky eaters. They will eat anything, whether it is a corpse, a human, or even a zombie. I heard that where the man-eating crows pass, there are no people or animals. The sharp crow beaks can cleanly cut a person into a pile of bones. Let's go, let's leave quickly. Chugu was anxious. Her broken body couldn't stand the tossing. Yi Nanyu's face was solemn. It's too late. The next second, the glass around the bar shattered at the same time, and thousands of man-eating crows swarmed in. Crows? The cries of the man-eating crows were extremely piercing. Back off. Yi Nanyu protected Chugu and backed off again and again. The scarred man, who was still hanging on to a breath, stared at the crows rushing towards him with wide eyes. He no longer had the strength to shout. His 2 eyes suddenly turned blood red, pecked by the crows. He groaned in pain. Countless crows surrounded him and pecked at his flesh. It was painful, extremely painful. As his chest was pecked open, his beating heart was pecked clean by the crows, and the scarred man finally died in torture. In just a moment, the crows flew away, and the scarred man tied to the chair had turned into a skeleton without a trace of flesh and blood. The zombies on the first floor were also attacked by crows. The zombies fought back instinctively, tearing the crows' bodies apart with their sharp nails. But there were too many crows, and they could not avoid being pecked a few times. Once a zombie fell, a large group of crows would surround it to share the food, and it would instantly become a skeleton. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and there were more and more bones on the ground. The torn crows' bodies also piled up in a thick layer on the ground. The whole bar was like a hell of Shura. At this time, Yi Nanyu and Chugu retreated to a private room on the second floor, and the heavy door temporarily blocked the crows at the door. Bang! Bang! The crows kept hitting the door, making loud noises. The door probably won't last much longer. Listening to the roars of his companions outside, and the crows' constant noises, Chugu swallowed his saliva. What to do now? Yi Nanyu looked around the box. This box was sealed, without a single window. In this case, there must be a ventilation duct. Yi Nanyu looked at the ceiling and quickly found the ventilation duct. At this time, the door was already shaky from the crow's knocks, so he had to act quickly. I go up first, then you give me your hand, and I pull you up. Chugu nodded. Yi Nanyu was very tall and agile, so it was effortless for him to go up. He lay at the entrance of the ventilation duct and handed his hand to Chugu. Hold my hand. A touch of coldness grabbed his warm hand, and Yi Nanyu's fingertips trembled. He lowered his eyes and pulled her up hard. Who knew that halfway through, Chugu suddenly screamed. Let go quickly. Yi Nanyu thought she was throwing a tantrum, and said patiently, It will be fine soon, hold on a little longer. It's over. Chugu felt a crack in her joints, and then her body fell down rapidly. Bang! Chugu fell heavily to the ground, although she didn't feel any pain. Yi Nanyu looked at the rotten broken arm in his hand, and was dumbfounded. Chugu saw that he had become a one-armed man, and stamped his feet in pain. You compensate me for my arm. Yi Nanyu turned his head and vomited. Chugu, shock, are you polite? Chapter 11. Bang! Another loud noise. The tiles beside the door fell down, with a crackling sound. Chugu shivered with fear and shouted, Yi Nanyu, stop vomiting, hurry up and get me up first. Yi Nanyu's face turned pale from vomiting, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, Chugu, I really owe you in my previous life. He wanted to throw away the rotten arm in his hand, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and tied Chuji's arm behind his back with a rope. You know, this is very difficult for him who is obsessed with mysophobia. He jumped down the ventilation duct, landing easily on the ground with long legs. I carry you up first, Yi Nanyu said. Hurry up, Chugu urged. Yi Nanyu bent slightly, pinched Chuji's thin waist with both hands, and tried to send her up. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Is your waist strong enough to bear it? He didn't want to see her broken into 2 pieces, and her intestines and heart falling to the ground. I used to fiddle with her on the bed casually, and I never saw you show any mercy, Chugu complained. Yi Nanyu's expression froze, and he muttered in a low voice, You used to be delicate and soft, and you were easy to fall down. Now you are fragile and easy to fall apart. Can it be the same? What did you say? Nothing. Yi Nanyu's arms were bulging with perfect muscle lines, and he pinched Chuji's waist and lifted her up. Chugu climbed into the pipe with difficulty with one arm. Just then, bang! The door fell down, and crows swarmed in. Chugu shouted anxiously, Yi Nanyu, come up quickly. She didn't want the food reserve she had finally found to be eaten by a group of annoying crows. Yi Nanyu waved his hand, and a lightning whip swung out, knocking the crows in the front away. He bought some time, and climbed up the ventilation duct nimbly. The lid closed, trapping several crows to death, and more crows crashed into the iron cover of the ventilation duct. Yi Nanyu pulled out a dagger, and stuck the iron cover to ensure that the crows could not break it open before they left. Climb along the duct, Yi Nanyu said to Chugu. Chugu nodded, crawled in front, and Yi Nanyu followed behind. The pipe was unusually quiet, with only the sound of two people crawling. Not long after they climbed, Chugu in front stopped. "What's wrong?" Yinanyu asked. Chugu looked at the rotten flesh on his arm, which was almost gone, and felt very distressed. "I won't crawl anymore, my flesh is almost gone." Yinanyu's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's better not to have your rotten flesh. I don't want it, it's ugly without flesh." Yinanyu took a few deep breaths, and sooner or later, she would be pissed to death. "Are you going to crawl or not?" "No," Chugu said stubbornly. "Okay, if you don't want to crawl, stay here and wait for the crows to eat you." Yinanyu crawled over her and left her behind. He crawled a distance and saw that Chugu really didn't catch up, so he cursed, "This woman is hopeless." Chugu was lying leisurely in the pipe when suddenly a gnashing sound was heard. "Come up." Chugu saw that Yinanyu had retreated at some point, and his face was ashen, and he wanted to strangle her to death. She curled her lips slightly, and swiftly climbed onto his broad back. "No next time," Yinanyu said ruthlessly, and crawled forward with her on his back. Chugu was like a sloth, lying on his back with a relaxed body and mind, her cold cheek pressed against his warm neck. Her nose was filled with the cold fragrance of his body. So intimate, just like their previous days and nights. "Yinanyu, why did you come back to Rongqing again?" Chugu asked him in his heart. Yinanyu paused for a moment, then carried her forward without answering her. "Have you noticed that no matter how many years have passed, you still can't forget me, your ex-girlfriend, so you came back to find me?" Chugu teased. Yinanyu sarcastically said, "Chugu, I haven't seen you for a few years. You haven't improved in other aspects, but you have become more and more shameless." Chugu, he laughed twice, and didn't take it seriously. "Don't laugh, you make me creepy and my hair stand on end." Chuji's smile froze. Yinanyu, this damn kid, was becoming more and more rude. "I heard it," Yinanyu said lightly. Chugu immediately closed her eyes, and pretended to be dead on his back. Yinanyu sighed helplessly, and carried the young lady on his back to climb the pipe. A few minutes later, they finally climbed to the exit, and left the bar quietly. As for which side won in the bar, the crows or the zombies, they didn't know. Back in the hotel, Yinanyu untied Chuji's broken arm, and it was neither good to put it nor to throw it away. This, or, forget it. Tomorrow, I find the best prosthesis for you. It's guaranteed to be better than your rotten hand. You can get a prosthesis, I won't. Chugu stepped forward to grab the broken arm, and hugged it lovingly. It has been with me for more than 20 years. I will never abandon it. You? Chugu retched, and wiped his hand covered with rotten flesh on the corner of his clothes in disgust. Yinanyu, shocked, an undisguised expression of disgust. Is this what she meant by not abandoning? Seeing Chugu took out a needle and thread, he simply and roughly sewed up the broken arm. Yinanyu was stunned. What are you doing? Don't you have eyes? Can't you see? What's the point of sewing it up like this? The nerves are broken, and it will only make the hand useless. What's the point? I picked up my head, and sewed it up when it was broken that time. It's still fine now. Chugu turned his head 360 degrees for Yinanyu, which was thrilling and terrifying. Yinanyu was frightened by Chuji's trick. If he was a timid person, he might have fainted. Cool, right? Chugu had a devilish smile on his face. Yinanyu was so disgusted that he couldn't bear to watch. I'm going to take a shower. Didn't you take a shower last night? It's dirty. Yinanyu said simply, and walked into the bathroom. Mysophobia. Chugu muttered to himself. When Yinanyu came out of the bathroom, it was already an hour later, and Chugu had just sewed up her broken arm. It was limp, as if a rag was hung on it. Chugu took out a thermos cup from his bag, opened the lid, and the smell of blood wafted out. What is this? Yinanyu asked with a frown. Human blood. Chugu did not shy away from it. He knew she drank blood anyway. Yinanyu did not speak again, but his brows were still frowning. He watched Chugu take out a red bag like an old woman, and took out some red dates, wolfberries, and cotinopsis from it, and put them into the thermos. What are you doing? Health care. You don't even know this. Yinanyu, He thought this was the best joke he had ever heard in his life. A zombie with a rotten body was talking to him about health care. Chugu covered the thermos cup and shook it, then opened it and drank it, gulp gulp. Then, like Chiu Qianqi whoosh whoosh, she fired weapons from her mouth. She spat out wolfberries, red dates, and cotinopsis one by one. Yinanyu looked at Chuji's trick with disdain. What are you doing? Zombies don't eat this stuff. Didn't you say it's for health preservation? Yes. Health preservation, that's right. Did you put these things in to give wolfberries, red dates, and Cotinopsis a bath? Take a shower? No, I don't. It's for health. Chuji's dull head tilted. Yi Nanyu pinched his nose with a headache. It was his fault for wanting to have a normal chat with a zombie. At this time, Yi Nanyu saw that the broken part of Chuji's arm that had just been sewn began to heal. In just a moment, the arm that was just limp, like a rag, could actually be lifted up. Chapter 12. How could it be? Yi Nanyu was shocked. Chugu saw him staring at her broken arm, looking shocked, and proudly raised her arm to show him a 360-degree circle. How is it? Isn't it amazing? I told you that it can be used after repair. Why is it like this? You don't know this. We zombies evolve through flesh and blood. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it advanced? Yi Nanyu's dark eyes sank. He knew that zombies evolve through flesh and blood, but he had never seen one evolve as fast as hers. Only a pot of blood can make the broken arm regenerate. This evolution speed is simply against the sky. If so, it doesn't make sense that it would rot so badly. Chugu seemed to see his doubts and explained, "It's because I don't eat meat." "Didn't you love meat before?" Yi Nanyu looked unbelieving. Chugu shouted in his heart, "It used to be chicken, duck, fish and meat, now it's human flesh. Can it be the same?" "It makes sense." Yi Nanyu nodded, then said seriously, "But you are a zombie now. You have to adapt to the local customs, and get used to the food culture of the zombie world." When Chugu heard what Yi Nanyu said, she was dumbfounded. Is this what a human being said? "I'm doing this for your own good. Being picky about food is not a good habit." Yi Nanyu spoke earnestly like an old father. "You are right. Being picky about food is not a good habit. I have decided to change my ways. Let's start with you." After Chugu finished speaking, she pounced on Yi Nanyu with her teeth and claws bared. Yi Nanyu reached out calmly and held her head, so that she could not move forward. Compared to Yi Nanyu, who is 188 centimeters tall, Chugu, who is 160 centimeters tall, seems a little small, with short arms and legs. She waved her arms and legs, but still couldn't reach Yi Nanyu's body. "Hiss, hiss. I told you not to be picky, but I didn't tell you to eat me." Chugu, ? Also, don't jump on me all the time. You don't know how dirty you are now. Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu with disgust. She was covered in blood and dirt, but Yi Nanyu had tolerated her for a long time. Chugu looked down at herself. From the perspective of the zombie world, where was she dirty? On the contrary, she often looked out of tune with other zombies because she was too clean, which made some zombies isolate her. "I'm not dirty, I won't wash." Yi Nanyu's temples throbbed, and he got a headache from anger. "Smell the smell on your body, it stinks." "Where is it smelly?" "Nonsense." Chugu picked up the collar of her clothes and smelled it, then turned her head and retched with a painful look on her face. Yi Nanyu saw that she was nauseated by her own smell, so she should go take a shower. But he obviously overestimated the bottom line of the zombie Chugu. Chugu took out a bottle of Dior perfume from her bag and sprayed it into the air a few times. Then she happily spun in the fragrance, letting her whole body be stained with the fragrance. Click! Chugu closed the perfume cap, fanned it elegantly with her little hands, smelled the fragrance, and said with satisfaction, "Okay, it smells good now." Yi Nanyu was petrified. She went to sleep smelling good. Chugu turned around and left. Yi Nanyu grabbed her collar and dragged her away. "Hey, Yi Nanyu, you bastard, what are you doing? Let me go, or I call the police." Chugu cursed in her heart. The cleanliness-obsessed Yi Nanyu couldn't stand it any longer, so he dragged her to the bathroom and threw her into the bathtub. Gurgle gurgle. Chugu drank a bellyful of water unexpectedly, and stood up wet and embarrassed. The water dripping from her body was all red, and the water around her was also stained light red. Yi Nanyu's mouth twitched. "Is this what you call not dirty? This is the color of the clothes fading." Chugu, dressed in black, kicked her short legs, and was about to climb out of the bathtub. Yi Nanyu saw that Chugu was still stubborn at this time, and he was so angry that he directly took action. He pressed her head into the water and grabbed her. "Chugu, you just turned into a zombie, not garbage, understand?" Yi Nanyu's hands were very strong, and Chugu couldn't get away at all. He grabbed her, and she could only scream non-stop. The water in the bathtub splashed out, soaking Yi Nanyu. "You take off your clothes or I do it." Chugu shuddered when she heard this, and hugged her chest nervously with both hands. "You go out, I wash myself." "Why cover it? It's not like I haven't seen it before," Yi Nanyu said calmly. If Chugu wasn't a zombie now, and wouldn't blush, she would definitely blush at this moment. Go out, don't force me to eat you. Chugu glared at Yinanyu with a fierce look on her face. For some reason, Yinanyu suddenly laughed. A deep laugh overflowed from his thin lips, with a hint of cheerfulness. Chugu was stunned. Seeing his smile, she seemed to be dreaming back to their happy times a few years ago. His smile was the most dazzling she had ever seen, and he could charm a large number of girls. She once thought that they could go to the end, but he turned out to be an emotional liar. Chugu was fierce again. What are you laughing at? Get out of here. Yinanyu was used to her fickleness and didn't care. He rubbed her hair with his big hands. It's been a few years, and your temper is still so bad. Chugu was about to curse back, but he had already walked out of the bathroom. She was so angry that her teeth itched. This kid always teased her like a cat or a dog. When she found the second long-term ration, she would eat him first, so as not to be annoyed by him. Half an hour later, Chugu, who had no choice but to take a bath, walked out of the bathroom wearing a white bathrobe from the hotel. At this time, the sky was a little white, and it was almost dawn. Chugu could feel that her joints were getting stiffer and stiffer, and there were constant clicking sounds. He walked like an old man who was about to die, completely different from his flexibility at night. Come here. Yinanyu leaned against the head of the bed and waved at her. Chugu didn't want to go over, but her feet were not under her control at all. Her instinctive desire for flesh and blood drove her over. In the daytime state, except for her thoughts, her other behaviors were no different from those of a zombie, and she was extremely eager for flesh and blood. Although Chuji's body was moving towards him, her heart was extremely rejecting. Yinanyu, are you a beast? I turned into a zombie, and you're still willing to kill me. There's no good result when different species combine. Sit. Chugu was about to pounce on him on the bed, but he stopped her with a word. Sit? Chugu saw him pointing at the chair beside the bed, and sat down hesitantly. What for? Yinanyu smiled at her, and didn't say anything. 1 minute later. Ah, Yinanyu, you bastard, let me go. Why did you tie me up? Let me go quickly. Chugu was tied up on the chair by Yinanyu. She struggled and screamed. Yinanyu clapped his hands in satisfaction, and then laid down on the bed to sleep. If he didn't tie her up, he was afraid that he would have to worry about her drinking his blood and eating his flesh all the time when he slept. This heartless woman is untrustworthy. Hey, Yinanyu, get up. Don't you think it's too much to tie me up and sleep there by yourself? Yinanyu listened to Chuji's inner voice, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and soon he fell asleep amid her various insults. Chugu heard the steady breathing, and knew that he was really asleep, and his teeth were chattering with hatred. Yinanyu, you have guts. Chapter 13. It was already bright outside the window, and the sun was high in the sky. Chugu, who had been tied up for several hours, stared at Yinanyu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He still hadn't woken up. Was he a pig? At this time, a pigeon flew to the balcony cock. Its hair was bald, its skin was rotten, and its eyes were covered with white mist. It was obvious that it was a pigeon infected with the virus. It landed on the balcony railing, basking in the sun while combing its sparse hair. Chuji's cloudy eyes lit up. Roar. Brother Pigeon, please help me untie the rope. Unexpectedly, the zombie pigeon was furious when it heard this, and turned its head to look at Chugu angrily. Gugu. Who are you calling Brother Pigeon? His. Uncle Pigeon? Grandpa Pigeon? The more Chugu said, the more manic the zombie pigeon became. It walked back and forth on the railing, very angry. Chugu saw that it was still not satisfied, and suddenly thought of something. His. Oh, I understand. Handsome Pigeon. The name of Handsome Pigeon is okay. Although its image has nothing to do with being handsome, it is always right to flatter someone. Nowadays, a pigeon has become so arrogant. The zombie pigeon couldn't stand it anymore and screamed, Gugu. I'm a female. Chugu, It was so awkward. Hissing. Sister Pigeon, I'm so rude, please forgive me. Gugu. If you have something to say, just say it. No need for polite words. Gugu. Sister Pigeon is a straightforward person, haha. It's nothing big. I just want to ask you for a small favor. Help me peck the ropes, thank you. The zombie pigeon looked at the tied up Chugu. Gugu. I don't waste my energy. What's the benefit? Gugu. You helped me. How about I owe you a favor? The zombie pigeon tilted its head, thought for a while, and finally agreed. Coo. Deal. The zombie pigeon flew into the room, and its sharp beak pecked the ropes on Chugu. Chugu finally broke free from the ropes on her body, and stood up from the chair. She had been sitting for too long, and her joints were crackling. She looked at Yinanyu, who was still sleeping on the bed, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The zombie pigeon saw a handsome man who looked like a god on the bed. Coo. He tied you up, right? Is he your man? His. No, it's food. Coo. He didn't kill you even though you're a zombie. You can see that he has deep feelings for you. But you treat him as food. He's so pitiful. The zombie pigeon feels sorry for the handsome man. Chugu waved away the zombie pigeon standing on her shoulder. Hiss. Go away. What do you know, you slut? Zombie pigeon. Slut? Didn't you politely call her sister pigeon just now? It spread its wings and flew around the room, and returned to Chuji's shoulder. She took out a sharp western knife from her bag, reflecting a cold light. Goo goo. Fuck, you can still kill someone so handsome, you scumbag. Roar. Rations must naturally solve the master's food and clothing problem. A bloodthirsty red light flashed across Chuji's eyes, and she walked towards Yinanyu with a western knife in hand. His hands were very beautiful, with distinct roots, slender and clean, and beautiful bony wrists, with pale blue blood vessels buried under the skin. Chugu swallowed her saliva, her lips moved slightly, longing for the sweet and delicious blood. Before, because of disgust, she would use a knife to drain blood and put it in a glass before drinking, and her mouth would never touch anyone. But for Yinanyu, she was like a ghost last night, sucking and licking directly with her lips. She didn't feel disgusted or resistant at all, and she even felt it was not enough. Suddenly, Chuji's hand holding the western knife was grabbed by a big hand. She immediately came back to her senses, and met a pair of bottomless black eyes. Chugu, you are still not honest even after being tied up. The voice was slightly hoarse after waking up. Chugu was discovered, so he simply threw himself at Yinanyu. I'm so hungry, I want to have breakfast. The world spun around for a while, and when Chugu came to her senses, she had been wrapped up like a silkworm by Yinanyu in the quilt. Chugu rolled on the bed like a big white worm, struggling and struggling, but couldn't get free. Yinanyu thought it was quite cute, chuckled, and patted Chuji's head, the only part exposed. Bear with it for a while. I take you out to eat after I finish washing up. I don't want to go out. I want to eat yours now. I'm so hungry. I want to eat. Chugu rolled around in the quilt. Yinanyu ignored Chugu and got off the bed. His black eyes looked around the room and locked onto the zombie pigeon that was perched on the chandelier and watching the fun. The zombie pigeon was frightened by the murderous look and trembled. A lot of feathers fell off, and the already sparse hair became even sparser. It immediately spread its wings and flew out of the balcony. At this time, a very thin electric wire wrapped around its claws, pulling it to prevent it from escaping. Coo! The zombie pigeon felt the burning sensation on its claws and struggled hard. Its feathers fell even more, as if there was an invisible hair removal machine in the air. Chugu saw a small lightning rising from Yinanyu's palm, and it was obvious that the zombie pigeon was going to be killed in the next second, so she hurriedly called for a stop. Yinanyu, stop, don't kill it. Chugu, I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean I won't kill all zombies. It's my friend, please let it go for once, please. It's just a zombie pigeon, I want to kill it. Yinanyu's tone was fierce, but he didn't do it, just because of her words. It's my friend. Finally, he walked into the bathroom angrily. Bang. The door slammed shut. Chugu and the zombie pigeon were both shocked. Hiss. Why are you standing there? Why don't you leave quickly? Are you waiting to be killed? The zombie pigeon didn't know what happened, but it knew that it was her who saved it. Coo. You owe me a favor and saved my life. We are even. You are a righteous man. I will definitely be your friend. The zombie pigeon flew away after saying that. Chugu, bird friend. After Yinanyu washed up, he released Chugu from the quilt. Seeing Chugu was about to pounce on him again out of control, he took out his lightning whip and swung it at her. Chugu was so frightened that her body straightened up, and she dared not move. The whip passed by Chugu and hit the bedside table, which immediately broke into pieces. Do you want to be like this cabinet? Chugu. Crack, crack. Shook her head. Although she would not die if she was broken into pieces like that, it was too troublesome to sew it up, and she didn't want to. If you don't want to, just be honest, understand? Chugu. Crack, crack. Nodded, very obedient. Yinanyu saw her shaking head, afraid that it would fall off, so he didn't dare to scold her any more. Yinanyu took out a set of sportswear from the space ring and handed it to Chugu, who was still wearing a bathrobe at this time. I don't have women's clothes here, you were mine first, and I go to the street to collect some women's clothes for you to wear later. Chugu took the clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Yinanyu saw her old man's steps that were about to be buried, and a smile flashed across his eyes. He frowned again soon, looking annoyed, as if he was angry that he was always uncontrollably attracted to her. Chapter 14. After Chugu changed his clothes, he just stepped out of the bathroom door and tripped over his overlong trousers, falling heavily to the ground. As a result, his shaky head fell out directly, gurgle gurgle, and just rolled to Yi Nanyu's feet. Yi Nanyu's eyes gradually enlarged, and his pupils trembled as he looked at the head at his feet. Head fell off. Then something even more outrageous happened. Chugu climbed up without a head, and blood was dripping from the broken part. In the past, there were headless flies running rampant, and now there are headless zombies running rampant. Head, where is my head? It was not night, but the horror atmosphere was immediately full. With such a weird scene, other people would have been scared crazy. Yi Nanyu was calm except for taking a few breaths. His whole body was stiff, and he slowly bent down for a long time, stretching his hands towards the head at his feet. If you look closely, you can see that his hands are trembling slightly, which shows how much psychological impact this has on him. Yi Nanyu picked up Chuji's head, and her cloudy eyes looked at him, and her numb expression immediately changed to a wronged expression. Woo woo. Yi Nanyu, it's all your clothes that made me fall. I don't care. You have to take responsibility. How to take responsibility? Yi Nanyu asked with some deep meaning. Help me sew my head up, and then give me blood to drink, and this matter will be over. Chuji's mind was calculating. That's it? What else? Or do you feel guilty and want to give me more compensation? Chugu said happily. Yi Nanyu sighed and flicked Chuji's forehead with his finger. Fool. The headless body stretched out his hand to cover his forehead, but it touched nothing, which was very funny. Yi Nanyu's suturing skills are not comparable to Chuji's embroidery needles. He wore a mask and medical gloves, and he sutured Chugu seriously, looking like a young surgeon. The sutured wound was also flat and neat, with a small scar, unlike Chuji's suture that looked like a centipede. Chugu touched the scar on her neck with satisfaction, and after drinking a few more mouthfuls of blood, there would be no trace. She looked at Yi Nanyu's wrist, and the desire for flesh and blood in her eyes could not be hidden. Yi Nanyu took off his gloves slowly, put down his sleeves, and blocked Chuji's sight. Chugu quit on the spot. What do you mean? Didn't you promise to give me blood? Are you going back on your word? I promised to give you blood, but I didn't say it was my blood, right? Chuji's eyes widened, treacherous. Yi Nanyu shrugged indifferently at Chuji's abuse. Chugu couldn't do anything to him, so he could only regret that he didn't make it clear. Okay, you're as angry as a pufferfish. Let's go, I take you out for a good meal. Yi Nanyu rubbed her hair. Humph. Chugu opened his hand, and turned her head away to ignore him. Yi Nanyu smiled helplessly. I promise, the rations will taste no worse than mine. Chugu became interested and turned around. Really? Yi Nanyu nodded. Okay, I trust you again. If you dare to lie to me, I eat you. Chugu was threatening and fierce, and Yi Nanyu smiled. Can we go now, Miss Chu? Lead the way. Chugu waved her hand, like a general commanding a battle. If you ignore her stiff body, that was crackling. Leaving the hotel, Yi Nanyu took out a military vehicle directly from the space ring. It had bulletproof glass and a hard shell, and its defense performance was excellent. Yi Nanyu opened the car door and said to Chugu, who was walking slowly like an old lady behind him, "Get in the car, hurry up." As he spoke, 5 extremely thin electric wires emerged from his fingertips and instantly pierced through the heads of the 5 zombies that rushed towards him. Cruel means. Chuji's anus tightened and he quickened his pace, but the more anxious he was, the stiffer his limbs became. The whole person looked ferocious, and rushed towards Yi Nanyu with his fangs and claws. 7 or 8 zombies jumped out from the surroundings and rushed towards Yi Nanyu together. Chugu was caught in the middle, and suffered terribly. Roaring. Ouch, Grandma, you stepped on me. Who hit my waist? Damn, sister, your nails scratched me. Roaring. Don't push, calm down, companions. Listen to my advice, don't go over. That person is a big devil, you can't beat him. Don't die in vain. Chugu advised. Roar. You just rushed over. If you want to eat alone, just say so. A toothless old lady zombie said. Roar. That's right. If you want to eat alone, you should ask us if we agree. A fat zombie in a chef's uniform said. 7 or 8 zombies held Chugu and continued to rush towards Yi Nanyu. Their desire for flesh and blood made them roar continuously, and they were extremely manic. Yi Nanyu saw Chugu, who was about to be crushed to pieces by the zombies, and his black eyes shone. He stretched out his hand, and 5 extremely thin electric wires shot out from his fingertips. Suddenly, Chugu felt that the zombies fighting around him all stopped, as if they had pressed the pause button. Looking up, he could see that they were all pierced through the head by a very thin electric wire. Bang! Bang! They fell down one after another, and finally all of them fell down, leaving only Chugu standing. Chugu was amazed at what he saw. WTF, WTF, Yi Nanyu is awesome. At this time, Chuji's waist tightened, and an electric wire wrapped around her, and then she was pulled away from the pile of corpses. Ah! A touch of heat wrapped around her waist, and she was firmly caught. Okay, stop screaming. A deep voice sounded. Chugu stopped screaming and her heart covered her mouth, and only her eyes rolled around. Yi Nanyu saw that many zombies were coming, and he didn't dare to stop. He put Chugu in the passenger seat, and sat in the driver's seat. He stepped on the accelerator, and smashed the zombies that blocked the road into pieces. Chugu in the passenger seat swallowed his saliva. Friends, have a safe journey. 30 minutes later. Yi Nanyu stopped at the entrance of a large shopping mall. Immediately, many zombies surrounded the car and bared their teeth and claws. Bloody handprints were printed on the glass one after another. You said you took me out for a good meal, but you didn't mean to let me eat them. Chugu pointed at the zombies dancing around the car with a disgusted look. No, your rations are inside the mall. Yi Nanyu looked at the mall, a sneer on his lips, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 15. In the warehouse of the supermarket in the mall. At this time, the things in the warehouse have been swept away, leaving only the empty warehouse door closed. The lights inside are dim, and there are faint voices. Brother Bing, why haven't the dozen people sent out yesterday come back yet? That kid is alone. It doesn't make sense to take so long to deal with him. The man called Brother Bing had a lit cigarette in his mouth, looking unruly, and he was not a good person at first glance. The third brother and his men are getting more and more useless. They just went to grab a space ring, but they took so long. If my foot hadn't been injured, I would have gone there myself. The soldier looked at his bandaged foot. If he hadn't injured his leg when he killed a mutant, and wasn't suitable for chasing, it would have only taken him a few minutes to kill a brat with his power. They had long been targeting the supplies in this warehouse, but they were just a step late yesterday, and the brat who showed up halfway took them all. Not a single hair was left for him. I didn't expect that a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair would have a space ring in his hand. You know, a space that can store things is extremely valuable. Having it means that countless materials in the world can be collected at will. Such a good thing, he encountered it. Naturally, he couldn't let it go. He immediately sent out more than half of his people to intercept, and he was determined to take the space ring. I thought it was an easy thing. After all, the other party was only one person. Who would have thought that the person sent out has not returned yet? Brother Bing, do you think he is also a superpower? Brother San and the others are in danger. A yellow-haired man said. The people brought by the third brother are all very skilled. Even if that person is a superpower, it is impossible for him to kill the third brother and his dozen people at once. A flat-headed black boy said. 4 or 5 other brothers also nodded in agreement, thinking that what the black boy said made sense. What do you think, Brother Bing? The yellow-haired man asked. What Xiao Hei said is right. Even I am not sure if I can face more than 10 people like the third brother at the same time, let alone the guy with a pretty face. Brother Bing said. Old Third and the others must have been delayed by something. Wait a little longer. Just as Brother Bing finished speaking, someone knocked on the warehouse door. Everyone was delighted. It must be Brother Third and the others who are back. Brother Bing was also very happy. Go open the door quickly. Let's welcome our heroes back. Little Black and Yellow Hair immediately ran to open the door, and the heavy door of the warehouse slowly opened. A tall and a short figure appeared in front of everyone. Before Little Black and Yellow Hair could react, they were killed by the extremely thin electric wire piercing their heads. Bang! Bang! The 2 corpses fell one after another. The soldier's face changed greatly. It turned out to be the lightning supernatural with the strongest attack power. No wonder the third brother and his men never came back. This time, he might have hit a wall. Chugu circled around the 2 corpses, then looked at Yi Nanyu with a flat mouth, full of resentment. You lied to me. These 2 people look unpalatable. One has dyed yellow hair, and the other is black. People have no appetite at all. Yi Nanyu rubbed her forehead with a headache. No wonder she has the ability to evolve flesh and blood against the sky, but she is still a weak one. It seems that there is a reason. She is so picky, it's good that she didn't starve to death. Yi Nanyu, did you hear me? I don't want to eat this. I have no appetite at all. Yi Nanyu sighed and motioned her to look inside. There are a few more there. Don't worry, there must be something that suits your taste. Chugu looked inside. Her vision was not good to begin with. and with the dim light, she could only vaguely see a few figures. If you still can't satisfy me, you have to let me drink your blood. Well, you wait at the door, I go in and take care of it. Yi Nanyu walked into the warehouse after saying that. Chugu stood at the door obediently. Anyway, her main goal was to eat. Brother Bing, that guy is coming, what should we do now? The younger brother couldn't help shaking his voice. That guy killed 2 brothers in one move, and they were lying when they said they were not afraid. Brother Bing's palms were sweating with nervousness. Facing the lightning superpower, he had no chance of winning. Let's see if he can get away with it later. This little brother, who knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, the other party didn't give him any face and attacked directly. The extremely thin electric wire had already shot towards his head. After all, he was a superpower, so his reaction was quite quick, and he immediately rolled to the side. His 4 or 5 younger brothers were not so lucky. Their heads were instantly pierced by the electric wire, and they became corpses. But in a flash, only Brother Bing was left. All his younger brothers died. At this moment, he regretted provoking this king of hell. The sharp black eyes locked on him, and Brother Bing dared not breathe. Little brother, let's talk it over. I am a power superpower. As long as you let me go, I am willing to swear allegiance to you until death. No need. As the cold voice fell, a small lightning bolt struck at the soldier. The soldier quickly turned sideways, but was still a little slow, and his shoulder was struck by lightning. Bang! White light exploded. The soldier immediately fell to the ground, unable to bear it, and spit out a mouthful of blood. A large crack was blown open on his shoulder by the lightning, deep enough to see the bone. The amount of bleeding was huge, and in just a few seconds half of his body was dyed red, and the smell of blood filled the air. At this time, Chugu, who was waiting bored at the door of the warehouse, had a bloodthirsty red light flashing in his eyes, which was the smell of blood. Although it was still not as good as Yi Nanyu's, it was much better than ordinary ones. Chugu decided to choose him. Bing knelt on the ground, trembling with pain and sweating profusely. He didn't expect that as a superpower, he couldn't even get through a single move in the hands of the other party. Roar! He vaguely heard the sound of zombies. He thought he was hallucinating. After all, with superpowers around, how could there be zombies alive? At this time, he saw a pair of feet coming towards him, but the walking posture was a little weird. He looked up and immediately met the cloudy eyes. Ah! He was so scared that he leaned back and fell on his buttocks. It was really a zombie. And this zombie came with a lightning superpower. He saw it from a distance just now, and thought it was just an ordinary girl. He didn't care. Who would have thought it was a zombie? Didn't you say you were hungry? Eat quickly. Unlike the cold voice just now, Yi Nanyu's voice at this time was a bit indulgent and doting. When Bingu heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly. This man actually wanted to feed him to the zombies. After all, he was also a superpower. He really didn't take him seriously at all. In this case, he didn't need to be polite. I fight you. He jumped up and rushed towards Yi Nanyu, raising his fist and punching him. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but in fact, it contained huge power. When the fist was thrown, the waves caused by the compression of the air could be seen, which showed how strong the energy was. Yi Nanyu had a calm face, and a long lightning whip appeared in his palm, which he threw out fiercely. Ah! A scream broke the silence of the warehouse. The soldier was knocked out and fell a few meters away, choking on a mouthful of blood. He only had brute force, and he had no chance of winning against the most powerful superpower. A pair of long legs appeared in his sight, and he looked up and saw a cold face. He stared with horror at the extremely thin electric wire piercing his head, and died with unwilling eyes. Chugu saw that no one was moving, so he quickly took the food, otherwise it would be stale after a long time. Ah, it's over. I forgot to bring the food. Chapter 16. Seeing Chuji's bitter face, Yi Nanyu asked, What's wrong? I forgot to bring my eating utensils. Yi Nanyu. Woo woo, my goblet, knife and fork, thermos, red dates, wolfberry and codenopsis. Yi Nanyu pinched his nose with a headache. Okay, stop crying. They are all worthless things. If they're gone, they're gone. How can I eat without them? Don't you zombies just eat with your hands? Chugu rolled his eyes at him. I am an elegant zombie. Do you understand elegance? Yi Nanyu. He had never been so speechless. The scent of blood pulled at Chuji's nerves, and the desire for flesh and blood made the manic factor in her body boil. She was afraid that if she didn't eat, she would lose control. Forget it. Let's just make do with one meal today. She compromised. She squatted down beside the corpse, stretched out her pale and cold little hand, and grabbed the corpse's still warm hand. Yi Nanyu saw this, frowned slightly, and displeasure flashed in his eyes. Chugu lowered her head and sniffed the wrist of the corpse. The scent of blood filled her nose. Well, it shouldn't be difficult to accept. She didn't know that someone's face next to her was already as dark as it could be. Chu Ji's eyes flashed red, and he bit the corpse's wrist. Ding! An iron rod suddenly stretched out, and Chugu bit it. Chu Ji's eyes slowly moved to the side, and saw that it was Yi Nanyu who was making trouble, and her eyes were burning with anger. Yi Nanyu's eyes were a little vague, and he explained, I don't know if he took a shower or not, and whether he is clean or not. I think it's better to drink it in a cup. He didn't know why, but he remembered that Chu Ji's cold lips pressed against his wrist last night, and the tip of his tongue slid across his skin, bringing a numbness and trembling. When he thought that she would treat others like this, he felt so upset that he wanted to kill someone. You will get sick if you drink it directly. Let's drink it in a cup, okay? Yi Nanyu said gently. Chugu spit out the iron rod in her mouth, turned her head and spit out a mouthful of blood foam. 7 or 8 white teeth lying quietly in the blood foam. Chugu, shock, Yi Nanyu, shock. Yi Nanyu, you have to compensate me for my teeth. Chugu roared and roared. Chugu squatted on the ground, holding her teeth and crying with a distressed look on her face. Wow! My teeth, how can I eat in the future? Wow! It's all Yi Nanyu's fault. I will never talk to him again. At this time, a stronger scent of blood than before spread out, and a red light flashed across Chu Ji's cloudy eyes. It smelled so good. A beautiful bleeding wrist was handed to Chugu, and a deep voice sounded, drink it, and your teeth will grow after drinking it. Chugu didn't have time to think about why he was willing to let her drink blood again. Her pale little hand held his big hand, and her gray lips slightly opened and took it in. The sweet and delicious blood instantly filled her mouth, and she drank it in big gulps, like a traveler walking in the desert who encountered a sweet rain. The blood slid down her throat, turning into strength to nourish every part of her body. The broken teeth regenerated, like tender bamboo shoots emerging from the ground, and the sutured part of her neck also began to heal. In just a moment, it was flawless and white, without a trace of scar. Chu Ji's face, which was full of lifelessness, actually showed a hint of redness, and she felt radiant. The blood could not be swallowed in time, and it slid down from the corner of her lips, revealing a seductive breath. Yi Nanyu's face turned slightly pale due to blood loss, but he did not rush her. He gently stroked her hair and patiently waited for her to drink enough. He knew he should not indulge her, but when he heard her say she would not pay attention to him anymore, he was so obsessed that he cut his wrist and took the initiative to let her drink blood. He also knew that he should stop in time, but seeing her satisfied expression, he couldn't bear to push her away. Fortunately, Chugu regained consciousness in time, otherwise Yi Nanyu would have been sucked dry by her. The tip of her tongue licked his wound, and in just a few seconds, it healed completely without any trace. Chugu clearly felt that the changes she had experienced after drinking Yi Nanyu's blood twice were extremely large, which she had never felt in other people's blood. Yi Nanyu's blood made her feel that a constant flow of energy filled her limbs, and she felt like she was reborn. Her stiff limbs felt more flexible than before drinking the blood, and the rotten wounds were also getting smaller, and even her gray-green dead face seemed to look better. These changes are visible to the naked eye. She didn't know that when she drank blood, she was also absorbing Yi Nanyu's superpowers. This is also the reason why she can't feel the energy in the blood of ordinary people, because those people are not superpowers. Yi Nanyu discovered this phenomenon last night, so today he brought her to find this superpower. While coming for revenge, part of the reason is also to evolve her. But I didn't expect that after all the twists and turns, he still donated blood. Chugu. Crack, crack. She twisted her joints, and stood up with a satisfied look on her face. Yi Nanyu, who had just felt extremely disgusted, now liked her very much. Yi Nanyu, I'm sorry, I was a little fierce just now, don't take it to heart, we are friends, so it's fine if the teeth are broken, these things will never affect our relationship. You didn't say that before you gave me the blood. Yi Nanyu exposed her without giving her any face. Ah, what did you say? Wait a minute, I'm going to the toilet first. Chugu ran out of the warehouse, like he was escaping. Yi Nanyu looked at Chu Ji's ferocious back, and shook his head helplessly and smiled. Wait! Do zombies need to go to the toilet? Zombies naturally don't need to go to the toilet, so Chugu used the excuse of coming out to actually wander around the mall. From time to time, he would meet a companion and exchange a few words. Just then, a female zombie staggered towards him with a big hole in her stomach, and her intestines were dragging on the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Chugu said kindly. Sister, your intestines are dragging on the ground. Do you need my help? I'm very good at sewing wounds. No, my appearance is shocking enough to the enemy. It's quite shocking. Chugu nodded. But are you sure you're okay? Chugu looked at the big rat jumping up and down and biting in the belly of the female zombie with disgust. The fat head and big ears. It can be seen that the food is very good. Roar. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to eat. I'm feeling very hungry lately. The female zombie walked past Chugu with strange steps. The mouse in her stomach popped its head out and chirped at Chugu twice. Its hair was full of maggots. Chugu was disgusted and had goosebumps all over his body. He left quickly. Chapter 17. Chugu came to the floor where clothes were sold. She was still wearing Yi Nanyu's clothes, which made her look like a child wearing adult clothes. Although she was a zombie, she still had to look good. This floor looked like a tornado had blown through it, with clothes and garbage scattered all over the floor, and dried blood everywhere. Compared to the supermarket, which was completely sold out, this floor was relatively good. After all, the end of the world has come, and the most precious thing is food, and jewelry and fancy clothes have become a burden. Survivors usually come to the mall to collect food directly from the supermarket. No one would risk their lives to come to this floor to take these clothes. Fortunately, Chugu is now a zombie, so she has no worries at all. She can pick and try anything she wants until she is satisfied. Chugu began to enjoy shopping in the end times, going from counter to counter. She picked up the clothes and tried them on. If she found something she liked, she would go to the fitting room to try it on. If she was satisfied, she would put it in the bag, and if she was not satisfied, she would throw it away. In just 10 minutes, Chugu collected a large bag of clothes that she was satisfied with. She was in a good mood today. She hadn't worn a skirt for a long time. A French-style dress. The long sleeves and the length of the skirt effectively cover her rotten parts. Although she is not tall, she has a very good figure, and the waist design further highlights her slender waist. She is simply standing, and her unique temperament is also very eye-catching. Back then, she fought through the crowd of beauties, and successfully won the title of Dongda Campus Beauty for 4 consecutive years. She has a pair of peach blossom eyes, with pink at the end of her eyes, and her pupils are particularly bright. Her nose is high. The red lips are moderately thick and beautiful, and the lip shape is beautiful. When she smiles, she is curved, revealing a standard 8 teeth. Her skin was flawless and fair, radiant and youthful. The school even put her photo on the enrollment brochure as a facade. Alas, a hero never brags about his past achievements. Chugu sighed as he looked at himself in the dressing mirror. Turbid eyeballs, dead face, dull red lips. Where was the charm of the past? Bang! Bang! The sound of corpses falling one after another came. All the zombies wandering around went to the stairs. Obviously someone was coming. Chugu thought it was Yi Nanyu who came, but he heard the voice of a stranger. Baby, stand behind me. I take care of these disgusting zombies first. You can choose any brand name clothes here. A male voice sounded. Well, you have to be careful then. A tender voice followed. Then, there was the sound of fighting. Chugu admired this guy. It was the end of the world, but he still brought a woman to pretend to be, well, romantic. I just don't know if his strength is strong enough. Out of curiosity, Chugu walked towards the fighting and saw a young man from a distance, slashing zombies with an ice sword in one hand, and shooting ice blades at zombies rushing from a distance with the other hand. No wonder he dared to bring a woman to take these cumbersome things. It turned out that he was an ice-type mutant. Indeed, except for mutants, ordinary zombies are not a threat to mutants. There are not many zombies on this floor, about 10 or so, but they were cleaned up by the man in just a moment. Chugu didn't want to get involved, and just wanted to hide, but the man found her at this time and shot an ice blade at her. She quickly hid in the shop next to her. She has an immortal body, so she doesn't have to hide, but she doesn't want to add scars to her body that has been repaired with great difficulty, and she is in a good mood today. It's rare for her to wear her favorite skirt, and she doesn't want to get it stained with blood. Hearing footsteps approaching outside the store, Chugu quickly picked up a fisherman's hat in the store and put it on his head. The big brim of the hat immediately covered most of his face, revealing only his small chin and lips. Lin Howren rushed into the store and was about to shoot an ice blade to kill the zombies, but suddenly stopped. There were no zombies, only a woman. She had her back to him, and was trying on the clothes in her hand in front of the dressing mirror. Although her face could not be seen, she could see that she had an excellent figure, especially her thin waist, which seemed to be so thin that one hand could circle it. Lin Howren's fingers moved slightly, and he actually had the urge to go forward and embrace her. "Howren, are you done?" Lu Zhener stepped into the store. She didn't expect that there was another woman besides Lin Howren. Seeing Lin Howren staring blankly, disgust flashed in her eyes. This Lin Howren is really a dog that can't change its eating habits. He can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. If it weren't for the end of the world, she would never accept Lin Howren as a dog licker because he is a superpower. Howren, who is she? Where are the zombies? Although Lu Zhener was disgusted in her heart, she still maintained a gentle image on the surface. Lin Howren did not look at her, but kept staring at Chu Ji's back and shouted, "Hello, are you a survivor too? This mall is very dangerous, are you alone?" In order not to arouse suspicion, Chu Gu had to turn around. She did not move, but stood there and pointed at her throat, then shook her hand. Lin Howren immediately understood, "You can't speak?" Chu Gu nodded, trying her best to suppress the roar of the zombies in her throat, hoping that they would leave quickly. When Lin Howren heard that she couldn't speak, the dirty thoughts in his eyes immediately emerged. Not being able to speak means that they can play quietly, and no one knows. "Baby, go pick your own clothes first. This woman is a little suspicious. I stay and question her," Lin Howren whispered to Lu Zhener. How could Lu Zhener not see his thoughts? After all, he has done this more than once or twice. She would not stop him, but she was very happy. After Lin Howren vented outside, she would not have to do that kind of thing with him for a while. "Okay, be careful." Lu Zhener looked at Chu Gu with disdain before leaving. It's the end of the world, and she's still dressed up. She deserves to be humiliated by men. She will have to deal with the aftermath later. It's really troublesome. Chu Gu has been observing from under the brim of her hat. Seeing the woman's eyes before she left and the undisguised desire in the man's eyes, she knew what would happen next. Ha ha. These days, there are always ghosts who think their lives are too long. Chu Gu hooked her finger at the man in a wicked way, and then walked stiffly into the fitting room behind him. Lin Howren was completely obsessed with sex at this time, and didn't notice Chu Ji's stiff body at all, just looking at her invitation. "So you're a slut." He unbuckled his belt, and rushed into the fitting room impatiently, but he didn't expect that what he faced was not the beauty gradually loosening her belt, but the sharp claws piercing his throat. Blood splattered, and Chu Ji's eyes lit up red. Lin Howren suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Chu Gu with bloodshot eyes. He didn't expect that she was actually a zombie. He, a superpower, fell into the hands of an ordinary zombie. He was unwilling. He was so unwilling. Chu Ji's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. "Go to hell." She pulled out her claws, and a large amount of blood spurted out of Lin Howren's throat. The small fitting room was stained with red spots around it, and more of it was sprayed on Chu Gu. Lin Howren fell to the ground with his hands covering his bleeding neck, staring at Chu Gu with ferocious eyes. There was a huge wave of hatred inside. Chu Gu was not afraid of his eyes, and slowly took apart a writing pen, throwing away all the pen core and pen cap, leaving only an empty tube. She blew a breath into the empty tube, feeling somewhat satisfied, and then held it in her mouth, under Lin Howren's horrified eyes, and stabbed it into his wound. Gulp gulp. Drank blood. Chapter 18. Chu Gu didn't expect this man to be disgusting, but his blood tasted good. Although it was not as good as Yi Nanyu's, it was much better than ordinary people's. Since she was not Yi Nanyu, Chu Gu naturally had no worries, and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. The energy-rich blood continued to enter her body, and her body was changing. Tender flesh was growing on the rotten part, and the wound was shrinking little by little. The dry and flat cheeks swelled up, collagen was restored, and the blue-gray color faded little by little. Not enough, she needs more blood. Chu Gu held the bloody pen tube and inserted it into Lin Howren's heart artery, and blood immediately spurted out like a faucet. Lin Howren's pupils bulged, and his face was distorted by pain, which was very scary. The light in his eyes disappeared, and he was completely dead. Chu Gu continued to drink blood without being affected, and felt the changes in his body with his heart. For a while, there was no other sound in the small fitting room, only the sound of swallowing. Lu Zhener did not go far, just to the shop next door. Although all the zombies were cleared, she was still afraid not to go far. While picking clothes, she listened to the noise next door. Except for the few loud noises at the beginning, there were subtle noises afterwards, and now there was no sound at all. I guess the job is done. Lu Zhener raised her mouth in disdain. As expected, he is still a premature ejaculator. She put down her clothes and prepared to go find him, but suddenly her body shook, looking at the person walking in front of her in disbelief. It was him. A huge surprise rushed to her heart, and Lu Zhiner ran out. Yi Nanyu followed Chu Ji's breath to find him, but suddenly a woman jumped out from nowhere and blocked his way. He frowned and said coldly, "Get out of the way." Lu Zhiner's face froze slightly, and then she said anxiously, "Yi Nanyu, don't you recognize me? We are college classmates, and we used to do research together in school. My name is Lu Zhiner. Have you forgotten? Why did you drop out of school suddenly? I heard from my classmates that you went back to High City. I contacted you many times, but you didn't answer. Later you changed your number. What happened to you? It's great, I didn't expect to see you again." Yi Nanyu looked at the inexplicable woman in front of him and chattered a lot, with impatience in his eyes. He still had to go find Chu Ge, the squeamish girl, and he didn't have time to listen to her nonsense. Yi Nanyu ignored her and walked around her. He smelled the blood in the air, his dark eyes deepened, and he walked towards it faster. Lu Zhiner saw Yi Nanyu leaving and quickly shut up. When she saw him walking towards Lin Hauren, her face changed slightly. If Yi Nanyu saw that scumbag Lin Hauren humiliating a woman, he would definitely think that she was also an accomplice. No, she has secretly loved this man for several years. Since God has let them meet again, she will not miss it again. Lu Zhiner chased after him. She tried to hold Yi Nanyu, but he dodged her. She didn't care. "Yi Nanyu, let's leave quickly. Don't go over there. There was an ice-type superpower just now. I saw him bring a woman into the fitting room. If we go over and ruin his good thing, we will definitely be in trouble. Let's go quickly." Lu Zhiner directly brought up the identity of the superpower, hoping that Yi Nanyu would retreat. Most people would be very afraid of superpowers when they saw them. After all, they couldn't afford to offend them. But Yi Nanyu is not an ordinary person. When he heard that the ice-type superpower brought a woman into the fitting room, his black eyes suddenly turned cold, and his brows were full of gloom. He pushed away Lu Zhiner, who was blocking him, and walked quickly over there. As soon as he stepped into the store, a strong smell of blood hit him. He glanced around with his black eyes, and stopped at a fitting room. Bright red blood seeped out from the crack of the door. Lu Zhiner came, and saw a lot of blood flowing out from the crack of the door. She looked disgusted. She didn't expect that Lin Hauren, this scumbag, would play so big this time. He was just a mute, he didn't even scream, he died miserably. Lu Zhiner saw Yi Nanyu was about to walk over. She was so scared that she quickly grabbed his sleeve and begged, "Yi Nanyu, let's go, we can't beat the other ice-type mutant, I'm so scared. Let's leave here, okay? We must leave before Lin Hauren comes out, otherwise Yi Nanyu might be in danger." Although Lin Hauren is a scum, his strength is obvious to all. Not only can he kill zombies, but also mutants. "Get out of here." Yi Nanyu violently shook off Lu Zhiner's hand, causing her to fall to the ground with such force. He didn't look at her again, and walked forward to push open the fitting room. Lu Zhiner saw that it was too late to stop him, and she quickly thought of a countermeasure in her mind, thinking about how to deal with Lin Hauren, the scumbag, next. The door of the fitting room slowly opened, but was blocked by something when it was only halfway open. The half-open door was enough to see the situation inside. Lu Zhiner met Lin Hauren's ferocious eyes, and screamed in fear, "Ah!" She struggled to retreat. Lin Hauren was actually dead. Lin Hauren, an ice-type superpower, was actually killed by a woman. Chu Ge was interrupted from eating. He raised his head unhappily, and shot a cold gaze at Lu Zhiner. Lu Zhiner touched Chu Ji's cloudy eyes, and suddenly widened her eyes in fear, and shouted sharply, "She is a zombie, that woman is a zombie." Seeing that Yi Nanyu was unmoved, she hurriedly got up and wanted to go forward to pull him back. "Yi Nanyu, danger, that woman is a zombie, she is eating people." Suddenly, she paused, her pupils trembling as she watched Yi Nanyu squat down in front of the female zombie, and reached out to help it remove the hair from its mouth. She heard him say to it, "Didn't you eat enough just now? Why did you eat again after a while?" "Okay, don't stare at me, I won't rush you, eat slowly." Yi Nanyu stepped out, and the door of the fitting room closed again, covering the bloody scene inside. Lu Zhiner looked at the horrifying scene in front of her in shock. A chill ran from the soles of her feet to her head, chilling her bones. Yi Nanyu was so close to a female zombie, and even condoned her cannibalism. Is he crazy? That is a walking corpse without humanity. Yi Nanyu shot his cold eyes at Lu Zhiner, with a look of disgust. "Get lost." Lu Zhiner's face was pale, her lips trembled, and she found her voice after a long while, and said, "It is a cannibalistic zombie. It killed the ice-type mutant." "So what?" Yi Nanyu said calmly, not caring at all. "It is a monster, we should kill it, otherwise it will kill us." Lu Zhiner shouted loudly. "This kind of monster should die, and should not live in this world. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes shone, and he was about to take action to deal with this annoying woman. Suddenly, the familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded behind him, with the dryness and hoarseness of not speaking for a long time. Give you a chance, come. Kill me. Yi Nanyu's back stiffened, and he turned around quickly. Chugu had come out of the fitting room, and was standing behind him. He was not sure if he was hallucinating. How could Chugu speak? Chugu stared at Lusioner and spoke again. Kill me. Chapter 19. Yi Nanyu definitely heard Chugu talking this time. Her flesh and blood evolved faster than he thought. The blood of just one superpowered person could make her evolve into a language. If there were 2 or 3 more, I couldn't imagine how horrible she would evolve to. Unlike Yi Nanyu's surprise, Lusioner felt extremely scared at this time. It was unheard of for a zombie to speak human language. Being stared at by its gloomy eyes, she couldn't help but retreat in horror. Give you a chance. If you don't want it, then don't blame me. The dry and hoarse voice was like a death warrant, instantly making Lusioner break out in a cold sweat. She saw the zombies attacking her, and her face turned pale as she ran towards Yi Nanyu. Save me, save me. Just halfway through her run, Lusioner stopped and choked on a mouthful of blood. Puff. She opened her eyes wide in horror and looked at the arm that pierced her chest from behind. Save me. She tried to reach out to Yi Nanyu, and blood came out of her mouth. Bang. She was thrown out, and a bloody path was rubbed on the ground. Lusioner was lying on the ground, and the big cut on her chest was bleeding rapidly, spreading under her body, panting in pain. At this time, she seemed to have seen something horrible, and her pupil shrank. She recognized the face completely exposed under the brim of the hat. The only school beauty of Dongda University, who won the title for 4 consecutive years, the face printed on the enrollment brochure. Lusioner suddenly remembered that time when 4 of them were doing research on a topic. One of the male students from another place asked Yi Nanyu. Asked him why he came to such a faraway school to study. At that time, Yi Nanyu said that he was moved by the enrollment brochure of Dongda University. The classmates all laughed, surprised that someone like Yi Nanyu could joke, and it was quite humorous. After all, who would choose a school without looking at the major and the teachers? Who would come all the way to study just because of an enrollment brochure? But now Lusioner knew that he was not joking that time, and was moved by the enrollment brochure of Dongda University only because she was on it. It turned out that she lost from the beginning. Lusioner's mouth twitched, and she smiled bitterly, then her pupils dilated, and she died miserably. Chugu shook the blood off her hand with disdain. Just by smelling it, she knew that this blood was not good to drink. Yi Nanyu took her hand, and wiped the blood off her hand with a handkerchief. Leave this kind of thing to me next time, he said lightly. Chugu raised her eyebrows, and said unexpectedly, You are not angry? Her throat was too stiff and dry, so she changed to speak from her heart. Don't you know each other? I killed her, aren't you angry? No, Yi Nanyu said without raising his head, as he continued to wipe Chuji's hand. Oh! Chuji's mouth curled slightly. Chugu looked at himself in the dressing mirror, and his appearance had changed drastically compared to before. The gray dead face had completely faded, revealing pale skin. Although it was not as rosy as a normal person, it was at least not scary. The stiff dead face could also make expressions, and the sunken cheeks regained collagen, and were bouncy. If you don't look at her eyes, you can't tell she's a zombie. Her stiff limbs are more flexible than before. Yesterday, she was still a zombie who wouldn't turn even if she bumped into a telephone pole, but now she can walk almost like a human. I guess at night when zombies are most active, her agility will be even better. Most importantly, she can speak. After becoming a zombie, the language function disappears, and all she can do is roar. She has forgotten how long she hasn't spoken. Flesh and blood evolve, so terrifying. Why not go back and have another good meal while the man in the warehouse is still alive? Chugu is a man of action. Where are you going? Yi Nanyu asked. It's shameful to waste food. Wait for me here. I go to the warehouse to finish the rations. No need to go. Chugu stopped and looked at him in confusion. Did you eat? Yi Nanyu, shock, in order to prevent Chugu from saying anything disgusting to him, Yi Nanyu took out something from his space ring and threw it at her. Chugu took it warm. It turned out to be a blood bag. Hey, the ration just now. Did you collect his blood? Yes, there are more than 10 bags, so you don't have to worry about me every day. Chugu was moved and cried to death. The reserve food would actually collect rations for her. How could such a reserve food not be loved by the master? I have decided to suck Yi Nanyu's blood once a day in the future. I will never let him feel that the master has ignored him. Yi Nanyu was dumbfounded. Is she talking like a human being? Yi Nanyu picked out the crystal core in Lin Howren's head and put it together with the one he got from the warehouse. If zombies evolve by blood and flesh, then the humans evolve by these crystal cores, absorbing the energy in them and strengthening themselves. In this in times where the weak are the prey of the strong, no matter if you are a human or a ghost, you will be beaten if you are not strong. It is obvious that Yi Nanyu is the one who gets beaten. Yi Nanyu dug out the crystal core, looked at Lin Howren's body, and considered whether to make some hand-torn human meat jerky for Chu Gu. After all, it's not good to drink blood without eating meat. Didn't you see that she was so hungry that her face turned pale, and her hands and feet were cold? It must be because she didn't eat meat and didn't have calories. Besides, didn't she like to eat hand-torn beef jerky the most before? It was obvious that Yi Nanyu was also a man of action. He took out a bone-cutting knife from the space ring. He touched his chin and thought about which part to cut. Yi Nanyu, what are you doing? He looked at the corpse with a deep face. Chu Gu asked while drinking the blood bag. I want to make some meat jerky for you. Chu Gu was startled. What meat jerky? Do you like thigh meat or breast meat? Yi Nanyu asked seriously. Chu Gu glared at him. Do you believe I will spit blood on you to death? Don't like it? I like you, don't I? Do you want to make you into meat jerky? I might consider eating it. I'm clean and fragrant. Boiled meat should taste better. Chu Ji's eyes widened, looking at Yi Nanyu like a devil. Are you serious? You know you're not serious, but you still ask. Yi Nanyu glanced at her calmly. Chu Gu, shock, when did Yi Nanyu start joking? Since you're here, you're also short of clothes, so choose some for yourself. Yi Nanyu said. Any amount is fine? Chu Gu perked up. Yes. After getting Yi Nanyu's approval, Chu Gu swept through the clothing area like a Japanese invader entering a village. Anyway, with Yi Nanyu's space ring, there was no need to worry about having no place to put it. After packing up her clothes, she happily changed her blood-stained skirt and put on a new one, looking young and beautiful. She put on a pair of sunglasses to cover her cloudy eyes. People who don't know her would never be able to tell that she is a zombie, and would think that she is a young lady who is out shopping. Some time ago, her whole body was rotting, she gave up on herself, and didn't dress up properly. From today on, she, the beautiful Chu, is alive again. Bang! Chu Gu, who was still pretending to be cool in the last second, got her feet tangled in a piece of clothing in the next second, and fell heavily. Paw! Chu Gu looked at the two front teeth lying quietly in the palm of her hand. Woo! Yi Nanyu, my teeth fell out again. Chu Gu raised her head, and showed Yi Nanyu her teeth, with two missing front teeth, while crying. Yi Nanyu stumbled and quickly held something to steady himself. Woo! Yi Nanyu, hurry up, cut your wrists, I will grow teeth if I drink. Crackle. Something was knocked down by something and became a mess. Chu Gu, Yi Nanyu? What about a big Yi Nanyu? Chapter 20. In the end, Chu Gu did not drink Yi Nanyu's blood, but drank another bag of blood and grew teeth again. But at least today's harvest was rich. Chu Gu followed Yi Nanyu out of the mall with satisfaction and prepared to go home. As a result, he found that the military vehicle they parked at the door was gone. Yi Nanyu, where is the car? Didn't you park it here? Chu Gu was dumbfounded. It's obvious that someone broke it. Yi Nanyu looked unhappy. There were so many abandoned cars on the road, but he chose his, which showed that the other party had a good eye. His car had been modified, and its performance, safety, and anti-theft were all first-rate, but the other party was still able to pry his car away, which showed that he was not simple. He might also be a superpower. What should we do? Where can we find the thief? Just when the two were at a loss, a zombie pigeon flew over and landed on Chu Ji's shoulder. Ku. Hi, friend, we meet again. Chu Gu turned her head and saw that it was the pigeon's sister who untied her rope. Roar. Go away, I'm not in the mood to chat with you now. Gugu. Well, let me guess, your car was stolen, so you were in a bad mood. Chu Gu looked at it in surprise. Hiss. How did you know? The slow brain turned and glared at it. Hiss. Did you steal it? Tell me quickly. The zombie pigeon raised its wings and slapped its head. It was a speechless event. What should I do if this friend has a worrying IQ? But what else can I do? She is its first zombie friend. No matter how stupid she is, I have to accept her with a smile. Gugu. I know where the thief who stole your car went. I can take you to catch the thief. Chu Gu immediately smiled. Hiss. Sister pigeon, good friend, you are a good friend. Zombie pigeon, ? That's not what you said when you glared at me just now. Chugu happily reported to Yi Nanyu immediately. Yi Nanyu, good news. Yi Nanyu interrupted Chugu, I know, time is tight. Let the zombie pigeon lead the way. Chugu was shocked, and then looked at Yi Nanyu with a distressed face. When did it happen? Yi Nanyu was confused by her question. What when? When did you become a zombie? Sorry, I didn't notice it. You must be in pain. Chugu felt extremely guilty. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve and blew his nose. Yi Nanyu, question mark. Zombie pigeon, question mark. Chugu felt sadder and sadder. He hugged Yi Nanyu and burst into tears. Wow! My food reserves, I am so pitiful. The food reserves I found with great difficulty turned into the same kind. This is too tragic. Yi Nanyu was very touched at first, but when he heard her voice, he was completely shocked. Okay, stop howling like a butcher. I didn't turn into a zombie. Chugu raised her head from his arms in a second, without a single tear on her face. What did you say? I didn't turn into a zombie. So how did you understand the zombie language I and Sister Go were talking about just now? Yi Nanyu pinched his nose with a headache and said, I don't understand your zombie language. I guess based on your expression, because everything is written on your face. Chugu pushed Yi Nanyu away angrily. You bastard, you tricked me into tears and made me sad. It's because I'm sad that if I turn into the same kind of person, I can't suck blood. Yi Nanyu sneered. You, big shot, what are you talking about? Chugu pretended to be stupid. Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu with a sullen face and gritted his teeth. Sometimes I really want to strangle you to death. Chugu blinked innocently. She was a walking corpse without thoughts. She didn't understand human words. Zombie pigeons flew in front to lead the way, and Yi Nanyu rode a motorcycle with Chugu following behind. Abandoned dusty vehicles and aimlessly wandering zombies can be seen everywhere on both sides of the road. The whole city seemed to have lost its vitality, with weeds growing out of the cracks in the ground and moss growing on the floor tiles. The shop signs on both sides of the street fell off, glass shards were scattered all over the ground, and everywhere was dilapidated and desolate. The motorcycle shuttled through it like an arrow, raising a burst of dust. The zombies on both sides of the street only felt a shadow passing by in front of their eyes, and took a bite of dust. Chugu sat in the back seat, hugged Yi Nanyu's waist tightly, and felt the wind and speed. It was just not friendly to her hair, blowing it like a madman. After driving for about 20 minutes, the motorcycle entered a villa area and finally stopped in front of one of the villas. Zombies should be cleared frequently in this area, and no zombies were seen for the time being. This villa is surrounded by high electric fences, like an iron barrel. Goo-goo. We've arrived, this is it. Who knew that the zombie pigeon would stop on the electric fence when there was no good place to stop? Zizi. A burst of electricity rushed through, emitting the smell of burning hair, and the zombie pigeon fell head over heels. Fuck. Shit. Chugu blurted out in fear. Her voice was dry and hoarse. She quickly jumped off the motorcycle and picked up the zombie pigeon that fell on the ground. Scream. Sister Pigeon, are you okay? How are you? The zombie pigeon's hair was burnt, it became pitch black, and smoke was coming out of its mouth. Yi Nanyu, please save it, it seems to be dying. Chugu shouted. Yi Nanyu put the motorcycle back into the space first, and he couldn't make the same mistake again. He walked over with his long legs, took out a bag of blood from the space ring, and handed it to Chugu. When the zombie pigeon saw the blood, its dull eyes slightly brightened, and it let out a weak cry. Goo goo! Who knew Chugu took the blood bag and drank it by himself? Zombie pigeon, question mark. Isn't it for me? Yi Nanyu. Shock. Chugu gulped the blood bag while shaking the zombie pigeon in his hand. Woo, Sister Pigeon, don't die. Yi Nanyu, why are you still standing there? Save Sister Pigeon. Sister Pigeon, who was about to be shaken to death, I really thank your whole family. Yi Nanyu, He had no choice but to take out another blood bag from the space ring and hand it to Chugu. Here. Thanks. Before Yi Nanyu finished speaking, she was interrupted by Chugu. She spit out the empty blood bag in her mouth and wanted to put a new blood bag into her mouth. Yi Nanyu quickly stretched out her hand to stop him. This is for the zombie pigeon. The zombie pigeon looked at Yi Nanyu gratefully. There are still good people around. The blood bag was in front of him, but he couldn't drink it. Chugu immediately pouted and looked at Yi Nanyu pitifully. Hungry, so hungry. The zombie pigeon was looking forward to Yi Nanyu grabbing the blood bag and then giving it to it. But the next second, he saw Yi Nanyu retract his hand, drink slowly. Is one bag enough? Zombie pigeon. Shock, it hates people without principles. Chapter 21. In the end, Chugu drank 5 bags of blood, and the zombie pigeon drank 1 bag of blood, a very equal distribution. The zombie pigeon had never drunk such delicious blood before, and after drinking it, it was revived with full blood on the spot. It decided to hold on to its friend's thighs, follow her to eat delicious food and drink spicy food, and reach the peak of life. As the saying goes, fools have foolish luck. According to its friend's IQ, there will be great blessings waiting for him in the future. Gugu. You wait here, I go in and find out what's going on. The zombie pigeon was very active, thinking that if it got hurt, it would still have blood to drink, which was worth it. Hiss. Then go ahead, remember to keep calm, I ring the doorbell for you. Yi Nanyu hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute. The zombie pigeon also stopped him. Coo. Wait a minute. Ding dong ding dong. When the doorbell rang, a man and a bird were petrified. Where did you say to keep calm? Soon, there was a noise inside, as if someone was rushing over here. Yi Nanyu helped Chugu put on her sunglasses and pulled her behind him. Don't talk for a moment, just stay behind me, I take care of it, okay? Yes. Chugu nodded obediently. Yi Nanyu glanced at the zombie pigeon. It immediately understood and flew away. Yi Nanyu listened carefully to the footsteps inside. There were quite a few people. Before knowing the opponent's strength, for the sake of caution, don't take action if possible. The door opened. Yi Nanyu hadn't even spoken yet. Swish. More than a dozen guns were pointed at them at the door. Yi Nanyu. Shock. Chugu had never met someone who played such a big game right from the start, so he raised his hands in fear and surrendered. Yi Nanyu, raise your hands quickly. Do you want to die? Yi Nanyu then slowly raised his hands. Come in, be honest. A sturdy man at the front shouted fiercely. Yi Nanyu looked back at Chugu. Chugu nodded. Then the two raised their hands, and walked into the villa honestly under the gunpoint. Bang. The door closed again. The zombie pigeon perched on a telephone pole witnessed the whole process, and walked around anxiously. Gugu. It's over, it's over. Although it didn't know what those people were holding, it knew that if it was hit on the head by that thing, it would die. It had seen many zombies, and people die like this. Gugu. No, I have to find help to save my friend. She is the first zombie friend I made. She can't die like this. The zombie pigeon flapped its wings and flew away. Yi Nanyu and Chugu walked in the courtyard of the villa, and saw their military vehicles parked there. It seems that the zombie pigeon did not lead them the wrong way. I just don't know why the other party invited them in, with such a big ceremony without asking for the reason. Anyway, it is definitely not to invite them for tea. You two, please have tea. 2 cups of tea were placed on the table in front of Yi Nanyu and Chugu. Yi Nanyu, shock. Chugu, shock. Our lady will be here soon. You two wait patiently. The fierce and sturdy man stepped aside and said nothing. Yi Nanyu looked at the interior of the villa, which was luxuriously decorated and magnificent. There were no less than 10 men standing guard around, indicating that the defense was strict. The only strange thing was that there was no woman at all, and even the servants who came and went, serving tea and water were all men. Could it be that the young lady mentioned by the man just now didn't like women? At this time, the crisp sound of high heels came from the stairs. Duh. Duh. Then the men in the room bowed their heads in the direction of the middle staircase, and said respectfully, Young lady. This scene was just like the gangsters meeting the eldest sister-in-law on TV, very handsome. Yi Nanyu and Chugu looked over and saw a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, about 27 or 28 years old. She was wearing a green embroidered cheongsam, and her every move showed her gracefulness. Facing such a beauty, Yi Nanyu's eyes did not show any ripples, as if he was not looking at a beauty, but a piece of wood. Chugu kept staring at the woman's face, and there seemed to be doubt in his eyes. The cheongsam woman walked downstairs, and walked towards the sofa. Then she sat down opposite Yi Nanyu, and the others in a graceful manner. With a light and elegant smile on her face, she was not aggressive, which made people feel good about her. Chugu wrinkled her nose slightly. When the woman sat down, she seemed to smell a familiar smell, but when she smelled it carefully, it seemed that there was no smell. She kept staring at the woman's beautiful face, and always felt that this woman's face was a little strange. It was like it was not her face. Chugu muttered in her heart. Yi Nanyu, who was sitting next to her, had his dark eyes deepened. At this time, the cheongsam woman's soft voice sounded. Just now I saw 2 distinguished guests ringing the doorbell, so I asked someone to invite you in, but they were usually rude, so they were a little rough when inviting the distinguished guests in. Please forgive me. As she spoke, Chugu felt even more strange, as if she was wearing a mask. The skin on her face didn't move, but the flesh underneath was moving. We are the ones who disturbed you. Miss, you are generous and don't care. We should thank you. Yi Nanyu said politely. He was like a well-educated nobleman, with a handsome face that made people unable to take their eyes off him. The Cheongsam woman smiled and said, You are a guest. There is no need to disturb me. My name is Su Ying, and I am the host here. Welcome you. Hello, my name is Yi Nanyu. Her name is Chu Gu. Then who are you? Su Ying looked at the two of them. Yi Nanyu was about to speak when Chu Gu answered first. Sister, sister. She uttered the two words hoarsely. Yi Nanyu's face darkened slightly, and he didn't say anything. Oh! Su Ying smiled and said, I thought you were a couple. Ms. Yi, is the light here too glaring? Do you need me to ask someone to turn on the soft light? Su Ying asked caringly, staring at the sunglasses on Chu Ji's face, something passing through her eyes. Miss Su, I'm sorry, my sister is blind. She was afraid of scaring everyone, so she wore sunglasses. Yi Nanyu said. Chu Gu kept smiling on his face, thinking in his heart, Yi Nanyu, you are the blind one. Why don't you find a better excuse? I am as beautiful as a flower. Who would believe it? I don't believe it, unless you take it off and show it to me. A young man walked in from outside the villa and said loudly. Chu Gu adjusted his sunglasses, with a calm face, but in fact he was roaring in his heart, Yi Nanyu, look, I was right. I am as beautiful as a flower. No one would believe it. Now it's good, you dug a hole for yourself. The young man who walked in was about 25 years old. One of his arms was actually a metal arm. He looked handsome, but the bottom of his eyes were dark blue, obviously due to excessive indulgence. The young man sat down next to Su Ying, put his arm around her waist intimately, and said happily, Xiao Qian, did you see the car in the yard? That car has first-class defense, performance, and safety. I saw it, and brought it back for you. You will have an extra layer of protection when you travel in the future. You are thoughtful. Su Ying smiled and nodded. That stupid car owner must have been dumbfounded when he saw that the car was gone. I easily took away the first-class anti-theft car, haha. The young man laughed triumphantly. He didn't know that the stupid car owner was sitting opposite him. Yi Nanyu looked at the young man opposite with a sullen face. Haha, very good. No wonder his car was easily stolen. It turned out to be a gold-type supernatural person. Sensing Yi Nanyu's eyes, the young man said to Su Ying with disdain, Where did you find this cat or dog? He has no manners at all. He wears sunglasses in someone else's house to show off. I think he is a liar. When he spoke, his eyes swept over Yi Nanyu and Chu Gu, especially when he saw Yi Nanyu's handsome face. His face was gloomy. Yao Yang, you can't be so rude to the guests. Apologize to them. Okay, I apologize. Chung Yaoyang looked at Yi Nanyu and Chu Gu opposite. I'm sorry. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and the metal arm suddenly stretched out towards Chu Ji's sunglasses. Yi Nanyu's face turned, and he made a lightning move to intercept the metal arm. Chu Gu looked at the metal arm in front of her, very calm, as if she was a blind person who couldn't see. This brother's way of apologizing is really special. Yi Nanyu sneered, no longer polite, and accumulated lightning in his palm and jumped into the metal arm. Ah! Chung Yaoyang screamed in pain and pulled back the metal arm. The metal arm occasionally passed by electric wires. Lightning-type mutant. Said in surprise. Chapter 22. Su Ying's eyes flashed when she heard the word lightning power. She slapped Chung Yaoyang fiercely with her backhand. Pa! I usually indulge you too much, and you are getting more and more unruly. Get out. Chung Yaoyang covered his cheek, his eyes full of hurt, as if he couldn't believe that she actually hit him. Xiao Qian. Get out. Su Ying said fiercely, and a green light flashed in her eyes. Yes. Chung Yaoyang's eyes had a green light, and all the emotions in his eyes disappeared instantly, becoming numb, and he lowered his head and retreated. Yi Nanyu watched quietly. Something flashed in his eyes. Sorry, the people below are ignorant. Miss Yi is not scared. Su Ying smiled gently. She was completely different from the one just now. Chu Gu shook her head, and in order to eliminate Su Ying's suspicion, she took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes with white eyes. She can twist her head 360 degrees, and her eyes are even easier. If there is no blood, she can dig it out and put it back. Su Ying's hand suddenly tightened, not because she was scared by Chu Ji's eyes, but staring at Chu Ji's completely exposed beautiful face, with fanaticism in her eyes. Found it, the face she had always dreamed of. Su Ying's mouth curled up a strange smile, and her facial features looked extremely gloomy. Why does this woman look scarier than a zombie like me? Chu Gu touched the goosebumps on his body. Yi Nanyu looked at Su Ying, his black eyes flickering with something. We have disturbed the young lady for a long time, and we have also drunk the tea. We will not disturb the young lady anymore. Yi Nanyu pulled Chugu up, and was about to leave. In the face of unknown danger, he did not want her to be in it. Suing stood up, and now she had regained her elegant and gentle appearance. Please wait, it's time for dinner, and I don't have anything to treat you, so let's eat first and then leave. No need. Yi Nanyu insisted on pulling Chugu away. Gotcha. More than a dozen guns were pointed at Yi Nanyu, and the others at the same time. Yi Nanyu Chugu, the ferocious man shouted. Didn't you hear what our lady said? Black Panther, you must not be rude to the guests. Suing pretended to be angry, but she didn't let the other party back down. Yi Nanyu and Chugu saw it. It seems that they have entered the tiger's den, and they can't get out of here unless they kill the tiger. Then they will see what these people are going to do. Since the lady insists on staying for dinner, it's hard to refuse the kindness, so I trouble the lady. Suing heard it, walked over gracefully, and took Chuji's arm intimately, like a best friend, smiling like a flower. No trouble, I'm so happy. How can I trouble you? It's been a long time since a girl came here. I'm so happy to see Miss Yi. When Suing approached, Chugu frowned. This time, she really smelled that familiar smell again. This smell can only be found in zombies that have been eating flesh and blood for a long time. But Suing is not a zombie. Chugu can sense it. There is only one explanation. Miss, the meal is ready. You can eat, the servant said respectfully. Okay, go down. Suing took Chuji's arm and walked towards the restaurant, saying very patiently, You must try the rare steak later, it is very tender and juicy. I guarantee you will love it after eating it once. When they arrived at the restaurant, Chugu saw the beautifully presented bloody steak on the table, and a feeling of nausea rushed straight to her head. She would not mistake the smell. No matter how beautifully it was presented or cut, it could not cover up the fact that it was human flesh. In the end times, zombies eating people is not scary, but people eating people is scary. Yi Nanyu noticed that her expression was not right, and asked her what was wrong with his eyes. The meat on the table was human flesh, and these people were eating human flesh. Yi Nanyu's black eyes trembled slightly, and his face darkened. Things might be far beyond his imagination. Hurry up and sit down, don't be polite. Suing warmly invited them to sit down. Yi Nanyu quickly hid his emotions and said calmly, Miss Su, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, we are vegetarians. Chuji's dead face is her strong point, and wearing sunglasses, it is hard to see any expression. Suing did not force it, and said sympathetically, It's a pity that such delicious meat cannot be eaten. I asked someone to cook some noodles for you. She is considerate, gentle, and with her pretty face, others will definitely like her more. But in the eyes of Chugu and Yi Nanyu, they only think that she is so deep and terrifying. Miss Su, you don't have to work hard. We are a little tired. Can you arrange a room for us to rest? Yi Nanyu knew that the other party would never let them leave, so it's better to stay and let the other party relax. Suing seemed very satisfied with this, and smiled and nodded, of course. Turning around, he told the people below, Black Panther, take the distinguished guest to the guest room to rest. Yes, miss. Black Panther bowed his head respectfully. Come with me. Yi Nanyu and Chugu followed Black Panther and left, with a gloomy look following them. Chugu and the others followed Black Panther to the second floor, and stopped at one of the rooms. You live in this room. Black Panther pointed at Yi Nanyu, and then said to Chugu, Yours is over there, follow me. Yi Nanyu held Chugu, We can just live in the same room. My sister has eye problems, and can't take care of herself. I have to be by her side to take care of her. But, before Black Panther finished speaking, Yi Nanyu pulled Chugu into the room and closed the door. Bang. Black Panther, in the room. Who are you saying can't take care of themselves? You are the one who can't take care of yourself. Chugu changed his dead face just now, and pinched Yi Nanyu's neck with a ferocious face, and shook him. Yi Nanyu raised his hands, and let her go crazy. Okay, Chugu, why didn't I notice you were so stingy before? This is just an excuse. Is it necessary to be so angry? You said I was blind, I endured it, but now you say I can't take care of myself. Doesn't this fairy have to save face? Chuji's patience is limited. Okay, little madman, instead of worrying about face, you might as well worry about our current situation. Yi Nanyu stretched out his hand, and rubbed her hair. Chugu slapped Yi Nanyu's hand that was rubbing her hair, and said indifferently, If you want to worry, it's you who should worry. It has nothing to do with me. Anyway, I'm dead and can't die anymore. If I die, your food reserves will be gone. Don't you really care? Yi Nanyu said calmly. Chugu paused. It would be terrible if the food reserves were gone. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed out with her teeth and claws bared. No matter what they are doing, I'm going to eat them now, and make them regret coming to this world. Chapter 23. Yi Nanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether he should be happy that Chugu cared about him, or sad that Chugu only treated him as a reserved food. He lazily reached out and grabbed her collar. Chugu, who touched the door handle, bounced back immediately. Why are you stopping me? I'm going out to eat them. You rush out like this, do you want to be beaten into a sieve? Chugu was deflated like a balloon when he heard the word beaten into a sieve. What should I do? At this moment, a big rat with bulging eyes and a ferocious face felt that its territory was invaded, and suddenly jumped out of the hole in the corner of the wall and bit Yi Nanyu's feet. Yi Nanyu easily stepped on the zombie rat under his shoe. Gigi. The zombie rat made a sharp cry. You don't stay in the cave, but you want to die. Yi Nanyu was about to crush the rat with his foot. Wait. Chugu stopped him. I have something to ask it. Yi Nanyu didn't know what she had to ask a rat, but he didn't crush the rat to death. Chugu squatted down, looked at the zombie rat under his shoe, and tried to communicate with it. Roar. Brother rat, I want to ask you something. As long as you tell me what you know, we will let you go. Gigi. What do you want to ask? The zombie rats are simple-minded and trust their own kind without hesitation. The zombie rats are talking, so Chugu naturally follows suit. She reaches out and pushes Yi Nanyu's feet. Yi Nanyu, let go of my rat brother, hurry up. Yi Nanyu looks at Chugu like a psychopath. Rat brother? There's a pigeon sister in front and a rat brother behind, and her circle of friends is full of monsters and ghosts. The zombie rat was released, and it immediately moved away from Yi Nanyu and hid in the cave. You look so ferocious, you scared my rat brother so much. Chugu scolded. Yi Nanyu looked innocent. Me? Ferocious? Chugu came to the cave entrance and lowered his head to shout. Roar. Brother rat, come out. Don't be afraid. No one dares to do anything to you with me here. The zombie rat then poked its head out tremblingly. Chiji. What do you want to ask? Roar. What secrets are there here? Tell me what you know. Chiji. ####. Chugu was dumbfounded. Roar. You said a lot of nonsense. I didn't understand a word. Can you sort out the logic first? Gigi. ####. Oh my god. Chugu slapped her head in pain, but still couldn't understand. The zombie rat talked for a long time, but Chugu didn't understand, and it became anxious. It bit Chuji's shoelaces, and wanted to take her there personally. Yi Nanyu. Brother rat said he would take us to find the secret. What do you say? Chugu asked Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu frowned slightly. We are two living people. Such a big target. We will be discovered as soon as we walk out of the room. It won't work. The zombie rat seemed to understand, and ran under the bed and said to Chugu, Gigi. Come here quickly. Chugu looked under the bed, and there was a big hole in sight. Claw marks were clearly visible on the edge of the hole, and there were dark old bloodstains. Hiss. Did you dig this? Chiji. No, this hole was already there when I came here. Maybe it was dug by other rats. Hiss. Where does this lead to? Chiji. It can lead to any place in this villa. The zombie rats have already explored it. Chuji's eyes lit up. Scream. Wow, someone handed me a pillow just when I was dozing off. She turned around and waved to Yi Nanyu. Come here. There is a secret passage here. Chugu, wait. Before Yi Nanyu could stop her, Chugu had already followed the zombie rat into the hole. He looked at the big hole under the bed and frowned. The diameter of the hole was big enough for a person to get in. It could not have been dug by a mouse or a cat. As for what it was, he intuitively felt that it was not that simple, and it was very likely that the thing was in the hole. Yi Nanyu's eyes deepened. Chugu had already gone in. Now that he knew something was wrong, he had to go in and try. Cold and smelly. This was the smell in the cave. As a zombie, Chugu felt that it was too cold inside, and the smell made her want to vomit. Hearing the movement behind her, she knew that Yi Nanyu was following her. She couldn't stand it, and Yi Nanyu, who was obsessed with cleanliness, could imagine it. Yi Nanyu, are you okay? Yi Nanyu's gritted teeth came from behind. Chugu, nothing good has happened since I met you. Chugu heard Yi Nanyu, who had strict family education, start to swear, so you can imagine how bad he is now. Chugu sympathized with Yi Nanyu for a second, and then climbed faster. The long passage, I don't know where to climb to. Fortunately, it didn't take long before I saw a light in front of me. Yi Nanyu, hold on a little longer, I see a light in front of me. Not only was there light, but there were also sounds coming from above. Crackling, like the sound of hitting and smashing. Chugu moved gently and climbed to the bottom of the cave. The light was sprinkled from above, and she stuck her head out. Like the cave they entered just now, this cave was also opened under the bed. Obviously, this was also a room. Now they came to another room from the previous room through the secret passage. There was someone in this room. Through the gap under the bed, a pair of feet could be seen walking around in the room. There were a lot of things on the ground, and it could be seen that the person was angry. At this time, Yinanyu also climbed up, and the two of them, like groundhogs, sneakily poked their heads out of the cave. At this time, an angry voice sounded, and it turned out to be the voice of the gold-type superpower just now. So what if you are a lightning superpower? So what if you are handsome? I will never allow you to seduce Xiaoqian away. Xiaoqian loves me. She is mine. No one can take her away. But Xiaoqian hid me. She hid me for that boy. Ah! With a violent shout, a table was overturned. Bang! Chugu curled his lips in disdain. This is a man crazy about love. Love-brained, but you have to dig wild vegetables. I won't let him go. I'm going to kill him, and everyone who opposes me must die. The sinister voice echoed in the room. Chu Ji's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty red light. If he wanted to kill her to store food, then she would kill him first. Yinanyu, I kill him. Yinanyu quickly grabbed her and pulled her back into the cave. Gold-type superpower, with your current ability, not only can you not kill him, but you will also alert the enemy. Yinanyu whispered. Then you go kill him. Chu Ji's tone made it seem like killing a gold-type superpower was as easy as cutting a watermelon. Just a casual cut, and he'd be dead. Chapter 24. Yinanyu was so amused by Chugu that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing her stupid and dumb look, he couldn't bear to yell at her. Killing him is not urgent. The most important thing now is to find out the secret here. Yes, the secret, I almost forgot. Chugu slapped his slow head. Yinanyu, you are good, now you are as smart as me. Yinanyu, Gigi. Come on, follow me. The zombie rats were calling in front. Chugu and Yinanyu began to climb the passage again. This time it took a little longer than before the light was seen again. This time the cave was not under the bed, but under the sofa, and there was a pair of feet in high heels right at hand. The owner of the feet was sitting on the sofa at this time. Through the gap in the sofa, Chugu and the others saw that this was the sofa they were invited to sit on when they first came in for tea. That is, the living room of the villa. The owner of the feet must be Su Ying, because there was no other woman in this villa except her. The meat today is really good. Is it the one from a few days ago? Su Ying's voice rang out. Yes, miss. It was the voice of Black Panther. You are indeed good to be young. You have a pretty face, and the meat tastes delicious. You are really enviable. So much. Su Ying's voice lost its chillness at this time, revealing a gloomy feeling, especially the last 4 words, which made people feel creepy. This woman feels so perverted. There is no place for her in the zombie world. I am the first to disagree, Chugu complained. Yinanyu, Miss, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you keep the 2 people here and not just take action? The voice of the Black Panther sounded. It's not easy to meet a face you've always dreamed of. Naturally, you have to make her happy to keep her face as beautiful as possible. I won't allow fear or panic to destroy any trace of beauty. Su Ying seemed to be in a good mood and chuckled. Su Ying's words confused Chugu, but she felt a chill on her back for no reason. She could make her back as a zombie feel cold. Good, this woman successfully attracted her attention. Yinanyu on the side had a deep look on his face, and I don't know what he was thinking. Miss, that lightning-type psychic seems a bit tricky. Will it be difficult to control? Don't worry, he can't escape from my palm. He can only surrender to me, and in the end, he will love me like his life, like the gold-type psychic. It's been a long time since I saw such a handsome man. I can't wait to taste him. He is the most powerful psychic, but I don't know if he is that strong in bed. I hope he won't disappoint me. Chugu was disgusted by the woman's lewd words, especially when the man she coveted was her ex-boyfriend. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, as if she had eaten hundreds of flies. Yinanyu was not someone a perverted and ugly woman like her could touch. Yinanyu, wait, I will tear this disgusting woman apart for you, Chugu said viciously. Hearing Chu Ji's words, Yinanyu's dark face suddenly cleared up, the disgust in his heart dissipated, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Okay. Yinanyu's low voice sounded in Chu Ji's ears, with an unusual magnetism. Chu Ji's ears were numb, and he turned his face to the side uncomfortably. Yi Nanyu was too foul. Even if you don't look at his face, his voice alone can easily provoke people to commit crimes. Duh. Suddenly, a small stone at the edge of the cave loosened and made a sound. Chugu and Yi Nanyu's back stiffened. What's that sound down there? Su Ying's sharp voice sounded, and she quickly moved away from the sofa. Chugu and Yi Nanyu saw a pair of leather-shod feet coming over, kneeling down with their hands on the ground, and slowly leaning down. They were about to be discovered in the next second. At this critical moment, the zombie rat jumped out. Gigi. The Black Panther jumped up in fear, and quickly took out his gun to shoot. Bang bang bang. The zombie rat's small body was flexible, and dodged the bullets, and finally got into the rat hole in the corner. It's these damn rats again. I must pull out all these dirty things and destroy them one day. Su Ying finished cursing, and then walked out of the hall in high heels. The Black Panther also left without checking under the sofa. Chugu breathed a sigh of relief, thanks to Brother Rat, otherwise we would have been discovered. Yi Nanyu pulled Chugu back into the cave. We have to hurry up. The longer it takes, the more dangerous it is to be discovered. Yeah. Chugu and the other man continued to climb along the long passage. They didn't know where they were going next. Duh. The strange thing was that they could always hear the sound of high heels coming from above. It seemed that Su Ying was walking on top, and they were crawling below. The trajectory was the same. As the sound of high heels stopped, a light appeared in front of them. Chugu and Yi Nanyu poked their heads out of the cave, and saw a dressing mirror. Su Ying was looking in the mirror and making faces. She complained. It's all because of that damn mouse. My face wrinkled. Suddenly, she began to take off her clothes. Chugu immediately covered Yi Nanyu's eyes. Young boys should know how to protect themselves outside. They should not look at things they shouldn't look at, otherwise they will get sty. Yi Nanyu let Chu Ji's cold little hand cover his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As Su Ying took off her clothes, she stood naked in front of the mirror. Her skin was delicate and fair, and her perfect figure was visible. The next second, Chugu suddenly opened her eyes wide, her mouth opened unconsciously, and she looked at Su Ying in shock. She reached behind her back, and her skin was torn open. In just a moment, a complete human skin was perfectly peeled off by her. Su Ying, who had beautiful skin and a perfect figure just now turned into an old woman with loose skin and flesh. The beautiful face was no longer there, replaced by a wrinkled and old face. Among the old ladies, she is not considered a pretty one. Let's just say that if she goes out to dance in the square, no old man will be interested in her. It is such an old woman who covets the beautiful Yi Nanyu. Thinking of this, Chugu suddenly felt more disgusted than eating hundreds of dung. That 20-year-old gold-type superpower user is crazy about such an old woman. And looking at the dark blue and swollen eyes, it is obvious that he has indulged in sex. This old woman has such great charm that a young man is crazy about her and indulges in sex. Chugu is simply a knife pulling his ass, opening his eyes. Su Ying threw the human skin in her hand on the ground with disdain. Obviously, before today, this was the human skin she was most satisfied with. More beautiful human skin has appeared. The gloomy voice echoed in the room. Chapter 25. After hearing what Su Ying said, and combining it with what she had just seen, Chugu kept shouting in her heart. She was not referring to me when she said new skin? Fuck, don't disgust me. Chugu felt her scalp tingling. She was a zombie, and she felt ashamed of herself in front of this disgusting and wretched old woman. But to be honest, her vision was not bad. My skin was indeed 1 in a million. Chugu nodded in agreement. Yi Nanyu roughly knew what was going on through Chu Ji's voice, but he didn't know that the other party was an old woman with flabby flesh. So when Chugu released the hand covering his eyes, his pupils suddenly dilated, and 1,000 horses ran through his heart. Thinking of being coveted by such an old woman, he suddenly felt unclean and nauseous. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Su Ying went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she was hugged. Xiao Qian, I love you. Cheng Yaoyang kissed Su Ying hard, pressed her against the door, and the two kissed passionately. Chugu and Yi Nanyu, who poked their heads out of the cave like groundhogs, had their pupils trembling, which showed that they were greatly shocked. Are others as good as me? If others are good, I can satisfy you. You are the best, give it to me. Chugu and Yi Nanyu hid in the cave with a look of rage on their faces. The two looked at each other and vomited at the same time. Very well matched, it is recommended to lock them up. Chugu wiped his mouth and said, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Yi Nanyu's face turned pale from vomiting. After a second of silence, the two turned their heads and vomited again. Fortunately, they were having a hot fight up there, and didn't notice the movement below. Wow wow wow. Yinanyu, I don't want my eyes anymore. Chugu collapsed. My eyes hurt so much, I need to see an ophthalmologist now. Yinanyu covered his eyes, veins popping out on his forehead. As the noise above got louder and louder, Chugu and Yinanyu fled the scene in a panic. They probably didn't want to recall this irritating scene again in their lifetime. As he went deeper into the passage, Chugu felt even colder than before, and the fishy smell became stronger. He had a hunch that there must be something ahead. At this moment, Chugu suddenly stopped and looked ahead in horror. A humanoid figure was hanging upside down above the passage. It looked like a skinned person, with bright red skin exposed and bloody and disgusting. It seemed to be sleeping, and did not move. Strangely, Chugu could not sense the breath of its kind on it, which meant that it was not a zombie or a mutant. What on earth was this thing? Did it dig this cave? Yinanyu frowned and looked at the monster in front of him, and whispered 2 words, strange corpse. What's a zombie? Chugu asked in confusion. She had heard of zombies and dead bodies. What is a zombie? This person was tortured before death, and had great resentment after death, so he rose from the dead. A zombie is smarter than a zombie, and has more agility. You said it is smarter than us zombies? Absolutely impossible. We zombies are the most powerful. Chuji's focus is always strange. She defends her race for no reason. Yinanyu, what should I do now? Should we go over there? Or should we go back the same way? Didn't you say that you zombies are stronger than it? Just go and kill it. Yinanyu said calmly. Just do it. I show you how strong we zombies are. Chugu rolled up his sleeves and rushed over. 1 minute later. Yinanyu was dumbfounded as Chugu, who was very cowardly like a maggot, crawled under the weird corpse little by little. And he didn't disturb the weird corpse hanging upside down. Is this what she called strong? That's really impressive. Coward is also an impressive word. Yinanyu, come here quickly. It's sleeping like a dead pig. It's safe. Chugu waved his hand. Yinanyu's face was slightly stiff. It was absolutely impossible for him to crawl under the strange corpse. Don't even think about it. 1 minute later. Yinanyu, come on. It's coming soon. Just hold on. Yinanyu held his breath, leaned against the ground with his back facing up, and stared at the strange corpse above. He moved little by little with his shoulders. He was bigger than Chugu, and he almost brushed past the strange corpse. At this moment, the corpse's all-white eyes suddenly opened, and Yinanyu looked at it lovingly at close range. Yinanyu's scalp tingled, and he took the initiative to kick the defenseless corpse out. The corpse fell not far away, woo woo woo. It made a sound that sounded like crying and laughing, which was creepy. Give me back my skin, give me back my skin. The sad voice sounded extremely gloomy in the narrow passage. Chugu was surprised that this thing could actually talk. Give me back my skin. The sad voice suddenly became sharp. The strange corpse shot towards Yinanyu like an arrow, as fast as a ghost. Yinanyu used the lightning whip and swung it at the strange corpse. But the strange corpse was extremely fast, and could fly over the eaves and walls. The lightning whip could not catch its figure at all. In addition, the narrow passage restricted Yinanyu, and he could not move freely. Unlike the strange corpse, this place is its base camp, so it is too flexible. In the blink of an eye, the corpse came to Yinanyu. Give me back my skin. The corpse's sharp nails scratched Yinanyu's skin. It seemed to peel off his skin. At this time, a white little hand grabbed the corpse's skinless hand. Hee hee. Sister, calm down, you are also a corpse. I am also a corpse. We are also a family. If you have anything to say, let's talk it out. Chugu said stiffly and hoarsely. The corpse seemed to understand Chuji's words, and turned back to a sad look. Give me back my skin, give me back my skin. Woo woo woo. This cry made Chuji's hair stand on end, and he had goosebumps all over his body. You tell me who peeled off your skin. We go seek justice for you. The strange corpse stopped crying after hearing Chuji's words, climbed up the wall on all fours, glanced at Chugu, and then crawled forward, as if to take Chugu somewhere. Yinanyu, follow? Chugu turned around and said something to Yinanyu, then followed the strange corpse. The strange corpse led the way in front, and Chugu and Yinanyu followed behind. After about 7 or 8 minutes, they had reached the end, but did not see the exit cave. The strange corpse came to a place, and pushed up with his hands. A large floor tile suddenly opened a crack, and a faint light instantly sprinkled down along the crack. It did not open it all at once, but seemed to confirm that there was no one in the crack before it completely opened it. A large beam of light poured down. The strange corpse climbed up nimbly, and it looked back at Chugu, as if asking her to come up as well. Chugu and Yinanyu followed closely and climbed up. Crack, crack. After staying in the narrow passage for a long time, the joints of the body protested. Chugu twisted her neck, moved her limbs, and looked around. But when she saw a certain place, her pupils suddenly contracted, as if she saw something horrible. Chapter 26. Yinanyu's pupils also trembled slightly, and he was obviously shocked. All he saw in front of him were bloody, skinned women, who were hung on hooks like pigs in a slaughterhouse. Their skin was peeled off, revealing bright red skin, and blood was dripping. Some of them were still alive. Their bodies were in great pain, they kept moaning, and their bodies hanging in the air couldn't control shaking. Blood dripped onto the ground, forming a blood puddle. The pain of having their skin peeled off can be imagined, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is better to die than to live. In the corner, there was a pile of human bones. The knife marks and meat scraps on the bones showed that the meat had been removed manually. From one of the bodies hanging up, it was seen that the thigh meat of her legs had been removed, revealing the white bones. Judging from the freshness of the knife marks, it should be the steak that was just served on the table, and now it should be eaten by someone. No wonder there is no woman in the villa. It turns out that women here are like livestock. First, the beautiful skin is peeled off, and the remaining flesh becomes their food. It was unheard of, so cruel that it was outrageous. These people could no longer be called human beings, and it was more appropriate to say that they were evil spirits from hell. Woo woo woo. The strange sound of the corpse, which seemed to be laughing and crying, began again. It circled around those bodies, as if it could empathize with their pain. Yinanyu's eyes sank slightly, and extremely thin electric wires shot out from his fingertips, piercing through the heads of those who were still breathing, relieving them of their pain. I didn't expect that the old woman was so cruel, catching these young women, peeling their skins, making beautiful skins for herself, and then eating them. It was simply insane. Chugu felt extremely disgusted. At this time, the villa alarm suddenly sounded, resounding in every corner. Ring, ring, ring. Then a large number of footsteps came over here. We have been discovered, Yinanyu said. The ghost hurriedly lifted the floor tiles leading to the cave, and looked at Chugu anxiously with all white eyes, as if asking her to hide in. Chugu shook her head and refused, smiling. Sister. Sister, thank you. Wait a moment. I will help you. Revenge. Bang. The door was kicked open rudely. More than a dozen guns were pointed at Chugu and Yinanyu. The leader was still Black Panther. The strange corpse climbed up to the ceiling as soon as the door opened, and now it was lying on the ceiling like a gecko. No one paid attention to the top. It's a gun again. It's very annoying. Chuji's hoarse voice was gloomy. Raise your hands, be honest, or don't blame our bullets for being blind. Black Panther shouted loudly. If the lady hadn't ordered not to damage the beautiful skin, he would have ordered to shoot. Okay, scared, oh. Chugu had a weird smile on his face. Black Panther felt inexplicably terrified, and his hand holding the gun trembled. At this moment, a blood-red figure fell from above his head, and the sharp claws instantly tore his arm holding the gun. Ah! Black Panther screamed in pain, and his entire arm flew out, with a lot of blood spurting out of the broken part. Everyone was frightened by the sudden scene, and didn't react. Shoot, hit that monster quickly, Black Panther said angrily. All the firepower was aimed at the corpse at once. Bang, bang, bang. The corpse jumped up and down in the room very quickly, and the human eye could not catch its position at all. Chugu knew that the corpse was deliberately helping them to attract firepower, so he naturally could not let it down. It's time to eat. A bloodthirsty red light flashed in Chuji's eyes, and he shot towards the crowd like lightning. His sharp claws instantly pierced the throats of two people, and blood splattered. Yinanyu was naturally not idle either. The electric wires on his 5 fingertips fluttered, and he stretched out his hand. The electric wires instantly became like a deadly rope, taking away the lives of 5 people in a row. The corpses fell down with a bang. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They aimed their guns at Chugu and Yinanyu from the corpses, and were about to shoot. Black Panther at the back of the crowd shouted, "Capture them alive. Don't damage their beautiful skins." Chugu heard this and sneered, "Oh. Then. Thank you so much." She and Yinanyu started killing without any scruples. The corpses would occasionally sneak out and attack. As more and more people fell, let alone capture them alive, the crowd couldn't even touch a hair of Chugu and the others. Several groups of reinforcements had arrived, but they still couldn't catch the two. Black Panther's face became uglier and uglier. If this continued, they would probably all be killed by those two. He no longer hesitated and shouted loudly, "Shoot, kill them." Bang, bang, bang. The firepower was reopened, and bullets rained down. Chugu and Yinanyu grabbed one person to block their bodies, and retreated forward and backward. Countless bullets hit the two unlucky shields, and they died. They threw away the bodies in their hands, and quickly hid behind a pillar. Bang, bang, bang. The pillar was full of sparks. Black Panther waved his hand, and a group of people slowly surrounded the pillar. At this moment, the light in the room suddenly dimmed, and the windows seemed to be covered by something. Everyone looked over, and suddenly all the blood disappeared, and a chill ran straight from the soles of their feet to their heads. "It's a man-eating crow." Someone screamed in fear. "Fuck. Shit." Chugu was also scared. Why did these ancestors come again? The main thing about this thing is that there are so many of them. No matter whether it is a person or a corpse, they will eat it. Wherever they go, people are terrified. Yinanyu looked serious and said to Chugu, "Wait a minute, I will cover you, you find a chance to get away." "Wait, wait." Chugu looked at a place outside the window, surprise appeared in his eyes, and he said excitedly, "Fuck, fuck, Sister Pigeon is awesome." Among the crowd of black crows surrounding the window, a pigeon was mixed in, very conspicuous. It stood on a crow, which was a circle bigger than the surrounding crows, and it was obviously their leader. Yinanyu showed surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect a pigeon to live in peace with the ferocious crows. Bang! The window glass was broken, and a black mass of crows swarmed in. "Ah! They are coming in! What are you doing? Shoot now!" Black Panther shouted. The crowd was in chaos, and the guns were fired randomly without any rules. Such a huge number of crows could not be killed at all. Many people have been attacked by crows, and their sharp beaks kept pecking away their flesh. "Ah! Get out of here! Get out of here! Don't chase me! Go away! All of you go away! Ah! 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 My eyes, help! Help me!" People struggling and screaming could be seen in the tide of crows. They watched helplessly as the crows ate their flesh bit by bit, unable to stop them, and finally died in endless pain. There was not a single crow on Chugu Yinanyu's side, as if it was separated from the other side into two worlds. The strange corpse was chased by the crows, and when it saw that the crows did not attack Chugu and the others, it quickly moved closer to them. The zombie pigeon saw a bloody monster heading towards its friend, and quickly directed the Crow King under its feet to protect it. "Ku! You dare to hurt my friend, you're courting death." Chapter 27. Chugu saw Sister Pigeon leading a group of crows to attack the zombie with great momentum, and hurriedly stepped out to stop them. Hiss! "Sister Pigeon, stop, don't hurt it, it's my new friend." "Ku! Stop!" At the command of the zombie pigeon, the crows stopped. The zombie quickly hid behind Chugu and began to make a sound that sounded like laughing and crying, "Woo woo woo." It was scared to death. Chugu looked at Sister Pigeon, who was like a queen among the terrifying crows, and admired her very much. Hiss! "Sister Pigeon, I can't tell, your weight is quite big." The zombie pigeon raised its head, and put on a proud attitude. "Ku! Of course, don't you see who I am? When my friend is in trouble, I can't just sit there and watch." Hiss! "Excuse me, how do you drive these crows?" Chugu curiously asked. If he encounters a wave of crows again in the future, even if he can't drive them, at least he can't be attacked. The zombie pigeon suddenly became shy, as if embarrassed. "Ku! Nothing, just that, I hooked their leader." Chuji's jaw dropped in shock. "What?" Seeing the crow leader docilely combing Sister Pigeon's hair, she gave Sister Pigeon a thumbs up. "She is a role model for our generation. I admire her." Yinanyu: "Fortunately, I didn't kill Sister Pigeon this morning, otherwise I would have had another powerful enemy." Black Panther's face turned pale due to excessive blood loss. He watched his companions fall one after another, being pecked by countless crows, and finally turned into white bones. He was timid and turned around and ran away. At this time, a figure blocked his way. "Where are you going?" A hoarse and dry voice sounded, like a llama urging death. "Go to hell." Black Panther clenched his fist as big as a sandbag and punched it. It was just a woman, but she dared to block his way. Bang! A small hand easily blocked his fist. Cold, extremely cold, not the body temperature of a normal person. Chugu pushed the sunglasses on his face up his head, his cloudy eyes locked on Black Panther, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I am already dead." Black Panther's eyes widened in horror. It was a zombie. She was actually a zombie. The next second, he screamed. Ah! His arm was twisted into a knot by Chugu. He was shaking with pain and sweating. Chugu took out an empty pen tube and inserted it into the aorta on Black Panther's neck. A stream of blood spurted out immediately. Under Black Panther's extremely terrified eyes, Chugu leaned forward to hold the pen tube and drank the drink elegantly. I vomited just now, so it's a good time to replenish some nutrition. Let's have an appetizer first. After a while, the Black Panther was drained of blood and fell to the ground. Chugu held the empty bloody pen tube in his mouth, but he was not satisfied. His pupils were red and looked a little weird. The zombie pigeon saw its friend's unique way of eating and sighed that it was so cool. Yeah. Your zombie friend is really weird, said the leader of the man-eating crows. It has eaten at least 500 zombies and has seen countless zombies, but it has never seen such a weird zombie. It actually thought this zombie was elegant. The zombie pigeon pecked at the crow's head. Gugu. You are not allowed to say that about my friend, or I will dump you. The crow leader was immediately furious. Gugu. How dare you? The zombie pigeon slapped it with its wings. Gugu. You are so mean to me. The crow leader held his head with his wings and dared not fight back. Gugu. My queen, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Gugu. I will let you be mean. I will let you be mean. The zombie pigeon beat the crow leader, and feathers kept falling. Chugu and Inanyu, who were watching the domestic violence scene, brother, do you want to call the police? The crow brothers? The boss is so pitiful. Roar. Sister Pigeon, I leave this to you. I still have things to deal with. There are still a few shrimps and fish struggling to death, and it's only a matter of time to eliminate them. Coo. Well, go ahead. The zombie pigeon waved its wings like a queen. Chugu nodded, and she waved to the miserable corpse there. Sister, come here, I take you. To find the person who peeled your skin. The food she had just eaten helped her throat to improve a little, and she was now speaking more and more fluently. I believe that she will be able to be like a normal person soon. Chugu took the strange corpse, and went with Inanyu to find the disgusting old woman. When the alarm sounded, Su Ying and Cheng Yaoyang were in high spirits, and she was confident that Black Panther would handle it well, so she didn't need to do anything. So she had been in the bedroom with Cheng Yaoyang. After the incident, Cheng Yaoyang hugged Su Ying tenderly, and couldn't let go of her fair and smooth skin. She was still so beautiful. Innocent eyes like a fawn, delicate nose, rosy cherry mouth, oval face, as cute as a doll. Xiao Qian, I love you. Cheng Yaoyang had a satisfied smile on his face, and a kiss fell on Su Ying's wrinkled forehead. It seemed that it was not enough, and the wet kiss continued down. Imprinted on the loose eyelids, the flat garlic nose, the drooping corners of the mouth, and finally blocked the lips heavily. The two entangled for a while before separating. Black Panther should be done, I go and see. Su Ying got up from the bed. Cheng Yaoyang supported his head with one hand, lying on the bed, and saw Su Ying picking up the human skin on the ground and was about to wear it. He said, this human skin is not good looking, I will choose one for you. He got up from the bed after he said that, and his young body instantly attracted Su Ying's obscene eyes. Haha, it's great to have young handsome guys to play with. In the past, those old guys still despised her and looked down on her. She doesn't care. Now she has young handsome guys one after another. Thinking of the best today, Su Ying felt itchy. She didn't want to wait any longer. She wanted him to fall in love with her Chong Sam tonight. Cheng Yaoyang walked to the closet and opened the door. There was a row of human skins hanging inside. Among the many human skins, he accurately took out one of them. He touched the human skin in his hand lovingly, as if he was looking at a lover. He handed it to Su Ying. The others are ugly, only this one is the best. It looks exactly like you. Su Ying looked at the human skin in his hand, and a gloomy flashed in her eyes. Sure enough. Xiao Qian. Su Ying came back to her senses, put on a gentle smile on her face, and took the human skin in his hand. Okay, wear this one. Well, I love Xiao Qian the most. Cheng Yaoyang looked at Su Ying with love in his eyes. Chapter 28. After changing into human skin, Su Ying and Cheng Yaoyang walked downstairs, and found the villa surprisingly quiet. Could it be that Black Panther has not been dealt with yet? Hi! A hoarse female voice sounded. Su Ying and the others looked over and saw Chugu and Inanyu sitting lazily on the sofa drinking tea. They looked so relaxed, as if they were at home. Su Ying and Cheng Yaoyang's faces changed slightly. They could sit here safely without anyone in the villa, which meant that Black Panther and the others had met with an accident. Soon, Su Ying concealed all her emotions and smiled. Ms. Yi, did you have a good rest? She was still gentle and considerate, as if nothing had happened. She was just a hospitable host. Chugu saw Suing with a new look, and his eyes were disgusted. Damn. Old woman, don't be so old. Pretend to be young, wearing someone else's skin every day, don't you feel disgusted? Su Ying's smile froze, and then her facial features twisted, and she shouted sharply, "Who are you calling a dead old woman?" She hated being told she was old, and Chu Ji's words drove her crazy instantly. Full of wrinkles, loose skin, and old man smell. Am I wrong, old woman? Chu Gu sneered. Su Ying was so angry that she screamed, "Ah! I'm going to tear your stinky mouth apart. Bitch, you're looking for death." Seeing his lover being bullied, Chung Yaoyang attacked without hesitation, clenching his fist and stretching his metal arm to hit Chu Gu. Dang! An axe hit his metal fist, sparks flying. Crack! The axe handle broke. The metal fist smashed forward without any obstruction, and Yinanyu threw Chu Gu down in time to avoid the blow. A sinister look flashed across Chung Yaoyang's eyes, and the metal fist turned into a pounding hammer, smashing hard at the two people on the ground. Yinanyu embraced Chu Gu and rolled along. Bang! The pounding hammer smashed on the floor, leaving a big pit, and all the surrounding floor tiles were shattered. Yinanyu's black eyes were filled with terror, and his fist accumulated a huge thunder and lightning force, smashing it hard on the ground, and countless electric wires suddenly covered the sky and went towards Chung Yaoyang. Chung Yaoyang was shocked and stepped back repeatedly, but the electric wire was so fast that it wrapped around his feet and jumped into his body in a moment. It was as if a 10,000-volt current jumped through his body, and his whole body twitched and foam came out of his mouth. Soon, his whole body was stiff and fell straight down. From time to time, the electric wire could be seen jumping through his body, twitching. Su Ying's face was ugly. She didn't expect Chung Yaoyang to be knocked down with one move, and she said angrily, "Waste. Old woman, if you don't accept it, come on yourself." Chu Gu challenged. Su Ying locked her vicious gaze on Chu Gu and Yinanyu. "I hope you won't regret it later." Her voice was extremely sinister. Her eyes suddenly lit up with a dark green light, and the expression on Chu Gu and Yinanyu's face, who were locked by her gaze, instantly disappeared, replaced by a numb expression. It was as if he had lost his soul and turned into a puppet. Su Ying laughed wildly. "Haha. No one can escape my soul-stealing ability." She walked towards Chu Gu and Yinanyu proudly, with a crazy light in her eyes. She touched Chu Ji's face and said infatuatedly, "So beautiful, this face will be mine from now on. I will wear your perfect skin and continue to live a wonderful and beautiful life in this end times. It is your honor to be my skin." Then she cast her eyes on Yinanyu next to her, staring at him with undisguised disgusting desire on her face. "So handsome, let me love you." She pouted her lips and stood on tiptoe to kiss Yinanyu's thin lips. Chung Yaoyang, lying on the ground, saw his beloved woman about to kiss another man, and his heart was broken. "Xiaoqian, don't." At this moment, a shoe suddenly inserted, and Su Ying's pig mouth kissed the sole of the shoe that had stepped on shit. Before she could react, she was kicked down, and then there was a storm of punches and kicks. "Fuck, I can't bear it anymore. Fuck, fuck, fuck." Chu Gu spoke sweetly, and his punches and kicks were merciless. No matter how young Su Ying looked, she was an old woman at heart, and how could she be stronger than a young man? She was totally powerless to fight back, and was beaten so hard that she screamed in pain and looked for her teeth on the ground. 20 minutes later, Chu Gu stopped with sweat all over his forehead, but he still picked up the chair next to him and smashed it at Su Ying. Bang! The chair broke into pieces. Puff! Su Ying immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. "Fuck! I'm so tired." Chu Gu pulled a chair over and sat down tiredly. He fanned himself with his hands to calm the huge anger in his body. Su Ying lay on the ground groaning in pain. It hurt. There was no part of her body that didn't hurt. She didn't understand what went wrong, why her soul-stealing ability was ineffective against this woman. Her soul-stealing ability had never failed. No matter how powerful the superpower was, under her ability, they would become obedient. She was unwilling to give up. Her eyes locked onto Chu Gu again, lit up a dark green light, and used her soul-stealing ability. But Chu Gu still didn't feel controlled at all. She shouted in disbelief, "Not sure, absolutely impossible. No one has ever escaped my superpower. My superpower is the most powerful." Hee hee. Chu Gu smiled strangely. "What a pity. I am not a human." Su Ying widened her eyes in horror, watching Chu Gu take off his sunglasses, revealing his eyes flashing with bloodthirsty and violent red light. "You are a zombie." Her voice suddenly became sharp. Hee hee. If you answer correctly you must give me a reward. The reward is... Chugu was halfway through his words when his expression suddenly turned cold, and he attacked with lightning speed. The next second, Su Ying's screams resounded throughout the villa. Ah! Chugu looked at the pair of bloody eyeballs in his hand and sneered, reward. A pair of eyeballs? Su Ying covered her eye sockets where her eyeballs had been forcibly removed and rolled on the ground in pain. Ah! My eyes, my eyes? Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu playing with a pair of eyeballs in his hand, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. He did not feel horrified, but rather felt that it was a little cute. Especially when she beat up the disgusting woman just for him, she was even cuter like that. His eyeballs were gouged out, his supernatural power dissipated, and the faint green light in Cheng Yaoyang's eyes disappeared. He saw Xiaoqian rolling on the ground. Her whole body suddenly turned cold, her hands and feet were shaking, and her dilated pupils were slowly covered with bloodshot. Who are you? His sharp voice was filled with fear, horror, and despair. This person was not Xiaoqian, even though she had Xiqian's face, but he knew she was not Xiaoqian. He suddenly got up excitedly, rushed over and grabbed Su Ying, shouting, Where is Xiaoqian? Where did you take Xiaoqian? Give Xiaoqian back to me. Chugu didn't have the patience to watch them love and kill each other. Let's go to hell together. She struck with lightning, and her claws stabbed at Cheng Yaoyang's neck, intending to finish him off first. At this moment, a blood-red figure shot out and knocked Cheng Yaoyang down. Chapter 29. Chu Ji's attack failed, and she was surprised to see the strange corpse suddenly appear and save Cheng Yaoyang. The strange corpse came here just now and suddenly hid, as if it was afraid of something. No matter how she called, it didn't come out, but now it took the initiative to save Cheng Yaoyang. Combined with what happened just now, Chugu seemed to have glimpsed the truth. She couldn't be Xiaoqian. Cheng Yaoyang's words gave Chugu the answer. Cheng Yaoyang looked at the bloody monster with its skin peeled off in agony, his face pale, and his voice trembling. Xiaoqian, you are my Xiaoqian, I will not admit my mistake. Xiaoqian. He stretched out his hand tremblingly to touch its face, but was bitten by the strange corpse, and blood immediately flowed out. Cheng Yaoyang seemed to be unaware of the pain, and looked at the strange corpse that was biting him tightly. Xiaoqian, it's okay, I don't feel any pain. Woo woo woo. The strange corpse made a sound that sounded like laughing and crying again, but this time it was inexplicably more sad. The strange corpse clearly saved him, but it still bit off a large piece of flesh from his hand, which shows how much it hated him. The wound on Cheng Yaoyang's arm was so deep that the bone was visible, and blood kept flowing. It was obviously him who was injured, but he kept crying and apologizing to the strange corpse. Xiaoqian, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The strange corpse closed its eyes in pain, its body was trembling slightly, and the sound it made became more and more sad and gloomy. Woo woo woo. If an ordinary person heard it, he would probably have a nightmare for 3 days and 3 nights. Chugu couldn't help rubbing the hairs on his arm. At this time, the strange corpse's voice suddenly stopped, and its completely white eyeballs opened again, locking onto Su Ying, whose eyes were dug out. Su Ying seemed to sense something. She crawled away on the ground. She screamed in fear, Don't come over here, don't come over here. The voice of the strange corpse suddenly became sharp, Give me back my skin. Bang, bang, bang. All the glassware around was shattered. The strange corpse was angry. Su Ying's face was terrified. She desperately crawled out, as if she would be safe if she crawled out of the villa. The strange corpse was very fast, leaving a residual image. With 2 clicks, Su Ying's legs twisted in a weird posture. Ah! Su Ying's screams like a pig being slaughtered rang out again. The corpse peeled off her beautiful skin, revealing her old, ugly face and loose skin. Cheng Yaoyang suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the ugly old woman struggling on the ground. Nausea rushed into his heart, and he vomited violently. Thinking of the days and nights before, he suddenly shouted and dug out his own eyes with his own hands. Ah! The 2 bloody eyeballs rolled to the ground. Fuck! Chugu was shocked. This guy is a ruthless man. The corpse looked at Cheng Yaoyang, who dug out his eyes with his own hands and roared. Ah! The sharp claws tore Su Ying's skin crazily, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The cruel screams were endless. It lasted for an hour. Su Ying had turned into a ball of flesh and blood at this time, and the skin on her body had been completely peeled off. The ground was full of blood and a strong smell of blood. She had inflicted pain on others, and now she had tasted it herself. Until this moment, she knew how painful it was, so painful that she wanted to die immediately, and she regretted being born as a human. She was lying in the blood, breathing out more than breathing in, waiting for the arrival of death in endless pain. Chugu saw that the strange corpse was wearing its own skin, and it was a very beautiful and lovely girl. The skin really looks good only on the owner. Suing looked weird when she wore it. The strange corpse found its own skin and restored its original beautiful appearance. It walked to Cheng Yaoyang's side, squatted down and hugged him. The familiar smell hit Cheng Yaoyang's body, and he violently pushed the corpse away the next second. "Don't touch me, I'm dirty." "Aw, Yao." The corpse shouted out the name in his heart with difficulty. This sound completely broke Cheng Yaoyang's psychological defenses, and he cried like a storm. "Ah, why? Why did it become like this, why?" Obviously, they were an enviable couple before, and they were very happy, but now it's all ruined. During this period, he thought that he had a happy life with Xiaoqian, but it turned out that he was hanging out with the executioner who hurt Xiaoqian. Ah! Huge guilt and self-loathing tortured him to collapse and go crazy. Bang! A gunshot. Cheng Yaoyang fell down with a bullet in the head. He seemed to know who fired the gun, with a relieved smile on his lips. Xiaoqian caught Cheng Yaoyang's fallen body, and the sound coming out of her mouth was no longer a cry or laugh, but a real cry. Whoa! Endless grief, endless sorrow. Blood and tears flowed from her completely white eyeballs. Finally, it raised the gun to its head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! After a gunshot, Xiaoqian and Cheng Yaoyang fell down together, and the two of them fell asleep forever in this doomsday, like a pair of mandarin ducks. Chugu looked at the two dead people for a long time without saying anything. After a long while she spoke. "Yi Nanyu." "Yes, I'm here." "You said if." "Just now." "The soul-stealing ability worked on me, would our fate be the same as theirs?" "No." Yi Nanyu did not hesitate. Chugu curled his lips in disbelief and said, "You have been tricked. Where does your confidence come from?" "Chugu, I am not him, who would mistake his lover. I was sober when that woman came up to me. I would have taken action even if you did not. Besides, you are not her, who watched her lover hanging out with others, but did not have the courage to face it, and could only hide and peek. So Chugu, we will never be like them." "Yes." Chuji's mouth curled slightly. Chapter 30. I didn't expect. This old witch has a long life and is still lingering on. Chugu looked at Suing, who was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, with a look of disdain. "Just drink her blood while it's fresh," Yi Nanyu said. Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu with devilish eyes. "You let me drink the blood of such a perverted woman, aren't you afraid that I will become as perverted as her after drinking her blood? She is a superpower, her blood will be of great benefit to you. This disgusting woman makes me sick. I have no appetite. You can drink if I want." Chugu turned and left. Then, "How about that gold-type superpower?" Yi Nanyu shouted. "Same disgusting." Chugu shook her hand and refused to leave the villa. "Food is everywhere. Why should she force herself to eat disgusting food?" Yi Nanyu watched Chugu walk out of the villa and sighed helplessly. Although food is everywhere, superpowers are not everywhere, not to mention two superpowers. In the end, Yi Nanyu collected the blood like an old father, made bags of blood and stored them in the space. The food put in will be fresh forever, and will not expire. You can take it out when you want to drink it. It is very convenient. He thought clearly that if Chugu had no blood to drink, he would suffer in the end. When he finished everything and walked out of the villa, he found that Chugu was gone. He couldn't find him anywhere. Yi Nanyu's heart fell to the bottom of the valley. At this time, Chugu was being caught by 4 eagle-sized crows with their claws on his limbs and flying in the sky. Sister Pigeon and her boyfriend followed her. Sister Pigeon said she would take her to visit the crow's nest, but she didn't have time to tell Yi Nanyu before the crows took her away. Looking down, she could see the miniature of the city, but she was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty of the city. She only cared about her own safety. Hiss. "For Crow Brothers, please hold on tight. I don't want to fall and be smashed into a meat pie." The voice was trembling. "Coo. Friends, don't worry, I guarantee your safety." The zombie pigeon had just finished speaking when he heard. Whoosh. After a few sounds, Chugu fell down rapidly. Roar. "Fuck, didn't you say it was safe?" Zombie pigeon, startled. "Ah." Chugu screamed like he was jumping off a bungee. The cold wind blew past his ears. In a farm forest, 3 men and 1 woman who were hunting game heard the screams, and were a little surprised. "What's going on? Isn't the man-eating crow catching a corpse? How can it be a human?" said a young man with a flat head. "Yes, it's strange. Man-eating crows are very cruel. They are known as human and livestock harvesters. How could they spare people's lives? Said a fat man. Who cares about her? She will die if she falls from such a height. Does it make a difference, Brother Long, don't you think so? The wavy woman looked at the man with flower arms with charming eyes. Brother Long held the woman, his hand wandering around her waist dishonestly. Ha ha, Xiaomei is right. In the end, they will all become corpses. There is no difference. The wavy girl snuggled in the arms of the flower-armed man, smiling with a springy smile, as if she was proud of her charm. This man was hooked by her from another woman, a wind-type supernatural being, and a powerful backer she found for herself in the end times. It's falling down. After the fat man finished speaking, a figure fell down from the sky with a scream. Bang! A big pit was smashed in the ground, and dust flew. Then the bodies of 4 man-eating crows fell down. The flat-headed young man saw that the person who fell down had stopped moving and said, "No sound, dead." The wave woman glanced at him, as if she despised what he said. It would be strange if he didn't die after falling from such a high place. Big Fat, go and pick up those crows. Let's leave here, so as not to attract more crows. Brother Long still considered it carefully. Okay, Big Brother. Big Fat walked towards the place where the crows fell. Passing by the big hole, he didn't dare to look at it, and hurried past it. He didn't want to see a person who was smashed into a pile of mud. Big Fat was strong. He carried 2 crows in one hand, and easily carried 4 crows back. Today we can have a good meal again, the flat-headed young man said happily. Although the man-eating crow eats zombies, it does not carry the zombie virus, so it can be eaten without worry. 3 men and 1 woman had hunted wild game, and were about to go back in a good mood. Suddenly, a hoarse and eerie voice sounded. I said, "Can you leave now?" The 4 people froze, slowly looked back, and then widened their eyes in horror. I saw a white hand stretched out from the big pit, and then a black-haired woman like Sadako climbed out of the pit stiffly. That scene was exactly the same as the terrifying scene in the movie where Sadako crawled out of the TV. The fat man was so scared that the crow in his hand fell off, and his feet kept shaking. It's a dead body. The flat-headed young man's voice was shaking like a sieve. The wavy woman was so scared that she buried herself in Brother Long's arms and trembled. The only one who was still calm among the 4 was Brother Long. It might be because he was a superpower, so his mental quality was better than others. I have killed countless zombies, so would I still be afraid of a ghost? Chuka climbed out of the pit. Although her head was not smashed, her body was also broken. If she had not felt pain, she would have died of pain. She stood up and twisted her joints, making a crackling sound. She could feel that several ribs were broken, her arm was fractured, her femur was cracked, and her heart, liver, spleen, and stomach were all dislocated. Damn, her body that she had repaired with great difficulty. Are you a human or a ghost? A horrified voice rang out. Chuko lifted up her hair that was blocking her view, revealing her beautiful face. There was a gasp immediately. Brother Long pushed the wavy girl in his arms away, staring at Chuko with fiery eyes. He was determined to have this woman. The wavy girl pushed away like garbage. ? She looked over in confusion. Unlike those stinky men, she only saw Chuji's beautiful face. She saw Chuji's cloudy eyes covered with a layer of white mist. The woman screamed and pointed at Chuko with a trembling finger. She is not a human. Kill her quickly. At this time, the other 3 men saw Chuji's eyes, and were all shocked. These are the eyes of zombies. But looking at Chuji's beautiful appearance and calm reaction, she doesn't look like a zombie. And she just spoke. Which zombie can speak? Brother Long, I don't think so. I think she may have cataracts. Big Fat said. Yes, I don't think so either. If she was a zombie, she would have pounced on us with a ferocious face and bared fangs and claws. How could she stand still like a human? The flat-headed young man said. Brother Long was more cautious than the others. He picked up the crow on the ground, cut a hole to let the blood out, and threw it over. It just happened to be thrown at Chuji's feet. If it was a zombie, it would definitely pounce on it and eat it. Are you provoking me? A hoarse female voice sounded. Brother Long saw that Chugu didn't even look at the crow at his feet, and was sure that she was not a zombie. It must be what Big Fatty said. She just had cataracts. Brother Long's eyes were hot again. Cataracts, so what, as long as she was beautiful. Look at that slender waist, it looks very strong. Beauty, I saw a crow catch you just now, so I rescued you. I am relieved to see you are okay. Chugu looked at the man with tattoos, admiring how he could say such shameless words without blushing or beating his heart. She sneered, oh, then I Shouldn't. Thank you. It's my honor to serve you, beautiful lady. Long Gu lifted his hair in a self-righteous manner. Little did he know that in Chuji's eyes, it was only greasy and disgusting. Is the beauty alone? Would you like to join our team? We will protect you. You don't have to be afraid of zombies or crows anymore. The wavy girl heard this and shouted anxiously, Brother Long, trust me, kill her quickly, she is really not human. Her sixth sense has always been very accurate. There must be something wrong with this woman. Pa. The man with tattoos slapped her. Shut up, it's not your turn to speak here. She was treated well for a few days, and she became arrogant. If she dares to ruin his good deeds again, he will beat her to death. The wave girl covered her swollen cheeks, crying in grievance, and glared at Chugu fiercely. It was all this woman's fault, otherwise how could she be beaten by Brother Long? She would definitely expose her, and her fate would not be easy. At this time, she saw Chugu gave her a creepy smile. Then she heard her say calmly, Okay, if you kill her, I will join you. Chapter 31. The wavy girl's face changed drastically, and she shouted sharply, You vicious woman, I tell you, Brother Long will not. She suddenly widened her eyes, covered her throat that was gushing blood, and looked at the man with tattoos next to her. You, actually. Bang. The wavy girl fell to the ground and died with hatred. The fat man and the flat-headed man were not surprised. It was just a woman. Kill her, and it was not like they had never killed before. Chugu looked at the body of the woman on the ground, and the corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. Stupid woman. She wanted to rely on a man, but she didn't know that men were the most unreliable. Chugu looked up at the man with flower arms. Haha, she was really lucky to meet another superpower. He could comfort her displaced internal organs. The look Chugu gave her prey was taken as admiration by the man with flower arms. He confidently lifted his hair and said with a smile, I am a wind superpower. Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully you in the future. Brother Long is lucky. I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Fatty and Flathead were talking to each other. When Brother Dong gets tired of playing, we will definitely have a share. Flathead looked straight at Chugu and said, Damn, I really want to kill her right now. The zombies have very sensitive hearing. Chugu heard every word they said, no matter how quiet they were. A sneer appeared on her lips. She looked at the man with flower arms and hooked her finger at him. Come here. The man with flower arms was overjoyed to see the beautiful woman inviting him. If he knew he was dying, he probably wouldn't have this expression. Very good. Chugu smiled with satisfaction, and the next second, her eyes suddenly became sharp. You can go to hell. The man with the flower arms didn't have time to react, and the claws had already pierced his chest. You? The man with the flower arms had bloodshot eyes. Chugu smiled brightly. That woman is right, I'm not a human. She tightened her hand suddenly, and the beating heart of the man with the flower arms exploded in her hand. The body of the man with tattoos fell to the ground with a thud. When the fat man and the flathead saw the man with tattoos dead, they were so scared that they fell to the ground, their faces pale. Dead, dead. In their eyes, Chugu, who had an angelic face, had become a bloodthirsty devil. Didn't you say you wanted to play with me? Why, don't you come? Chuji's voice was weird. The fat man and the flathead felt a chill on their backs, and cold sweat broke out on the spot. Corpse, Lord Corpse King, you are so magnanimous. Please let us go this time. We will never dare to do it again. Big Fatty knelt down and begged for mercy. Brother Long, a superpower, died in her hands, and it would be even easier for these little minions. Chugu raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he heard this name, and it felt unexpectedly good. Seeing that she seemed to be a little relaxed, Flathead also knelt down and begged for mercy. We are blind and have offended Lord Corpse King. We kowtow to you to apologize. Please let us go for our sincerity. Chugu looked at the two people kneeling down and begging for mercy lazily, and his voice was also lazy. I can let you go. Fatty and Flathead were overjoyed and kowtowed to Chugu. Thank you, Lord Corpse King. Thank you, Lord Corpse King. After they thanked him, they quickly got up and left, as if they were afraid that Chugu would regret it. But at this moment, a shadow covered their heads, and they both looked up, instantly drowned by the flock of man-eating crows. Chugu listened to the shrill screams that were getting louder and louder, and chuckled twice, with a hint of perversion. Her shoulders sank, and a zombie pigeon landed on her shoulders. Kuh! Friend, are you okay? Chugu glanced at it and roared. It's already dead, how can it be okay? Zombie pigeon, Man-eating crows flew around, and 2 skeletons that had been cleaned of blood and flesh fell to the ground and shattered. The man-eating crows attacked the bodies of the wavy woman and the man with flower arms on the ground. Chugu saw it and hurried to protect the food. Roar! This man, wait for me to finish drinking the blood first, you can have the meat later. The man-eating crows saw the pigeon's sister-in-law standing on her shoulder, so they naturally didn't dare to provoke her. They all gave up the tattooed man and surrounded the wavy girl to grab food. Chugu naturally knew that this was Sister Pigeon's credit and automatically invited her. Roar! Together? The zombie pigeon nodded. It had been greedy for a long time. Chugu took out her food tool, an empty pen tube. The zombie pigeon also used its mouth to pick up its food tool from under its wings, a milk tea straw. Chugu? ? The zombie pigeon shook its head, very proud. She is an elegant pigeon. Anyway, it would never admit that it was imitating Chugu. Chugu followed the old rules and directly inserted it into the aorta on the neck. Blood spurted out like a faucet. Chugu held the pen tube in his mouth and swallowed the warm blood into his stomach. His seriously injured body was rapidly repairing. The zombie pigeon held the straw in its mouth and directly stabbed it into the big hole in its chest, drinking elegantly. The leader of the man-eating crows saw his wife's coquettish behavior and fell into deep thought. Should he tell his silly wife that she is beautiful and does it elegantly? He is just a pigeon, and no matter how you look at it, it is only scary and has nothing to do with elegance. Chugu sucked the flower-armed man's blood dry, raised her head, and twisted her neck. Her body's flexibility seemed to have improved again. Her pale lips looked seductive because of the blood, making her beauty even more breathtaking. She cast her eyes on the flower-armed man's head. She hadn't tasted a human crystal core yet, and Yinanyu wouldn't let her eat it. She was born with a rebellious nature, and the more she was told not to do something, the more she wanted to do it. Chugu pulled out the switchblade hanging from the flower-armed man's waist, inserted it directly into his head to search, and when she found something hard, she picked it out with the tip of the knife. A crystal core the size of a thumb fell out. Chugu didn't care. She wiped it with the clothes of the man with tattoos, and threw it directly into her mouth. It was crunchy. A strong energy burst out, and she swallowed it directly into her stomach. After a while, Chugu felt her body getting hot, and then it hurt. There was no bone in her body that didn't hurt, and the pain was superimposed. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she felt pain. For a while, she rolled on the ground and screamed in pain. Ah! The flock of man-eating crows was scared away, flapping their wings and flying into the sky. The zombie pigeon saw Chugu rolling on the ground and walked around her anxiously. Gugu. Friend, don't scare me, what's wrong with you? Chugu couldn't answer it at all. The huge pain tortured her, and she felt that something was growing out of her bones. The zombie pigeon kept walking around, wanting to help her, but didn't know how to help her. Oh right, find that person. The zombie pigeon stopped and said to the crow leader, Gugu. Go and find her, man, hurry up. The crow leader didn't dare to disobey his wife's order, and immediately spread his wings and flew away. Chapter 32. The tracking ability of the man-eating crow is very strong. As long as it smells the scent, it can track it even if it is hundreds of kilometers away. It flew over the dilapidated buildings, through the desolate streets, passed by the survivors fighting zombies, and swept over the zombies chasing their prey. It locked onto a military vehicle speeding on the road, spread its wings and flew over. Yinanyu held the steering wheel with his hands, his face gloomy at this time. He searched several nearby streets, but couldn't find Chugu. Where did she go? Didn't she say that she would follow him for the rest of her life? Suddenly, there was a knock on the car window. Dong dong. Yinanyu turned his head and braked suddenly. The tires rubbed against the ground and made a sizzling sound, and some white smoke came out. Due to inertia, his body leaned forward. Yinanyu lowered the car window, looked at the leader of the man-eating crows, and asked anxiously, Is it Chugu? Where is she? Seeing the man-eating crows looking for him, he intuitively felt that it must be related to Chugu. Crow, crow. The crow called twice and flew forward. Yinanyu understood what it meant. It wanted him to catch up, so he started the car and caught up with the crow in front. Crow. Why hasn't the dead crow come back yet? The zombie pigeon was very anxious. It saw that blood began to ooze out of Chuji's skin, and soon it became bloody, which was very scary. The bone pain in Chuji's body reached its peak. With a scream, she felt something breaking out of her body. Ah! Yinanyu happened to see the scene when he arrived. His pupils were shaking, and he was shocked to see the white bones bursting out of Chuji's body, and white bone spurs growing from all over his body. A powerful aura spread all over the sky, and the zombies wandering around began to retreat. The zombie pigeon also felt an invisible force enveloping it, making it tremble on the ground and surrender. Although the man-eating crow is not a zombie and cannot feel the pressure of this class, it can sense the breath of danger, and it usually stays away from such a source of danger when hunting. Yi Nanyu looked at Chu Ji's dark and turbulent eyes, and something was surging inside. His thin lips opened and closed, and he uttered a few words. Mutant. As Yi Nanyu's voice fell, Chugu opened his eyes. The turbid eyes disappeared, replaced by a pair of bright and clear eyes, with a light red pattern in the pupils, which was absolutely beautiful. People who didn't know would think that he was wearing beautiful contact lenses. The bone spurs on his body also began to slowly retract, but in a moment, the skin returned to being smooth and tender, as if what had just happened was an illusion. Chugu kept looking at her palms, with disbelief in her eyes. She clenched her fists, and 5 sharp white bone spurs instantly grew out of the 5 joints, flashing cold light. She waved at a big tree next to her curiously, and 5 deep scratches instantly appeared on the thick trunk. With a crack, the tree began to fall. Fuck! Chugu looked at the big tree falling towards her, and dodged to the side in embarrassment. Bang! The big tree fell to the ground, and yellow dust filled the sky. Cough cough. Chugu waved the dust and kept coughing. At this time, through the dust, she saw a huge wolf head coming towards her in the distance. The dark and shiny fur, sharp teeth like daggers, claws like steel, wolf eyes bulging ferociously, and low roars coming out of the mouth. It was obviously a mutant wolf. Chugu found that her eyesight was better than before, and even a few mosquitoes around the wolf's head were clearly visible. At this time, the mutant wolf leaned forward slightly, exerted force on its 4 legs, and ran towards Chugu quickly. With its huge body, the ground could be felt to be shaking. Bang! Bang! Damn! You are here with bad intentions. After Chugu finished speaking, she realized that her language system had improved again. Now her speech speed was the same as that of an ordinary person, and her stiffness and hoarseness disappeared. Yi Nanyu looked at the mutant wolf, which was as big as a bull, gloomily and said, "This area should be its territory. Your presence makes it feel threatened, so it wants to deal with you." Yi Nanyu stood beside Chugu and said, "You step back, I will deal with it." Chugu stared at the wolf leader, who was already close at hand, eager to try my skills. Yi Nanyu did not insist, "Then be careful." Then he stepped aside. The mutant wolf rushed over, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on Chu Ji's head. Chu Ji's bloodshot eyes lit up, and she slid into the mutant wolf's belly. A bone blade appeared in her palm, and she swung it out. The bone blade spun at high speed in the air, as if it had life, and instantly harvested the mutant wolf's 4 legs. The whole process was as smooth as cutting iron into mud. "Aww!" The mutant wolf screamed, and its huge body collapsed. Chugu rolled out from the mutant wolf's belly, and the bone blade shot out from the belly and returned to her palm. The bone blade just cut off the mutant wolf's 4 legs, but there was no blood at all, and it was as white as jade. Chugu looked at the bone blade in the palm of her hand, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It was not too bad. "Aww!" The mutant wolf suddenly raised its head and howled. "Not good." Yi Nanyu's face changed slightly. "Chugu, quickly deal with it, don't let it call its companions." After hearing this, Chugu jumped onto the back of the mutant wolf, the bone blade on his palm disappeared, he clenched his fist, and sharp bone spurs instantly grew on the 5 joints. The fist smashed into the wolf's head, and the bone spurs were like 5 sharp steel needles, nailing into its head. The mutant wolf whimpered, and a large amount of blood gushed out of its mouth. Then the pupils dilated, and the wolf's head smashed to the ground and stopped moving. Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu standing on the back of the huge wolf, with deep eyes. The breeze blew, her long hair fluttered, her beautiful face, and her enchanting red eyes. Plop, plop. Besides the sound of the wind, there was only the sound of his heartbeat. Chugu picked out the crystal core from the mutant wolf's head, wiped it, and casually threw it into his mouth, crunching it. The crystal core immediately turned into a stream of energy, sliding down from the throat, filling every part of the body, and the fatigue and soreness disappeared instantly. The pale skin suddenly glowed like a natural pearl. The effect of this crystal core is simply a zombie tonic. Chugu jumped off the wolf's back and wanted to land handsomely, but he stepped on a piece of gravel and knelt on his knees. Yi Nanyu, surprise! Chu Ji's face was slightly stiff, and he smiled. "This is my new move, kneeling to kill, kneeling to attract the enemy's attention, and then killing with one blow." Yi Nanyu was silent for a long time, and then said, "Well, This move is good, very thoughtful. Chugu patted the dust and stood up. As long as she didn't feel embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. By the way, why are you here? The man-eating crow brought me here. Inanyu said. Chugu knew that this must be Sister Pigeon's order. She looked at Sister Pigeon and was dumbfounded. Is this still the arrogant zombie pigeon? It shrank like a quail and trembled. Hiss. Sister Pigeon, what's wrong with you? Coo. No, I don't deserve it. You are the sister, and you will always be my sister. The zombie pigeon said respectfully. Chugu, surprise. Chapter 33. There's a low bungalow deep in the farm, which looks like a warehouse. At this time, the iron door is closed, and several survivors are hiding in the dim warehouse. There are 5 men and 1 woman. They are unkempt, pale and thin. It is obvious that they have not eaten any decent food for a long time. With the house as the center, the grass within a few meters around is bare, revealing the yellow land. The grass farther away is still green. There are faint voices in the bungalow. There is no movement in the woods, and the wolf howling has stopped. Did someone get rid of the monster? The woman with tangled hair and dry cheeks said weakly. A skinny man gnawed the grass in his hand in despair. It's useless. No one will come to save us. We will rot and stink here, and no one will know. When they came here, they knew that there were many cattle and sheep here, and they thought they could try their luck to get some cattle and sheep to eat. But when they arrived, they found that there were no cattle and sheep, only blood and animal hair on the ground. They were about to leave, but a bull-like wolf came out of the woods in front of them and blocked their way. They finally understood what was going on with the hair and blood all over the ground. It must be that the wolf had eaten all the cattle and sheep here. They were no match for the wolf at all. Several of their companions died tragically in its mouth. They desperately hid in this warehouse. Fortunately, the warehouse was quite strong, so they escaped. They survived by relying on the feed for cattle and sheep in the warehouse. After the feed was eaten, they could only eat grass and soil. Despair loomed over everyone. It was not that they did not want to leave, but they were afraid that they would be eaten by wolves before they left the farm. They didn't want to be torn apart and eaten alive by wild beasts like their dead companions. Roast chicken, we have roast chicken. A bearded man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hugged a piece of wood and started eating. The sawdust pierced his mouth with blood, but he seemed to be eating some delicacies, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Finally, the sawdust pierced his throat, and he vomited blood and died. The others were powerless to stop it, with sorrow in their eyes. They knew that this was an illusion before death, and they seemed to have seen their next fate. One of the skinny young men couldn't stand it anymore, and rushed out of the warehouse in a collapse. He yelled towards the woods. Ah! Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Come and eat me. Come and eat me, come and eat me. The heart-wrenching screams made his lungs hurt, like they were exploding. When the other people in the warehouse saw the crazy young man, they didn't pull him back at first, but closed the warehouse door in panic and locked the young man outside. Hearing the noise coming from the woods, they were terrified. Here comes the wolf. The man-eating wolf comes, he's dead. The young man outside was still shouting, come on, eat me, I'm not afraid of you. The next second, just when everyone was terrified that the wolf was about to appear, they saw a military vehicle driving out of the woods. They were stunned and unbelievable at first, then they were ecstatic, and rushed out of the warehouse. Someone is coming to save us. Thank goodness, we are finally saved. That's great. Ha ha ha. Someone finally saved us. Look, why did the car turn? Isn't it coming to save us? The woman shouted. Everyone was dumbfounded, watching the military vehicle turn and not come towards them. At this time, the car stopped, and it was the young man who stopped the car. Everyone rekindled hope and rushed over to surround the car. There was a privacy film on the glass, so they couldn't see who was inside, so they could only keep hitting the window. Open the door, take us away. Save us, save me. I'm so hungry, give me something to eat. In the car, Chugu sat in the passenger seat, frowning slightly as she looked at the refugees outside. She didn't go to the crow's nest with the zombie pigeons, but drove back to the hotel with Inanyu. It was a day out, and it was time to go back. She had to hide her food reserves before dark, otherwise she would be very unhappy if she was remembered by other zombies. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by refugees. People who came from nowhere. The door is open, everyone step back a little. The skinny man shouted. Everyone stepped back a little, watching the car door open, and a man and a woman got out. They couldn't help but stare with their mouths wide open. Such a delicate person, Not to mention the end of the world. Even before the end of the world, they have never seen it. She is so beautiful. She must be very kind. Get out of here. A fierce female voice sounded, breaking their fantasy. Everyone, shocked, why is it different from what they thought? If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to hit you directly. Chugu didn't plan to talk nonsense anymore and prepared to get in the car. Everyone didn't expect that the other party would be so indifferent to the dying, and they were immediately furious. Hey, do you still have humanity? Is this how you treat your compatriots? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? The skinny man shouted. Yes, you are right. You have no humanity, your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Seeing us in trouble, everyone should help us, but she can be so indifferent. She is really vicious. Everyone shouted angrily, playing moral kidnapping. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes deepened, and he was about to teach these people who could only bark a lesson. But Chugu spoke first. I have no humanity, haha. Well, let me see how humane you are. Chu Ji's mouth curled up with a sneer. I can only take one person from you. As for who it is, you decide for yourself. Anyway, as long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life and no problem walking around in the end times. As soon as Chu Ji's words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Take me away. A man pushed the man who just spoke away. Take me. I am willing to work for you like a cow or a horse. Get out of here. No one is allowed to compete with me. The big man kicked the man who just spoke away. Damn it, if you dare to hit me, I will fight you. The man rushed over and wrestled with the big man. Stop. Let's not be fooled. This vicious woman just wants to see us kill each other. Why don't we unite and solve them together? The skinny man shouted. The two people who were fighting stopped immediately. Yes, they united and took all the food from the car. That would be enough. Suddenly, a lightning whip was swung out, and the skinny man flew out. Ah! The screams cut through the sky. The others were frightened. Looking at the skinny man who fell 10 meters away, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive, they broke out in a cold sweat, and dared not act rashly. They actually spoke nonsense in front of the superpowers. They really wanted to die. Have you made up your mind? I don't have much patience. Chugu said lazily. Take me. I will never have second thoughts. I promise. The man was halfway through his words, when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked at the dagger stabbed into his heart in disbelief. He pointed at the big man with a trembling hand. You fight with me, go to hell. The big man pulled out the dagger with a ferocious expression. The man died immediately, with his eyes open. The big man laughed. See who dares to fight with me. Bang. The big man suddenly had a heavy blow on his head, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Blood flowed into his eyes, and his vision was bloody. At the last moment of his life, he saw the person who attacked him from behind. Chapter 34. The young man, who had been very quiet since he stopped the car, was holding a sharp bloody stone in his hand. His expression was too gloomy, as he watched the big man die. The woman saw the young man's eyes shooting at her, and her face turned pale with fear, and she quickly stepped back. I won't fight with you. Don't kill me, let me go. She saw that the young man was still coming towards her, and she turned around and ran away in fear, but because she had not eaten for too long, her body was too weak, and she fell to the ground after running only 2 steps. Hearing the approaching footsteps, she turned back in fear, and her pupils reflected the image of the sharp stone hitting her hard. Ah! She screamed. Bang! The head was smashed by the stone, and the scream came suddenly. The skinny young man threw away the stone in his hand, and wiped the blood on his face. He looked at Chugu and said, I'm the only one left, I hope you keep your word. Chu Ji's mouth curled up with a playful smile. Really? I don't think so. She looked behind him. The young man's back stiffened, and just as he was about to turn his head, a wooden stick as thick as his arm hit him on the head. Bang! He felt dizzy, and his body was shaking. The other party did not let him go, and hit his head with a wooden stick one after another. He finally fell to the ground, blood spread on the ground, and he died unwillingly. The skinny man held the bloody wooden stick with a smug smile on his face. Ha. You bunch of idiots, I am the final winner. A round of applause sounded. Pa. Ha. Wonderful, so wonderful. Thank you for showing me what humanity is. The skinny man looked at Chugu with joy, then, poof! He suddenly choked and spurted out blood. There was a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down, and a knife-like bone stabbed into his chest. He looked at Chugu angrily. Why, I'm the last one. Why do you still want to kill me? Chugu shrugged and chuckled. Didn't you say it at the beginning? I have no humanity. The skinny man's eyes were red with anger. You vicious woman. As the words fell, the bone blade completely penetrated his body and flew out from behind, splashing blood. The flawless white bone blade flew back to Chu Ji's palm and then disappeared. She watched the skinny man fall down, with a mocking smile on her lips. Haha, humanity. Sorry, she is not a human being and does not need that thing. Yi Nanyu has been watching from the side, and did not intervene, which is quite indulgent. Chugu, I'm leaving. I'm coming. The sun was setting, and the sunset dyed the sky orange. He lazily leaned on the car, watching her walk towards him, and the sunset lengthened her shadow. Just like they had never been apart in the past. In the hotel. Yi Nanyu, what do you mean? Chugu glared at Yi Nanyu, who squeezed into the room. Yi Nanyu unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his collar with one hand, and sat down on the sofa comfortably, with his long legs slightly apart, full of aura. He looked at Chugu, who was blowing his nose and glaring at him, and said, Your trust in me is negative now. If I don't keep you under my watch, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep well. Yi Nanyu, I'm telling you, don't go too far. You are just my reserve food. If you make me unhappy, I will eat you in one bite. Chugu said with his teeth bared. Then come and eat me. Yi Nanyu spread his hands on the back of the sofa, his shirt was pulled to the sides, his sexy chest was faintly visible, and he looked like he was ready to be ravaged. Chu Ji's eyes were wide open, her head hanging down. Does Yi Nanyu, this evil monster, really think I dare not eat him? You dare not. Yi Nanyu uttered each word provocatively. Chugu was successfully provoked. Yi Nanyu, you asked for it. She pounced on Yi Nanyu on the sofa, and opened her mouth to bite his slender and clean neck. But suddenly Yi Nanyu's hand clamped her chin, lifted her face up, and then blocked her lips heavily. Chu Ji's eyes widened, and he was stunned. After many years, Yi Nanyu once again kissed the red lips he had missed for a long time. His hand hanging on one side trembled slightly, and then he tightly held her slender waist, and held the back of her head with one hand, deepening the kiss. Suddenly, a heavy punch hit his abdomen, and he felt pain, and then he was knocked down on the sofa by another punch. He leaned on the sofa, holding his nose in pain, and bright red blood flowed from his fingers. Chu Ji's punch was merciless. Go back to Haisher. A cold voice sounded. Yi Nanyu's body was shocked, and he quickly grabbed Chugu, who was about to leave, and his voice trembled. Why? Chugu pushed Yi Nanyu's hand away with an indifferent look. We ended a long time ago. Yi Nanyu held her hand tightly, and refused to let go. Why? Why? I obviously forgave you for cheating. Why? Why on earth? His eyes were red, and he shouted at her excitedly. Yi Nanyu, just think that I'm tired of you. Go back to Haisher. Don't let your family worry. Chugu pushed his hand away, and left resolutely. Yi Nanyu watched Chugu leave, and shouted anxiously, What if I agree to be your reserve food? Chu Ji's body froze. She couldn't believe that someone as proud as Yi Nanyu would say such humble words. I am willing to be your reserve food, as long as you can keep me by your side. Chu Ji's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He closed them gently, then opened them again, and became cold again. No need. Chugu walked out of the room mercilessly, and the door closed automatically. Bang! The sound of the door closing, neither loud nor soft, seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back for Yi Nanyu. He smashed the whole room, like crazy, for more than an hour. Finally, he stood in the mess, his eyes flashing with a dangerous cold light. Chugu, do you think I am still the person you controlled 3 years ago? You can't run away. You can't run away in this life. Chapter 35. A few days later. Chugu was lying on a tree, watching a small group of people being besieged by zombies with little interest. These ordinary foods did not interest her at all. Since she left Yi Nanyu that day, she had not eaten well. In order not to be manic, she would drink a mouthful or two of blood. It was as if she had returned to her previous life, but she was more picky about food than before. Ku! You are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. The zombie pigeon landed on Chu Ji's shoulder. Hiss. Did he leave? Chugu lay on the tree branch, too lazy to raise her eyes. She had not been to the hotel since that day, and she had sent zombie pigeons to supervise in the past few days. Ku. No, it was the same today. The curtains were closed, and he stayed in the hotel. Chugu frowned slightly and muttered, What on earth is he doing? Not leaving, not going out. The Yi Nanyu she knew would not be devastated by such a small matter. Gugu. Sister Gu, weren't you guys getting along well before? Why did you have to chase him away? You're willing to let go of a handsome and capable man. Zombie pigeon didn't understand. Chugu lowered his eyelids. hiding the complex emotions inside, scream. Go supervise him again, and report to me if there's anything. Zombie Pigeon said nothing more, spread its wings and flew away. After the zombie pigeon left, Chugu took a look at the melee under the tree, then closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The team under the tree that was besieged by the zombie group retreated step by step, and everyone looked desperate, watching their companions die one after another, and their physical strength reached the limit. Zombies are still joining them, and they can't hold on for much longer. Are they really going to die here? At this moment, the team leader suddenly saw a person on the tree. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and saw clearly. Only then did he believe that there was someone sleeping on the tree, while there were zombies below. He looked so leisurely, just like lying in his own home. The captain felt that he had found hope of survival and shouted, "Brothers, let's climb up the tree." He swung his axe, chopped down the zombies that pounced on him, and climbed up the tree nimbly. "Come up, hurry up," he shouted anxiously to his brothers under the tree. Some of his brothers were swallowed by the zombies before they could climb up the tree, and some were grabbed by the zombies and dragged down halfway up. Only 2 of them actually came up, including him. All those who didn't come up became the zombies' food, and screams accompanied by the sound of flesh and bones being eaten sounded. It was creepy. They were a team of 10 people, selected from the survivors' concentration camp in the west of the city to collect supplies. They usually collected in the suburbs. Although there were few zombies in the suburbs, the supplies were also pitifully few. There was really nothing to gain in the suburbs today, and they were unwilling to go back empty-handed, so they ventured into the city center to collect supplies. But the weather was not good, and they were surrounded by a small group of zombies as soon as they arrived. Suddenly, there were only 3 of them left, and they really experienced the cruelty of the doomsday. "So many brothers died, I'm afraid we can't get out of here," a tall and thin young man said pessimistically, while looking at the surging group of zombies below. "Damn, I really didn't check the almanac before going out today, so unlucky." The other young man, with single eyelids, had a more explosive temper. The captain did not speak. He was observing the person sleeping on the tree branch. He was wearing a black loose casual suit and a white hat. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Those who could be so leisurely in such an environment were all capable, and should not be underestimated. After the zombies under the tree divided the food, they began to turn their attention to the people on the tree. They bared their teeth and claws at the tree, roaring continuously. Each zombie had just finished eating, and did not know how to wipe his mouth. His mouth and chin were bloody, and there was meat stuck on his white teeth, with their gray-green dead faces and cloudy eyeballs. It was terrifying. The 3 people on the tree saw more and more zombies gathering under the tree, and some even tried to climb up. They swallowed their saliva, and cold sweat slid down their foreheads. Captain, what should we do now?" The thin and tall voice was trembling. They were exhausted at this time, and had reached their limit. They had no strength to fight anymore. Once the zombies climbed up, they would be finished. "Friend, do you have any good ideas?" the captain asked loudly. The tall and thin man and the single-eyed man were stunned for a moment. Who was the captain talking to? They followed the captain's line of sight, and found that there was another person on the tree. And that person was actually sleeping. The 2 were shocked. Is that person crazy? There was a group of ferocious zombies below, and that person could still sleep. Wouldn't ordinary people be worried about how to get out? Zombies don't need to sleep. Chugu closed his eyes to sleep, just simply closed his eyes, not really sleeping. She had thought that she would drink some blood after the zombies below had dealt with a group of people. But she didn't expect them to be so tenacious. It seems that she still needs to provide for herself. Chugu sat up from the tree branch lightly, and looked at the 3 people lazily. "Are you talking to me?" As soon as Chuji's voice came out, the 3 people were stunned. They didn't expect that the other party was actually a woman. In the end times, even men live in fear, but she, a woman, can be so leisurely and contented. The captain quickly came to his senses, and was more certain of his previous thought that the other party should not be underestimated. If she builds a good relationship, maybe she can help them escape. "Friend, there are zombies all under the tree. We are surrounded by 3 layers inside, and 3 layers outside. Do you have any good ideas? We 3 grown men will protect you, and fight you out even if we die." Chugu glanced under the tree, and saw his companions with their claws and fangs dancing, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Why should we fight them out? Aren't they cute?" The captain and the other 2 twitched their lips when they heard this. Cute? She actually thought zombies were cute? She's crazy. I've heard that zombies are disgusting and scary, but this is the first time I've heard that they're cute. "Captain, I feel like she's not mentally normal. The tall and thin man whispered. I think so too. Just from the fact that she was sleeping on the tree just now, it's clear that no normal person can sleep on a tree when surrounded by zombies. The single-eyelid man also whispered. The captain nodded in agreement a second ago. I feel that way too. The next second, he said to Chugu, Friend, I also think zombies are cute. I finally found someone who shares the same aesthetic as me. His tone was quite like a feeling of meeting too late. The thin tall man and the single-eyelid, ward hair. The captain felt the strange eyes of the two teammates and explained in a low voice. There is only a fine line between genius and madness. The crazier she is, the more likely she is a genius. After the captain's explanation, the thin tall man and the single-eyelid felt that it made a lot of sense. Let's follow this madman. Maybe she will be happy, Kaka. Kill all the zombies under the tree. The tall and thin man said with expectation. Yes, let's do it. Madmen have the simplest minds. Single-eyelid said. The three of them whispered happily, not knowing that everything they said went into Chuji's ears. Chuji's face was dark at this time. Could these people be a little polite? They kept talking about a madman. In this case, let them see how this lady eats elegantly. Just as Chugu was about to make a move, the zombie pigeon flew back and landed on her shoulder. The captain and the other two saw the pigeon on Chuji's shoulder. Its eyes were red and bulging. Its face was ferocious, and their backs were stiffened, and they dared not breathe in fear. It was a zombie pigeon. The captain quickly gestured to Chugu, telling her not to move, lest she startle the zombie pigeon and get bit by it. Zombie pigeons are not like man-eating crows, and they will not attack you if you don't provoke them. Chugu ignored it and turned his head to look at the zombie pigeon on his shoulder. What's going on? When the captain and the other two heard the hissing sound, they suddenly widened their eyes in fear, and their legs were weak, and they quickly held onto the branches to avoid falling off the tree. They were so scared that their lips trembled. Zombie. She is a zombie. Chapter 36. The three of them never thought that the other party was actually a zombie. No wonder they could still sleep peacefully under the siege of the zombies. Perhaps they were suddenly besieged by the zombies for no reason, and the mastermind behind them was this zombie. Captain, what should we do? Should we take the initiative? The tall and thin man said in panic. The captain looked grim. It's useless. We can't beat those ordinary zombies below, let alone this kind of advanced zombie with thinking and speaking ability. Single eyelids were unwilling to give up. It's better for the three of us to go together than to wait here to die. At this time, Chuji's cold eyes shot over, and the three of them were immediately frightened and sweaty, and their hair stood on end. That feeling was like being stared at by a poisonous snake, making people dare not act rashly. Zombie pigeons had no time to explore why there were 3 humans on the tree, and just wanted to report Inanyu's situation to Chugu as soon as possible. Gugu. Sister Gu, it's bad, Inanyu vomited blood. Chugu quickly turned his head to look at the zombie pigeon roar. What's going on? Explain clearly. Ku. I just flew back and peeked through the gap in the curtains. I happened to see him vomiting blood, so I quickly flew back to report to you. Hiss. Do you know why he vomited blood? The zombie pigeon shook its head. Chugu frowned slightly. Inanyu hadn't left the house for the past few days. He shouldn't be injured. Ku. Sister Gu, maybe you abandoned him, and he couldn't let it go. The zombie pigeon was interrupted by Chugu before he finished speaking. Impossible, Inanyu is not the kind of person who wants to die. Although Chugu said this, he was not sure in his heart. Could it be that Inanyu really couldn't think straight and took his own life? Gugu. Sister Gu, do you want to go and see for yourself? You sent me to supervise these days, and you never went once. This is not a solution. Chugu shook his head. If I go, it's equivalent to giving him hope again, and that will last a lifetime. Gugu. What should I do? It would be a pity if such a handsome guy died. I don't know if anyone would collect his body. Don't let other zombies eat him. The zombie pigeon said this deliberately in front of Chugu. It secretly wanted to help Inanyu, and couldn't bear to see the handsome guy being wronged. Chuji's face became more gloomy after being told by the zombie pigeon. Could Inanyu really go to extremes? Yes. She suddenly thought of something and cast her eyes on the 3 people who were stiff and dared not move. The 3 captains trembled, and the cold sweat on their foreheads flowed more happily. They were finished. Do you want to live? A gloomy female voice sounded. The 3 captains were slightly stunned, and then nodded frantically. As long as you don't kill us, you can ask us to do anything. Chuji's eyes became deep. As long as you help me do one thing, I won't kill you. The three captains looked at each other and were immediately overjoyed, as if pie in the sky had fallen. As long as they can survive, let alone one thing, they will do 100 things. A few minutes later, the three captains looked at the zombies dancing under the tree and swallowed their saliva. How do we get there? I'm afraid that once they go down, they will be torn apart by the zombies in an instant. Chugu looked at his companions under the tree, his bloodshot eyes lit up, and a powerful aura spread out. The zombies immediately felt the pressure of class and rushed to retreat. In just a moment, all the zombies on the street disappeared, and a plastic bag blew alone on the desolate street. The three captains were stunned, too strong. Just a look made all the zombies retreat. Fortunately, I didn't become her enemy, otherwise I would probably die miserably. The zombie pigeons will lead the way for you, go ahead, Chugu said. The captain and his three companions slid down the tree without delay and followed the zombie pigeons. They walked on the empty streets, not daring to relax at all, their nerves tense, holding axes in their hands, alert to all around, fearing that a zombie would jump out from somewhere. Finally, they walked through several streets, and except for the bloodstains and debris on the ground, there was no shadow of zombies. They were relieved, and the axe they held tightly loosened a little. Captain, why don't we run away now? That zombie is too weird, and I always feel creepy. The tall and thin man rubbed the goose bumps on his arms and said. Single Eyelid slapped him on the back of the head. If you want to die, don't drag me and the captain with you. The tall and thin man leaned forward with a slap and said angrily, just talk. Why use your hands? Just wake you up, you idiot, Single Eyelid said. The tall and thin man was not convinced and said, there are no zombies now. Isn't this a great opportunity to escape? It's the absence of zombies that is the most terrifying. The captain said, we have walked several streets and still haven't seen a zombie, which means that everything is under the control of that zombie. If we really ran away, we would probably be beheaded before we ran even 1 meter. After hearing what the captain said, the tall and thin man felt a chill on his back. He looked around and felt that it was terribly quiet. Too many zombies is scary, and not seeing any zombies is also scary. I always feel that danger is lurking in some corner, and will come out to bite us at any time. Don't think too much, we have no choice. The main goal now is to complete the task she assigned. Whether we live or die is up to fate, the captain said. The three of them said nothing more, and continued to follow the zombie pigeon leading the way. A few minutes later, they arrived at an international hotel. The former luxurious hotel now exuded a sense of desolation. The fountain at the door had dried up, and the bottom of the pool was covered with dust, garbage, and human bones. There were several cars parked in a mess at the gate, with broken windows and rusty frames. There were black and old bloodstains on the ground. The whole hotel was unusually quiet, as if there was no one else except them. This hotel is very similar to the haunted hotels in ghost movies, and it is gloomy. Although the captain has never been to such a hotel, he knows that there are always zombies here when he sees that this hotel is in the city center, and surrounded by tall buildings and office buildings. But now, he didn't see a single zombie, only spiders spinning silk in the corner. He was shocked that the power of the zombies had such a wide influence. Captain, do you think there is a trick up their sleeve? Otherwise, why did they ask us to come? Why didn't they come by themselves? The tall and thin man was still suspicious. Maybe there is someone more powerful up there, and we are being treated as food and delivered to their doorstep. The single-eyelid man was also somewhat scared. The captain pondered for a while, and said, why don't you wait here, and I go up by myself? If there is really danger, there is no need to drag two brothers to die. The single-eyelid man objected immediately, no, Captain, we must advance and retreat together. But the tall and thin man hesitated. The single-eyelid man saw that he was like this, and he was so hot-tempered that he got mad on the spot. If it weren't for the captain, you would have died countless times. Now you are in danger, and you let the captain face it alone. Are you still a human being? The thin tall man looked unhappy. The captain hurried out to separate them. Don't quarrel, we are all brothers, so you stay here and wait, I will go with single-eyelid. Okay, Captain, I won't argue with him for your sake, I will listen to you, stay here and wait. Single-eyelid was furious. The thick-skinned man insisted on speaking so righteously. He was so angry that he was about to confront the thin tall man again, but was pulled away by the captain. Don't quarrel, it's enough to have you, a good brother, accompany me. Okay, we brothers will advance and retreat together. The single-eyelid turned back, and looked at the tall and thin man with disdain, and followed the captain into the hotel. The tall and thin man looked at the backs of the two and sneered with disdain. TSK, What's the big deal? If you want to die, go ahead. I won't go. It seems that you have a lot of objections to my orders. A gloomy voice sounded behind him. Chapter 37. The tall and thin man's back stiffened, and he turned around anxiously to explain. He just opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, a cold light flashed before his eyes, and then blood gushed out from his neck. He widened his eyes in horror, and fell to the ground without even having time to scream. The image in his pupils finally froze on the beautiful face splashed with blood. Chugu looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently. The murderous bone blade in his palm disappeared, and he slowly wiped the blood off his face. Smelling the familiar scent of blood in the air, she looked up at a room in the hotel, and the bloodthirsty red light became more and more intense. As expected, Yunanyu's blood still had a fatal attraction to her. Even from such a distance, she could still smell it clearly. He couldn't drink his blood anymore, but there was a low-quality substitute. Chugu cast his eyes on the dead body on the ground and took out a new eating tool, a transparent glass straw. He stabbed it into the aorta neatly, and blood spurted out from the transparent glass straw, rendering a gorgeous scene. Chugu frowned when he took the first sip, and it was unsurprisingly unpalatable. Especially with the scent of Yunanyu's blood in the air, it was even harder to swallow. A few days ago, I could force myself to drink as many sips as possible, but today, even one sip was too much. Chugu decided not to wrong himself anymore, and gave up eating. It seems that it is time to find new food reserves. The captain and the single-eyed man were standing at the door of the room at this time. They were lying if they said they were not nervous, and their palms were sweating. The zombie didn't say anything, but just knocked on the door to see if anyone opened the door or answered. "Captain, do you think there is another zombie inside?" Single Eyelid asked in a low voice. The captain was also unsure, so he had to bite the bullet and said, "Stand back a little, I knock on the door." If it was before the end of the world, there would be nothing to be afraid of, but now it is the end of the world. The more ordinary things are, the more weird they are. Single Eyelid tightened the axe in his hand. "Let's die." He pushed the captain aside. "Captain, I do it." Before the captain could react, Single Eyelid had already walked up to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks on the door were unusually clear in the silent corridor. The captain immediately held his breath and was on high alert. If anything went wrong, he would take action immediately. His brothers were loyal and righteous, and he would never back down. In just 1 minute, the two felt like a long year had passed. He imagined all kinds of dangerous situations in his mind, but he didn't expect that there would be no response after knocking on the door. Single Eyelid looked at the captain, then raised his hand, and knocked a few more times. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Single Eyelid became a little bolder, knocking on the door instead of knocking on it, and shouted, "Is anyone there? If you're not dead, just answer." After shouting for several minutes, there was still silence inside. The captain and the single-eyed man breathed a sigh of relief, and finally they could put down their worries. At this moment, a sound suddenly rang out. Bang! The captain and the single-eyed man surrendered in a second, lying on the ground trembling. "We don't know anything, don't kill us. We will definitely work like cows and horses to repay you. As long as you don't kill us, you can let us do anything." The two were so scared that they were sweating and begging for mercy. After a few minutes, they felt something was wrong. Apart from the loud noise just now, there were only their voices. Then, they slowly opened their eyes and looked up. In the entire luxurious corridor, there were no other creatures except them, whether they were alive or not. There was only a broken picture frame lying on the floor in front of him. The sound just now should be the sound of it falling from the wall. The captain and the single eyelid, shock. The captain, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly started to feel around on the ground. "Hey, where did my contact lens fall? I remember it fell here. How come I can't find it?" The man with single eyelids kneeling on the ground also joined in the search. "Where is my ear pick? Where did it fall? Ear pick, come out quickly." The two men who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy in the last second, started to look for things at the same time in the next second. Bang! Another sound of something falling. The captain and the man with single eyelids stiffened their backs. Damn! He got up in 1 second and ran away. It took them half an hour to get into the hotel, and only 1 minute to get out. The two ran out of the hotel, panting with their hands on their knees, and big drops of sweat fell from their foreheads. "Hoo-hoo. This life is simply not a life for human beings," said the single eyelid. "Fortunately, there was no danger, hoo-hoo," said the captain. After a while, the two of them took a breath and stood up. The tall and thin body lying in a pool of blood in front of them came into view. Both of them were shocked dead. Dead? confirming that the tall and thin man was really dead. The single-eyed man sneered, "He deserved it." The captain felt a little uncomfortable, which meant that he and the single-eyed man were the only two people left in the supply team he led. At this time, a cold voice sounded from behind them. What happened? The captain and the single-eyed man felt scared. Just by hearing the voice, they knew who it was. When did she come behind them? She was silent like a ghost, very creepy. I can't imagine that if she wanted to kill them just now, they might have died now. The tall and thin guy must have been killed by her. The two turned around with tragic faces, and those who didn't know would think that they were going to the execution ground. As a result, after the two turned around, they were stunned. Is this beautiful girl, who looks like an angel in front of them, the zombie that made them shudder? She was wearing a hat and wrapped up tightly, and they thought she must look scary. After all, zombies look scary, and rotting is the norm. It turns out that she wears a hat not because she is ugly, but because she is too beautiful. It's simply stunning. If they didn't know her zombie identity at the beginning, I'm afraid they would never believe that this fairy-like person is a zombie. Don't you want your eyes? The cold voice sounded again. Chapter 38. The captain and the man with single eyelids quickly retracted their gaze from Chugu, lowered their heads, and didn't dare to look around. We knocked on the door and shouted for a long time, but there was no movement inside. The captain said. Chuji's eyes became dark, and then the zombie pigeon landed on her shoulder. Gugu. Sister Gu, I can't see what's going on in the room now. Chugu frowned slightly. What's wrong with Yinanyu? Why didn't he just withdraw like he did 3 years ago? It's not like him to be desperate. No matter, if he wants to die, then let him die. Anyway, they have nothing to do with each other. Chugu resolutely raised his foot and walked away. Gugu. Sister Gu, where are you going? Hiss. I'm going to play with the star zombie last night. The zombie pigeon was dumbfounded. Gugu. But what are you doing in the hotel? Chuji's face stiffened. Hiss. Shut your pigeon mouth. Zombie pigeon, eh? The captain watched Chugu enter the hotel and hurriedly shouted that. Chugu did not turn around and continued to walk towards the hotel, just throwing down a sentence, go away. The captain and single eyelid were slightly stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed, she meant to let them go. Captain, that's great, we don't have to die. Single eyelid hugged the captain excitedly. Let's go back to the concentration camp. The captain was also excited and happy. They were probably the only ones who could survive unscathed after encountering a high-level zombie, which was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Captain, wait a minute, we can't go back yet. There are no zombies within a few kilometers. Why don't we take this great opportunity to collect some supplies, so that we can stop some gossip when we return to the concentration camp? Single Eyelid said. The captain nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go collect supplies. After all, the purpose of our trip is to collect supplies. For the first time in the apocalypse, the two of them didn't have to worry and collected supplies to their heart's content. Chugu stood at the door of the room where he had slammed the door and left a few days ago, regretting why he came here without control. There are too many troubles in life, and I didn't expect that I couldn't escape troubles even after becoming a zombie. Chugu messed up her hair in annoyance, and then stepped forward to knock on the door helplessly. Bang bang bang. Yinanyu, are you dead? If you are dead, answer it. Zombie pigeon, question mark. How to answer if you are dead? At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and a big hand stretched out and pulled Chugu in. Ah! Chugu was pulled in without warning. The zombie pigeon brought in was thrown out mercilessly, and the door. Bang. The door was closed with a bang. Zombie pigeon, shock, stinky man, you are asking me to help you, humph, I don't care. The zombie pigeon spread its wings and flew away. It was going to find its crow to comfort its soul. In the room. Chugu looked at Yinanyu, who was safe and sound, and felt relieved. I'm just passing by. I leave first if there's nothing else. Chugu was about to open the door and go out. Bang. Yinanyu slapped the door with his palm, and Chugu closed the door again after opening a crack. Don't you ask me how I've been doing these days? Yinanyu's voice was unusually low. It doesn't matter how you live, but when will you leave Rongqing? Chugu said ruthlessly. Yinanyu's face turned pale in a second, and he gritted his teeth and said, Chugu, you came here to talk about this. Chugu shrugged, indicating that there was nothing else to say. Hee. Yinanyu laughed twice at himself. Don't worry, I will leave, but I have a premise. What? Yinanyu looked into Chuji's eyes, and spit out word by word. The premise is to take you with me. Chuji's face changed slightly, wishful thinking. She turned around and kicked Yinanyu next to her. twisted the door handle, and opened the door to go out. Suddenly, her body froze and could not move. Chugu gritted her teeth, mobilized all her energy, and tried to lift her feet, but her feet were stuck to the ground like glue. Chugu turned her eyes and looked down. At this time, an electric net like a spider web was under her feet. The energy contained in it fixed her firmly in place. She was like a mosquito entangled in a spider web, unable to break free. Chugu was shocked at this moment. After not seeing each other for a few days, Yinanyu's lightning ability had actually improved by several levels. She, a mutant, had no power to fight back in front of him. A few minutes later, Chugu stared at the cage that trapped her in a daze. Was he crazy? She looked at Yinanyu outside the cage. At this moment, he seemed to have become a different person. There was no warmth in his black eyes, and there was a sense of hostility between his eyebrows, and his face was cold. He didn't look like a person who was on a desperate road, but rather like a blackened villain. Yinanyu, what do you mean now? Chugu said coldly. Chugu, why can you come and go as you please? I won't allow it. Yinanyu's voice was unusually low. You should understand that you came to Rongqing by yourself. Yinanyu, Yinanyu, let me go quickly, or don't blame me for turning against you. Chugu said angrily. Have you forgotten? You turned against me a few days ago. Yinanyu said indifferently. Why didn't Chugu realize before that he also had the ability to piss people off to death? Okay, then I see if you can trap me. Chuji's bloodshot eyes lit up, and he grasped the cage bars with both hands, intending to destroy the cage. Who knew that as soon as his hands touched it, an electric current rushed into his body, and Chugu retracted his hands in time. She looked at Yinanyu. Are you serious? What do you think? Yinanyu's mouth curled up with a sneer. Chugu really didn't believe it, and a bone blade appeared in his palm, shooting out, like a sickle, spinning and slashing on the cage iron bars. Zizi. Sparks flew everywhere. Swoosh. The bone blade flew back to Chuji's palm, leaving a gap on it. The iron rod became extremely hard, and could not be broken because of Yinanyu's lightning power. Chuji's face looked a little ugly at this time. Yinanyu, what do you want to do? I want you to go back to Haishar with me. Yinanyu's tone was calm, but his eyes were determined. Impossible, I won't go. Chugu refused in a second without hesitation. Yinanyu's dark eyes suddenly darkened, and he asked gloomily, Chugu, do you hate me so much? Yes, I hate you so much, so get out of here. Chugu felt very aggrieved, so her words were merciless. Yinanyu tightened his fists, and his perfect facial lines were gloomy and cold. He stared at Chugu with a sharp gaze. Chuji's body became stiff little by little, and she felt like she was being stabbed by thousands of needles. Just when she thought she was going to be killed by Yinanyu's eyes, he spoke. Chugu, I don't mind making you hate me a little more. He pulled out a knife, and the sharp blade flashed a gleam of light. Chugu said disdainfully, Yinanyu, you can't kill me, don't waste your energy. Yinanyu glanced at her sinisterly, I won't kill you. The next second, he cut his wrist, and bright red blood immediately flowed out. Chuji's body shook, and his eyes suddenly lit up with a bloodthirsty red light. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which instantly turned Chugu into a monster craving for flesh and blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chapter 39. Yinanyu raised his hand, and under Chuji's eager eyes, all the blood dripped onto the ground. Chugu, do you want it? His black eyes flashed with a crazy light, and the corners of his mouth curled up a devilish smile of Satan. Chugu had not eaten much in the past few days, and the blood fragrance in the room at this time aroused the zombie instinct that was suppressed in the deepest part of her body. She became manic. She kept hitting the cage and roared at Yinanyu. Roar, roar. Yinanyu, let me out. Yinanyu calmly looked at the frantic Chugu in the cage and said, when you agree to go to High City with me, I will let you out. Chugu tried his best to hold back the madness in his body, and his temples throbbed, despicable and shameless. Yinanyu smiled indifferently at Chuji's abuse. When I was a gentleman, I didn't treat you well, but I kicked you without saying anything. What you are doing now is just that you feel unwilling that I kicked you first. Yinanyu, what's wrong? You really fell in love with me after all the acting? Chugu said sarcastically. Yinanyu's face changed slightly. What did you say? What kind of acting did I do? Explain it clearly. Yinanyu, stop pretending. It will only make me think you are hypocritical. Anyway, I will not go to High City with you. Just kill me. Yinanyu's face was ashen. His fists tightened little by little, and his eyes were suppressing something. He was silent for a long time, and finally said, Chugu, it's not up to you. Chugu was instantly furious. Yinanyu, you bastard shameless beast. She cursed all the people who cursed. Yi Nanyu listened to her curse without changing his expression, and even moved a single sofa to sit and listen to her curse. His tall figure, even when sitting, still gave a strong sense of oppression, and his long legs were crossed, noble and elegant. His injured hand was casually placed on the edge of the sofa, and blood dripped down his slender and beautiful fingers to the ground. It exuded a dangerous aura, tempting people to sink. Chu Ji's eyes were red, and she looked at Yi Nanyu's bleeding wrist like a beast. The smell of blood in the air was constantly pulling her nerves, and she couldn't help but growl. She felt her soul trembling and felt pain. She banged the cage more frantically. Bang! Bang! Yi Nanyu, let me out quickly. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes deepened, and he said in a low voice, Chugu, you know what I want. It's just going to High City, I promise you. Chugu agreed too quickly, making Yi Nanyu unable to react for a while, and then suddenly stood up from the sofa. He couldn't believe it. Say it again. Chugu, whose soul was in pain, couldn't control her whole body shaking, and her consciousness began to blur. I'm going to High City. I promise you to go to High City. Remember what you said? Yi Nanyu said this and opened the cage. The next second, he was thrown to the ground by a figure, and the wound on his wrist was touched by a soft touch. Familiar breath, cold body temperature. Yi Nanyu gently stroked Chu Ji's smooth hair and said lovingly, drink slowly. Chugu swallowed the sweet and delicious blood, and the frenzy in his body disappeared immediately, and his trembling soul calmed down. Fuzzy consciousness returned. Chugu woke up, realized what he had promised Yi Nanyu just now, and immediately grabbed his collar angrily and punched him in the face. Okay, you're going to play tricks on me, right? I want to see if you're tough enough. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Chu Ji's fists hit Yi Nanyu mercilessly. Strangely, Yi Nanyu didn't fight back and let Chugu hit him. Chugu was panting and kicked Yi Nanyu in the stomach with his last kick, kicking him far away, and finally hitting his back against the wall before stopping. Puff. Yi Nanyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and a little cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was beaten black and blue, and it was obvious that Chugu had been ruthless. At this time, a deep laugh escaped from Yi Nanyu's lips. Then, there was a burst of unbridled laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chugu, shock, is he crazy? He was so happy even after being beaten. Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu lying on the ground and laughing unbridled, like a madman, with injuries on his handsome face, and inexplicably felt like a mad villain. She was a little scared. Yi Nanyu wouldn't really be crazy, would he? Chugu, I sure welcomes you. Yi Nanyu's voice sounded with a smile. Chugu was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and cursed, you are sick. I am sick, you are the medicine. Get lost. Another burst of unbridled laughter. At this time, a group of people came to the hotel lobby, 4 men and 2 women. Their backpacks were bulging, and it was obvious that they had plenty of supplies. Today is really strange. It is clearly the city center, but there is not a single zombie. One of the men, with a notch on his eyebrow, said in confusion. Kame, why do you think so much? This is a good thing. Look, we had so much fun collecting supplies for the first time. A man with yellow teeth and a cigarette stuck in his ear said. Lao Yin is right. Why do you think so much? Even if there are zombies, I am still here, a superpower. You are not afraid of anything. A man with flamboyant red hair said. Brother Lin's words made me feel relieved. Kame flattered him, but he was disdainful in his heart. He even had the nerve to mention that he was a superpower. Every time he charged into battle, he hid behind. Trash. If it weren't for Zhou Yang, they would have died countless times. Kame turned his head to look at Zhou Yang at the back. Strangely, he was surprisingly silent on this road. The 2 women also kept their eyes on Zhou Yang because he was handsome. He wore a sleeveless t-shirt on his upper body, revealing the perfect muscle lines of his arms, and black overalls on the lower body, which made his legs look long and straight, with the trouser legs tucked into Martin boots. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with strong and handsome features, wheat-colored skin, and male hormones bursting out. Just looking at him could make women's hearts flutter. Although he is not a superpower, he is very good at boxing and kicking, and he kills zombies without mercy. Zhou Yang was too silent at this time, with an abnormal blush on his cheeks, and his breathing faster than usual. A beautiful woman with shoulder-length short hair noticed it, and asked with concern, Zhou Yang, are you feeling unwell? You look a little bad. As soon as the short-haired woman finished speaking, Zhou Yang suddenly fell to the ground. A group of people were immediately startled. The 2 women quickly surrounded him nervously. Zhou Yang, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Oh my god, It's so hot. A woman with long black hair retracted her hand and said. The short-haired woman also reached out to check the temperature, but after just 1 second, she retracted it. It's too hot. It definitely exceeds the upper limit of human body temperature. The other 3 men also gathered around. What's wrong with Zhou Yang? He has a high fever. Who of you has antipyretic medicine? Feed it to him quickly. The short-haired woman said anxiously. I remember there is antipyretic medicine in Brother Lin's bag. Keimei said. Lin Yihai looked at Zhou Yang, who was lying on the ground, with a red face and blurred consciousness. Something flashed in his eyes, and he said, I have antipyretics, but it doesn't look like he has an ordinary fever. Brother Lin, if it's not a fever, then what is it? Lao Yin asked. Zombie transformation. Lin Yihai spat out 3 words. Chapter 40. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened, and their eyes were full of shock. Zombie transformation. That means Zhou Yang is about to become a zombie. Everyone was so scared that they quickly moved away from Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang felt that there were several fires burning in his body at the same time, and his head was in pain like an explosion. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He heard what Lin Yihai said, zombie transformation? Is he going to become a zombie? No, he still has things to do. He can't become a zombie. He wanted to stand up, but his body felt like it was pressed down by a heavy burden, and his body was getting hotter and hotter. He could only curl up in pain. Brother Lin, is Zhou Yang really going to turn into a zombie? Lao Yin swallowed and asked. At the beginning, humans had a high fever for no reason, and then the apocalypse broke out. With such a high temperature, it is no doubt that they will turn into zombies. Lin Yihai said. Keimei looked at Zhou Yang on the ground, and he couldn't accept it. How could such a good person turn into a zombie out of nowhere? Then what should we do? Keimei, if you face a zombie, what would you do? Lin Yihai said calmly. Kill it. Keimei uttered the 3 words with difficulty. Lin Yihai seemed to have heard a satisfactory answer, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yes, kill him. The 2 women heard that Zhou Yang was going to be killed, and they immediately felt reluctant. Maybe it's a mistake. Let's wait and see. They admired Zhou Yang, so naturally they didn't want to see him die. Lin Yihai said disdainfully, if you don't kill him now, will you go after him when he turns into a zombie? He is obviously the one with superpowers. But these 2 women only revolve around Zhou Yang and completely ignore him. He has been unhappy for a long time. When Zhou Yang dies, if they don't kneel down and lick him, don't expect him to protect them. Lin Yihai, we are all companions. Do you have to be so impatient? The short-haired girl said angrily. Hee. Just now I heard that Zhou Yang was going to turn into a zombie, but you were farther away than anyone else. Why, you are talking about morality now. Lin Yihai said sarcastically. The short-haired girl's face suddenly turned pale. If you insist on keeping Zhou Yang, we won't take action when he turns into a zombie. You can do it yourself. Lin Yihai said. Support Brother Lin. Lao Yin shouted. He has long been annoyed with these 2 women who only look at the face. Usually he would die if he touched them, but when it comes to Zhou Yang, he wants to take off his clothes and lie on the bed. One by one, they are all bitches. Keimei did not express his opinion. Although he did not have the heart to kill Zhou Yang, he was more rational than the 2 women, and knew what the overall situation was. Why are you silent now? Weren't you very righteous just now? Go ahead. Lin Yihai looked at the 2 women and said sarcastically. The short-haired woman and the black-haired woman looked unhappy in the face of Lin Yihai's sarcasm, but they didn't object in the end. Lin Yihai sneered, the cowardly woman, why are you pretending? Since everyone has no objection to killing Zhou Yang, I will do it. Lin Yihai saw that everyone agreed, and a smile of success suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhou Yang on the ground with pride. He had wanted to kill him for a long time, and finally he got the chance. Others didn't know, but Lin Yihai, who was a superpower, knew it very well. Zhou Yang didn't turn into a zombie, but activated his superpower. Lin Yihai's eyes flashed with darkness. He would never allow Zhou Yang to become a superpower. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. He could only strike first. It's not his fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Zhou Yang for always suppressing him. Lin Yihai's facial features twisted, and his eyes burst with great hatred. Go to hell. He waved his hand, and a sharp wooden thorn shot out and shot towards Zhou Yang's head. At this critical moment, something shot over, so fast that only a white afterimage could be seen, colliding with the wooden thorn in the air, and the wooden thorn immediately shattered and fell to the ground. Swoosh. The white afterimage shot through Lin Yihai's shoulder. He suddenly felt a pain, covered his bloody shoulder, and took a few steps back. The white afterimage flew in the air. Ah! Everyone avoided this strange thing. The white afterimage circled around everyone, and then flew back to its owner. Everyone looked over and their eyes widened. This person is so beautiful. Black hair, flawless white skin, delicate facial features, but her expression is too cold, making her look charming and dangerous. Next to her stood a man, with bruises on his face. Even though he was beaten like that, it still did not affect his handsomeness. Tall and strong, he could not be ignored. Who are they? Yi Nanyu was tense at this time. His hands were clenched into fists, his eyes were red, and he stared at the man on the ground. Seeing Chugu was about to go over, he quickly grabbed her. You are not allowed to go over. His voice was a little hoarse, because he was suppressing something. Let go, Chugu said fiercely. Yi Nanyu was shocked, and slowly loosened his hand. He watched Chugu walk towards the man. His heart was broken. 3 years ago, she betrayed him for that man. Now she still chooses him as always, right? Chugu quickened her pace, and walked towards Zhou Yang. She could see that she was a little anxious. When she walked over, she saw that Zhou Yang's eyes were closed, his forehead was covered with sweat, and he was unconsciously groaning in pain. Zhou Yang, what's wrong with you, Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, and endured the pain. He heard a familiar voice in a daze. His heavy eyelids tried to open a crack, and saw a blurry figure. He tried hard to see clearly, and finally saw the face clearly. He excitedly grabbed her wrist. Xiaogu, are you okay? His voice was very low and hoarse. Xiaogu shook his head. I'm fine, but you, who made you like this, tell me, I will help you get revenge. Her voice was unusually cold, and her eyes shot towards Lin Yihai. Lin Yihai's back stiffened, and he felt creepy. This was the first time he felt fear from a woman. He was a superpower, but he was actually afraid of a woman. It was ridiculous. If you don't want to die, I advise you to kill him quickly. He will soon become a zombie. Lin Yihai waited gloatingly to see the woman jump away in fear, but he was disappointed after all. Chu Ji's bloodshot eyes lit up, and he said grimly, I don't mind showing you what a real zombie looks like. Chapter 41. Lin Yihai's pupils dilated. Zombie, you are a zombie. Lao Yan and the others retreated in fear. Zhou Yang's head boomed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Xiaogu, I explain to you later. Chugu stood up, looked at Lin Yihai, and said coldly, the zombie is standing in front of you now. What are you waiting for? Come and kill me. Lin Yihai could tell from the move just now that he was not the opponent's opponent, so he would naturally not be stupid enough to take the initiative to deliver himself to the door. As a man, I never fight with women. I want to fight him. Lin Yihai pointed at Yi Nanyu. A grown man was beaten black and blue. He looked like a weakling with only good looks. His wood-type ability was more than enough to deal with a weakling. If you win, I will let you do whatever you want. If I win, you let me go. Lin Yihai shouted. Chugu looked at Lin Yihai with an idiot look. Where did he get the confidence to think he could beat Yi Nanyu? Hee. I hope you won't regret it later. When Lin Yihai heard Chu Ji's words, he felt a sense of fear behind his back. Could that man be very powerful? It's impossible. How could a very powerful man be beaten so badly? He must be bluffing. Lin Yihai took the lead in launching an attack, and countless wooden spikes shot towards Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu dodged with a cold face, stomped his foot, and a super strong electric current drilled out from under his feet, hidden under the ground, and went towards Lin Yihai. Pa! Lin Yihai was hit by the huge electric current and flew away. His body turned into a parabola and fell far away, and he immediately vomited blood. Lao Yan and the others all opened their mouths wide in shock. Lin Yihai was killed in one move, and they didn't see how the opponent attacked. Lin Yihai regretted it very much at this moment, and he actually chose a lightning power user. No, he had to escape quickly. At this time, a pair of feet appeared in his sight, and walked over. He looked up and met a pair of emotionless, creepy blood pupils, and his eyes widened in fear. The next second, the head was separated from the body, and blood splattered all over. Ah! The two women screamed in fear. Swept by a cold and sinister gaze, the two women immediately stopped talking and shivered together. Lao Yan and Kei Mei looked very unhappy. Lin Yihai, a superpower, was defeated, not to mention them. Fear loomed over them. Chugu didn't pay attention to them, but looked at the superpower corpse at his feet. Although she had just drunk Yi Nanyu's blood, she took out her eating tool in the principle of not wasting. Stab into the aorta of the superpower, and drink the bright red drink. The beautiful person squatted beside a corpse, and sucked blood with a straw. It was so seductive and weird. Zhou Yang's eyes flashed with pain, and then he finally believed that Chugu had become a zombie. If he was in Rongqing when the apocalypse broke out, with his protection, would Xiaogu not become a zombie? Zhou Yang fell into deep self-blame. She has become a zombie, and she will kill people indiscriminately when she gets violent. If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. A cold voice rang out. Zhou Yang looked up and saw Yi Nanyu approaching him at some point. The impulsive boy who beat him up that year has grown up and is even more handsome. He was surprised when he saw Yi Nanyu just now. He didn't expect to see him next to Chugu again after a few years. Didn't he break up with Chugu that year? How come they are together again? You and her are no longer the same kind of people. It's absolutely impossible in this life. Get out of here. Yi Nanyu said again with a gloomy face. Zhou Yang chuckled. Why? You think you can't compete with me, so you want to scare me, your love rival, away. Yi Nanyu was hit in the heart, so he simply stopped pretending and threatened directly. It's the end of the world now. If you continue to provoke her, I won't beat you like I did in the past. I will kill you. Then try it. Zhou Yang jumped up and appeared in front of Yi Nanyu in an instant. That's right, he just activated the teleportation ability. He clenched his fist and hit Yi Nanyu in the face. He admitted that he had the desire for revenge back then. Yi Nanyu did not fight back and let Zhou Yang hit him in the face. He was thrown 10 meters away by the punch and fell right next to Chugu. Zhou Yang was dumbfounded. Was it really that exaggerated? He just punched him once. People who didn't know would think he hit him with his car. Could it be that he had activated his supernatural power and his strength increased? Chugu, who was eating, was startled when she saw Yi Nanyu suddenly fall next to her. Hey, Yi Nanyu, are you okay? Yi Nanyu pointed his shaking finger at Zhou Yang. He wanted me to leave you, and he suddenly hit me when I refused. After saying that, he turned his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yang, shocked, the green tea taste is so strong. When Chugu saw Yi Nanyu spitting blood, he looked at Zhou Yang with disapproval, as if to say that it would be fine if he just beat him casually. Why did he beat him to spit blood? Zhou Yang, I help you up, be careful. Chugu reached out to help Yi Nanyu's arm. Yi Nanyu directly reached out and held Chuji's shoulders. A glimmer of light flashed across his lowered eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes. This kid. Lao Yin and the others saw that Zhou Yang not only did not turn into a zombie, but also activated his superpowers. Thinking that they were going to kill him just now, they were afraid that he would retaliate, so they quickly explained. Zhou Yang, it was Lin Zihai, that bastard, who lied to us that you were going to turn into a zombie. We didn't really want to kill you. Lao Yin said. Yes, it was all Lin Zihai's fault. Everything is Lin Zihai's fault. The woman with long black hair said angrily. Zhou Yang, I'm sorry. I stood up and strongly opposed it just now, but my power alone is too weak. Fortunately, you are fine. The short-haired girl walked up to Zhou Yang and said, You have become a superpower. I am so happy for you. Sorry. Kame didn't say much. You guys go. Zhou Yang said indifferently. He was too lazy to kill them. Anyway, people like them would not live long if they went out. The short-haired girl was stunned. Aren't you going with us? The black long straight hair said anxiously, Zhou Yang, you can't leave. Lin Zihai is dead. If you are gone too, what should we do? I wasn't originally traveling with you. I just made friends on the road. Now I have found the person I want to find. As for what happened to you, it is none of my business. Yi Nanyu heard Zhou Yang's words, and his dark eyes sank. He is really not afraid of death. Zhou Yang, you can't abandon us so ruthlessly. Aren't you letting us die? Lao Yin said excitedly. Zhou Yang's face turned cold, and he said in a fierce voice, I say again, you have nothing to do with me. If you don't get out, don't blame me for taking action. The short-haired girl was anxious and tried to pull Zhou Yang's sleeve, but he dodged her. Zhou Yang, I like you. Just let me stay with you. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Her voice was tender and tearful, and her eyes were red and lovable. Yi Nanyu secretly observed Chu Ji's reaction, and saw that she looked like she was watching the fun, and she didn't have any jealous or angry emotions. He raised his mouth with satisfaction. Maybe she betrayed him just because she was confused for a while, and she didn't like this wild man. This time, he would never give her another chance to cheat. Chapter 42. Chugu, look at that girl, she's crying. He must have cheated her out of her body, and now he's going to kick her out. He's just a scumbag. Yi, gossip, Nanyu said. He was committed to destroying Zhou Yang's image in front of Chugu. How could Chugu not know what he was thinking? She glanced at him, and said lightly, Zhou Yang is not that kind of person. I believe him. This sentence immediately made Yi Nanyu explode with anger, and he said in a sarcasm, Zhou Yang, you can tell from his name that he's a sea king. Chugu, Why didn't she know that Yi Nanyu was so good at talking before? Yi Nanyu was so angry that he pointed his spear at Zhou Yang and shouted at her. Hey, are you a man? You turned your face away after getting out of bed and putting on your pants. If you are a man, take responsibility, and don't let me look down on you. Zhou Yang's face darkened. If you don't want to die, shut up. Chugu, look at him. He is so angry because of what I said. It's not enough to beat me up and make me vomit blood just now. Now he wants to kill me. Yi Nanyu exudes a strong smell of green tea. Chugu, Zhou Yang, When a man is green tea, women have nothing to do with it. Finally, Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu strangely and said inexplicably, You will regret it. Yi Nanyu, ? Watching Chugu walk towards Zhou Yang, Yi Nanyu's dark eyes deepened. He regretted not killing Zhou Yang that year. The short-haired girl saw Chugu coming over and immediately stepped back in fear. What do you want to do? Chugu walked to Zhou Yang, and his cold eyes swept over the short-haired girl and the others. Don't want to leave. I'm not full either. Which one should I eat first? The short-haired girl and the others were so scared that they turned around and ran away, and disappeared in a short while. Chu Ji's mouth curled up slightly. Being a zombie is still good, at least it's scary enough. Zhou Yang looked at Chugu beside him, and his nose was a little sour. Obviously, when Xiaogu walked on the road before, many people would stop and look at him involuntarily, but now, he has become a zombie that everyone is afraid of. Xiaogu must have had a hard time these days. How helpless she must have been when she was bitten by a zombie. Zhou Yang hugged Chugu in grief. I'm sorry, I'm late. The next second, he was pulled up and knocked to the ground with a punch. You're looking for death. Yi Nanyu's terrifying voice sounded. Zhou Yang poked his cheek with his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and became angry. He teleported behind Yi Nanyu and kicked him out with a spin. Bang! Yi Nanyu fell not far away. Yi Nanyu, have you forgotten that you broke up with Xiaogu a long time ago? Don't you think it's ridiculous that you are acting like a real boyfriend now? As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, he was hit by Yi Nanyu's lightning whip. If you weren't such a shameless person, would Chuj and I have broken up? I am shameless? You are the scumbag. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, he appeared on Yi Nanyu's left side and threw a hook punch. Yi Nanyu turned his head and blocked Zhou Yang's fist, which was coming again, and punched him in the stomach. You are right to interfere in other people's feelings. Ridiculous. What kind of feelings are they? It's just a scam from beginning to end. The two of them were fighting each other with punches and kicks, and they didn't stop talking. Chugu sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby, leaning lazily against the back of the sofa and watching the fight between the two. It was as if she was not the party involved, she was just a spectator. In the end, she said coldly, Fight, if you die, you can be my food. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang's backs stiffened, and then they quickly separated. Xiaogu he? Yi Nanyu interrupted Zhou Yang before he finished speaking. He started it first. You? Yi Nanyu interrupted Zhou Yang again. You scolded me first. Zhou Yang. I was just defending myself. Yi Nanyu. Zhou Yang was so angry that he had a heart attack. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Chugu felt like he had known Yi Nanyu all over again, and once again witnessed how powerful his mouth was. It seems that I have to be careful when arguing with him in the future. On the empty street. Damn, what's the big deal? Lao Yan kicked the scrapped car on the road. It's just to stimulate superpowers, I don't care. Okay, do you want to attract zombies? Kei Mei shouted angrily. Lao Yan was already unhappy, and now he is even more unhappy. Kei Mei, you are talking nonsense now. Why didn't you say a word just now? I don't want to say anything more. You will bear the consequences of attracting zombies. Lao Yan shouted as if he was going to fight him. Where are the zombies? Come out, come out. Kei Mei looked ugly and angrily cursed. Idiot. He was about to leave, but was surrounded by zombies pouring out from everywhere. Ah! Zombies, so many zombies. The two women were so scared that they hid behind the two men. Lao Yan's face turned pale. He didn't expect to really attract zombies. How could this happen? There are obviously no zombies in this area for several kilometers, right? Are you scared now? It's too late, go feed the zombies. Kei Mei suddenly pushed Lao Yan out. Lao Yan was caught off guard, and threw himself into the arms of the zombies. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. Kei took advantage of someone attracting the zombies and left quickly. Lao Yan was bitten by zombies all over his body. Looking at Kei who was leaving, he shouted, "Kei, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." The two women were so scared that they trembled all over. They wanted to catch up with Kei, but were blocked by the zombies. "Ah! Don't come over here! Don't come over here!" The short-haired woman waved a branch in her hand, trying to scare off the zombies. "Kei, don't go! Save me! Save me!" The black-haired woman looked at Kei who was getting farther and farther away and shouted desperately. But Kei didn't stop and left them far behind. The next second, the zombies pounced on the two women, and two more screams rang out on the street. The smell of blood drifted away with the wind. Chapter 43. Yi Nanyu looked at the two people talking over there with a sullen face, and clenched his fists. God knows how much self-control he had to control himself from going crazy. They'd better not do anything intimate to stimulate him, otherwise he can't guarantee whether he will kill someone. "Xiao Gu, I'm sorry, I'm late, otherwise you wouldn't," Zhou Yang said with a self-blaming face. "This is none of your business, don't give me a sensational scene," Chu Gu said. But Zhou Yang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chu Gu. "I'm a zombie, do you feel scared?" Zhou Yang shook his head. "That's it, I'm a zombie, and I'm also Chu Gu, there's no difference, and I'm very satisfied with my current state. No one can bully me anymore. As soon as I reveal my identity, everyone is scared away." Zhou Yang looked at Chu Gu, who was delicate and clean, and it was obvious that he had lived a good life in the end times, so he was relieved. Seeing Yi Nanyu who had been staring at this side, Zhou Yang asked, "What's wrong with him?" Chu Gu shrugged, "Maybe I dumped him first, so he is unwilling to accept it, and comes to me for revenge." Zhou Yang's eyes were stern, and he said, "Looking for him to die." After that, he was about to go to Yi Nanyu. Chu Gu held him back. "Don't be impulsive, I've become a zombie, he can't do anything to me." Yi Nanyu stared at Chu Gu holding Zhou Yang's hand, anger brewing in his black eyes. "Chu Gu, let go." The voice was extremely sinister. Chu Gu quickly let go to prevent Yi Nanyu, the mad dog, from biting people. Yi Nanyu saw Chu Gu let go, and his tense face improved a little, but he didn't plan to let them continue talking. "Chu Gu, come here, we should leave." "Where to?" Zhou Yang asked. "Where we go is none of your business," Yi Nanyu said coldly. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Gu would interrupt him. "You seem to be an outsider too." Yi Nanyu's face was ashen, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. If he was facing Zhou Yang, he would have punched him long ago, but facing Chu Gu, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, and he was reluctant to touch her hair. Chu Gu ignored Yi Nanyu's livid face, and said to Zhou Yang, "I want to go to High City with him." When Zhou Yang heard High City, he immediately objected, "I don't agree." Yi Nanyu's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he snorted coldly, "Who do you think you are? Do I need your consent?" Zhou Yang teleported and appeared in front of Yi Nanyu, grabbed his collar, and said sternly, "Yi Nanyu, I warn you, don't think of hurting Xiaga again, come to me if you have anything, it's none of her business. My people still need you to warn them." Yi Nanyu bent his knees, and slammed hard into Zhou Yang's stomach. Chu Gu was reluctant to move, and he naturally didn't need to be polite to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang bent over in pain, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "Damn it." Zhou Yang knocked Yi Nanyu down with his body, and the two fell to the ground. Another scene of two handsome guys fighting each other. Chu Gu, 1 hour later. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang squatted on the ground with their noses and faces swollen, pinching their ears with their hands, and each of them had a size 36 shoe print on their face. Chu Gu stood with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at them. "Are you still going to fight?" The two of them had a rare tacit understanding, and shook their heads at the same time. "Swear, whoever hits the other again, will be a rotten JJ. Yi Nanyu, shocked, Zhou Yang, shocked. "Hurry up." "Chu Gu, are you still a woman?" Yi Nanyu's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth. "Ahem. Xiao Gu, you are a girl, you can't say such things." Zhou Yang was a little embarrassed. Chu Gu glanced over. The two shouted in unison, "If I hit him again, I'd be killed." Neither of them said the other's name, which means they looked down on each other. "I don't agree, let him go," Yi Nanyu said with a gloomy face. "Not killing him is his greatest tolerance, and asking him to join, how could it be possible? If you don't agree, then we have to go separately, you go your way, we go our way," Chu Gu said. "Chu Gu, you dare?" Yi Nanyu raised his voice. "Zhou Yang, let's go." Chu Gu turned around and was about to leave. She showed with her actions that there was nothing she dared not do. Yi Nanyu quickly grabbed Chu Ji's cold little hand and gritted his teeth and said, if he wants to join, then let him join. She was the only one who could make him compromise in this life. Zhou Yang was a little surprised to see Yi Nanyu's attitude towards Chu Gu. He didn't look like he hated someone, but rather like he was helpless towards the person he liked. Could there be any misunderstandings back then? Just then, the zombie pigeon flew into the hotel in a panic and landed on Chu Ji's shoulder. Gugu. Sister Gu, help me. A group of people besieged my man's nest. One of them is poisonous, constantly releasing poisonous gas. My man can't stand it anymore. Hurry up and follow me. You lead the way. The man-eating crow helped her, so Chu Gu naturally couldn't stand by and watch her die. The zombie pigeon quickly led Chu Ji's way. Follow me, Chu Gu said, and followed the zombie pigeon out of the hotel. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang didn't understand what Chu Gu and the zombie pigeon said, and didn't know what happened, but they followed them. An hour later, a military vehicle stopped outside a forest, and 3 people got off the car. They were Chu Gu and his group. Crows. The forest was filled with the shrill cries of man-eating crows, and the rampant laughter of people. Ha. Kill them quickly, don't leave any alive. Kuh. The zombie pigeon flapped its wings anxiously, and flew into the forest. Chu Ji's face was solemn, and he hurriedly followed in. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang followed closely behind. Deep in the forest, it was a mess, with big trees falling in all directions, and many dead crows on the ground, and the smell of blood was overwhelming. A black gas enveloped the sky above the forest, forming a poisonous gas barrier to prevent the crows from escaping. The crow leader spewed flames from his mouth, and led his brothers to try to break through the encirclement. But the enemy in the rear continued to attack, releasing poison gas and ice arrows. The crows. Papa. Fall down. Crows. The crow leader was furious, and a blazing fireball spewed out, heading towards the invading group. Swish, swish, swish. Countless ice blades shot into the fireball. Bang. The fireball exploded in midair. The explosion was too close, and the crow leader was blown away directly. Bang, bang. It knocked down several trees in a row, and finally fell to the ground. The leader of the man-eating crows was covered in black smoke, his hair was burnt, and there was blood flowing from wounds of all sizes. Blood was gushing out of the crow's mouth, and he looked seriously injured. The zombie crows saw that their leader was injured, and they rushed over to protect him. However, they were blocked by the poison-type mutant, who sprayed poison gas at them, and immediately poisoned a group of people. The invading people were delighted, and there was no doubt that they had won. One of them shouted excitedly, "Victory belongs to us." Is it too early to be happy? A sinister voice sounded nearby. The intruders all looked over and saw a woman and 2 men who appeared out of nowhere. The ice-type mutant saw Chu Gu, and a disgusting desire flashed across his eyes. They must be here to fight with our gun crystal core. Kill the 2 men quickly, and leave the woman to me. Kill! A group of 7 or 8 people rushed towards Yi Nanyu, and the others with machetes. At this time, they saw one of the men suddenly disappear, and when they saw him again, one of their companions had been beheaded. Superpowers, they also have superpowers. Someone shouted. Everyone's faces suddenly changed, and it was too late to retreat. Be careful, he's behind you. Get out of the way, he's running behind you. Ah! Zhou Yang's teleportation was like a ghost, unexpectedly appearing behind people, and when they reacted, their heads and bodies were already separated. Yi Nanyu and Chu Gu didn't even make a move, and all 7 or 8 people in the group were dealt with by Zhou Yang. The main reason was that his teleportation made it impossible for people to catch his figure. He was still 100 meters away in the last second, and appeared behind him in the next second without anyone noticing. The faces of the poison and ice superpowers were extremely ugly. They thought they had already won, but Cheng Yaojin came out from nowhere, and in a blink of an eye, they were the only 2 left. They looked at each other, and attacked Zhou Yang together. If you provoke us, you will be miserable. Chapter 44. Zhou Yang saw the poison gas and ice blades coming towards him, so he teleported and instantly appeared on a tree more than 100 meters away. 2 against 1, it's a bit immoral. The ice-type psychic shot an ice blade. You are still talking so much nonsense before you die. Hee, it's not certain who will die. Zhou Yang teleported behind him, and raised the dagger in his hand to stab him in the neck. Did you forget that I was there? The poison-type psychic immediately released poison gas towards Zhou Yang. Yi Nanyu's mouth curled up, looking forward to seeing Zhou Yang die, just in case he didn't have to do it. At this moment, a figure shot out from beside him, And Yi Nanyu's face suddenly became stiff and ugly, and his hands suddenly tightened. Chugu rushed forward and blocked the poison gas attacking Zhou Yang. At the same time, 5 bone spurs grew out of his fist, and stabbed into the chest of the poison-type mutant. Zhou Yang also stabbed into the neck of the ice-type mutant. Stab! Blood spurted out, and the 2 bodies fell to the ground at the same time. The poison gas barrier above the forest disappeared, and the forest was no longer gloomy. The crows suffered heavy casualties, with corpses and bloody black feathers scattered all over the ground. The surviving crows rested on branches, licking their wounds. Crows, crows, crows! Zhou Yang knew that if it hadn't been for Chugu, he would have been attacked by poison gas. He turned to look at Chugu. Xiaogu, thank you. Before he finished speaking, he widened his eyes in fear, as if he had seen something horrible, and then he vomited. Chugu, shock! Suddenly, she felt something was about to fall off her face. She touched it with her hand, and pulled off a layer of melted skin. Damn! Chuji's whole body stiffened suddenly, like a stroke patient, and the hand holding the skin trembled constantly. It was not right to throw it away, and it was not right not to throw it away. Yi Nanyu, wo! She cried. Yi Nanyu walked forward anxiously. Chugu, what's wrong? Chugu turned around and pushed the skin in front of him. Woo! My skin fell off. Yi Nanyu's pupils trembled, and those with poor psychological endurance would probably faint on the spot. Chuji's face looked like it was melted by strong sulfuric acid. His facial features were fuzzy. One eyeball was on his forehead, the other on his chin. It was extremely scary. Even in the daytime, it didn't hinder the horror effect. A wave of nausea surged in his heart, and Yi Nanyu was about to vomit, but when he saw Zhou Yang vomiting over there, he calmed down immediately. Chugu, no matter what you become, I don't dislike you. I'm not like someone who vomits because you lose your beautiful skin. Really? Cried a death. Chugu was deeply moved. Then please help me hold the skin, I go vomit first. She stuffed the skin that had melted into a puddle of mud into Yi Nanyu's hand, and quickly ran to a tree to vomit. You? Yi Nanyu. Shock! He looked at the skin in his hand, his pupils dilated, his face pale without a trace of blood, and a little cold sweat on his forehead. This was simply fatal to him, who was obsessed with cleanliness. You. He began to retch, and he wanted to put the skin in his hand down in a panic, but when he saw that the ground was dirty, he took his hand back and wanted to put it on the leaves, but when he saw a worm on it, he gave up. Finally, he gritted his teeth and kicked it into his pocket, ran to a pile of weeds and vomited it out. The dead crows looked at the 3 people who were vomiting wildly with a confused look on their faces. The zombie pigeon circled around the crow leader anxiously. Gugu. You bastard, how are you okay? Yeah. I'm so powerful, how could I be in trouble? The crow leader was unwilling to show weakness. It flapped its wings and struggled to get up, but fell down again and again. Gugu. Stop, don't move, you are seriously injured. The zombie pigeon was extremely anxious. Yeah. I am fine, I can still kill the enemy. If you don't believe me, I will spit fire for you to see. The man-eating crow leader didn't want his wife to worry, so he planned to perform a fire-breathing show, but he didn't spit out fire, but spit out blood. Puff. Zombie pigeon. Shock. Man-eating crow leader. Shock. Gugu. Sister Gu, save my man, he is vomiting blood. The zombie pigeon flew to Chugu and asked her for help. After vomiting, Chugu wiped his mouth and looked up at the zombie pigeon. The zombie pigeon saw an extremely scary face, and was so scared that it pecked Chuji's head. Gugu. Damn, you are so ugly and still go out on the street, I will peck your head. Chuji's heart was hit by 10,000 points of critical hit. Hiss. Stinky pigeon, if you peck again, believe it or not, I will turn you into a roasted pigeon. The zombie pigeon shuddered. Guh. Sister? What else? The zombie pigeon immediately moved away, looking at the bloody holes on Chuji's head pecked by it, and felt guilty, looking left and right. Coo. The scenery is really nice today. Chugu felt something flowing down her forehead. She wiped it with her hand, and ended up with blood on her hand. Chugu was furious. Hiss. Zombie pigeon. Coo. I'm going to see if my man is dead. The zombie pigeon quickly flew away to escape. The man-eating crow leader lay on the ground, watching his wife fly back in a panic, and hurriedly asked, Crow. What's wrong? What happened? Coo. I came to see you die. Pa. No, I mean I was worried about you, so I came back to see if you are still alive? Man-eating crow leader. Xiaogu, I'm sorry, you became like this because you blocked the poison for me. Zhou Yang said sadly. Xiaogu used to love beauty the most, But now she has become a ghost, she must be very sad. I'm not hurt. It's just a little ugly. I drink some blood later. Chugu is used to it. It's not like he hasn't rotted before. At this time, a scent of blood spread. Chugu saw Zhou Yang cut a knife on his wrist, and bright red blood flowed down. He held his wrist out to her. Drink it. Chu Ji's eyes flashed red, and she instinctively went to drink it. A big hand stretched out, covered her mouth, and dragged her away from Zhou Yang. Yi Nanyu, what are you doing? Chugu angrily shook off his hand. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes were dark, and he looked unhappy. Chugu, if you dare to drink his blood, I will knock out your teeth. Zhou Yang is not as stingy as you. Chugu muttered softly. The next second, a stronger scent of blood filled the air. Chugu looked at the beautiful wrist that was handed to her lips, and the sweet blood stained her lips. She opened her lips eagerly and pressed against him. The warm body temperature, the fresh fragrance, and the sweet blood all made her fall in love with him. Chu Ji's bloodshot eyes became brighter and brighter. She raised her cold little hand and grabbed his big hand, swallowing blood in big mouthfuls. Some of the blood fell from the corners of her mouth, which looked seductive and beautiful. Zhou Yang looked at Yi Nanyu with a complicated expression. Not only did he not dislike Xiao Ge for turning into a zombie, he even took the initiative to let her suck blood. And his eyes, which were full of emotions, was he seeing it wrong? Chapter 45. The blood rich in power continued to flow into the body, and Chu Ji's face quickly recovered. In just a moment, Chu Ji's face regained its beauty, even more beautiful than before. Her skin was so soft that it could be blown away, her eyes were bright and lively, and her pupils were decorated with light red patterns, which made her look mysterious. Her high nose bridge, soft lips were rosy, her small and delicate chin, and her perfect facial contours. This face could be called a miracle. Chu Ji's slippery tongue slid across Yi Nanyu's wound, and the wound healed at an extremely fast speed until there was no trace left. Her lips left Yi Nanyu's wrist, and he rubbed his fingers reluctantly. Chugu. Click. Twisted her neck twice, very satisfied. Zhou Yang looked at Chugu, who had recovered as before, and was shocked by her ability. This was the first time he had seen such a strong evolutionary ability, and he couldn't imagine how terrifying she would grow in the future. It seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Xiao Ge could live well in the apocalypse without relying on anyone. So what if she was a zombie? As long as she could live well in the apocalypse, nothing else mattered. Zhou Yang completely let go of the worry in his heart. Yi Nanyu took out Chu Ji's face skin that had melted into a pile of mud from his pocket with a tense expression and returned it to her. Yours. After Chugu glanced at it, she quickly looked away, otherwise she was afraid that she would vomit again. It's not needed anymore, throw it away. Chugu said so. Yi Nanyu was about to throw it away, but for some reason, he suddenly stopped. He took out an empty box from the space, put the face skin in it, sighed, dug a hole, and buried the box in it. Chugu, Zhou Yang looked at Yi Nanyu with a meaningful look in his eyes. He didn't seem as bad as he thought. The zombie pigeon saw that Sister Gu drank Yi Nanyu's blood and immediately recovered her beauty and vitality, so it thought that Yi Nanyu's blood had something special. So it wanted to ask for some blood to save its seriously injured dead man. It flew to Chu Ji's shoulder. Gugu. Sister Gu, I have a small request. I don't know if I should say it. Roar. Then don't say it. Chugu said mercilessly. The zombie pigeon was choked by Chu Ji's words. Why did it think differently? Shouldn't you say you and I are so close? What's wrong with talking? You don't have to be so distant with me. There was no other way, so the zombie pigeon had to flatter her. Gugu. Sister Gu, you look more beautiful than before. Yi Nanyu's blood is simply a panacea. It must taste good. His. It's really good. Chugu touched her tender little face and nodded with satisfaction. Gugu. Can you let him give me some blood? My dead man is seriously injured. I want to give him some blood to replenish his body. Chu Ji's face was expressionless for a moment. Roar. What did you say last time? Gugu. Yi Nanyu's blood is simply a panacea. It must taste good. Zombie pigeon repeated it again. Roar. It tastes bad. It's stinky. Zombie pigeon. Shock. Fuck. This is fake sisterhood. Zhou Yang saw Yi Nanyu squatting beside the bodies of the two superpowers, fiddling with something. I walked over and saw him drawing blood and making bags of blood. What are you doing? Zhou Yang was puzzled. Rations for Chugu. Yi Nanyu said. Zombies need a lot of blood and flesh, you know that, so I will be responsible for the blood and you will be responsible for the meat. Is that okay? No problem. Zhou Yang was happy. Okay, Then I tell you, Chugu especially likes to eat internal organs, especially large intestines, and he wants them to be original and stuffed. Zhou Yang was stunned. Little Gu likes to eat these? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Yi Nanyu's mouth curled up slightly. If you dislike me, then get out of here. Who said I disliked her? No matter what Shioga becomes, I will never dislike her. Zhou Yang felt relieved when he saw Yi Nanyu's dark face, looking like he wanted to bite his teeth to pieces. Want to scare him away? No way. He won't leave until he finds out what he means to Chugu. If you have time to talk nonsense here, hurry up. If the corpse is not fresh for more than half an hour, Chugu will not eat it, Yi Nanyu said coldly. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, and decided to respect the food culture of the zombie world. He took out a knife, and cut open a corpse. Looking at the large intestine with stuffing in the belly, he held back his nausea, and cut it off. For the sake of freshness, he didn't dare to delay for a minute, and quickly took it up, walked to Chugu, and stuffed it into her arms. Xiaogu, eat it while it's fresh. Chugu was talking to the zombie pigeon, when Zhou Yang stuffed something into her. She looked down, and saw the bloody large intestine in her arms, and her hair stood on end. Fuck. He threw it away quickly. Why did you throw it away? Don't you like stuffed intestines the most? Who told you that I like to eat this stuff? Chugu squeezed out these words from his teeth. Zhou Yang looked at Yi Nanyu. It's him. Yi Nanyu stood up with an innocent look on his face. I reminded you, but you didn't listen. You said that seeing other zombies eating this deliciously, Chugu would definitely like it too. You also said that Chugu should eat this kind of food after becoming a monster. Zhou Yang, shocked. What kind of green tea speech is this? Chugu naturally believed Zhou Yang, knowing that it must be Yi Nanyu who did it, and was about to scold him. But Yi Nanyu threw a blood bag over and blocked her mouth. Try to drink it. How does it taste? Chugu forgot about scolding, and only the blood bag was in her eyes. Yeah, it's not as good as yours, but it's not bad either, Chugu said vaguely with the blood bag in her mouth. Zhou Yang looked at Chugu, who was drinking the blood bag, with a satisfied look on her face, and he was a little surprised that Yi Nanyu could fully understand Ji's temper. It is not easy to understand a person's temper. You must know every bit of the other person and his or her temper. And the premise of these is that you must be attentive to understand so thoroughly. There are usually two types of people who can understand each other so attentively. One is to love to the extreme, and the other is to hate to the extreme. Zhou Yang's eyes became deep. Which type is Yi Nanyu? Chugu looked at the pitiful appearance of the man-eating crow lying on the ground half dead, and finally rewarded it with 2 bags of blood. The leader of the crows drank the blood of the superpower, and recovered a little. Chugu asked it, Roar. Why did these people spend so much effort to encircle your nest? It is definitely not to eat the 2 bites of meat from the crows. It must have another purpose. The leader of the crows spread its wings and flew up, and its black feathers fell to the ground. It was injured and flew crookedly, and people were worried that it would fall and be crushed. Fortunately, it was a leader after all, and it did not fall down and lose face. It flew to the largest towering tree. The crow flew down with a bird's nest in its mouth. The bird's nest was placed in Chu Ji's hand, and she was immediately blinded by the glare. After adapting for a while, she slowly opened a crack and saw a bird's nest of sparkling crystal cores. She widened her eyes. Damn! So many crystal cores! Chapter 46. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang were also shocked. It was the first time they had seen so many crystal cores. No wonder those people dared to surround and destroy the nest of the man-eating crows regardless of the danger. With so many crystal cores and such a great temptation, I believe that not many people would not be greedy. Chugu looked at the crystal cores in the bird's nest, and her saliva was about to flow down. Last time, she only ate 1 crystal core and evolved bone spurs. If she ate all of these, she would probably become as terrifying as Godzilla. Hiss. Are all these for me? Chugu asked with his eyes sparkling, full of expectation. Crow. These are divided among the 3 of you. Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for them, they would have been completely destroyed, and these crystal cores would have been snatched away by that group of people. Chugu happily said to Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang. The man-eating crow said that all these crystal cores were given to me. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, shocked. Is it relying on them not understanding? They didn't understand, but they could read the look in his eyes. Was the crow sure that it was not going to split it among the 3 of them? Are you sure that the crow said it would only give it to you? The 2 looked at Chugu with suspicion. You don't believe it? Does someone as honest as me look like someone who would lie? Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang nodded at the same time in a rare tacit understanding. Chugu, she said angrily. Since you don't believe it, I let it tell you in person, so that you won't say I lied to you again. Chugu looked at the crow leader and said, They asked me to thank you for your kindness. The crow leader said to Yi Nanyu and the others, Yeah. You're welcome. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang naturally didn't understand what the crows said. They only heard the yeah sound and looked confused. Chugu saw their expressions and almost laughed out loud, but held back his laughter. Well, ahem, I said I won't lie to you. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, It seems that they are bound to suffer this cultural loss. Chu Ji's eyes sparkled as she looked at the crystal cores in the bird's nest. Now they were all hers. She reached out and grabbed a handful and was about to stuff them into her mouth. But she was stopped by Yi Nanyu. Eating crystal cores like this? You're probably going to die. Is there anything wrong? Chugu asked in confusion. So many crystal cores, huge energy, can burst your body in an instant, and you die. Chugu shook, and the crystal core in her hand fell back into the bird's nest. Why didn't you say it earlier? Who knew you were so stupid? After I became a zombie, I became a little slow. Chugu admitted generously. It was the first time I saw Chugu generously admit that he was stupid. Yi Nanyu couldn't do it. A handful won't work, but one should be enough. Chugu picked one up and threw it into her mouth. She ate it like a snack. The rich energy exploded in her mouth, and then flowed into her body through her throat. The energy filled every part of her body, and the fatigue and soreness were swept away, making her look radiant. Comfortable. Chugu exhaled a foul breath. Chu Ji's 2 pockets were filled with the remaining crystal cores. He would eat one to replenish his body. Sister, I may leave Rongqing for a while. Take care of yourself. If I can go back to Rongqing, I will definitely come to play with you. Chugu said goodbye to the zombie pigeon. Sister Gu, where are you going? Isn't it good here? Please don't leave. The zombie pigeon was reluctant to leave. After all, Chugu was its first zombie friend. I have to deal with some things. If I can come back alive, I will definitely come to find you. Sister Gu, I can't bear to leave you. The zombie pigeon wiped its tears with its wings. Be good to your man. I'm leaving. Chugu patted the zombie pigeon's head and turned away. She didn't take this bird friend seriously at first, but she didn't expect that after these days of contact, she would develop some feelings for him. Wait a minute. The zombie pigeon caught up with Chugu with a bag in its mouth. Chugu took the bag, opened it and looked at it, his eyes lit up. Oh my goodness, are they a couple who sell crystal cores wholesale? I can't take it anymore, I'm so embarrassed. Chugu said that he couldn't take it, but he held the bag tightly in his hand. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, Sister Gu, take care of yourself outside, come back anytime if you encounter difficulties, we will support you. The zombie pigeon said sadly. Chugu was touched and touched his eyes. No tears. Forget that zombies won't cry. Roar. Goodbye, I miss you. Chugu waved goodbye to the zombie pigeons and crows, and then followed Yi Nanyu and the others out of the forest. A military vehicle drove into the road and sped away. In the car, Yi Nanyu was driving, and Chugu was sitting in the passenger seat happily counting crystal cores. Zhou Yang sat in the back seat and didn't say anything. The car was filled with the sound of Chugu counting crystal cores. 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, there are 15. I've made a fortune. Chugu danced with joy. But where did they get so many crystal cores? You forgot that the man-eating crows are known as human and livestock harvesters. Wherever they go, nothing grows. And they like to fight in groups. It is inevitable that some unlucky and weaker psychics will die in their hands. Yi Nanyu said. Chugu smiled brightly. This friend is worth it. The military vehicle was driving on the desolate street, and the shops on both sides had already been destroyed. Glass doors and windows were broken all over the floor. Spider webs were everywhere. Useful goods had been collected, and useless goods were thrown away on the street. Scattered zombies were wandering aimlessly and stiffly. When they saw a car passing by, they wanted to pounce on it, but the car whizzed past and drove away. So they could only stand there and stare blankly. Chugu looked at the cute zombies in the rearview mirror and chuckled, thinking that she was just like them not long ago, stiff like an old man about to be buried. He wouldn't turn even if he hit a telephone pole while walking. You know what, the life of lying down and doing nothing at that time was really happy, and she missed it a little. Bang! Suddenly, the tire made a loud noise, and white smoke came out. The car began to sway, and the harsh brake sounded. It hit several scrapped cars on the road before it stopped completely. What's wrong? Chugu asked. Yi Nanyu frowned slightly. It's a flat tire. Don't you have a spare tire? Yes, but look outside. Chugu looked outside. Because of the noise just now, all the zombies on this street were attracted. The zombies rushed over, fangs and claws, each with a bloody mouth and roaring non-stop. Sizzle. Their claws scraped against the car glass, making a harsh sound. A burly zombie even jumped onto the roof of the car and jumped on it. Bang. Bang. The car shook. When all the zombies on the street were dancing around the military vehicle, a car behind opened its door, and two women got out. They were wearing tight leather jackets that outlined their perfect bodies. They wore long leather boots, which made their legs look long and straight. Just from their outfits, it can be seen that these two women are not weak women, and they must have some skills. One of the women with a high ponytail was turning a desert eagle in her hand. She said with sarcasm, "It's just that they have a scapegoat delivered to their door. It's their bad luck." Chapter 47. The one with the high ponytail is called Zwana, and the other is called Chinjia. They have been fighting in the apocalypse together, and their ruthless behavior has allowed them to survive until now. For example, now that their car has run out of gas, Zwana shot the tire of a passing car without hesitation. They successfully used that car as a scapegoat, and all the zombies were attracted over, and they easily escaped. Chinjia looked at the military vehicle in front of her that was surrounded by many zombies and said, "That car is good, what a pity. What a pity, there will be more good cars. Our main task now is to leave here quickly, otherwise it will be our turn after the zombies are dealt with over there," Zwana said. "Okay, let's go." Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw the zombies that were dancing around the military vehicle in front of them began to retreat. Like the ebb tide, they retreated in circles, revealing the military vehicle in the middle. Looking closely, the zombies were trembling and scrambling to get away from the military vehicle, as if there was something scary in the car. They stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why are all the zombies gone?" Chinjia said. Zwana looked serious. The person in the car might not be simple. "Come on, let's get out of here." She grabbed Chinjia and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to escape from here. But after running for only 2 steps, a person appeared in front of them like a ghost, blocking their way. "Why did you leave after giving us such a big gift?" Zhou Yang's cold voice sounded. Their faces changed drastically, and they turned around and ran. They saw a man and a woman getting off the military vehicle in front of them at the same time. The strong aura could be felt from a long distance. They were attacked from both sides, and had no way to escape. They stopped and stood back to back, looking at both sides vigilantly. At this time, the zombies on the whole street had retreated, and it seemed empty. The creepy roar could no longer be heard, and the only sound was the whistling of the wind. "Zona, what should we do now?" Chinjia said with some fear. Zwana looked around, trying to find a way to escape. Her sight locked onto an alley. "Do you see that alley? Wait until I shout 3, and quickly run to that alley, okay?" "Okay." Zwana's eyes were sharp. 1, 2, 3, run. They ran out at the same time, very fast, and almost at the same time, 2 electric currents on the ground rushed towards them. No matter how fast a person is, there is a limit to their speed. They only felt the electric current rushing into their feet, and they were knocked away the next second. Bang! Bang! They fell to the ground. Moaned in pain. They finally realized that they had offended someone they shouldn't have offended. 3 pairs of feet came over. They quickly raised their hands and begged for mercy. "Please spare us. We 2 sisters have no choice. As long as you can let us go, we are willing to do anything." They deliberately pulled their collars down, revealing half of their proud snowballs. If they couldn't beat them, they planned to seduce them. In the end times, their bodies are also their weapons. Before this, they had never met anyone who would not take the bait. After all, they are men. How could they refuse someone who came to them for free, especially since they were pretty good looking? They knelt down and walked towards Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang. Their eyes were seductive, and their red lips were slightly parted. If it were someone else, they would have already pounced on them, but Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang stood there like a log. "2 handsome guys, as long as you don't kill us sisters, we will let you deal with us." Chinjia threw a blatant look at Yi Nanyu. The men who had committed themselves to her before were all big men who picked their feet, and she had never met such a handsome guy, so she felt itchy in her heart. She might consider not killing him after she succeeded, and it seems good to keep him as a male lover. Zwana's target is Zhou Yang, and she is naturally not as crazy as Chinjia. Knowing that he is a teleportation mutant, she has the idea of snatching the crystal core. She knows very well that in the end times, men are the most unreliable things. They say they love you in bed in the last second, and they will push you out to die without hesitation in the next second when facing zombies. Chugu looked at the two women flirting with Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, seducing them charmingly, and felt a little unhappy. Isn't she beautiful? Doesn't she look rich? Why don't you seduce her? Chugu felt that she had lost her charm. She took out a crystal core from her pocket and threw it into her mouth. She started to eat it. Zhuana saw it, and her eyes widened. The woman seemed to be eating a crystal core. Why did she feel like she was eating it as a snack? At this time, a little light leaked out from Chuji's pocket. Zhuana was immediately frightened. Her two bulging pockets were not filled with crystal cores. Feeling Zhuana's passionate eyes, Chugu suddenly felt her charm back. In a good mood, she took out the crystal core to show Zhuana. Isn't it beautiful? Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yan on the side had a frown on their faces. Is she a primary school student? If you have something good, you have to show it off. The crystal core shone in the sun. Dazzling. Zhuana and Shenjia's pupils suddenly trembled and their mouths opened wide. There are so many crystal cores. Ordinary people can hardly own one, but she has so many. Is she crazy? At this moment, they completely forgot about seducing, and stared at the crystal core in Chuji's hand, their eyes shining with greed. You like crystal cores too? Chugu asked. They nodded frantically. I like them. I like them very much. Looking at Chugu expectantly. Oh! Chugu put the crystal core back into his pocket. The two girlfriends were dumbfounded. Isn't she going to give it to them? If she doesn't give it to them, why did she take it out? What a psycho! The two girlfriends looked at each other, and then drew their knives and stabbed Chuji's abdomen at the same time. If I don't give it to them, they can only snatch it themselves. Stab. The sound of a knife piercing flesh. Chugu looked indifferent. On the contrary, the two besties looked painful and terrified. Puff. Puff. They both vomited blood and fell to the ground. There was a big hole in their hearts, and blood was flowing rapidly all over the ground. Their bodies twitched a few times, and then they were silent. The bone spurs on Chuji's palms had just pierced through her body, but at this time, they were still white and flawless, without a trace of blood. It was as if she had two fine weapons in her hands. Eating the crystal core as a snack, Chugu felt that her control over the bone spurs was more flexible, and her reaction ability was also improving. When the crystal core is finished, how far will she evolve? I am really looking forward to it. By the way, I am a little thirsty. Scanning her two best friends on the ground, it was obvious that they did not suit her appetite. She looked at Yi Nanyu with sparkling eyes. I am thirsty. Yi Nanyu pretended not to understand her eyes, and took out a blood bag from the space ring and threw it to Chugu expressionlessly. Chugu took the blood bag and didn't dislike it. Although the taste was not as good as Yi Nanyu's, it was not bad. It was just that the sun was too strong today, and it was too dry. She needed to cool down. She spread her hands in front of Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu threw her another red plastic bag. Chugu found a clean place to sit down, opened her medicine bag, took out a handful of dried chrysanthemums from it, and put them into the blood bag. Yi Nanyu was no longer surprised by Chuji's behavior. Zhou Yang saw it for the first time and asked curiously, Xiao Ge, what are you doing? It can reduce internal heat. You don't even know this. Chugu and Yi Nanyu said in unison, just like the same person. Chugu, how does he know what I'm going to say? Zhou Yang, Chugu shook the blood bag and then, gulp gulp, drank it. Yi Nanyu quickly walked away from Chugu and walked to the side. Zhou Yang, who was still standing in front of Chugu, was puzzled. After Chugu finished drinking the blood bag, he instantly turned into Qiu Qianqi, firing chrysanthemum hidden weapons from his mouth. Swish swish. Some fell to the ground, but most of them stuck to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, shock. Xiao Ge, what are you doing? Zombies don't eat this stuff. Yi Nanyu and Chugu spoke in unison again. Chugu, shock, Zhou Yang, are the two of them teaming up to play a trick on me? Chapter 48. After a strange silence between the three of them, Yi Nanyu took out a new tire and tools from the space and prepared to change the tire. Chugu was a little bored. Yi Nanyu, you change first. I will go for a walk with Zhou Yang. No. Yi Nanyu objected in a second. A man and a woman alone, it's wishful thinking. We have nothing to do here. Maybe we can find something good if we go around. Why should I stay to change the tire? It's not fair. Then what do you want? Chugu said helplessly. Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses gets to change. Yi Nanyu said. Childish. Zhou Yang was disdainful. Yes, childish. Chugu severely condemned. The next second. Rock, paper, scissors. The three people said in unison and stretched out their hands at the same time. 2 scissors and 1 paper. Chugu looked at the paper she had drawn dumbfoundedly. What? She changed the tire? Ahem. You must not have the heart to see a weak woman like me changing the tire in the hot sun, right? Chuji's voice instantly changed to a squeaky one, holding her face in her hands and looking delicate. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang instantly got goosebumps all over their bodies. They thought for 0.5 seconds and turned around and left at the same time. Chuji's voice returned to normal. Hey, don't leave. Why are you all gone? Are you really going to let me change the tire alone? Looking at the 2 people who had already walked away, Chugu couldn't help cursing in his heart. The atmosphere between Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang was as weird as it could be. Zhou Yang was the first to speak. Why did you come back to Rongqing? Is it really like Xiaga said, you are unwilling to accept what happened back then, and you came back to take revenge on her? Did she tell you that? Yi Nanyu raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Yes, I am here to avenge her. In the past, we couldn't do anything in a society ruled by law. Now it's the end of the world, and naturally revenge is needed. Of course, you can't escape. Then why don't you do it? How can I let her die so easily if I don't torture her enough? Then why do you volunteer to donate blood, and take the trouble to collect blood for her and pay attention to her every move? Zhou Yang said. Yi Nanyu was silent. Zhou Yang's eyes deepened. Yi Nanyu, let me ask you, what do you mean to Xiaga now? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise from behind. Bang. Yi Nanyu's face changed drastically. Chugu. Zhou Yang only felt a figure passing by, and Yi Nanyu was gone. He looked at Yi Nanyu running towards Chugu, and he thought he had got the answer. Chugu was loading and unloading tires, but a car coming from a distance hit the military vehicle without any eyes. Bang! The huge impact caused the car to flip over and slide for several meters, sparking on the road before it finally stopped. The car parts were scattered all over the ground, and the car was almost a pile of scrap metal. In such a big collision, the military vehicle only broke the headlight. Chugu, who was standing aside, was holding the tire-changing tool in her hand and looked at the sudden accident dumbfounded. She was almost scared to death just now. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Driving fast. Chugu, are you okay? Yi Nanyu was sweating from running. He turned Chuji's body and asked anxiously. Are you hurt anywhere? Are you okay? Yes, Chugu said. Yi Nanyu held Chuji's shoulder and said anxiously, Where are you hurt? Tell me. Chugu raised her little finger and pointed at the car's headlights. It's broken. Seeing that he was almost scared to death, but Chugu still had time to joke, Yi Nanyu was so angry that he flicked his finger at her forehead. Nonsense. Chugu covered her forehead with one hand and knocked down Yi Nanyu's hand with the other hand. Can you be more polite? I am older than you after all. Yi Nanyu ruffled her hair with his big hand. If you want me to be polite, you should be more mature. You are as childish as a primary school student every day. Go, you are the primary school student. Chugu pushed him away. Yi Nanyu's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile flashed across his black eyes. At this time, the door of the shabby car was pushed open. Bang. A man covered in blood and with a bloody head crawled out. He didn't die even after this. What a great man. Chugu exclaimed. Zhou Yang just happened to come over and saw the man coming out of the car, frowning slightly. Kei-mei. Kei-mei naturally saw him and staggered towards him, begging for help. Save me, Zhou Yang, save me. Just then, Chugu sensed an unusual breath. Something is coming this way. In less than a moment, a figure jumped over. Zhou Yang saw the person coming and found that it was Lao Yin, but his face was extremely pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and his 2 arms were broken. With an unlit cigarette in his mouth, his state was too strange. It's already a mutant, Chugu said. Zhou Yang's face became serious. When Kei-mei saw Lao Yin coming, he suddenly felt cold from his feet to his head. It had been chasing him since just now, otherwise, he wouldn't have been distracted and had a car accident. He quickened his pace and went towards Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, kill Lao Yin quickly, it has become a monster now, kill him quickly. Lao Yin jumped and blocked in front of Kei-mei. Ah! Kei-mei screamed in fear. Lao Yin opened his mouth, and his mouth was still opening infinitely to the normal limit. In the end, his head was split into 2 halves, and the whole head became a huge mouth. His yellow teeth were particularly conspicuous. Chugu was disgusted and curled his lips to show his disgust. Kei-mei retreated in horror, and the whole person was in extreme fear. Lao Yin, for the sake of our previous brotherhood, let me go. Ah! He didn't even finish his words before Lao Yan ate his head in one bite. Crackle, crackle. Blood and brain matter flowed down its mouth, which was disgusting. After it ate the head, it stretched out its tongue to roll up the cigarette on the ground and put it in its mouth again, and its bloody mouth returned to its normal size. Except for its pale face, small pupils, and excessive white in the eyes, there was nothing abnormal. It was impossible to imagine that the terrifying monster just now was it. It killed Kame, and did not leave. Its pupils, as big as green beans, locked onto Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang knew that he had been targeted by it. Chapter 49. Shugu was unhappy. She was still here. This mutant actually ignored her and targeted her. She released her class pressure, and Lao Yan took a few steps back. Hiss. If you don't want to die, get out. Hee hee. As a mutant, you actually hang out with cheap food. It's shameful. Lao Yan obviously adapted to his current identity. In his eyes, people have become cheap food. Hiss. I left a good handsome guy and hung out with a disgusting guy like you? Do you deserve it? Chugu said with sarcasm. Lao Yan was instantly enraged by Chugu, and his mouth turned into a bloody mouth in a second, biting Chugu. I do it. Yi Nanyu stood in front of Chugu and swung the lightning whip fiercely. Snap. The whip hit Lao Yan's chin, and its bloody mouth turned up. Then it jumped onto their military vehicle, and just as it stood still, Zhou Yang, who teleported behind it, kicked it off the vehicle. Lao Yan fell flat on his face, and several of his big yellow teeth were knocked out. At this time, Chugu came over and crushed the cigarette on the ground in front of it. His attitude was very arrogant. Lao Yan's bloodshot eyes suddenly exploded. For Lao Yan, cigarettes were his life. He roared and rushed towards Chugu. Zhou Yang appeared on Lao Yan's back with a teleportation and stepped on him like mud. The next second, a very thin electric wire shot into Lao Yan's head and brought out a crystal core. Lao Yan was completely motionless. Hey, even after death, it still looks so ugly. It really lowers the appearance of our zombie world. Chugu said with disdain. Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, apart from her, no one in the zombie world has ever looked good. Is the tire fixed? Let's hurry up and leave, otherwise it will be dark before we reach the next city. Yi Nanyu said. I have something else to do, so I won't go. You two can go. Zhou Yang suddenly said. Yi Nanyu was stunned for a moment, then secretly happy. He finally left. He was smart. Chugu frowned. His eyes slightly darkened. Zhou Yang. So many years have passed, you can't escape anymore. Zhou Yang was silent for a while, looked at Chugu and said, Xiao Gu, give me some more time. Chugu respected his choice, take care. Zhou Yang smiled and rubbed the top of Chuji's head. Well, you two, we will meet again. He saw Yi Nanyu's face turn black, so he let go before he got angry, because this little wolf cub hurt people more than a few years ago. Boy, if I find out that you treat Chugu badly, I will snatch her back. You have no chance, get out. Yi Nanyu said coldly. Seeing his nervousness towards Chugu, Zhou Yang chuckled. Let's go. He waved his hand and left gracefully. Yi Nanyu watched Zhou Yang finally leave, and the big stone that had been weighing on his heart was put down, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Nanyu, just admit it, you are afraid that he will snatch Chugu away like he did before. Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu, who was still beside him, and he was in a good mood. He took out all the blood bags from the space ring and threw them into Chuji's arms. All for you to drink. Chugu was holding at least 40 or 50 blood bags, with a confused look on his face. 3 bags were clamped on his chin, 2 bags were bitten in his mouth, and 1 bag was on his head. He was almost drowned by the blood bags. What was Yi Nanyu crazy about? Why did he suddenly become generous? La la la. Yi Nanyu took the initiative to change the tire, and even hummed a song. Chuji's eyes widened in shock. It was weird, very weird. Damn it, Yi Nanyu might be possessed by a ghost. Half an hour later, the tires were changed, the lights were fixed, and the car was back on the road. Chugu sat in the passenger seat with a bag of blood in her mouth. She asked Yi Nanyu to put the rest into the space. I can't finish so much in a short time. If I put it outside, it might go bad. It can be kept fresh in the space. I can take it out when I want to drink it. Are we going to the highway? Chugu said vaguely, holding the blood bag in her mouth. It's the end of the world. Many roads are blocked by abandoned cars. Now you can take whichever road you can take. There is no rule for which road to take. Anyway, the destination is Haishur. Oh! Chugu looked at the tall buildings outside. This is the city where she has lived for more than 20 years. Now she is leaving and feels a little reluctant. If you like, We can come back and settle down in the future. Yi Nanyu saw the reason for her depression. Who is talking to you? Get lost. Like before, I will take care of the housework, cook the meals, and wash the dishes. Go away. Then add another quilt to keep me warm. Go away. Drink as much blood as you want. Chugu almost blurted out. Go away. Well, this blood-drinking thing is not impossible to consider. Yi Nanyu didn't know whether to laugh that his blood was attractive to her, or to cry that only his blood was attractive to her. A military vehicle sped past the dilapidated exit of Rongqing, and several staff zombies wearing fluorescent green vests immediately chased after it. Chugu leaned out with tears in his eyes, and waved roar. Don't send me off, go back to work, I will miss you. The zombies looked at the car getting farther, and farther away, and roared. Roar. I'm so hungry, don't go, I want to eat meat. Roar. I want to eat, so hungry. Roar. Hungry. Chugu could not see the zombies behind him, and sat back in his seat. Wipe away the tears that did not exist at all, and said with emotion, They still chase me to send me off, I am so moved, I swear, I must be a good zombie respected by people. No, by zombies in the future. Yi Nanyu, After driving out of the exit, we drove smoothly for more than an hour, and finally encountered the first traffic jam. Abandoned vehicles in front of us filled the road in all directions. Some cars were rusty, and some were covered with dust. Many cars had broken windows, fallen door frames, and a lot of blood on the seats. There were old human bones on the ground. No zombies were seen in this area for the time being. This traffic jam was far from the end, at least several kilometers. What should we do now? Chugu asked. Get off the car. Yi Nanyu threw down a sentence and got off the car first. Chugu followed. Yi Nanyu waved his hand and put the military vehicle into the space, replacing it with a pink lamb. Chuji's mouth twitched. Don't tell me to drive this. What else? You want to walk? Chugu stopped talking. Yi Nanyu handed her a safety helmet, and he also put on one and sat on the lamb. Tall body, long legs, innate noble temperament, and the pink lamb under the buttocks, it was so inconsistent no matter how you looked at it. Yi Nanyu turned the key. Beep. The little sheep made 2 more sounds. Chugu, Get in, let's go! Yi Nanyu urged. Oh! Chugu quickly climbed up. Hold my waist, I drive faster. Yi Nanyu took Chuji's hand and wrapped it around his waist. In order not to fall down in embarrassment, Chugu obediently hugged his waist. Yi Nanyu smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. Beep. The little sheep made 2 more sounds and then started. Slowly shuttled through the gaps between the cars. Chugu looked at the little sheep, which was as fast as a turtle, and was dumbfounded. Is this what Yi Nanyu said about driving faster? Chapter 50. On a heavily congested highway, a conspicuous pink lamb was moving at a snail's pace. The driver seemed to enjoy the speed and passion. But the person sitting in the back looked at the sky with a look of despair. Beep. The lamb made beautiful calls from time to time. A roar broke the silence. Yi Nanyu, can you drive faster? Do you want to see the scenery? I've already stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. I can't go any faster. Chugu had never been so speechless in his life. Don't you have any other cars in your space? Yes, a rickshaw for collecting waste, a Peppa Pig 2-wheeled bicycle, a hopper truck for construction sites, a baby stroller, a remote-control toy car. Which one do you want? Chugu was silent after hearing this. The pink sheep is the pink sheep, it's good. The pink sheep continued to carry the 2 of them diligently through the gaps between the cars. Suddenly, Yi Nanyu felt that the car seemed heavier than before. He glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly stiffened. The hand holding the handlebar shook, and the car shook. Yi Nanyu, watch the road carefully. Chugu said. Chugu, have you seen a mummy? I've seen it in the movies. Yi Nanyu stared at the rearview mirror, his eyes darker. Are you afraid? I was afraid before, but now I'm a zombie and it's a mummy. We're a family. What's there to be afraid of? Chugu said calmly. Why are you asking this? Yi Nanyu looked away from the rearview mirror. Nothing, just asking. It's inexplicable. Chugu muttered. But speaking of which, she felt a chill on the back of her neck, and her hair stood up. Chugu shivered and moved closer to Yi Nanyu. Chugu, remember not to look back. Yi Nanyu suddenly said. Why? Just remember not to look back. Chugu felt that Yi Nanyu suddenly became crazy. Why didn't he let her look back? What's behind? Chugu made a loving eye contact with the mummy sitting behind him. She turned back in a second, her face was livid, and she gritted her teeth and said, Yi Nanyu, I hack your uncle. Don't hack my uncle, hack me. Chugu pinched the flesh on his waist in anger. You still have time to joke. I told you not to look back, but you didn't listen, blame me. It would be better if you didn't say it. Once you say it, everyone will subconsciously look back, okay? Okay, blame me. What should we do now? Chugu squeezed out from his teeth. Relax, it may just want to take a ride. It's not sitting next to you, so of course you're relieved. Chugu wanted to bite Yinanyu to death. Didn't you just say that you are a family with it? Chuji's mouth twitched. So you knew it was sitting behind me, but you didn't say it. She asked why he suddenly asked her about the mummy, and it turned out that he saw a mummy sitting behind her. Yinanyu, the bastard. Tell me, what should we do now? I've never encountered a mummy before, and I don't know how strong it is. If it doesn't move, we won't move, and wait and see. Yinanyu said. It seems that it doesn't sit close to you, so your back doesn't feel scared and terrified, so it's just making sarcastic remarks here. Chugu said with hatred. Yinanyu, Just like that, the pink little sheep carrying a person, a zombie, and a mummy shuttled through the gaps in the car. Except for the little sheep's beep. 2 times, it was unusually quiet, which seemed a bit weird. The little sheep drove for more than 20 minutes, and finally saw an empty road ahead. They were about to drive out of the traffic jam. Chugu could feel that the mummy behind him was still there, and he hadn't left, nor was he making any other movements, just sitting quietly. Yinanyu, think of a way. It didn't seem to be planning to leave. Yinanyu pondered for a while, waved his hand, and the military vehicle came out of the space and stopped in front. Chugu, when I say jump, you jump out of the car quickly and then change cars, understand? Understood. Chugu nodded. Yinanyu drove the scooter and approached the military vehicle. He whispered jump. Chugu jumped without hesitation and quickly got on the military vehicle. As Chugu jumped out of the car, Yinanyu turned around and kicked the mummy away. The mummy flew far away. Yinanyu quickly put away the scooter and got on the military vehicle. The vehicle started and roared away. The whole process took only a few seconds. Chugu sat in the passenger seat and wiped the cold sweat. Fortunately, it was a close call. At least we need a blood bag to calm it down. Chugu turned his head. Yinan. Shit! Chugu and the mummy were face to face, and he was so scared that he stuck to the car window. Why is it here? Yinanyu was driving. His dark eyes were extremely dark. I just saw it too. Chugu, shocked. For a moment, the car fell into a strange silence again. Yinanyu was driving. Chugu was sitting in the passenger seat, and the mummy was sitting obediently in the central storage box between the two of them. The 3 of them looked like a family of 3 going on a trip by car. Finally, Chugu couldn't bear it anymore and spoke first. Roar. Brother, what on earth are you going to do? Based on the flatness of its chest, Chugu guessed that it was a male. It should have been quite tall when it was alive, with long arms and legs. It looked like a skeleton, with obvious ribs, hands and legs thinner than bamboo poles, skin like dry bark, shrunken lips, exposed teeth, sunken eye sockets, no eyeballs, and no idea if it could see. Its nose was rotten, and only a black hole was left. Anyway, it looked like a 1,000-year-old mummy that just crawled out of the ground in a horror movie. Roar. Hey, can you say something? Chugu was not sure if it could understand her zombie language. Just when she was about to give up, a little red light flashed in the mummy's sunken eye sockets, and then words written in blood began to appear on the car windshield. It was a thrilling scene from a horror movie. Chugu touched the hairs on his arms that stood up. Why do you do this to hell? Are you shooting a horror movie? Send me home. For bloody words were written on the glass. Send you home? The mummy nodded. Chugu opened the car door, rudely pulled the mummy over and threw it down. Goodbye, I won't send you off. Yinanyu, shocked, Chugu closed the car door and clapped his hands, done. As a result, when she turned around, she met the mummy's sunken eye sockets again. Ward sent. Chapter 51. In the car, there is another picture of a harmonious family, with 3 people in a neat and tidy state. Yinanyu is on the left, Chugu is on the right, and the mummy is squeezed in the middle. At this time, Chugu and Yinanyu are plotting to kill the mummy. Yinanyu, your lightning is very lethal, you can give it a ride. It's not easy for me to drive. You can just use the bone blade to chop off its head. No, the blood is splattered everywhere in the car, how disgusting. It's better to electrocute it to death with your lightning. The 2 of them were talking loudly, one after another. The key point was that the person they were planning to kill was sandwiched between them, and heard the whole thing. This was outrageous. I do it if I want. Chugu clenched his fist, and sharp bone spurs grew out of the 5 joints, and smashed the mummy's head fiercely. Ding! Chuji's hand bounced back, not to mention piercing the skull. There was not even a trace. Mummy, this is too dry. Is it invulnerable to swords and guns? Chugu retracted the 5 bone spurs, and a bone blade grew out of the palm of his hand, and he chopped at the mummy's neck with all his strength. She really didn't believe that she couldn't get rid of a mummy. Ding! The force was so strong that sparks flew, but she didn't scrape off any fur. The mummy sat there steadily, like an iron fool, and didn't get angry. Chugu slumped in the passenger seat. No, it's too dry. I can't cut it. Yi Nanyu's eyes were deep. It seems we have to send it home. Hiss. Where is your home? Chugu asked unhappily. The mummy shook his head in confusion. Hiss. What's your name? The corpse still shook his head in confusion. Hiss. Where are you from? The corpse shook his head. Hiss. How old are you? Shaked his head. Fuck you, get out. Chugu was furious, grabbed the corpse, and threw it out of the window. Turning around the next second, the corpse was still sitting steadily in the middle, as if it had never moved. Chugu was mad. Are you done yet? Go and harass the others, don't just pick on us. A little red light flashed in the sunken eye sockets of the mummy, and bright red blood words began to appear on the windshield. Who knew that Chugu violently slapped it on the back of the head? Roar. Talking, what the hell is this? Mummy, shock, Yi Nanyu narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, Chugu became more and more violent after becoming a zombie. The mummy shrank his shoulders pitifully, and under Chuji's threatening eyes, he spoke the first sentence of corpse language in his life. Can. I have been trapped in that place for a long time. I want to go home. Its voice is sharp and has an echo, which makes it look particularly eerie. If you hear this kind of voice in the dead of night, you will definitely be scared. Yi Nanyu and Chugu knew that the mummy was just a fool, so they were not afraid. Hiss. Haven't you met anyone else before? Chugu asked. Can. I have met them, but I killed them all. Hiss. Why did you attack others but not us? Can. Because others screamed in fear when they saw me, but you were the calmest and took me for a ride. Enemy number 1 Chugu, Enemy number 2 Yi Nanyu, Can. As long as you help me find my home, I will definitely repay you. Chugu instantly became interested. Hiss. How to repay? Nothing is worth doing. Who wants to do something without any reward? Chugu saw the mummy lift up his clothes and shook his head and waved his hands frantically. You don't need to pledge yourself to me. I don't need it. You can go find Yi Nanyu. Maybe he likes your type. Mummy, Yi Nanyu, shocked, his face was ashen, and he glared at her fiercely. If you can't speak, just shut up. Chugu shut up obediently. There was a cut on the mummy's belly. Its hands, like dry branches, pulled open its belly. The internal organs were gone, and there was only an empty shell. It reached in and took out 5 shining crystal cores, threw them on Chuji's legs, and took out 5 more, and threw them on Yi Nanyu's legs. Can. Reward? It threw it so casually that people who didn't know would think it was throwing away some garbage. Chugu looked down at the crystal core on his leg, then looked up at the mummy, and was completely dumbfounded. Have crystal cores become so rampant these days? Yi Nanyu also fell into deep thought when he saw the crystal core. Was he too useless? Can. Don't like it? The mummy reached out to take it back. Chugu immediately reached out and held its dry branch hand, not disdaining it, as he was rich and was the client's boss. Deal? With the reward, Chugu seemed much more motivated. Hiss. You don't remember anything, so do you have any personal belongings? The mummy tilted its head, then took out a photo from its belly and handed it to Chugu. Chugu took it and saw the people in the photo, and his eyes flashed with surprise. This is a photo taken in the hospital. A young and beautiful woman in a hospital gown is holding a newborn baby and smiling at the camera. The woman's face is full of the radiance of maternal love, and she is very beautiful. Hiss. Is this your wife and child? The mummy tilted its head, and it was obvious that its slow brain had forgotten everything. Alas, it doesn't know anything, and it certainly doesn't know where this hospital is. Chugu said helplessly. Wanju City First People's Hospital. How do you know? Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu in surprise. The mummy also looked at Yi Nanyu curiously. It's written on the hospital gown, Yi Nanyu said. Chugu took a look and saw that indeed, the name of the hospital was written on the chest of the hospital gown. But knowing the name of the hospital is useless. I don't know the name of this person. How can I find him? Her name is Louis. Yi Nanyu spoke again. Damn, you know her? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chugu was surprised. It was really a painstaking effort to find her. The corpse stared at Yinanyu, and the innocent eyes just now showed a hint of hostility. Yinanyu, eh? Facing the two slow corpses, he said helplessly. The patient bracelet on her hand has her name written on it. Chugu looked down at the photo, and saw that it was indeed Lu Yi. Yinanyu, you are so smart. Chugu patted Yinanyu's shoulder, praising him for the rare occasion. The mummy's hostility faded, and it returned to its silly look. It also followed Chuji's example, and stretched out its dry branch hand to pat Yinanyu's shoulder. Can. Yinanyu, we are indeed a family. Then let's go to Yuanzhou City First People's Hospital now, and find the case of this Lu Yi. There is an address on it, so we can find his home. Chugu said happily. We can only go to Yuanzhou City tomorrow. It will be dark soon, and we have to find a place to stay first. Yinanyu said. That's fine. Chugu was in a good mood after knowing the clue. He patted the mummy's shoulder and said, His brother corpse, wait, we will definitely send you home. When the mummy heard about going home, its stiff and tense expression softened. It had been waiting for too long. Chapter 52. It was already dark, and Yinanyu happened to drive past a village, so she chose to stay here tonight. Chugu didn't care where she stayed, she was a zombie, and it didn't matter to her where she stayed. If Yinanyu wasn't a human being and needed to rest, she wouldn't want to waste time. The whole village was pitch black, without a single light. It was the end of the world, and the power had been cut off for a long time. The sound of zombies could be heard in the darkness. I didn't know if there were any survivors in this village. The car couldn't drive into the village road, so one person, one zombie, and one mummy got out of the car and walked. Yinanyu took out a strong flashlight from the space and turned it on. A beam of light illuminated the road ahead, and also illuminated a dozen terrifying zombies. Can. The mummy was so scared that it quickly climbed up the big tree next to it. Yinanyu, Chugu, It's a mummy, but it's still afraid of zombies. Was it sent by the monkey to make fun of it? But the zombies here are indeed too scary and bloody. Yinanyu and Chugu frowned as they looked at the zombies in front of them. Their eyes were dug out, leaving only two bloody eye sockets, and their ears were also bleeding, probably because their eardrums were punctured by something. The most terrifying thing was that the mouths of these zombies were all cut open, and the lower mouths were only hanging by a piece of skin, and they were about to fall off. The blood dripped all over their chests, soaking their clothes, and it was extremely bloody. Their hands and feet were all chopped off, and they could only move by relying on their bodies, and blood flowed all over the ground. All the zombies here are blind, deaf, unable to bite or grab people, and are completely unable to attack people. No wonder they could hear the zombies' movements when they got off the car just now, but they didn't see them rushing over. There should be a superpower here, Yinanyu said. Then why do you want to make these zombies like this? Wouldn't it be easier to kill them with one knife? Chugu said puzzledly. At this moment, a male voice rang out loudly. Who are you? After a while, a figure came from a distance. He was a man in his 40s, with a square face, not very tall, slightly fat, dark skin, and dressed like a farmer in the countryside. We are just passing by. It's getting dark, so we want to rest here for a night, Yinanyu said. The man looked at Yinanyu and Chugu, and then glanced at the car behind them. Just the two of you? Yes, just the two of us. Chugu did not refute Yinanyu's words. She knew he said this for the sake of caution. Not bad. It's rare to see such a courageous young man who dares to walk outside after dark. Come with me. I take you to where you live. Chugu gestured to the mummy on the tree from behind, and told it to stay on the tree for now without knowing the situation, so as not to cause any commotion. After all, it's not much better than these zombies, and it would be scary to go out. The mummy watched Chugu and Yinanyu walk away, hugged the tree trunk and cried woo woo woo. Don't leave, it's scared. Chugu and the other men followed the man in the village, and all they encountered were zombies that had lost their ability to attack and were crawling on the ground. Did you make these zombies like this? Chugu asked. Well, my parents died early, and I grew up eating at other people's homes. This village gave birth to me and raised me, and these villagers are just like my family. Suddenly, the apocalypse broke out, and all the villagers turned into zombies. Fortunately, I activated my supernatural powers and escaped. Facing the villagers who had turned into zombies, I really couldn't bear to kill them, but in order to prevent them from continuing to harm people, I had to do this. The man's voice was helpless and sad. So that's how it is. Chugu nodded. We're here. This is my home. You two young people can stay at my home. I'm a superpower. I can take care of any emergencies at night. The house in front of him was an ordinary rural bungalow with simple tiles and some simple furniture inside. Lighting was done with primitive means, kerosene lamps. Sorry to bother you then, Yinanyu said. It's not a big deal. In this difficult world, I will try my best to help. This is what the villagers taught me. I haven't read much and don't understand any great principles. Sit down. Have you eaten yet? There are still some boiled sweet potatoes in the kitchen. I go get them for you. No, you don't have to work. We're not hungry, Chugu said. You don't have to be polite to me. I grew them myself. They're not worth much. The man went to the kitchen to get food after he finished speaking. As expected, rural people are simple and honest. Chugu sighed. Yinanyu's dark eyes deepened slightly, but he didn't say anything. The man came back soon, holding a plate with a few sweet potatoes on it. Maybe the sweet potatoes are a little cold, don't mind. Just make do with them tonight. I kill a chicken for you tomorrow to replenish your body. It's the end of the world. I guess you haven't eaten hot food for a long time. Thank you. After Chugu said to the man, she pushed a few sweet potatoes with warm holes in front of Yinanyu. Yinanyu, eat them. You see you've lost weight recently to protect me. Yinanyu, Chugu looked at Yinanyu's complicated expression and found it a little funny. He was afraid that even a big man like him had never eaten sweet potatoes, let alone those with warm holes. It's the end of the world, and while others are eating chaff and dirt, he still has no worries about food and drink. He is really lucky. It's getting late. I take you to the room after you finish eating, the man said. Yinanyu, eat quickly. I'm not hungry. You don't have to worry about me, Chugu said sympathetically. Yinanyu glanced at Chugu, then stood up from the stool and looked at the man. Sorry, I'm allergic to sweet potatoes. I may have to let you down. Please take us to the room directly. Man, ? Can you be allergic to sweet potatoes? This is the young master from the city. The man finally stopped insisting and took Chugu and Yinanyu to the room. You guys stay in this room. The conditions in the countryside are not very good. I hope you don't mind it. It's already very good. Thank you, brother. Go to sleep. Chugu thanked him. Okay, call me if you have anything. The man left the room. Yinanyu closed the door and frowned slightly at the big floral quilt on the wooden bed in the room. The room was very simple, with only this bed, no tables, chairs, wardrobes, etc. Chugu sat down beside the bed, and the bed immediately made a creaking sound. Yinanyu, Chugu, The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. You go to sleep, I just sit. Chugu said, zombies don't need to sleep anyway. Yinanyu frowned and looked at the big flower quilt, but in the end, he couldn't convince himself to accept it. He took out a solid wood rocking chair with a cotton pad from the space ring. I just sleep here. Chugu saw Yinanyu lying on the rocking chair, rocking back and forth, looking quite comfortable, and asked with an itchy heart, anything else? Give me one. Yinanyu waved his hand, and a rocking chair appeared next to him. Chugu sat on it quickly, and his eyes narrowed in comfort. Two reclining chairs were placed side by side, facing a window, and the round moon in the sky could be seen. The breeze blew in from the window, and the two rocking chairs rocked leisurely. Chapter 53. Wow, so scared. The mummy hugged the tree branch and trembled as he watched the zombies below. Just then, a man came from a distance. It was the man from before. He no longer had the honest feeling from before, and there was a gloom between his brows. The mummy saw the man walk to the military vehicle, and then put his forehead against the glass to look inside the car. After finding that he could not see anything, he kicked the tire angrily, and pulled the door handle roughly to open the door. This car has first-class anti-theft function. How could it be opened easily? The man came out cold, but he didn't even open the door. He kicked the car door in anger. Damn it, it will be mine sooner or later. He left cursing. The mummy looked at the man's back, and a little red light flashed in his sunken eye sockets. In the room, Chugu was lying in a rocking chair with her eyes closed, and suddenly she felt a chill. She opened her eyes, and the mummy's face was less than 5 centimeters away from her. Coupled with a dim environment, the horror effect was great. Fuck. Chugu was so scared that he subconsciously kicked. The mummy flew straight out, hit the windowsill, turned 180 degrees, and flipped out of the window. The next second, the mummy appeared next to Chuji's rocking chair without any damage. Chugu shrank back, looked at the mummy and gritted his teeth and said, Can you stop doing this hellish stuff every day? Do you know how scary it is? The mummy lowered its head, like a student being scolded, but muttered in its heart that this zombie was too timid. Unlike it, it has never been afraid. Chugu calmed down and asked, Didn't I tell you to stay in the tree? What are you doing here? Can. I'm here to tell you that the man you just met is a bad guy. Scream. Bad guy? How is that possible? Chugu couldn't believe it. In her mind, the other party was just a simple and innocent countryman, and even if the villagers turned into zombies, he couldn't bring himself to kill them. How could such a kind person be a bad guy? Chugu looked at Yinanyu, who had just woken up next to him, and said, Yinanyu, the mummy said that the big brother just now was a bad guy. What do you say? Seeing Yinanyu's serious face and deep black eyes, Chuji's heart skipped a beat and asked, You didn't realize something was wrong, did you? I thought he would act in the second half of the night, but I didn't expect him to be so impatient. Yinanyu said. Chugu was surprised. Is he really a bad guy? How did you tell? Those zombies outside that have no attack power. What's wrong with that? Chugu was puzzled. As he said, the villagers are like family to him. He can't bear to kill them, but he has the heart to dig out their eyes, cut their mouths, chop off their hands, and chop off their feet. Chugu thought about it carefully and felt horrified. It was indeed true. The man said he didn't want them to continue to harm people, so why didn't he lock them up or tie them up, but instead used a method that was almost like dismemberment to cruelly hurt them. This doesn't look like family, but more like something that only enemies would do. Can. I also found some secrets. Come with me. The mummy said. It said it found a secret. Let's go with it. Chugu said to Yinanyu. Yinanyu nodded, then let's go. I thought I could at least sleep for half the night, but it was a luxury. In the back of the village, a light came out of a cave, and a woman's miserable scream came out. Chugu, Yinanyu, and the corpse, 3 people pressed against the cave entrance and stuck their heads out. The situation in the cave came into view immediately. 5 young women with disheveled hair and faces, naked, lying on the ground tied with dog chains. 3 of them were pregnant, obviously pregnant. The screams came from the 2 women who were not pregnant, because the man was whipping them with a whip. You 2 bitches, you have done it so many times, but you are still not pregnant. I will beat you to death. It's a waste of food to keep you alive. Ah! The women screamed. 3 pregnant women huddled in the corner shivering. No one dared to speak out for mercy, or they would be the next unlucky ones. They were all unmarried girls from Latian village. The man in front of them was a famous old bachelor in Latian village. He was in his 40s, and idled around every day. No one was willing to marry him. Later, he was arrested and imprisoned for several years, because he raped an old woman living alone in the same village. After he was released, he returned to Latian village. Not long after, the apocalypse broke out, and the man activated the Earth-type supernatural power. Not only did he not save people, he even tied up the villagers and let the zombies bite them. As a result, no one in the village was spared except the 5 girls, and all turned into zombies. The 5 of them were also tied up in the cave by the man, tortured every day, and used as tools for sexual gratification, living a life worse than death. The mission of you bitches is to carry on my family line. I am a supernatural power. You should be grateful for giving birth to my excellent bloodline, and your ancestors' graves should be filled with smoke. The man was still beating and scolding them. Let's see who dares to laugh at me, a bachelor, and a 5-guarantee household. Not only will I have sex with women all over the world, I will also give birth to many sons, so that they can take care of me in my old age, and see me to the end of my life, haha. The man looked at the 2 women who had been beaten to pieces by him, his face twisted. You bitches who can't give birth, go to hell. The 2 women were terrified and struggled to escape, but they were tied with dog chains, so where could they escape to? As the man waved his hand, the ground rose and fell as if it had life, and then a crack appeared, swallowing the 2 women in. The crack closed slowly, and a crackling sound of bones being crushed was heard, and a large amount of blood oozed out of the ground. The 3 pregnant women hugged each other, their faces pale with fear, and screamed in fear. Ah! Ha ha ha! The man laughed abnormally. Don't worry, new sisters will join you soon. Glancing. A sinister laugh suddenly sounded, echoing in the cave, like a ghost demanding life. Ah! Ghost! One of the women rolled her eyes and fainted. The other 2 women covered their ears, and shrank in the corner in fear. Can. The strange laughter continued to echo in the cave, which was creepy. The man looked ugly and kept looking around. Who is playing tricks? Come out quickly, or don't blame me for being rude to you. No one answered him, only strange laughter. Can. The man felt goosebumps in his heart, His hair stood on end, and he raised his foot to walk out of the cave. At this moment, a ghost hand like a dead branch suddenly stretched out from the ground that had just swallowed the two women and oozing blood. The man was so scared that his face turned pale, his pupils were full of fear, and his lips trembled. Chapter 54. One of the women saw the ghost hand sticking out of the ground, and she was not so scared. It must be the sisters, who came back to take revenge. They are here to take our lives. She looked at the man with poisonous eyes, full of hatred. You will definitely die a miserable death next. They will gnaw your black heart, eat your brain, drink your blood, peel your skin and pull out your tendons. You will not be able to rest in peace in hell. You will be tortured and eaten by evil ghosts, and you will be reduced to pigs and dogs. The man was shrouded in fear at this time, and the woman's curse magnified this fear. He looked at the mummy slowly crawling out of the ground in horror. He was so scared that he peed, and the smell of urine filled the air. He had never seen the world before, and he was usually futile and superstitious, believing in ghosts and gods. When he saw the mummy crawling out of the ground, he naturally believed that it was the evil ghost from hell who came to take his life. The man's feet kept shaking, and he was in extreme fear. He collapsed and shouted, and his words became incoherent. Don't come over, don't come over, don't look for me, I didn't do anything. It's all their fault. These people deserve to die. Who made them gossip about me, and laugh at me? They all deserve to die. So I turned them into this kind of half-human, half-ghost look. I feel so relieved watching them every day. Ha ha ha. Chugu, who was hiding in the dark, saw that the mummy scared the man crazy with just one appearance, and sighed. The underworld stuff it made is really scary. The mummy crawled out of the ground, and a little red light lit up in its sunken eye sockets, locking onto the man. The man retreated in fear, muttering, I am a superpower, I am so powerful, no one can kill me. Yes, I am a superpower, I will kill you. The man regained consciousness, and quickly used his superpower. As soon as he raised his hand, an invisible force instantly twisted his entire arm into a knot. Ah! The screams echoed in the cave. The man held his twisted right hand, sweating from the pain. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in fear, watching his left hand twisting uncontrollably. Ah! No, no! He screamed in fear and tried to stop it, but he was powerless. He watched helplessly, as another of his arms was twisted into a knot. Crack, crack! The sound of bones breaking came. Both arms hung down in a strange shape. The intense pain made the man scream heartbreakingly. Ah! Unfortunately, the torture was far from over. His body began to lean back, but his feet stood firmly in place. His body had already leaned back to the maximum limit, and it was still leaning down. The man's eyeballs bulged in pain, covered with bloodshot. Ah! Following another high-pitched scream, crack. The sound of a broken spine rang out clearly. The back of the man's head pressed against his buttocks, and his body was folded in a straight line without a single gap. Crack, crack. With two crisp sounds, the man's leg bones deformed and he fell down. Bang. Then it was. Crack, crack, crackle. It kept ringing, and all the bones in his body were making sounds. The man was doing all kinds of weird movements beyond human cognition. It was as if countless invisible ghost hands were surrounding the man and fiddling with him. The shrill screams never stopped, echoing over the cave and spreading to the whole village. In the end, the man was limp except for his eyeballs, and his whole body was completely a pile of mud. He couldn't say anything anymore. At this time, he saw a pair of feet coming over, and when he saw the beautiful face, his eyes widened. He was asking for help. Chugu suddenly laughed, as if laughing at his stupidity, and waved at the mummy, who came over and stood obediently behind Chugu. When the man saw the mummy, his eyes were filled with fear. When he saw the mummy standing obediently behind Chugu and realized that they were in the same group, he vomited blood in anger. But at this time, he could do nothing. Chugu threw out the bone blade, cut off the dog chain that tied the women, and the bone blade returned to her hand. Let's go! She turned and left, and the mummy followed her obediently. The women behind her pounced on the man on the ground like crazy, venting their hatred. The man stared at Chugu's back with red eyes, unwilling in his eyes, and a stone fell, smashing half of his head. But the women did not stop. The stones fell like a rainstorm, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Chugu listened to the movement behind him, and walked out of the cave with a slight smile on his face. Yinanyu did not go in because the women inside were not wearing clothes, but waited outside the cave. Let's go! One person, one zombie, and one mummy left the back mountain quietly just as they came. All the zombies in the village were attracted by the smell of blood and crawled into the cave. Yi Nanyu did not go back to the original house to sleep, but stayed in the car all night. Chu Ge and the mummy sat on the roof of the car and blew the cold wind all night. Chu Ge, Mummy, The sun rises, and a new day begins. A military vehicle drove away from a village called Lantian Village, turned onto the main road, and whizzed away. In the car, there was another picture of a family of 3. Yi Nanyu was driving the car, holding an energy bar in his mouth, and Chu Ge, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was holding a blood bag in his mouth. The mummy sitting in the middle had nothing, and looked at it eagerly. Yi Nanyu, are we going to Yuanzhou City now? Chu Ge asked. Yes. Is it far? How long will it take? About 300 kilometers. I hope everything goes well, so that we can send this Buddha home as soon as possible. Chu Ge glanced at the mummy sitting next to him, who looked like a model student. Not even an hour after Chu Ge finished speaking, something went wrong. The road ahead was blocked by a big tree, so Yi Nanyu had to stop the car. Who knew that as soon as he stopped, a group of people rushed out from the bushes on the side of the road and surrounded the car. Each of them held a long machete in his hand, looking ferocious. Bang! Bang! The big man in the lead knocked on the car window rudely with the butt of a knife. Yi Nanyu lowered the car window. The family of 3 turned their heads to look at the big man. The big man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his domineering tattoos. He was about to say something harsh, but when he saw the mummy in the car, he broke out in a cold sweat. What's the matter? Yi Nanyu said coldly. The big man changed his fierce and arrogant attitude and became polite in an instant, nodding and bowing. Nothing, I just want to tell you that there is an obstacle ahead. You stop first, I go and get rid of the obstacle, and you can pass without worry. The younger brothers behind the big man were all confused. What on earth is the big brother doing? One of the younger brothers asked loudly. Big brother, aren't we robbing supplies? Chapter 55. The big man turned around and slapped the younger brother, who was talking, in the face. What nonsense are you talking about? We are learning from Lei Feng and doing good deeds. This brother passed by here and was blocked by a tree. Let's help move the tree away. The younger brothers were dumbfounded. Didn't they put the tree there? Why did they move it away again? Is the big brother possessed by evil spirits? Big brother, we can't let them go. We haven't got the supplies yet. It was the same little brother as before. He was slapped in the face, but still didn't learn his lesson. The big man felt the dangerous gaze behind him, his back stiffened, and he slapped him again with his backhand. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Let's see what's in the car. The big man pulled the younger brother's collar and said with gritted teeth. The younger brother had 2 slap marks on his face, and he bent down slightly to look into the car. When he saw the mummy, his face brushed white, and he stood up in a second. Big brother is right. Each of us should have the spirit of Lei Feng and help others. The other younger brothers were confused. Let's go and move the tree. The big man and the younger brother moved the tree very actively. The other younger brothers looked at the 2 people who were really moving the tree in amazement. Didn't they say they were here to rob supplies? How did they become Lei Feng and do good deeds? The big tree was finally moved away, and the military vehicle roared out. Brother, take care. The big man and the younger brother bowed and said goodbye. Other younger brothers, shock, they had robbed supplies countless times, but this was the weirdest one. The big man and the younger brother saw that the military vehicle had gone far away, and then they straightened up and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, what happened? Were we not robbing supplies? Why did you suddenly let them go? Someone was already impatient to ask. If it weren't for your brother's cleverness, we would have become a corpse now. The big man said with lingering fear. The younger brothers didn't believe it. Brother, just the young man just now, he looked like a pretty boy. There are more than a dozen of us brothers. Each of us can cut him into 18 pieces with a knife. That's right, it's such a pity to let a big fish go. As soon as we saw the car, we knew that there must be a lot of supplies inside. Big brother is confused this time. The younger brothers were talking at once, and suddenly saw the big brother, and the 2 slaps younger brothers looking behind them with horror. The younger brothers looked back in confusion, and immediately fell to the ground in fear. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? This is the big fish you said you let go. Pick up your machetes. Big brother believes you can cut it into 18 pieces. I leave it to you. The big man said, and ran away. Brothers, ah! Military vehicle speeding on the road. Yi Nanyu was driving the vehicle, and Chugu was sitting in the passenger seat. The mummy in the middle disappeared. Yi Nanyu, do you think we can find the woman and child in the photo? Chugu asked. As long as the hospital's information is not destroyed, it will not be difficult to find them. I'm afraid. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes deepened, and he didn't say anything. Chugu knew what Yi Nanyu wanted to express. In this era of the weak being the prey of the strong, it is difficult for a strong man to survive, let alone a woman with a child. Oh, I hope everything is fine. Chugu sighed. At this time, she smelled a faint smell of blood in the carriage. She turned her head, and saw that the mummy had returned and sat in the middle in a proper manner. After so many times, Chugu is no longer scared by the mummy's underworld things. She is used to it. The mummy is back, which means that the robbers have passed away. You said it's the end of the world, they can buy it for free, but they don't go. But they insist on robbing on the road. Who else will die? The rest of the journey, except for another big traffic jam, riding the pink sheep, there were no other emergencies. 4 hours later, they arrived in Wonju City smoothly, and went straight to the First People's Hospital without delay. After driving for half an hour, they finally arrived at Wonju City First People's Hospital. The car stopped 1,000 meters away from the hospital, and could not drive in. Because the entrance of the hospital was blocked by various dusty cars, the hospital was completely blocked. Before the apocalypse, many people had inexplicably high fevers and rushed to hospitals, causing all hospitals to be paralyzed. All medicines related to antipyretics and cold medicines were sold out. After the high fever, there was a large-scale outbreak of zombie viruses, so hospitals became the hardest-hit areas. Zombies bit people everywhere in the hospital, blood was splattered, and broken limbs were everywhere. It was no exaggeration to say that it was hell on earth. Chugu looked at the hospital building in the distance. The glass on each floor had been shattered. Just by looking at it, he could see that the corridors on each floor were full of zombies, and the number was astonishing. Before the apocalypse, there were too many people. After the apocalypse, there should be too many zombies. Yi Nanyu, you stay in the car. There are too many zombies inside. It's not convenient to bring you. I can go with the mummy. We'll be back soon after checking the information. Chugu didn't think Yi Nanyu was weak, but he was a human after all. He couldn't move freely among the zombies like she and the mummy. Yi Nanyu pondered for a while and agreed. With Chu Ji's current strength, as long as he didn't encounter a siege by many people, he could usually move sideways, not to mention that he also had a mummy whose strength was not to be underestimated. Go and come back quickly. Don't just play around, okay? Yi Nanyu warned. Chugu said perfunctorily, oh, and got off the car. Help me keep an eye on her. Yi Nanyu said to the mummy. Can. The mummy replied. Yi Nanyu. ? He once again experienced the despair of the illiterate. There was still some distance to the hospital, and Chugu and the mummy walked through the gaps in the car. The zombies around looked at the mummy with a confused look on their faces, and their dull heads tilted as if they were thinking about what kind of thing it was. They look a bit shabby. I've never seen them in this area before. Are they new? If Chugu were to follow normal rules, he would have stopped to say hello and chat with them. But now he's in a hurry, so he could only wait until next time. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the hospital gate. The glass door at the gate had already been broken to the ground, and the examination forms and medicine forms were scattered all over the lobby, with bloodstains everywhere. All the zombies coming and going were zombies, and the zombies in white coats, nurse uniforms, and hospital uniforms were particularly conspicuous, with stiff limbs and fangs bared. At first glance, she and the mummy were the only ones who were relatively straight. A wheelchair slid past Chugu, with a male zombie in hospital gown sitting on it, gnawing on a bone. Chugu took the bone from the zombie and threw it out, and the male zombie immediately pounced out. So Chugu sat on the wheelchair and slid away happily. Mummy, shock. Chapter 56. Chugu was in a wheelchair, moving among the zombies, and she was so playful that she played with the wheelchair like a hot wheel. The mummy was chasing her from behind. Chugu was sliding her wheelchair, and she saw the bed pushed over. She pushed away a female zombie on the bed, and she lay on it herself. She put her hands behind her head, crossed her legs, and enjoyed the nurse zombies pushing her. The female zombie fell to the ground with a pop. ? Mummy, roar. Push me to the obstetrics department, I'm going to give birth. Chugu, who had had enough fun, said to several zombie nurses. They wore white nurse caps and white nurse uniforms, and they were all young, beautiful, and in good shape. It's a pity that was only their image before the end of the world. The current image is cloudy eyes, unconscious roars from their mouths, and bloody mouths and chins, white nurse uniforms covered with blood, and nurse caps twisted on their heads. These zombies are unconsciously doing their jobs in their previous lives, just like the insurance salesperson before, who didn't forget to sell insurance after becoming a zombie. So Chugu asked them to push her to the obstetrics department, and these single-celled zombie ladies really pushed her to the obstetrics department. One of the zombie nurses had a big hole on her cheek, and her teeth and tongue could be seen inside, and she comforted her. Roar. Don't be afraid, we will send you to the obstetrics department immediately, and we will be there soon. Chugu lay leisurely on the bed, and let the nurse push her to the obstetrics department. The mummy kept following him. His image was out of tune with the entire zombie circle, and it attracted a lot of attention. The lady with a hole on her cheek has been paying attention to it for a long time, and asked Chugu, Is that your husband? His. No, it's my bodyguard. Hearing Chuji's answer, the lady's stiff dead face unexpectedly showed shyness. His. It's so stylish, looks so manly, with a cold face, so handsome. Chugu, shock. The lady pushed the cart and rubbed against the mummy, and boldly started to chat. His. Brother, what breed are you? It looks so special. The mummy walked away, and ignored it. The girl didn't give up and approached again. Brother, would you consider having a mixed-blood zombie baby with me? Chugu was stunned. This girl was really brave. She went straight to having a baby. When the mummy heard the word baby, its body trembled slightly. It reached into its belly, and stroked the photo. Something seemed to flash through its slow head, and it subconsciously said, Can. I have a wife and children. Chugu was not surprised. He had guessed it long ago. Even if it turned into a mummy, it would keep the photo close to its body, and still miss home. It must be his wife and children. Zombies are single-celled and straightforward. They don't have as many intrigues as humans. When the zombie lady heard that he had a wife, she gave up the idea and pushed Chugu to the obstetrics department. When they arrived at the obstetrics department, Chugu turned over and got out of bed to avoid the nurse lady really sending her to the delivery room to give birth. There were many pregnant zombies, with big bellies wandering around here. They were wearing hospital gowns, their hair was disheveled, and they had pink admission bracelets on their wrists. Before the end of the world, how many families happily welcomed the arrival of new life here, but unfortunately, the end of the world destroyed everything. Roar. Let's go to the doctor's office first to see if we can find something, Chugu said to the mummy. They came to the office, which was in a mess. Some desks were pushed over, some were twisted, and various items and reports were scattered on the floor. There were bloodstains on the walls and the floor. There were several zombies wandering inside. Under one table, there was a female doctor zombie in a white coat squatting, holding something in her hand and gnawing, blood dripping. Chugu approached and found that it was eating a big rat. Black hair with blood stuck around its mouth, and mincemeat stuck in its teeth. Blood flowed down its chin onto its white coat, which was bright red. Chugu looked away with disgust and began to search in the office. She picked up the report, medical records, and examination forms one by one. She also looked for the mummy. Chugu didn't know if it could understand it. It took more than an hour to search the entire doctor's office area, but she didn't find Louis's name. The mummy was visibly depressed. Roar. Don't be sad, maybe there is a medical record database or something. Let's go out and look for it. Chugu comforted it. The two left the office and searched the entire obstetrics department. Finally, Chugu found a list of people who registered for 42-day postpartum visits at the nurse's station, and Louis's name was among them. There was a phone number and a home address on it. Roar. Found it, take a look, is this it? The mummy took the book and saw the information on it, and his hands trembled slightly. Although it didn't remember, the familiarity couldn't be deceived. Chugu saw its excited look and knew it was right. Roar. Let's go, there's the address above, let's go directly. Chugu and the mummy were about to leave, when they suddenly heard the sound of a chainsaw coming from afar, getting closer. The zombies on this floor began to retreat in fear. Roar. Everyone run away, the chainsaw maniac is coming. Roar. Ah. The terrifying chainsaw maniac is coming again. Roar. I don't want to be torn into pieces, run. The zombies seemed to know how powerful this chainsaw maniac was, and they all retreated with their stiff bodies. Only Chugu and Gonshur, two outsiders, stood there in bewilderment. What is a chainsaw maniac? The next second, Chugu and Gonshur saw the chainsaw maniac that everyone was talking about. A tall figure in a bloody white coat appeared at the end of the corridor. It wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a grayish-green face, and looked like a gentle young doctor. Despite this gentle image, It held a violent chainsaw in its hand, and the chainsaw kept dripping blood. It raised the chainsaw and easily sawed a zombie in half. A large amount of blood and flesh splattered, and the walls and the ground were not spared. It did not stop, and it killed its own kind all the way and walked towards Chugu and the others. Behind it, the ground was covered with broken flesh, limbs and arms, like a slaughterhouse. Anyone who got close to it was cut into pieces by the chainsaw in its hand. A hospital bed blocked its way, and it was also directly sawed up by it with a chainsaw. Its stiff body. Click click, and the chainsaw buzzed. Chugu looked at the chainsaw maniac coming towards them, and knew that its target was them. It should be their arrival that caused it to feel a sense of crisis, so it came to deal with them to defend its territory. Very good, she likes to slap people in the face the most. Roar. Mummy, you go. Mummy, shock. Chapter 57. The chainsaw maniac rushed over with a chainsaw in his hand. A little red light lit up in the hollow of the mummy's eye sockets. The chainsaw maniac stopped immediately. The hand holding the chainsaw began to tremble. Then his hand was out of control, and he raised the chainsaw to saw himself. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the chainsaw. The next second, blood and flesh splattered, and the chainsaw was embedded in the waist, getting deeper and deeper. A large amount of blood flowed down with the vibrating chainsaw. Chugu looked at the exciting and terrifying bloody scene in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. As the last bit of flesh was sawed off, the upper body of the chainsaw maniac fell down, but its upper body was still fixed on the ground. The scene was like a horror movie. Hiss, hiss. The chainsaw maniac was still waving the chainsaw in his hand, roaring at the mummy ferociously. It dragged half of its body, and continued to crawl towards the mummy, and the chainsaw made a sizzling spark on the ground. It crawled in front of the mummy, raised the chainsaw and sawed at the mummy's legs, but ended up sawing at its own head strangely. Buzz buzz buzz. Brains splattered, eyeballs rolled down. Chugu took a few steps back. Roar. Damn, too cruel. The mummy's ability was too weird. Fortunately, she didn't have to be its opponent, otherwise, with her current ability, she would not be its opponent. The chainsaw maniac died, and the hidden zombies rushed out. The nightmare of the zombies in the whole hospital disappeared, and they roared and cheered. Finally, Chugu and the mummy left the hospital with the farewell of the zombies. Yi Nanyu had been waiting in the car, looking in the direction of the hospital. His military vehicle was well sealed and defensive. There were several circles of zombies surrounding the car, and he was not worried that they would break into the car. Seeing Chugu and the mummy coming back, his tense jawline finally relaxed. But seeing the blood on Chuji's body, his brows furrowed. Was he injured? Chugu and the mummy came over, and the zombies surrounding the car immediately retreated. Their aura frightened these ordinary zombies. Chugu opened the car door and got in. The mummy had already sat in the middle. Are you injured? Yi Nanyu asked impatiently. No, the blood on you is not mine, Chugu said. We just encountered a zombie with a chainsaw inside, but the mummy killed it in 2 moves. It was amazing. The mummy felt an unfriendly gaze from the side, and it shrank its shoulders and lowered its head with an innocent look to reduce its presence. We found Louis' information. The address is room 1201, building 18, Garden Community. Chugu looked at the registration form and said, Send it home now. Yi Nanyu immediately started the car and sped away. Chugu, ? Why does he seem to be gritting his teeth? Who has provoked him? As he got closer to the Garden Community, Chugu felt that the mummy around him was getting a little manic. Roar. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Can. The mummy was a little at a loss, and it didn't know what was wrong with it. It clearly wanted to go home, but when it really came to go home, it was afraid. Chugu understood the mummy's feelings very well. It was no longer a human being, and it looked so scary. If the family members were still alive, they would see it like this. Yi Nanyu, there is a supermarket in front. Stop for a while. What are you doing? Help the mummy transform. Chugu looked at the mummy and said, You can't turn back into a human, but you can make it look less scary. The military vehicle stopped at the entrance of the supermarket in front. There was garbage everywhere in front of the supermarket, plastic bags, food packaging bags, empty bottles, etc., and several empty shopping carts fell on the ground. There were also 7 or 8 zombie bodies lying in front of the supermarket. Judging from the blood on the ground, they should have died not long ago. The rolling shutter door of the supermarket had been deformed beyond recognition, and a big hole was pried open on one corner, so the situation inside could not be seen. Get out of the car, let's go in and take a look. Chugu got out of the car after saying that. Yunanyu got out of the car, and then put the car into the space. A man, a zombie, and a mummy crawled through the big hole on the rolling shutter and entered the supermarket. It was dim inside, but it was still possible to see that the place was almost completely destroyed. It must have been visited by countless waves of people, and blood and human bones were everywhere. The shelves inside were all empty, some were overturned, some were broken, and some of the plaster on the ceiling had fallen off. There were some unwanted goods scattered on the ground, such as steel wool for washing pots and clothes hangers, etc. Before the end of the world, these goods might be needed by every household, but after the end of the world, they have become a burden, and no one wants them even if they are picked up for free. Although the supermarket only has one floor, it is very large. Chugu and his friends walked inside. After turning a corner, they heard several people cursing, and a woman begging weakly for mercy. Walking further inside, they saw 4 or 5 men and women in front of them beating and kicking a thin woman. They kept cursing. "You ugly woman, old sow, hand over your things quickly. We have cleaned up the zombies, but you want to get something for nothing. You are so beautiful. If you don't hand over your things, don't even think about leaving here. She looks like a ghost, and she's so mean. Didn't anyone tell you not to steal things? Beat her to death. We didn't have enough supplies, and this woman was hiding things secretly." The woman curled up on the ground, tightly holding a pack of compressed biscuits in her hand. The woman's voice was mixed with the angry curses of the crowd, sounding weak and powerless. "I didn't steal it. I got it by moving heavy things. I didn't steal it. Please let me go. I have children waiting for me to go back home. I beg you. You said you didn't steal it. We've cleared the zombies, so everything inside is ours. Hurry up and take the biscuits." A man with a short haircut grabbed it. The thin woman clenched her hands tightly and cried for mercy. "Please have mercy on me. I haven't eaten for a few days. I just take a pack of biscuits. I won't take more. Bitch, why don't you let go?" The man, with a short haircut, slapped the woman's face hard. "Pa." The skinny body of the woman was like a kite with a broken string, and she flew out and fell to the ground, spitting blood. She was still holding the biscuits tightly in her hand. The man with a short haircut was angry. He didn't let go, so he pulled out a steel knife and walked towards the woman. "Go to hell, ugly woman." He raised the steel knife in his hand and stabbed the woman on the ground. Suddenly, his hand was fixed in midair, unable to move an inch further. Then the man felt as if his hand was controlled by something, and the tip of the knife was pointed at himself. He widened his eyes in horror. "Don't." As the words fell, the tip of his knife also pierced his own chest. Stab. His companions all showed fear in their eyes, looking at the horrifying scene in front of them in disbelief. Chapter 58. Seeing the body of the shaved man fall, they were so scared that they couldn't help but take a few steps back, their hands and feet trembling slightly. Everything was too weird. Everyone looked at the woman on the ground and asked angrily, "Did you do it, woman? What kind of magic did you use?" Chugu and the others were standing in the dark corner, and these people didn't notice. Their minds were all on the skinny woman lying on the ground. It must be her doing. Kill her and avenge Lao Sha. A woman with a low ponytail was furious. The man who just died was her lover. "I do it." The man with a wretched appearance volunteered. He liked women with low ponytails, so he had to perform well. He picked up a long steel pipe on the ground and walked towards the woman. "Ah!" He swung the steel pipe and smashed it at the woman's head, intending to knock her brains out. This blow was powerful, but it still stopped in midair, and then the steel pipe began to curl strangely. The wretched man was so scared that he tried to get rid of the arm, but he couldn't get rid of it. "Ah!" A scream broke the silence of the supermarket. Ding ding. The steel pipe, that was twisted into a twist, fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The wretched man was holding his arm, that was also twisted into a twist, and he was in agony. His companions were pale, their pupils were shocked, and their lips were trembling with fear. "Ah! Ghost!" The woman with a low ponytail screamed and turned to run. The others followed and ran. Suddenly, the woman with a low ponytail stopped when she ran to the corner. "Run! Why did you stop?" The companion who ran behind shouted. Unexpectedly, the woman with a low ponytail not only stopped running, but also retreated, looking forward with horror. At this time, 3 figures walked out of the darkness. The people who ran behind stopped their steps and saw Chugu and Inanyu, and their eyes flashed with surprise, but when they saw the mummy, they felt a chill from their feet to their heads. They shivered with cold. Are you a human or a ghost?" The voice was trembling. Chugo smiled at them. Do I look like a ghost when I'm so beautiful? They looked at the indescribably beautiful Chugo and shook their heads. Indeed, I'm not a ghost. Chugo smiled. Then everyone's eyes turned to the mummy. Then I can't guarantee it. Chuji's tone was quite careless. Everyone's hair stood up immediately, looking at Chugo, begging, save us, we can promise you anything you want. You will agree to whatever I want, is that true? Chuji's tone was harmless. Everyone nodded quickly. If she wanted all the supplies on them, they would give them even though they were reluctant, because compared to their lives, they were nothing. Chugo raised a wicked smile. Can I take your lives? Everyone's face changed instantly. Before they could react, a very thin electric wire pierced their heads. One by one, their eyes widened and they fell down unwillingly. The extremely thin electric wires that came out of Yi Nanyu's 5 fingertips fluttered in the air, and it was hard to tell that this thing had just harvested 4 lives. Yi Nanyu, why are you stealing my limelight? I was planning to reveal my identity next, make them feel scared, and then use my bone spurs to pierce their throats and let them die in pain. That would be fun, Chugo said dissatisfiedly. Yi Nanyu, was she such a pervert before? Thank you for saving me, thank you. The skinny woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Chugo and the others, then stood up tremblingly and was about to leave. Wait, Chugo shouted. The woman's back stiffened, and she knelt down again and kowtowed, begging, please let me go, I have children waiting for me to go back home, I didn't take the biscuits, I didn't take anything here, please have mercy and let me go this time. Don't be nervous, I'm not going to kill you, I just want to say that you can take all the supplies here. The woman raised her head suddenly, and looked at Chugo in disbelief. When she raised her head, Chugo and the others realized that the woman had a disfigured face. Judging from the scars, she must have been splashed with sulfuric acid. Sorry, I scared you. The woman lowered her head again, and covered her face with her hair. You can take all the supplies here. We won't make things difficult for you, Chugo said. Thank you, thank you. The woman quickly got up, picked up a bag, and put the food that the group of people had just collected into it. In fact, there weren't many things, just a few packs of soda crackers, some small candies, and a sausage. And the pack of compressed biscuits she found. The food packaging was very dirty, but the woman didn't mind and packed it carefully. Thank you, thank you. The woman thanked them again, took the things and limped away. She lowered her head and walked past the mummy. The mummy seemed to sense something, turned its head to look at the woman's back, and tilted its head, as if thinking about something. Then it shook its head, and turned its head away. The woman who had been walking out of the supermarket with her head down suddenly turned her head to look at the mummy. There was doubt in her eyes, but she soon shook her head and walked out of the supermarket. She probably won't survive tonight, Yi Nanyu said, as he looked at the direction the woman left. What nonsense, isn't she still fine? Chugo said. Her brows were dark, her eyes were swollen, and there was death in her eyes, a typical dead look. Chugo glanced at him and said contemptuously, You are a good young man, why don't you do anything else, but you have to learn to be a charlatan. Yi Nanyu, Chugo obviously didn't take his words seriously, and walked past the corpse on the ground, and continued to walk into the supermarket. Fortunately, the things she was looking for were not in high demand, and she was able to find what she wanted in the supermarket, a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. Chugo asked the mummy to wear all these equipment, and the terrifying appearance was immediately covered by 99%. She frowned and looked at the clothes on the mummy that looked like beggar's clothes, and now she was still missing a set of clothes. But she just walked around this supermarket and found that there were no adult clothes sold here. At this time, she saw the clothes on Yi Nanyu, and her eyes lit up. Although the mummy looked like a skeleton, it had long arms and legs, and was about the same height as Yi Nanyu, so Yi Nanyu's clothes would definitely fit it. Yi Nanyu, take off your clothes and pants quickly. Yi Nanyu's face was slightly stiff. Take them off? Yes, take them all off. Yi Nanyu looked at Chuji's impatient look and looked around the surrounding environment. Here? There's no one else here. Why are you shy? Yi Nanyu looked at the mummy. It's not a human, don't worry about it. Yi Nanyu's outlook on life was greatly shocked. He didn't expect Chugo to be so open. He gritted his teeth and said with a dark face, Chugo, don't even think about it. Chapter 59. Chugo looked puzzled. If she didn't want to, she didn't want to. Why did she look like she wanted to kill her? Forget it, don't want it, stingy guy. You said you were going to send the mummy home, but you didn't even want to give it a set of clothes. You want me to take off my clothes so that it can wear them. What else? What do you think? Chugu glanced at him. I thought. Yunanyu paused. Seeing Chu Ji's inquiring eyes, he said seriously, yes, I think it is for it to wear, but I think the clothes I have are not suitable for it. This set is more in line with its temperament. Yunanyu took out a set of clothes from the space ring, and put it heavily in the mummy's hand. This set suit for you. He squeezed out the words from his teeth. Mummy? ? Did it provoke him? When the mummy changed his clothes, Chu Ji's eyes lit up immediately. A cool men's jacket on the upper body, a pair of jeans on the lower body, and long legs were too superior. Tall people are indeed walking clothes racks, and they look good in any clothes. Although the mummy's body is shriveled, the loose clothes perfectly conceal it, and there is also a sense of laziness. In addition, he was wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. At first glance, I thought he was a celebrity who was traveling in a low-key manner to avoid paparazzi. As expected, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. If I didn't tell you, who would know that the tall and handsome man in front of me was the scary mummy? It's this foot. Chu Ji's mouth twitched as she looked at the pair of slippers on the mummy's feet that she didn't know where she picked up from a trash can. With its chicken claw-like feet, it was extremely ugly. So she cast her eyes on Yunanyu's feet. Yunanyu, 1 minute later. The mummy put on new shoes, and his perfect equipment was impeccable. Chugu nodded with satisfaction. Handsome. He will definitely charm many girls when he goes out. 3 people came out of the shabby supermarket shutter door. They were all bright and beautiful, better looking than the stars on TV. They got into the car, and the car whizzed away. In the distance, a group of survivors opened their mouths wide, staring at the car that had left for a long time. I have never seen such a good-looking person before the end of the world. Garden community. It takes less than 10 minutes to get here from the supermarket. The military vehicle has already stopped at the entrance of the community. The iron gate at the entrance of the community has fallen down, and the community is completely free to enter and exit. A zombie in security uniform stuck his head out of the security booth and screamed, as if saying that vehicles cannot enter. Many zombie owners took a walk after dinner. Get off here! Chugu and the mummy got off the car, and the zombies ignored them. As soon as Yunanyu got off the car, zombies from all directions immediately surrounded him with their fangs and claws. Chugu released his pressure, and the zombies immediately retreated in circles like a tide. Then the 3 of them walked towards the community. The zombies on the road saw them, and gave way one after another, with great momentum. Many zombies behind them were talking. Hiss. How can a food walk side by side with the mutant master? How can it be? Hiss. That might be the little husband kept by the mutant master. Hiss. The mutant master's vision is too bad, he is not smelly or dirty, and he has no manliness at all. Hiss. Is that also the little husband of the mutant? Its smell is different from ours. Is it a foreigner? Hiss. The mutant has a unique taste. Chugu and the other 2 came to building 18 without any obstacles. The power was out, so there was no elevator, so they could only climb the stairs. After climbing for about 10 minutes, they finally reached the 12th floor. There were 4 households on this floor, 3 of which had their doors wide open, and the inside was already in a mess. Only one family had its iron door closed, and the room number was exactly 1201. Chugu stood outside the door and turned to the mummy and said, Mummy, look. Hey, where did it go? The mummy that had been following just now was nowhere to be seen. No need to think, it must have hidden. She said, why was it so calm all the way? Yunanyu, the mummy is hiding, what should we do? Knock on the door, and see if there is anyone inside first. Yunanyu said. Okay. Chugu went forward and knocked on the door 3 times, knock knock knock. Is anyone there? After waiting for a while, no one answered, it was silent. But Chugu did not knock on the door a second time. Yunanyu, there is someone inside, I heard the breathing behind the door, she should be looking at us through the peephole now. Chugu said to Yunanyu in his heart. What should I do? Should I state my purpose directly? Yunanyu nodded and took the initiative to speak. We know there is someone inside. Sorry to disturb you rashly, but we have no ill intentions. We are here on someone's behalf. After the words fell, there was silence again. But Chugu knew that the person behind the door had not left, and should be thinking. After a long while, just when Chugu was thinking about whether to say more, a weak female voice sounded. Who asked you to come? Chugu? ? Why does this voice sound familiar? Yunanyu's dark eyes deepened, and his slightly frowned brows seemed to show that he was not simple. Who asked you to come? The person behind the door seemed anxious. We don't know his name, but he asked us to find someone named Louis. Are you Louis? Chugu said. Where is that person? The woman's voice was trembling. Chugu looked back at the empty space behind him. I don't know how to explain this. Why don't you open the door and let us in? I explain it to you slowly. There was no sound behind the door again. After a while, a click was heard and the door opened. Chugu saw the person inside, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise, It's you. Yi Nanyu was not surprised, as if he had guessed it. The person who opened the door was the disfigured woman they had just met in the supermarket. Are you Louis? Chugu wanted to confirm, because she was completely different from the photo. Louis nodded. You come in first. Chugu and Yi Nanyu looked back, but there was no trace of the mummy, so they walked into the house. Louis glanced at the stairs, her eyes dimmed, and she closed the door. At this time, a figure walked out from the stairs. It was the mummy that suddenly escaped. It stared at the door of the house, with sadness all over its body. Its clenched fists were shaking slightly. When it returned here, it remembered its memories before it died. What is its name? How old is it? Where does it live? What is the name of his wife? What is the name of his son? It remembered everything. It was because of this that it could not forgive itself. When the apocalypse broke out, it died on the way back, cruelly leaving the mother and son alone to face this brutal apocalypse. It deserved to die. Chapter 60. Chugu and Yi Nanyu walked into the house, and a warm little home came into view. It can be seen that they should have been a happy family before the end of the world. There was a wedding photo hanging on the wall, and the bride was Louis. She was wearing a beautiful wedding dress and a veil, nestling in the arms of the groom, with a happy smile on her face. The groom was tall and handsome, wearing a straight suit, and looking at the bride in his arms with loving eyes. Chugu recognized the handsome groom as the mummy at a glance. In fact, the two of them don't look alike at all, but the impression they give you can't lie. Yi Nanyu was also looking at the wedding photo. Louis saw Chugu and the others looking at the wedding photo on the wall, and said with tenderness in her eyes, He is my husband, his name is Xiaojun. We were college classmates, and we got married after graduation. I thought we would live happily for the rest of our lives, but who knew that the end of the world would break out, and he happened to be on a business trip. Later, the network communication collapsed, and we lost contact, and then we never heard from him again. Her voice trembled at the end. Chugu was silent. She could imagine that Xiaojun must have been very anxious to rush home, but he died on the way home. So even if he turned into a mummy and didn't remember anything, he still remembered to go home. Alas, what a trick of fate. Just now I saw the flag of the rescue team below. The rescue team should have come to this community for rescue. Why didn't you leave with them? Wouldn't it be much safer to go to the survivors' concentration camp? Yi Nanyu asked. Louis' eyes dimmed, and she said dejectedly, I'm not going anywhere, I'm waiting for him to come home. Chugu really hoped that the mummy could hear this. It was thinking about going home, and its wife had been waiting for it to come home. I just hope it can figure it out as soon as possible, stop running away, and come to see its wife as soon as possible. At this time, a child's cry came from the room, which was a bit sharp and piercing. Louis' face changed slightly, something flashed in her eyes, and she said, You sit down, my child is crying, I go and see. Okay, you go and get busy first. Chugu said. Louis walked to the door of a room and pushed it open. The curtains were closed, and it was very dark. The closed door blocked Chuji's sight. Chugu frowned slightly because she could not feel the breath of living people inside. Could it be that she was too nervous and felt wrong? After a while, Chuji's bloodshot eyes suddenly lit up, and it smelled like blood and flesh. Chugu, what's wrong? Yi Nanyu asked. There are zombies in the room. Yi Nanyu's face changed slightly, and a small lightning bolt struck the door, and the solid wood door suddenly broke into pieces. Chugu and Yi Nanyu saw the scene in the room. Their pupils suddenly dilated, and their faces were shocked. Louis was actually cutting the flesh on her thigh. From the deep scars and mottled knife marks, it can be seen that this behavior is not the first time. Louis saw Chugu and Yi Nanyu at the door, and she panicked for a moment. She hurriedly blocked the child behind her. Her face was extremely pale. No. You. She was afraid. Chugu and Yi Nanyu looked at the child who stuck his head out from behind her. He was about 1 year old, chubby, white and chubby, and very cute. But the big eyes on its face, which should have been dark, were now cloudy. It was obvious that the child was a zombie. Louis actually fed it with her own flesh and blood. When Louis saw Chugu and Yi Nanyu found out, she said in panic, It's not bad. It has never killed or hurt anyone. Please don't kill it. I promise to take good care of it. Do you know that your life has reached its limit now? Yinan said in a low voice. Louis was slightly stunned, but she was not surprised. She had known for a long time that her body would not last long, but she looked back at her child and tears flowed down. I didn't protect it well. If I hadn't taken it out to find food at time, it wouldn't have been scratched by the zombies and infected with the virus. I killed my child. What if I died? It's a good child. It never bites or attacks me. Sometimes I give it blood, but it won't drink it. I know it's out of love for me. I killed it. Louis covered her face and cried bitterly. Chugu looked at Louis and was deeply moved. She cried not because she was afraid of death, but because she was afraid of what would happen to her child if he died. Chugu was an orphan since childhood. She never knew what maternal love was, but she knew it when she saw Louis today. Even though the child turned into a zombie, she did not abandon it. She even cut flesh and blood to feed it. Cutting flesh alive, the pain is not something that ordinary people can bear, but she endured it, cutting countless times. For a while, the whole room was filled with the sound of Louis crying. She had suppressed it for too long. Ah! The zombie child screamed and climbed into his mother's arms, then stretched out his short hand to wipe Louis's tears. Ah! She was still screaming. Others couldn't understand, but Chugu could. Mom, don't cry, Xiaobao is with you. Louis had forgotten to cry, and looked up at Chugu blankly. This little thing said that it wanted Mom to stop crying. Louis was shocked. How could she? Actually, I am also a zombie, Chugu said calmly. Louis widened her eyes, full of disbelief. She was a zombie. Her cognition was refreshed. The zombies she had seen so far were ugly, like the Walking Dead. There is no one like her, whose speech and behavior are no different from those of ordinary people, and whose appearance is even better than others. It is very smart, and it has its own consciousness, Chugu said. Louis heard Chuji's words, and hope ignited in her desperate eyes. Really? It will be like you in the future, right? Even if I die, it will be fine, right? Louis suddenly knelt down in front of Chugu. I beg you for one thing, okay? When I die, I will give it to you, okay? I know I am very selfish, but I have no other choice. I won't bother you for long. When it grows up and has the ability to protect itself, you can let it go. At this time, Louis felt a dull pain in her chest and a suffocating feeling. She was a little breathless, and her breathing became rapid. She knew that her time was up, so she was anxious to entrust the child to Chugu. She was a zombie, and she was also very kind. If she could entrust the child to her, Louis would die with peace of mind. No, it shouldn't be me, Chugu said. When Louis saw that she refused, her hope was shattered and the light in her eyes disappeared. It shouldn't be me. The child's father is the best candidate. Chugu looked at the poor woman in front of her. She planned to tell her about the existence of the mummy. But Louis spoke first. It's the one that was with you in the supermarket, right? Chapter 61. You know? Chugu and Yinan were surprised. Louis nodded heavily and smiled bitterly. I saw it in the supermarket, and the familiar feeling lingered in my heart. I didn't dare to confirm it at that time, and hurried back home. When I saw you appeared at the door of the house, I was sure that it was back. Chugu was shocked. How much love must be given to the other person to be able to recognize the other person no matter what he becomes? Since you know, why don't you ask where it went? Louis shook her head and said with red eyes, I respect its choice. If it wants to go home, it knows where the spare key is and can go home at any time. Chugu heard this and sighed that this was a wonderful woman. Now she really wanted to beat the mummy up. Such a good woman was not cherished. Aren't you coming out yet? Don't let me look down on you, Yinan said. Chugu looked left and right and found nothing. Yinan, who are you talking to? Is the mummy here? Louis's back stiffened. She had been feeling the coldness around her just now. Could it be it? The next second, the sound of a key turning the door lock came from the door. Louis looked over nervously, her palms sweating. The door was pushed open, and the mummy walked in, holding the spare key in his hand. I come back. It spoke word by word with difficulty, dry and hoarse. Louis burst into tears. She had waited for this day for too long. It's good to be back. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The body, which had reached its limit, slowly fell down. The mummy ran over and caught her body. I'm sorry. I'm back. Late you. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Okay. The mummy hugged Louis's body. It could feel her body temperature dropping rapidly. He was extremely panicked and hugged her tightly. Louis weakly raised her hands and hugged him, patting his back gently with her small hands. Don't be sad, I'm very happy to marry you. The voice gradually weakened. The hand slid down weakly and fell to the ground. The mummy's body shook violently, and then it couldn't control the trembling and collapsed. Ah, don't go, don't leave me, don't. Chugu looked at the tears slowly flowing down the mummy's face with shock. It actually shed tears. Seeing the light in Louis's eyes slowly fade away, Chugu had an impulse. She didn't want this kind and righteous woman to disappear like this. She deserved happiness. Chugu squatted down. Give her to me quickly, I have a way, hurry up, or she will die. The mummy heard that Chugu had a way, and hurriedly gave Louis in his arms to her. You must save her. Chugu took Louis, and before her last bit of life disappeared, he opened his mouth and bit her neck. Louis raised her head abruptly, rolled her eyes, and began to shake uncontrollably. The zombie virus was destroying her body's functions in large quantities. Her pale face slowly turned gray-green, and black threads began to spread from the bite marks. Louis began to scream unconsciously. She was about to become a zombie. Chugu cut her wrist, and blood immediately flowed out. She handed the bleeding wrist to Louis's lips. Louis instinctively opened her mouth and held Chuji's wrist, swallowing all her blood into her stomach. Louis, who drank Chuji's blood, was recovering at a rocket-like speed. The deep wound on her thigh that was visible to the bone was growing tender flesh, and even her disfigured face was undergoing a major change, and her skinny body was slowly becoming plump. Yi Nanyu looked at her in shock. Could it be that she also had a strong ability to evolve? No, it was the effect of Chuji's blood. He had always lamented that Chuji's saliva could heal, and now it seemed that Chuji's blood was the best healing holy product. The mummy looked at his wife excitedly, as if she had been reborn, and she was like two different people from before. The disfigured face also regained its beautiful appearance. Chugu handed Louis to him. It's all right now, but she may have to live as a zombie in the future. This was also the first time she turned a person into a zombie. The mummy hugged his wife tightly after regaining his lost body. Thank you. I don't care whether she is a zombie or not. I just want her to be fine. Chugu was very satisfied with these words. This is what a man should be like. A bag of blood was thrown to Chugu. She reached out to catch it, held it in her mouth and drank it, and hooked her other hand to Yi Nanyu, asking him to throw another bag. She is in urgent need of nourishment now. Yi Nanyu generously took out 2 more packets from the space ring and threw them to her. Yeah. The 1-year-old Xiaobao staggered around Chugu, his cloudy eyes staring at the blood bag in her hand. Chugu held the blood bag in her mouth and looked down at the little guy at her feet. Hiss. Do you want a drink? Xiaobao nodded. Hiss. Annie, I want to drink. Chugu hooked her finger at Yi Nanyu again, pointed at Xiaobao, and signaled him to give it a bag.so. Yi Nanyu took out another bag from the space and threw it to Xiaobao. Plop! Who knew that Xiaobao was hit by the blood bag and fell to the ground, and a sharp cry rang out. Chugu held the blood bag in his mouth and looked at Yi Nanyu with a complicated expression, as if saying that he was bullied by such a young child. Yi Nanyu, Xiaobao. Louis, who was sleeping, heard the child crying and unconsciously called the child's name. The mummy saw that Louis in his arms was about to wake up, and his unhappy eyes shot to Xiaobao, who was lying on the ground crying. Although Xiaobao is small, he is also a zombie after all, and has the ability to sense danger. Sensing the danger, the sight locked on him, he immediately stopped crying, took the blood bag and crawled to the corner, curled up into a ball, and looked pitiful from behind. The mummy withdrew his sight with satisfaction, and continued to stare at Louis sleeping in his arms, and couldn't get enough of it. Chugu, is this my real father? Looking at the little one in the corner, I suddenly felt that it was a little pitiful, and walked up to comfort it, but I saw it facing the wall, holding the blood bag in both hands and drinking blood happily, without any sadness. Okay, she was just being sentimental. After Xiaobao finished drinking the whole bag of blood, he felt his blood boiling and felt dizzy. He was scared. He had never encountered such a situation before. He wanted to find his mother. He staggered to his feet from the corner, but after taking 2 steps, he bumped into a chair and fell straight down. He climbed up again with short arms and legs, but bumped into the corner of the table again. After that, he was like a drunk person, bumping around. What's wrong with him? Chugu asked. He looks drunk. Yi Nanyu said. Chugu was confused. What's drunk? Drunken blood. Chapter 62. These are all the blood of the superpowers, which contains energy. For a little thing like it, it is a bit too much to bear. It will be fine after its body absorbs it. Yi Nanyu explained. Chu Gu looked at Xiaobao, who once again hit the table leg and fell on his back and laughed softly. This little thing is quite cute. Knock knock knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Yi Nanyu glanced at the others and then walked towards the door. Through the cat's eye at the door, he saw a girl with red hair around 18 years old. She was looking around in panic, fearing that zombies would jump out from somewhere. What are you doing? Yi Nanyu said in a low voice. The girl outside seemed to be surprised that there would be a man inside, and was stunned for a moment. Then she came to her senses and said, I'm looking for Sister Yi. Yi Nanyu looked back at Louis, who was still sleeping, and said, She's not here, come next time. Qin Xiaoyan naturally didn't believe it. She just saw Louis coming back with supplies from the window. She lived upstairs, and she finally waited until there were no zombies at the door, and then she hurried down. Sister Yi and I are friends. Tell her, and she will let me in. Yi Nanyu was not the owner after all, but he could not ask the mistress, so he could only ask the master. Yi Nanyu used his eyes to ask the mummy whether he wanted to open the door. The mummy didn't know, but he heard that the other party was a friend, and heard that she was a girl. What if he didn't let her in and something happened, and his wife got angry when she woke up? Let her in first, and wait until his wife woke up to do the rest. The mummy nodded to Yi Nanyu, and then he carried Louis into the bedroom and closed the door. Yi Nanyu opened the door and said to the girl at the door, Come in first. Qin Xiaoyan saw Yi Nanyu, and her eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect him to be so handsome. If you don't come in, I close the door. Qin Xiaoyan's eyes made Yi Nanyu's face cold. Don't close it, I come in. Qin Xiaoyan hurried into the house. As soon as she entered, she saw the food that Louis had collected today on the table. Her eyes lit up immediately. She took the food without hesitation, opened the package, and put it into her mouth, eating voraciously. She hadn't eaten for a few days. She stopped eating after finishing a pack of biscuits, but you thought that was the end. She put all the remaining food into her pocket, not even leaving a piece of candy. Taking without asking is considered stealing. A cold female voice sounded behind Qin Xiaoyan. Qin Xiaoyan's face stiffened slightly, and she turned around, only to find that there was a woman sitting on the sofa. Seeing the other person's overly good-looking face, Qin Xiaoyan felt disdainful in her heart. It must be plastic surgery. What's so great about it? What grounds did you use to say I was stealing? If it's not stealing, then what is it? Sister Yi and I are friends. How can you say I was stealing? What kind of friend would easily take away the food she worked so hard to collect, even at the cost of half her life, and not keep any of it? Are you sure you are a friend and not a thief? Shugu said sarcastically. You? Qin Xiaoyan's face was extremely ugly. I won't tell you. What do you know about the relationship between Sister Yi and me? She wanted to leave after she finished speaking. Leave the things behind, Shugu said coldly. She kept saying that she was Louis's friend, but she didn't come in to find Louis, but went straight for the food. She ate and took everything, leaving nothing behind, without considering whether the Sister Yi she kept shouting had eaten. From this alone, Shugu knew that this person was not upright and selfish. Facing such a person, she naturally didn't need to give face. Why do you say to leave it behind? It's not yours. Sister Yi didn't say anything. You are meddling in other people's business here. You are really a jerk. Qin Xiaoyan sneered. After that, she ignored Shugu and walked towards the door. She didn't have so much free time. Her boyfriend was still waiting for her to come back home to find food. Ah! Qin Xiaoyan suddenly screamed and fell to the ground, and the things in her pocket fell to the ground. Yi Nanyu, who was leaning on the shoe cabinet, lazily retracted his long legs and looked at Qin Xiaoyan, who fell to the ground with a sneer on his lips. It turns out that the dog's eyes are on the head. No wonder he doesn't look at the road. Shugu knew that Yi Nanyu was standing up for her, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. She didn't expect that he, who was well educated, would do such little tricks. Qin Xiaoyan, who fell to the ground, heard Yi Nanyu's mockery, and got up with a red face. Pointing at Yi Nanyu's nose, she cursed, bullying a woman. What kind of man are you? You look like a man, but I didn't expect you to be a rubbish. If you don't compensate me for my loss today, I will never let you go. Oh, why not? I want to see. Yi Nanyu spoke coldly with disdain in his eyes. You? Qin Xiaoyan looked at Yi Nanyu's tall body and cold black eyes, feeling a little scared. She swallowed her saliva and pretended to be calm. I am a magnanimous person, so I won't bother with a rubbish man like you. She bent down to pick up the food on the ground. I'm really sorry, I'm a person who likes to bother with things. Yi Nanyu kicked away the food she was about to pick up. Qin Xiaoyan was furious, and she stood up and rushed over to fight with Yi Nanyu. Suddenly, a figure ran over and pushed Qin Xiaoyan away. Qin Xiaoyan, who gave you the power to beat my guest in my house? The usually gentle voice was filled with anger. Qin Xiaoyan looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, and was a little unresponsive for a moment. Then she hesitantly called out, Sister Yi? Louis said coldly, I've already told you not to come again. Qin Xiaoyan didn't live here before the end of the world. She came here after the end of the world, and lived upstairs. One time, Qin Xiaoyan knocked on her door, and begged for food, saying that her 2-year-old brother hadn't eaten for several days, and was about to starve to death. Louis gave her some food out of sympathy because she also had a child, who knew that Qin Xiaoyan would rely on her from then on. Every time she came back from collecting supplies, she would ask for food with her 2-year-old brother. Louis was a mother, and she softened her heart again and again when she saw the girl crying for her 2-year-old brother at home. Just a while ago, she found out that Qin Xiaoyan didn't have any brother at all, so she stopped giving her food. Unexpectedly, it happened again today. Qin Xiaoyan looked at Louis in front of her, and then looked at the photo on the wall, and suddenly widened her eyes in shock. It's really you? How is it possible? Louis is obviously ugly. She realized that she had said what was in her heart, and quickly covered her mouth. But she was not panicked. Anyway, this stupid woman would not bother with her. But she didn't know that Louis in front of her had turned into a zombie, and her heart became cold and hard. Pa, pa! 2 loud slaps. Qin Xiaoyan covered her swollen cheeks, and was stunned. This stupid woman dared to hit her. Chapter 63. You hit me. What right do you have to hit me? Not only will I hit you, I can also make you go away. Louis grabbed Qin Xiaoyan's collar, and threw her out of the door like a dead dog. Qin Xiaoyan's weak strength could not break free at all, and she was thrown out of the house like garbage. Go away, don't let me see you again, it won't be so easy next time. Bang! The door was ruthlessly closed. Qin Xiaoyan fell to the ground with a gloomy face, and her teeth were clenched. They didn't give her food even though they had it, they had no mercy, and they even beat and scolded her. These people are worse than pigs and dogs. Roar! A middle-aged zombie in an apron walked out of the stairs, and she walked towards Qin Xiaoyan with stiff steps. Qin Xiaoyan's face changed drastically, and she got up quickly, and knocked on the door frantically. Open the door quickly, there are zombies, let me in, save me, open the door quickly. Everyone in the room listened to the knocking at the door, and they were indifferent. Chugu sneered, this idiot may think that the zombies he attracted are not enough. Sure enough, the knocking and shouting attracted the zombies downstairs. Qin Xiaoyan saw several more terrifying zombies coming out of the stairs, and she was suddenly filled with despair. She broke down and cried and knocked on the door. Open the door for me, you can't be so cruel to me, please save me, open the door quickly. The first ant zombie had already pounced on her, and Qin Xiaoyan screamed and struggled. Ah! Get out of the way, let me go. Ah, help! The old lady zombie bit her shoulder, and tore off a piece of flesh. Ah! Qin Xiaoyan screamed. Then more zombies rushed over and bit her. For a moment, the shrill screams resounded throughout the building. A large amount of blood seeped into the house through the cracks in the door, and the smell of blood filled the air. Louis, who had just turned into a zombie, and Xiaobao, a zombie with poor concentration, were driven by the zombie instinct to walk towards the door, obviously wanting to get a share of the pie. Chugu, who was also a zombie, sat calmly on the sofa, without any desire to eat the food outside the door. Her eyes turned to the beautiful Yi Nanyu, and her bloodshot pupils slowly lit up. At least this level of food can arouse my desire to eat. Yi Nanyu, who heard his inner voice, frowned. Click. The door opened. Qin Xiaoyan, who was still breathing, saw Louis, and stretched out her blood-stained hands to her. The zombies were still biting her. Save me. The next second, she widened her eyes in horror, and the image of Louis rushing towards her was reflected in her pupils. She turned out to be a zombie. This was Qin Xiaoyan's last thought. As her neck was bitten off, she tilted her head and died. Louis bit Qin Xiaoyan's neck and swallowed the warm blood. There was a circle of zombies around, and Xiaobao couldn't squeeze in. He tried several times, but was squeezed out. He immediately fell to the ground and cried aggrievedly. Wow! He wanted to eat even if he couldn't. When he was full, his mother wouldn't worry about him being hungry, and cut her own meat to feed him. It didn't want to eat its mother's flesh and blood anymore, but now there was food in front of it, and it couldn't eat it. Then its mother would be worried and would cut meat to feed it. Wow. Xiaobao's cry became more and more sharp, so sad. At this time, a pair of big hands gently lifted it up. Can. Don't cry, Dad will help you drive them away, okay? Xiaobao stopped crying immediately, blinking his cloudy eyes without tears, and looking at the ugly strange creature in front of him. Dad? Can. Watching Dad scare all the zombies away. A little red light appeared in the hollow of the mummy's eye sockets. The zombies that were eating felt the danger and trembled. They dropped the food in their hands and began to retreat. In just a moment, the zombies disappeared completely. Bang! The door closed. The only person left in the corridor was the mummy, and the broken limbs on the ground. It was dumbfounded. Hey, where are my wife and son? The wife and son it mentioned were hiding in the house and trembling. Woohoo! So scary. The mummy realized it late. Oh no, I forgot my wife and son are also zombies. Room 1301 upstairs. A young man with earrings on his ears, and a gangster look was walking around the house with an ugly face. He certainly heard Qin Xiaoyan's shrill screams just now, but he didn't think of saving her. He didn't want to put himself in danger for Qin Xiaoyan, that stupid woman. Blame Qin Xiaoyan for being stupid, she couldn't even get some food back. Thinking of his hungry stomach, the young man overturned a table in anger. He stood in the mess, his eyes flashing darkly. No, he had to find a new woman to replace Qin Xiaoyan. He thought of something, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haha, the ugly woman downstairs seems good, and I heard that she is easy to deceive. After deceiving her, let her go out to collect food every day. If she makes him happy, he doesn't mind loving her. What did you call me just now? Shugu looked at Louis dumbfounded and said, Master, you are the one who gave me life again. From now on, you will be my master. I will follow you all my life. Louis said respectfully. Follow you all my life? No wife, what about me? The mummy said in confusion. Louis looked at it with disdain. We are different species now. There is no possibility in this life. Mummy, Chugu Yinanyu, shocked. But didn't you say that you would be happy to marry me? The mummy said anxiously. That was before I became a human. Now I am a corpse. How can it count? Louis said calmly. The mummy was shocked, as if it was a bolt from the blue. It was abandoned by its wife. It thought of something, and shot its angry eyes at Chugu, needing her to give it an explanation. How can turning into a zombie make love disappear? Chugu, She has never encountered such a situation. Could it be that Louis originally turned into a mindless walking corpse, but because of the intervention of her blood, although it is conscious thinking, it has lost its emotions? At this time, Xiaobao hugged his mother's thigh affectionately. He liked his mother's current appearance, so beautiful. Louis lowered her eyes to look at the little thing on her feet, picked it up, and stuffed it into the arms of the mummy. She was completely without the feeling of a gentle mother before. You will live with your father in the future. I will follow my master. Mummy Xiaobao. Shock. The father and son shot their angry eyes at Chugu. Give my wife mother back to me. Do you believe me when I say it's none of my business? Chugu said weakly. The mummy father and son looked at each other with a look of do you think I believe you? Chugu, Chapter 64. Chugu sat on the sofa, leaning her head against the back of the sofa, looking at the ceiling with a look of despair. Her legs were held by the mummy, and Xiaobao on the left and right. It seemed that if she didn't return their wife mother to them, they would definitely rely on her. Chugu turned her head to look at Yinanyu, who looked unhappy and said, Yinanyu, you go, it seems that I can't leave. And it seems that the three of them are definitely relying on me. Yinanyu snorted coldly. I think you are not unable to leave, but you don't want to leave. His dark eyes swept over Louis, who was massaging her back, and then over the mummy, who was massaging her feet, and the zombie Xiaobao, who was polishing her shoes. Haha, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Chugu looked like he was enjoying himself. No, he looked distressed and said, Then what do you say we should do? It seems that Louis is determined to follow me as her master. If I leave, she will definitely leave too. What about the mummy Xiaobao? Can you really bear to see them both alone and helpless? Sacrificing a small self to make their happy family of three a reality is the best outcome. You don't have to worry about me. They will take care of me. Go with peace of mind. Yi Nanyu's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, Chugu, you have a good plan. I'm afraid you have already thought of a retirement plan here. Chugu, shock, how did he know that I had thought of a retirement plan here? Daughter Louis, son-in-law of the mummy, grandson Xiaobao, a family of four live happily for a lifetime. How is it not better than wandering with Yi Nanyu? Yi Nanyu snorted in his heart, he knew it. Chugu said to Yi Nanyu earnestly like an old father, Yi Nanyu, I am doing this for your own good. You said that the four of us are all corpses, and you are the only one. If you always hang out with us, it will affect your yang energy and shorten your life. You should leave. When you return to High City, forget everything here and start over. You mean you chase me away because I'm a human and you're a zombie? So if I become a zombie, you'd be with me again, right? Yi Nanyu said in a low voice. Chugu was dumbfounded. No, is that what she meant? Yi Nanyu walked straight to Lu Yi and stretched out his arm. Bite me. Lu Yi was a zombie, so there was no reason for her not to eat the food that was delivered to her door. She instinctively opened her mouth and bit Yi Nanyu's arm. At this critical moment, Chugu pressed down Yi Nanyu's arm, and Lu Yi bit it empty. Chugu released his pressure, and Lu Yi immediately retreated, hiding in the corner and trembling. Chugu angrily shook off Yi Nanyu's hand and said angrily, If you want to go crazy, don't go crazy under my nose. Then I go crazy outside. Yi Nanyu was about to go out. Chu Ji's face suddenly turned pale, and she was almost mad at Yi Nanyu. Seeing that Yi Nanyu was about to open the door and go out, she hurriedly shouted, Yi Nanyu, stop. Yi Nanyu still walked out stubbornly. Chugu gritted his teeth, rushed forward and grabbed him. Are you looking for death? Okay, I help you. She angrily dragged Yi Nanyu into one of the rooms, and the door slammed shut. The mummy and Lu Yi in the living room both shrank, and mourned for Yi Nanyu for 3 seconds in their hearts. In the room, Chugu threw Yi Nanyu onto the bed, and his body bounced a few times with the spring cushion. Chugu stepped on him, and sat on his strong waist. She grabbed Yi Nanyu's collar domineeringly, and pulled his upper body up. You want to be with me even if you want to become a zombie, right? Okay, let me have some fun first, and when I'm done, I'll turn you into a zombie myself. Chugu pushed Yi Nanyu to lie down, leaned over, and kissed his thin lips. Yi Nanyu immediately wrinkled the bed sheet with both hands, and the whole person was like a young boy, stiff all over. Open your mouth, Chugu ordered. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes suddenly deepened, and he slowly opened his mouth to accept her, loosened the bed sheet with both hands, and slowly climbed up her thin waist. Chugu grabbed his hands and pressed them on both sides of his ears. Did I let you move? Chugu. Yi Nanyu's voice was unusually hoarse, suppressing something. Chugu leaned down and kissed him again. Yi Nanyu raised his head slightly, and entangled with her. Ambiguous sounds came out between their lips and teeth, and the water light was shimmering. Snap. Chugu grabbed both sides of Yi Nanyu's shirt with both hands and pulled hard, and all the buttons broke open. Chu Ji's cold lips went down Yi Nanyu's chin, licked his neck, and kissed the sexy Adam's apple. The Adam's apple rolled. Yi Nanyu groaned, and was aroused by Chugu, and wanted to turn over. But Chugu pressed him back into the quilt. I told you not to move. Chugu. Yi Nanyu hadn't had sex for many years, and something was about to explode, but Chugu was still playing with him slowly. Chugu teased his Adam's apple, and his white hand slid over his abdominal muscles, and continued to move down. Yi Nanyu's slender neck arched like a swan's neck, and his black hair on his forehead was slightly wet, which was very sexy. There was a surging desire in his black eyes. In the living room, the mummy looked at itself in the wedding photo on the wall, and its terrifying appearance began to change. In less than a moment, it returned to its appearance before death. It looked forward with a calm gaze, with a straight nose and clear facial lines, looking tough and handsome. After it died, he completely forgot what it looked like before death, and now he finally found its face. It turned its head to look at Lu Yi, and the two of them looked the same as in the wedding photo, as if time had never left. Xiaojun raised his foot and walked towards Lu Yi, hugging her in his arms. Yi, I'm back. Your husband Xiaojun is back. His voice was very low. Lu Yi's pupils trembled, and her confused eyes regained clarity. Her hand slowly climbed onto his shoulders and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry, I won't go anywhere in the future, just let me protect you too, okay? Yes. Lu Yi's eyes were a little sore, and she nodded. Yi, I love you. Xiaojun leaned down and kissed Lu Yi's tender lips. Lu Yi closed her eyes shyly, and a blush appeared on her pale face. Like delicate peach blossoms, it is very beautiful. Xiaojun's strong arms wrapped around Lu Yi's thin waist, and with a force, he lifted her up, pulled her legs over, and let her wrap around his waist. During this period, the two of them kept their lips together, and they were both longing for each other. Xiaojun held Lu Yi, and walked towards the room in a hurry, knocking over many things during the period, and crackling non-stop. A short separation is better than a new marriage, and each of them wanted to eat each other into their stomachs. Bang! Another door closed. Xiaobao in the living room. I'm just a child. Chapter 65. Late at night. The room was dark. Xiaobao hadn't eaten dinner yet, and sat alone on the sofa, looking at the moon in the sky. The two doors had never been opened since they were closed, until now. At this time, Xiaobao heard a slight sound coming from the balcony, as if something was climbing. It climbed down the sofa with short arms and legs, and came behind the curtains on the balcony. Soon, it heard a sound of landing. It seemed that someone jumped onto the balcony. Listening to the slight footsteps, Xiaobao hid behind the curtains, and did not make any sound. Taking advantage of the moonlight, it saw a dark shadow sneaking in from the balcony. Food was delivered to the door. Xiaobao licked his lips excitedly. The young man upstairs used a hemp rope to climb down from the upstairs. He bent his body and sneaked into the house. It was dark inside, and the visual range was limited. As he walked, his foot suddenly kicked a table leg. He jumped around in pain, but dared not make a sound. It took him a long time to recover. He looked around and didn't see anyone. It was midnight, and the ugly woman must be asleep. It was just what he wanted. He would do it after he had filled his stomach. The young man looked at the biscuits and sausages on the table, and his stomach made a gurgling sound of hunger. He tore open the package and put it in his mouth, and did not notice a small black shadow coming out from the curtain behind him. Xiaobao walked towards the young man quietly, and his gray face was a little creepy at night. This was its first time hunting, so it seemed particularly cautious. He did not notice Xiaobao walking behind the young man, and it took this opportunity to use the power of the chair to leap up. The young man was eating when he saw a small black shadow rushing towards him. Before he could react, he felt a pain in his neck, and was bitten by something. The young man widened his eyes in horror, and struggled to knock the thing off him. But it seemed to be stuck to him. He could feel the other party's teeth embedded in his neck, and sucking his blood. The young man struggled harder with horror. He pulled the thing off his neck, and a piece of flesh on his neck was pulled off with it. He saw that the thing in his hand was actually a child, with his bloody flesh in his mouth, touching the child's cloudy eyes. Ah! He screamed in fear and threw it away, with a huge fear covering his heart. He was bitten by a zombie. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and it was so cold. Xiaobao chewed the flesh he was about to bite off, and his eyes were still fixed on the food in front of him. He seemed to be thinking about where to eat next. The young man covered his neck, and blood kept flowing out from his fingers. He looked at the zombie child on the ground, and his eyes were burning with anger. I will kill you. He picked up a chair and threw it at Xiaobao. Xiaobao rolled to the side to avoid it, and the chair fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The young man was extremely angry, his facial features twisted, and he threw things at the hateful zombie child. The room suddenly made a noise, and it was obvious that he no longer cared about making noise. After being bitten by a zombie, he would soon become a zombie. Before that, he must kill the zombie child who hurt him so much. In the room, Yunanyu listened to the noise outside and wanted to get up, but Chugu on his body pressed him back to the bed in dissatisfaction. It seems that I am not trying hard enough. You are still paying attention to the outside world. Yunanyu took a breath, full of lust. Chugu, be gentle. Chugu was like a beautiful fairy who could attract people's souls, seducing Yunanyu to sink into it together. Another room. Lu Yi pushed Xiaozhen away, and was about to get out of bed, but was grabbed by a big hand and dragged back. Xiaozhen. Xiaobao is in danger. He won't be in danger. You must believe in our son. Xiaozhen whispered in her ear. Well, relax. The moon in the sky shyly hid behind the dark clouds at this time, and dared not look around. Xiaobao in the living room was desperately avoiding being hunted down, and neither of the two unreliable adults came out to save it. There was no way, it could only rely on itself. Fortunately, the night is the home of zombies, and they have unlimited energy, and they can consume this food to death. Finally, aiming at the gap when the young man was breathing, Xiaobao pounced on him. He bit off a piece of meat from his thigh fiercely. Ah! The young man screamed in pain, gnashing his teeth in hatred, wishing he could pull out its tendons and skin it, but he couldn't catch it no matter what. At this moment, he suddenly fell down, his body began to shake uncontrollably, his limbs twisted strangely, his eyes rolled up, revealing the white of his eyeballs. In the dark, it was very creepy. Xiaobao saw that he hadn't completely turned into a zombie yet, so he pounced on him and ate a few more bites of meat, otherwise it would not be tasty if he turned into a zombie. After a series of crackling sounds of bones, the young man stood up stiffly, His limbs were strange, and he let out a roar. Xiao Bao saw that he had turned into a zombie, and sat back on the sofa in a daze. It was all because it ate slowly. It should have eaten him before it turned into a zombie. The young zombie smelled the scent of human flesh and blood, and walked towards a room with its teeth and claws bared. Roar! There is food inside, it smells so good. Xiao Bao saw it, but did not stop it, and watched it with a look of watching a good show. The young zombie directly broke the door open, and before he walked in, a very thin electric wire pierced his head, and he fell to the ground with a bang, and the door. Bang. The door closed again with a bang. The young zombie was killed before he could even react. He only remembered the last scene he saw, when his fellow zombies were riding on the food. Was he going to kill the food before eating it? It was a pity that he died, and no one answered for him. Xiao Bao was the only one left in the living room. His small body sat on the sofa, looking pitiful. Ah! A small sigh sounded in the darkness. Early morning. Morning light shone through the window. Chugu leaned against the bedside, with only a cigarette in her mouth. She frowned slightly at the messy bed, and the blood-stained sheets. Don't get me wrong, this blood is not hers. Chugu looked down at Yunanyu, who was sleeping on the pillow. His face was slightly pale, his black hair was soft and refreshing, and the quilt was loosely draped around his waist, revealing his broad back. There were a few scratches on it caused by her bone spurs, and they were still bleeding. Ahem. I played too much yesterday. Chugu leaned down with some guilt, and gently licked the wound on Yunanyu's back with the tip of her tongue. The skin slid across by the tip of the tongue caused a tremor. Yunanyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Chugu, do you want it again? His voice was extremely hoarse. Chuji's back stiffened, and a rare blush appeared on his old face. Ahem, what are you thinking about? I'm healing you. Yunanyu felt the tremor on his back, and thought of Chugu yesterday, and a slight blush appeared on his handsome face. In the past, he was the one who took the lead, and he had to coax her like coaxing an ancestor before she would cooperate. This was the first time he had seen Chugu take such initiative as last night. Just once, she almost made him die on her. If it happened a few more times, Yunanyu didn't dare to think about it. Chugu saw that all the wounds on Yunanyu's back had healed, and stood up. It's done. Yunanyu turned over, revealing his chest, which was even more tragic than his back. Chugu, shocked, is she such a beast? Chapter 66. Chugu was too embarrassed to stay any longer, so she pulled up the quilt to cover her evidence of crime. Rest for a while, she said hastily, and was about to get out of bed. Yunanyu grabbed her hand. Chugu, what did you say yesterday? Yesterday, what? Chugu was like a scumbag who had eaten something, and refused to recognize herself. Yunanyu suddenly sat up from the bed, staring at Chugu with his black eyes, and squeezed out from his teeth, You said yesterday that you would be my girlfriend. Oh, that thing. I said I'd talk to you after I'm done, but unfortunately, your stamina is too low. I didn't get done. Chugu uttered the last 4 words one by one in front of Yunanyu. Yunanyu's face instantly turned pale. He has low stamina. Who was the one who cried and begged for mercy before? Chugu, you're kidding me. Chugu pushed Yunanyu away, got out of bed gracefully, stood by the bed to organize clothes, and said bad words. We are all adults. It's something we both agreed to. How can you say I'm kidding you? Yunanyu looked as if he wanted to strangle Chugu to death. He thought last night was the night they started over, but she turned her face away after getting off the bed and putting on her pants. He looked at Chugu, the scumbag, opening the door and about to leave. He said angrily, Chugu, you can't do this to me. Chugu turned around and said, I don't want to talk about feelings for the time being. If you accept sex, stay. If not, I won't stop you. Chugu didn't know about this kind of relationship with other people, but she knew that Yunanyu, a child of destiny, would never accept it. Think about it. Chugu opened the door, and stepped over the corpse from last night, and walked out. Yunanyu's eyebrows were full of gloom at this time, and the perfect facial lines revealed a sinister and cold look. Chugu, you are really brave. Chugu walked into the living room, and saw that only Xiao Bao's body was there. Roar. Little guy, where are your parents? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaojun and Louis just walked out of the room. Chugu was shocked to see Xiaojun's handsome appearance, looked at the photo on the wall, and then looked at it again. Fuck, brother sure, did you get plastic surgery overnight? Xiaojun hugged his wife's waist with a smug look on his face. I'm so handsome. Do I look like I got plastic surgery? Chugu was speechless. Looking at the intimacy between the two of them, he asked, have you reconciled? What do you mean reconciled? We have always been in love. Xiaojun looked happy. Master, don't worry. This will never shake my heart to follow you. Lu Yi looked determined. Xiaojun's happiness froze instantly. You still want to follow her? What about me? Take good care of Xiaobao at home. I will come back to see you when I am free. Chugu, why do I feel a bit scumbag? After last night, I thought our family of 3 would be together happily forever and live happily for the rest of our lives. Xiaojun looked hurt. It's not like I won't come back. I will come back to reunite with you after I have served my master into the coffin. Chugu, thank you so much. The door opened and Yinanyu, dressed neatly, walked out. He was cold all over, like a moving ice cube. Chugu saw it, and thought that he was finally leaving. Who knew that Yinanyu walked to the sofa and sat down, not looking like he was leaving at all. Chugu was dumbfounded. What did he mean by this? Did he accept her conditions? Chugu shook his head in just a second. He must be crazy, absolutely impossible. Yinanyu, how could he be someone else's? Impossible. Aren't you leaving? Chugu asked tentatively. Waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Yinanyu glanced at her and gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. Py. Chugu, shocked. What the hell? Yinanyu really accepted it. As you wish. Yinanyu's mouth curled up with a hint of self-mockery. He found that for Chugu, his bottom line could be infinitely lowered. Chugu looked at Yinanyu like this and got angry. Yinanyu, this is self-degradation. Are you worthy of your parents? Are you worthy of yourself? Yinanyu, shocked. Humph. I really misjudged you. Chugu slammed the door and entered the room. Yinanyu, Xiaojun looked at Yinanyu with sympathy. It turned out that someone was even worse off than him. After sleeping for a night, he was just. It felt balanced psychologically. It seemed that his wife was still good to him. As soon as Chugu closed the door angrily, his shoulders immediately slumped, and he looked bitter. Woo woo woo. He had gone too far. How was this going to end? His ex-boyfriend had turned into a PY. What kind of a ridiculous relationship was this? Chugu slapped his own little mouth with his hand. He told him to be mean, and told him to be mean. Chu Ji's little mouth. Shock, you better be busy. Where are you going? The corpse saw his wife opening the door to go out, and hurriedly called her. The master hasn't had breakfast yet. I go get some food for her. I be back soon. Lu Yi said and walked out. Xiaojun, Xiaobao, Mom, did you forget that you have such a precious son like me? Lu Yi walked out of the apartment building. This was the first time she didn't need to hide, and walked out openly. It was also the first time that it no longer had to fear the zombies' attacks, and there was no fear in its heart. It walked under the sun, opened its hands to feel the free wind, and passed by zombies one by one. Lu Yi felt that it was great to become a zombie. This was all thanks to its master, and it must be twice as good to her. Lu Yi came to Building 8 without any obstacles. It looked up, and a cold flash in its eyes. Since they have all become zombies, it is natural to take revenge for hatred and avenge grievances. It walked up the stairs to the 5th floor. There was an iron door at the door of one of the rooms. There were a lot of bloodstains on the iron door. There should be many zombies who visited here, but they were all blocked outside by this iron door. I'm afraid I can't stop it today. Lu Yi went up and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The 3 people in the house, who were hungry and exhausted, suddenly became nervous. They were a mother, daughter, and son-in-law. Did I hear someone knocking on the door just now? The speaker was Mrs. Zhu, who was about 60 years old, with a gleam in her eyes and a sharp tongue. She looked strong at first glance. I heard it too. Mrs. Zhu's daughter Julie nodded. She was about 35 years old, with high cheekbones, rough skin, and a mean look. She had no father since she was a child, and was brought up by her strong mother. At this time, Li Guojun, the son-in-law of Mrs. Zhu, stood up and said, I go and take a look. Li Guojun was about 30 years old, not very tall, at most 160 centimeters, but he looked a little better than the mother and daughter of the Zhu family. He was a son-in-law because his family was poor, and he was not tall. Li Guojun walked to the gate, looked out through the cat's eye, and saw the beautiful lady standing at the door. He immediately widened his eyes in surprise. It was her. Chapter 67. Li Guojun knew that she lived in Building 18. He fell in love with her at first sight. She was exactly his ideal type. He had met her several times when he went out to collect supplies, so he wanted to find an opportunity to propose to her. He was also confident that she would accept him. After all, it was the end of the world, and which woman didn't want to find a man to rely on? Although he had a wife, He would not treat her badly after she followed him. He would find a safe house to settle her down and give her a safe harbor in the end of the world. But when he was imagining their future, she suddenly disappeared, and he never saw her again. Instead, he saw an ugly woman who had just moved into Building 18. He didn't expect her to come to him today. She must have had a crush on him, and finally couldn't hold back and came to him. Li Guojun was overwhelmed with joy and opened the door excitedly. He ignored the fact that his wife was still at home and directly invited Louis in. "Come in quickly." Louis looked at the man in front of her, and disdain flashed across her eyes. She remembered that the last time she met him while collecting supplies, he was not like this when he cursed her behind her back, saying why she didn't die. And his blatant eyes were really disgusting. But it doesn't matter, he won't see her again soon. "Guojun, who is it?" Shuli shouted, and then she saw Louis coming in. Her eyes widened in horror. It was that bitch. She looked at her mother, and saw that her mother also looked unbelievable. This bitch was obviously disfigured by her mother and daughter's sulfuric acid. How could she? "Who are you?" Old Lady Zhu's voice was sharp. Louis looked at the ugly mother and daughter in front of her, and sneered, "It seems that the nobles forget things. You gave me a big gift that day, but you forgot it so quickly?" The Zhu family's mother and daughter's faces changed drastically. It was indeed her, this cheap woman. They attacked and knocked her out that day, and poured sulfuric acid on her to destroy her face. Who told her to seduce someone else's husband? I thought it was hidden from everyone, but I didn't expect that she actually knew. Li Guojun was confused. "Big gift? What big gift? Do you know each other?" Zhu Li was guilty and shouted, "Li Guojun, what do you mean by letting another woman into the house? Do you really take me seriously?" Old Mrs. Zhu also frowned and pointed at her nose and cursed. "Li Guojun, don't forget that you are living in my house now. Get this vixen out quickly, or don't blame me for getting you out too. They don't seem to welcome me, I leave first," Louis said in a soft and considerate tone. On one side are the aggressive, hateful Zhu family mother and daughter, and on the other side is the delicate, gentle and beautiful Mei Jianyang. Obviously, Li Guojun's heart is inclined to Mei Jianyang. "I am here, let's see who dares to drive you away," he shouted loudly. He was already frustrated enough as a son-in-law, and he had been oppressed by these two mothers and daughters for a long time. Now is the end of the world to see who has the harder fist, so he simply doesn't pretend. Originally, he didn't want to be so heartless, but if the mother and daughter insisted on forcing him, then don't blame him for being rude. Louis looked at the mother and daughter of the Zhu family with eyes that looked like they wanted to tear her apart. She smiled provocatively at them and entered the house openly. She walked to the sofa and sat down, just like a hostess. The mother and daughter of the Zhu family suddenly had bulging eyes and were furious. "You bitch, I will tear your face to pieces." Old Lady Zhu rushed forward first, her wrinkled face distorted and scary. How could Li Guojun allow this old woman to bully the person he loved the most? He stood in front of Louis, as if he was supporting her. Seeing the old Lady Zhu rushing over, she pushed her to the ground, not showing any filial piety to her son-in-law. Bang! Old Lady Zhu fell to the ground, and she screamed. "Oh my, I'm going to die. It's so unfair. A son-in-law hits his mother-in-law. God wants to strike him." Julie saw that Li Guojun actually beat her mother for a woman, and she rushed over to punch him with her fists. "Li Guojun, you have no conscience. If it weren't for our family, you would have died long ago. Now you not only bring a woman back, but also beat my mother. You beast." Old Lady Zhu also took the opportunity to get up, picked up the slippers on her feet, and beat Li Guojun. "You coward, you eat my food and live in my house, and you dare to hit me, I will beat you to death." Louis leaned leisurely on the back of the sofa, watching the three people fighting each other. Hee hee. It's true that people from the same family are alike. Li Guojun was beaten and scolded by the mother and daughter of the Zhu family, and the little affection he had left was exhausted. He kicked old Lady Zhu away first. The strength of an adult man is not something that an old woman in her 60s can withstand. Mrs. Zhu flew several meters away, spitting out blood, and lay on the ground groaning in pain. "Ah! You beast!" Seeing her mother spitting blood, Julie screamed and was about to slap Li Guojun. Li Guojun grabbed her hand and slapped her hard more than 10 times. "You crazy woman, you can't even lay an egg. I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think I don't know. You have been passed around so many times before you married me. You have had abortions 8 times if not 10 times. You are tired of playing and looking for an honest man to take over, right, you bitch?" Li Guojun's last slap made Julie spin around and fall to the ground. Her cheeks were swollen, Her mouth was full of blood, and several teeth were knocked out. She lay on the ground like a dead dog. When Mrs. Zhu saw her daughter being beaten like this, a vicious look flashed in her eyes. She saw the fruit knife on the table, got up, picked it up and stabbed Li Guojun. "I will kill you." Li Guojun looked vicious, clamped Mrs. Li's hand, and stabbed her in the abdomen. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Blood splattered and flowed all over the floor. Zhu Li's eyes were bloodshot, and she yelled, "Mom." She crawled over like crazy. Old Lady Zhu fell to the ground and died with her eyes wide open. She never thought that she would die not at the hands of zombies, but at the hands of her son-in-law. The whole house was filled with a strong smell of blood. Louis, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up. She had just turned into a zombie, and had no resistance to flesh and blood. Li Guojun didn't know that danger was approaching behind him. He stared at the mother and daughter of the Zhu family with a sinister expression. The fruit knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. "Damn old woman, you must be looking for death." A burst of sweet fragrance came from behind him. He threw away the fruit knife in his hand to avoid scaring his beauty, and turned around with a smile. The next second, he was pounced on the ground, bitten on the throat, and blood splashed on his terrified face. His pupils reflected Louis's beautiful face stained with blood. "Ah!" The screams cut through the whole building. Julie screamed and kept backing away, looking at the scene in front of her with horror. That bitch was eating Li Guojun. At this time, the beautiful face stained with blood was raised, without a trace of human emotion, and the eyes without warmth locked on Julie. A creepy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 68. Julie's face turned pale instantly, her clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and her teeth were trembling because of fear. This bitch came for revenge, and it turned into a zombie to seek revenge on her. Watching the cannibalism scene from a close distance, Julie couldn't help vomiting, and thinking that she would end up like this, she huddled in the corner and cried in fear. "Who will save me? I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten." 10 minutes later. After Louis had eaten and drunk her fill, she frowned slightly at the broken food on the ground. Of course, she couldn't contribute this to her master. Fortunately, there is still one more food. It cast its eyes on Julie, who was hiding in the corner and collapsed and sneered. "Ha." Now she is scared. When she threw sulfuric acid on it, her hands didn't shake at all. It is ridiculous to destroy her husband's face just because he looked at another woman. This kind of vicious woman should be treated in her own way and let her taste the pain. Louis took out the sulfuric acid that she had prepared long ago and walked towards Julie. Julie saw Louis covered in blood, like a ghost coming towards her. She cried and begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Please let me go this time. I won't dare to do it again. I will give you my house, gold and money as compensation. Just begging you to let me go this time. If you still don't feel relieved, I will work like a slave for you to make up for my mistakes. My mother told me since I was a child that if someone gives me a big gift, I have to give a gift back to them, otherwise it's impolite. Since you gave me a big gift, how can I not give a gift back? Don't you think so?" Julie was shocked, and the next second, she felt a sharp burning pain on her face. "Ah! My face!" She screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. She finally knew how painful it was, and she wanted to die. Louis threw away the bottle of sulfuric acid and felt relieved when she saw Julie struggling in pain. After admiring it for a while, she planned to go back. It would be a sin to starve the owner. Louis squatted down and grabbed Julie's head. With a click, the head drooped down. She didn't dare to delay while she was still fresh. She grabbed one of Zuli's feet and dragged her home like she was dragging garbage. Louis dragged her food along the road, attracting a group of zombies to chase and bite her. She was so eager to go home that she didn't notice that there were zombies behind her eating her food. After dragging it all the way, she finally got home. "Wife, you're back. If you don't come back, I'm going to look for you." Xiaojin came up to her. "I'm a zombie now, not a human. There's nothing to worry about," Louise said calmly. "Wife, why did you come back with one leg? Whose is it?" "What legs?" "I'm dragging a person, breakfast for the master." Louis looked back and was stunned. How could a whole person only have one leg left? It said that it was getting lighter and lighter, and it thought it was getting stronger. As for the other body parts, there's no doubt that they must have gone into the stomachs of the zombies on the way back. Xiaobao ran over and hugged his mother's legs, staring at her with his cloudy eyes. "Mom, look at me, look at me. Now my mother will definitely remember that I haven't had breakfast yet." Louis looked down at Xiaobao and gently kicked her legs, and Xiaobao immediately fell down. "I go and call the master to get up for breakfast." Xiaobao, who fell to the ground, watched his mother dragging food past him mercilessly. Woohoo! Mom doesn't love him anymore. Xiaojun saw his son lying on the ground, feeling sad and wanting to cry, so he picked him up, put him on his shoulders, and let him ride. Can. Xiaobao is not sad, Daddy is in pain. Xiaobao sat on his shoulder, eyes wide open, stiff and afraid to move. Daddy was a stranger to him. He had never seen his father since he could remember. Xiaojun felt his son's unfamiliarity and restraint towards him. His eyes were a little sore. He went on a business trip not long after his son was born, and has not returned until now. Let the regrets of the past go, he will accompany them and mother in the future, and will not go anywhere. Xiaobao, ride the horse, ride. Xiaojun carried his son on his shoulders, and jogged around the house, like a horse. Xiaobao had never played like this before, and it was a bit novel. His stiff body relaxed, and he grabbed Xiaojun's thick hair with his hands, and his mouth also made a jia sound. The silver bell-like laughter spread to every corner of the room. Louis looked back at the father and son, who were playing happily, and a trace of relief flashed across her eyes. She was touched, but not much. She turned back quickly, thinking that the master had not eaten breakfast yet. Louis knocked on the door lightly, knock. Master, I brought you breakfast, come out and have breakfast quickly. Chu Ge, who was emo in the room, heard Louis calling at the door, and then she remembered that she hadn't eaten anything in the morning. She walked to open the door, and something was stuffed into her arms. She looked down, her eyes widened immediately, and a bloody thigh came into view. Oh my God, do you have to eat such a heavy taste so early in the morning? Master, I just brought this back, eat it while it's fresh. Look at you, you are too thin, and your face is pale without any blood. Louis said distressfully. Chu Ge looked at Louis, whose face was pale, and fell silent. I brought this back specially for you from outside, master. Please eat it quickly. Louis looked at Chu Ge with starry eyes. Chu Ge looked at Louis's expectant eyes, and couldn't say no. After all, this was brought back specially for her. Well, I eat liquid food, such a big leg. Louis stabbed the femoral artery with a sharp knife, and a fountain of blood spurted out. Master, please drink it quickly. Chu Ge, She opened her mouth and drank a few sips. With no expression on her face, I'm full. Master, how does it taste? Do you like it? Louis was very happy that the master ate the food it found. Chu Ge said seriously, well, except for the first sip, the others were super unpalatable. After she said that, she quickly turned her head, and immediately a trash can was handed to her mouth. You? Louis, surprised, after Chu Ge vomited, she wiped her mouth and looked at Yi Nanyu, who had just handed her the trash can with some surprise. Is he the roundworm in her stomach? How come it was so timely? Yi Nanyu stuffed the trash can in his hand into Louis's arms, and then took Chu Ji's thigh from his arms, and stuffed it into his arms. He pushed Chu Ge into the room, and the door was closed mercilessly, blocking Louis outside the door. Louis held the trash can and the bloody thigh in her arms, and stood at the door, staring at the door. Did it do something bad with good intentions? Chapter 69. What are you doing? Why force yourself if you don't like it? Yi Nanyu reached out, and wiped the blood from the corner of Chu Ji's mouth. Louis kindly found the food for me. I don't want to disappoint her. Yi Nanyu rubbed Chu Ji's hair helplessly. Don't do such stupid things again in the future. I know. Chu Ge impatiently pulled down Yi Nanyu's big hand. Is it a big deal to be tall? You're short, but you don't speak softly. Chu Ge, Yi Nanyu took out 2 blood bags from the space ring and threw them to Chu Ge. Drink it. Chu Ge held a blood bag in each hand and drank it without hesitation, glancing at Yi Nanyu next to him. Don't you want to eat something? I was so angry with you this morning. Chu Ge, The room was silent for a while. After Chu Ge finished drinking the blood, she was about to say something to Yi Nanyu, but she saw Yi Nanyu walk to the window and draw the curtains, and the room suddenly became dark. What? What are you doing? Why are you drawing the curtains in broad daylight? Didn't you say you didn't enjoy it? It's my fault. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes were deep as he walked towards Chu Ge. Chu Ge quickly reached out. Stop, Yi Nanyu, stop. Yi Nanyu didn't stop, and continued to walk towards Chu Ge, his eyes dark and surging, like a stormy night. Chu Ge was shocked and ran to the door, but was stopped by Yi Nanyu. Yi Nanyu picked up Chu Ge and threw her onto the bed. Bending his knees to get on the bed, his tall body was full of oppression. Chu Ge backed away like a little white rabbit until her back was against the head of the bed, with no way to retreat. She swallowed in fear. Yi Nanyu, calm down, let's talk it over. Yi Nanyu grabbed Chu Ji's ankle with his big hand, dragged her under him, and sneered, "You are not strong enough. I show you what good strength means. Yi non you beast." Yi non you sealed Chu Ji's lips fiercely. In the living room. "Wife, what are you doing standing here? I seem to have done something bad with good intentions. The master ate my food and vomited it." Lu Yi blamed herself, while holding her broken leg. "It's not your fault. She is too delicate. She won't eat anything other than the flesh and blood of a superpower." The flesh and blood of a superpower. Lu Yi looked at him with admiration. "Wow, the master is so amazing. He eats superpowers. He is worthy of being my master." "It's not your master who is amazing. It's her man who is amazing." At this time, Xiaojun took Lu Yi's shoulder and took the opportunity to seduce her. "Wife, I can also catch superpowers as food for you. I guarantee that you will not have the same food every day." "TSK, you don't look as good as my master." Lu Yi pushed Xiaojun's hand away, looking disgusted. Xiaojun felt his self-esteem was hurt. "I go catch a superpower for you now." It walked out after saying that, and threatened before going out, "I won't come back until I catch a superpower." "Xiao Bao, ? Can you put me down before you go?" Xiaojun walked out of the apartment building, and found that his son was still on his shoulders. Can. "Nonsense, it's so dangerous outside. Why are you following me?" "Xiao Bao, didn't he bring me out?" Scream. "Then I go back." Before Xiao Bao finished speaking, Xiaojun said, Can. "Forget it. Since you're here, I know you're worried about your dad. Don't do this next time." Xiao Bao. Shock. Xiaojun carried his son on his back, and walked out of the community with a loving and filial attitude. Many corpses stopped and looked at the strange father and son curiously, but no corpse dared to approach them, because the smell of the mummy made them afraid. Xiaojun carried Xiao Bao out of the community without any obstruction. Looking at the two roads on the left and right, he was in a dilemma. Can. "Son, where do you think we can find a superpower for your mother?" Xiao Bao was dumbfounded. "Roar, you were so loud just now. I thought you knew where there was a superpower." Can. "Don't you want to embarrass yourself in front of your mother? Sometimes people live to fight for that breath." Roar. "But you are dead? How can you still have any breath?" Xiaojun. Can. "Even if it's not for the tone, it's okay for the face." Hiss and roar. "It's a shame to save face." Xiaojun. Hiss and roar. "Let's go back." Xiao Bao feels that this father is not reliable at all. Stupid, it's safer to go back. Can. "Go back? That's impossible. I've already made a stern statement. I won't go back unless I catch the superpower." Xiao Bao has a headache. The adults of this generation are too difficult to lead. Hiss. "I don't believe that I can't find 1 or 2 living people in Yuanzhou City. Let's go." Xiaojun randomly chose a road and embarked on a journey to find superpowers. Half an hour later. Hiss. "Are you hot?" Can. "Xiao Bao is so good, he cares about his father. Thank you for your concern. Daddy is not hot." Xiaojun looked relieved. At this time, Xiao Bao, who was used as a sun hat by Xiaojun, was furious. Hiss. "Of course you are not hot, but I am hot, put me down." Xiaojun shook his body, and put Xiao Bao down. As soon as Xiao Bao landed, he turned around and ran. It was still in time to go back. But Xiaojun grabbed his collar from behind and bounced him back. Can. "Son, don't run around. It's dangerous." Xiao Bao was hanging in the air, waving his short arms and legs, and his collar was stuck on his neck. If he didn't need to breathe, he would have been hanged to death. No wonder people say that when there is no danger, Dad is the biggest danger. Xiaojun looked up at the sky. The big sun was hanging high in the sky. It felt like the road was about to be melted, and the soles of his shoes were about to melt. The zombies on the street all walked to the shade, and it was obvious that zombies would feel hot. Can. "Son, let's take a break first." So Xiaojun took his son, and sat down under the eaves of a store. Not only did the father and son sit on this eaves, but there were also 4 or 5 zombies sitting in a row, with their heads shaking. Hiss. The zombies greeted the father and son one after another. Xiaojun looked grim and ignored them. Hiss. "Don't mind, it's deaf and can't hear," Xiao Bao said to the zombies sitting together. Xiaojun. Shock, what a filial son. Hiss. "I'm so unlucky today. I've been out for a long time, and haven't seen a single living person." The one who spoke was a zombie uncle wearing the clothes of a sanitation worker, holding a big broom in his hand. Hiss. "You're late. There were 2 living ones just now, but they were intercepted by the zombies at the corner. When I rushed over, there was nothing left. This zombie looked like a lively young man when he was alive, wearing tights, low-waisted pants, and moccasins. Did you get anything today? The zombie uncle asked Xiao Bao. We haven't gotten anything today either. Do you know where there are superpowers around here? Xiao Bao took the opportunity to inquire. Xiaojun thought his son was really stupid. Asking these zombies, they probably didn't even know what superpowers were. But the next second, it looked proud. My son is really smart, just like me. Chapter 70. When he is away from home, his father is unreliable, so Xiao Bao can only be self-reliant. When he heard the spirited young man say that he knew where there was a superpower nearby, he immediately became spirited. Roar. Can you take us there? The spirited young man was quite straightforward for the corpse. Roar. No problem, you guys follow me. Xiaojun and Xiao Bao quickly followed the spirited young man. But, looking at the spirited young man in front of him, click, click. Walking with the pace of an old man who was about to be buried, both father and son were silent. By the time it arrives, it will probably be the end of time. 10 minutes later. Xiaojun rode an antique 28-bar bicycle that he found from nowhere. The energetic young man sat sideways on the front bar, looking like a little bird. Xiao Bao still sat on Xiaojun's neck, pulling his hair. The bicycle passed through the streets, and the zombies on the road all paid attention to the family of three. The zombies tilted their heads and thought that the family of three was a little strange, but they didn't know what was strange. Dad, Mom, and kid, there's nothing wrong with you. Xiaojun rode his bike and followed the instructions of the spirit guy for about 20 minutes. Finally, he arrived at the place where the superpowers were. We're there, that's where it is. I understand there are many superpowers there. Xiaojun, Why don't you say anything? Xiaojun grabbed the spirit guy by the collar, with a cold face. Can. Are you kidding me? The spirited young man was almost scared to death. He didn't know why he suddenly got angry. Xiao Bao was also confused. He also didn't know why his father was angry. He looked at the place surrounded by the electric fence in front of him. He could see that it was very big inside, and there was a strong smell of human flesh. There must be a lot of food inside. There was a sign with a few words he didn't recognize. Wanju City Survivor Rescue Base. What are these words? Roar. There are really a lot of superpowers in there. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, go in and take a look. The spirit boy thought Xiaojun didn't believe what he said. Can. You go in and show me. Xiaojun released the spirit boy and pointed to the heavily defended base in front. Can. Go in. The spirit boy stepped back in fear. Last time, he saw that more than 10 companions were hit in the head by something before they even got close. What's wrong? Is that place bad? I can smell a lot of people in there. Xiao Bao asked his father. Can. That is the base of human survivors. A base must have its own armed team, and there are also many superpowers. Do you think any stupid zombie would take the initiative to deliver himself to be killed? Stupid zombie spirit boy, Roar. Then let's go back. Mom must be worried about us at home. Xiao Bao said. Roar. Mom won't blame you if you can't find the superpower. If Xiao Bao didn't say the second half of his words, Xiaojun might have gone home, but when he heard the second half, his self-esteem came out again. No, if I go back now, it means I admit that I am weak and can't even catch a superpower. I must not let my wife look down on me. Can. Xiao Bao, you stay here. Dad will go in to catch a superpower and come out soon. Scream. You want to go in? But didn't you say just now that only stupid zombies would go to the door to die? Xiaojun nodded. Can. Yes, only stupid zombies would go to the door to die, but I am a mummy. Xiao Bao, The spirited young man, I seriously suspect that he is engaging in species discrimination. At this time, a van stopped at the gate of the base, and 7 or 8 embarrassed survivors got out of it. It was obvious that they were coming to the base. Xiaojun saw that this was a good opportunity to sneak in together. Anyway, its current appearance is no different from that of ordinary people. Can. Keep an eye on my son. Xiaojun gave a word to the spirited young man and walked towards the gate of the base. Xiao Bao and the spirited young man hid in the corner and watched Xiaojun calmly line up behind the team, preparing to sneak into the base. To the naked eye, you can't tell that he is not a human. Your father is pretty cool, the spirited young man said. Xiao Bao looked at the tall and handsome man in the line over there, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. Well, my father is very powerful. Who is that man? So handsome. It's the end of the world. How can he still stay so handsome, unlike us who are covered in dirt? Two women in the team looked at Xiaojun, who was at the end, and whispered to each other. The men in the same team looked disdainful, saying that he was still pretending to be so arrogant in the end of the world. He is a loser with only good looks. Does he think that entering the base is like going to the vegetable market? He came here with nothing. That's right. He wants to enter the base like this. I'm afraid it's ridiculous. Just wait and see. He will definitely throw you out like a dog. The men talked loudly and laughed at Xiaojun. They had already determined that he was a loser, so they naturally had no scruples. And they were sure that he wouldn't dare to do anything at the gate of the base, so they were so unscrupulous. Xiaojun looked indifferent, but he did get a message. Do you need supplies to enter the base? Several men laughed when they heard him. Haha, why are you pretending? Everyone knows that you need supplies to enter the base. He doesn't think that people will let him in just because he's handsome. It's a skill for people to bribe with beauty to get in. We can't envy them. Xiaojun narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. So you want supplies? The voice was eerie. The crowd was inexplicably frightened, and one of the young men with acne marks on his face shouted, You know, why don't you get out of here? You want to enter the base without supplies? Don't embarrass us men. I don't have supplies, but I can get them if I rob yours. The crowd was stunned. It was the first time they met someone who talked about robbery so loudly. The young man with acne marks was stunned for a moment, then laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? You want to rob my supplies, but you don't think about yourself. If you can really rob them, I call you dad. Don't, you are not qualified to be my son. The young man's face was twisted with anger. I gave you face, but you really took it too far. I'm telling the truth. I'm so handsome, but I can't give birth to someone as ugly as you. The young man was furious and raised his fist to hit Xiaojun. Xiaojun easily blocked his fist, twisted his hand back, and heard a crack. The young man screamed and his arm was deformed. Xiaojun did not let him go, stretched out his hand to clamp his neck, and gently squeezed, crack. The sound of the cervical vertebrae breaking was heard. The young man's head drooped weakly and he died. Xiaojun slowly let go of the young man's body, and the young man's body immediately fell to the ground. He killed the man so easily that everyone was shocked. The whole process took only a few seconds. Xiaojun picked up the young man's bag of supplies and said disdainfully, Haha, supplies, here we have it. Chapter 71. Ah. Someone is killing someone. The crowd reacted and moved away from Xiaojun in fear. They rushed to the guard standing guard at the entrance of the base, and complained loudly. That man killed our teammates and robbed supplies. You should kill him quickly. Yes, kill him quickly, and get rid of the harm for the people. The guards raised their guns in unison, not aiming at Xiaojun, but at the people who complained. The captain said sternly, Back off, or we will shoot. The crowd was frightened and panicked, and quickly retreated. We have no business dealing with personal grievances outside the base. You can solve them on your own. If you continue to hinder our work, we will no longer be polite. The crowd looked extremely ugly. They did not expect the base to be so indifferent, watching people rob supplies and kill people, but doing nothing. At this time, Xiaojun walked past the crowd with the robbed supplies on his back. The crowd was furious, but they could not do anything to him. They could only grit their teeth and watch him hand in the robbed supplies at the registration office and enter the base. Just wait and see. Once we get in, there will be plenty of opportunities to mess with him. One of the men with inverted triangle eyes and a treacherous face said viciously. Xiaojun didn't expect that he would have to take a physical examination after entering, which meant taking off all his clothes to check if there were any bite marks or zombie scratches on his body. At this time, two male inspectors in white doctor uniforms were staring at Xiaojun for inspection. When the two male inspectors saw Xiaojun's lower body, they showed envy in their eyes. Not only was he handsome, but he was also gifted. Turn around. Xiaojun turned around as instructed. The two male inspectors saw the scratches on his back and shook their heads with some regret. Then, they said to the two armed men waiting outside, There are scratches, drag him out and kill him. Xiaojun, shocked. Wait, have you never had a woman? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that these scratches were made by a woman. See what this is? It's a kiss mark. Xiaojun pointed to the small strawberries on his neck and boasted. You can't tell the difference because you've never had a woman before. The two inspectors are in their 30s. How could they admit that they are still virgins? With so many people watching, how could they save face? How could I not know? I don't know how many girlfriends I've had. All of them came after me. They all said that I have a big penis and good sex. Brother, you're not as good as I was back then. Another inspector also said, my ex-girlfriend broke up with me for several years, and she's now married, but she still shamelessly begged me to sleep with her. We're all men, you know. As soon as Xiaojun saw their eyes wandering, he knew they were lying, but as a man, he understood. You two big brothers are so brave and valiant that I am ashamed of myself. The two inspectors were obviously very pleased. Their mouths were almost grinning behind their ears. Okay, the inspection passed. Put on your clothes and go to the next room. Thank you, big brothers. Xiaojun put on his clothes and walked out of the inspection room when he bumped into the group of people at the entrance of the base. He did not move, staring with sharp eyes, and finally the group of people could not bear the pressure and gave way to him. Xiaojun raised his lips in disdain and walked out with long legs. The man with inverted triangle eyes looked at Xiaojun's back and spit, "Bah, what's so great about that?" Then he walked into the inspection room. 5 minutes later. Hearing the inspector's light words, "There are scratches, drag him out and kill him." The man with triangle eyes turned pale, and a chill ran from his feet to his head. No, the scratches on my body were not made by zombies, but by a woman last night. The two inspectors gradually lowered their eyes, only glanced at the bottom of the man with triangle eyes, and then looked away with contempt. They believed that the tall man just now was scratched by a woman. After all, he did have the capital. How could they say that the one in front of them was scratched by a woman? His guess was done, and the woman asked in a confused manner, "Have you come in? There are scratches from zombies. Drag him out and kill him." The male inspector gave the order mercilessly. The triangular-eyed man collapsed to the ground. Two gunmen came over, each dragging the triangular-eyed man out. The scratches on my body were not scratched by zombies, but by a woman. Please look more clearly, please. The man with triangular eyes begged with tears and snot. But no one listened to him. The companions waiting at the door saw triangular eyes being dragged out, and they were shocked. They watched him being shot, and were terrified. In the end times, people can be killed at will, and no one cares whether you are innocent or wronged. Xiaojun didn't expect that after checking the body, he would have to check the heart and lung function. He could still fool around with the body, but how could he fool around with the heart and lungs? He couldn't make the long-dead heart beat again, and the lungs expand and breathe again. Xiaojun walked into the examination room with a nervous mood. He saw a female doctor in her 30s, with neatly combed hair, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, and looking very serious without a smile. She had a stethoscope on her neck, which should be used to listen to heart rate, lungs, etc. It would be easier if it was not a machine. Xiaojun had an idea in his mind, and walked over calmly. The female doctor rarely saw such a handsome guy, and her hand holding the stethoscope paused for a moment. The next second, her eyes suddenly widened, and she saw the handsome guy in front of her suddenly taking off his clothes. You, what are you doing?" The female doctor blushed. She was dressed old-fashioned and socially anxious. She was 32 years old, and had never been pursued by a man. How could she resist the temptation of a handsome man stripping at this age? The perfect muscle lines, strong chest muscles, and charming abdominal muscles. The female doctor stared at him intently, and felt something flowing down her nose. She wiped it with her hand, and saw that it was a nosebleed. She quickly covered her nose, and looked for tissues everywhere. "Are you okay? Do you need my help?" A magnetic male voice sounded. The female doctor looked embarrassed. She couldn't let others know that she had a nosebleed from watching a handsome guy take off his clothes. She quickly waved her hand to let Xiaojun go out. "You passed the examination. You can go." Xiaojun, shocked, he thought it would take some effort, but he didn't expect that he passed just by unbuttoning a button. Somewhat unexpected. So, Xiaojun passed another level without any danger. He walked out of the examination room and met the group of people again, but why did it seem that there was one less person than before? This time they took the initiative to make way, and stepped aside with terrified expressions, as if Xiaojun was some kind of monster. Xiaojun walked past with a swagger, not bothering to pay attention to them. Everyone was relieved to see him go. It was no good to meet him today, and two brothers had already died. Bah, he is just a bad luck god. A slightly fat man looked at Xiaojun's back inside. Then he walked into the examination room. 5 minutes later. No heartbeat, no breathing. It's a zombie. Drag it out and kill it. The female doctor gave a serious order. The slightly fat man felt the world collapse immediately. He was a zombie. He touched his heart and felt the boom boom of his heartbeat. Then he saw that the female doctor's stethoscope was still hanging around her neck, and she didn't wear it on her ears. No wonder she couldn't hear his heartbeat or breathing. The female doctor's mind was still full of the handsome guy's undressing scene just now. Her face turned cold. Are you questioning my medical skills? The man waved his hand quickly. No, the doctor is very skilled. How could I question your medical skills? I just... Hurry up and drag him out. He's talking nonsense. He bite people soon. The female doctor shouted at the gunman at the door. The two gunmen dragged the slightly fat man to be shot like a dead dog. The man cried, I'm a human, not a zombie. I have a heartbeat. You can't do this to me. I want to complain, I want to complain. The crowd at the door saw another companion being dragged to be shot, and they turned around and ran away in fear. Ah, they won't go into the base. They won't go in. Chapter 72. Dim room. Chugu sat up from the bed, click, click, and turned her head twice. Her skin was too white, so the pale blue under her eyes was more noticeable, a bit of overindulgence. Yinanyu was not much better, with wounds all over his body, old wounds not healed, new wounds added. Having known Chugu for so long, Yinanyu only realized that she was a bit perverted these 2 times. She deliberately scratched his skin, then licked the blood, healed him, and scratched again, and so on. Not only was he not angry, he even indulged her damnably. Yinanyu knew that he had been poisoned by a poison called Chugu, which penetrated deep into his bones. He had given up treatment a few years ago, and now he was incurable and incurable. Where are you going? Yinanyu's strong arms wrapped around Chuji's slender waist, his chest pressed against her back, his chin resting on her shoulder. The two of them were like conjoined twins, intimate. It seems unusually quiet outside. I go out and take a look. You take a nap. I won't disturb you. Yinanyu didn't sleep all night last night, and only took a nap at dawn. In addition, he had just made a fool of himself, and even an iron body couldn't bear it. Yeah. Yinanyu agreed verbally, but his hand still didn't let go of Chugu, but tightened a little. Chugu turned his head, and kissed him on his thin lips. You can let me go now. Yinanyu slightly curled his lips in satisfaction, and let go of Chugu. Chugu got up and tidied his clothes. You go to sleep, she said to Yinanyu, and left the room. The two of them tacitly did not mention the matter again. Chugu walked out of the living room, and saw Lu Yi standing on the balcony, not knowing what she was looking at. Xiaojun and Xiao Bao did not see her. She walked to the balcony. Where are they? Xiaojun said he would go out to catch a superpower for me, and Xiao Bao was also taken with him. Now several hours have passed, and he has not returned yet. Chugu saw that although Lu Yi looked calm, she could hear that her tone was anxious. She was still very worried about her family. Don't worry, I know Xiaojun's ability. Nothing will happen. Let's wait a little longer. If they haven't returned by dark, I will go out with you to look for them. Okay. Lu Yi stood on the balcony, looking at the gate of the community from afar. Xiao Bao and the spirited young zombie squatted in the corner, fighting ants out of boredom. It's been a few hours. Why hasn't your dad come out yet? Xiao Bao looked up at the gate of the base, worry flashing in his eyes. Wait a little longer. I've been out for most of the day, and I haven't eaten today. I'm so hungry. Why don't you go first? I stay here by myself. But your dad asked me to watch you. I dare not leave. Otherwise, if you have any mishap, your dad will definitely chase me to a great distance. Xiao Bao felt that the spirited young man was a little pitiful, and sympathized with him. Roar. Don't worry, my dad won't treat you badly when he comes out. Roar. Forget it, I'd be grateful if you don't kill me, and I don't dare to ask for more. Xiao Bao pulled the corners of his stiff mouth, and smiled awkwardly. It saw the body at the entrance of the base, and thought of something. Roar. Aren't you hungry? Let's get the body here, just in time for a meal. Roar. Don't even think about it, it's impossible, we'd be shot in the head before we even get close. As soon as the spirited young man finished speaking, several zombies in the distance could not resist the temptation and headed towards the corpse at the entrance of the base. With a few gunshots, several zombies fell one by one, their heads bursting. The spirited young man shrank back. Roar. See, that's the end. Xiao Bao, The next time passed as the two of them fought ants with hungry stomachs. The sun had already set, and the sky had darkened a little. Xiao Bao had been paying attention to the entrance of the base, but his father had not come out. It was a little anxious at this time. Would Dad's identity be exposed and in danger? Xiao Bao was completely at a loss. He thought of the 3 adults at home and decided to go home to report the news. Dad, hold on a little longer. Xiao Bao will go get help. As the sky darkened, Lu Yi at home had been waiting anxiously for a long time. She couldn't wait any longer. Master, I go out to look for them. I go with you. Chugu stood up from the sofa. No need, you can rest at home, I go. Since you call me master, I can't just sit there and watch. Chugu walked towards the door. Let's go. Master, do you want to tell him? Louis called Chugu and glanced at the room with the closed door. He's sleeping, don't disturb him. Chugu opened the door and was about to go out, and a deep and magnetic voice sounded behind him. Where are you going? Chuji's back stiffened slightly, and she seriously suspected that he had installed a surveillance camera on her. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence every time? She turned around and looked at Yinanyu. She saw that he was wearing a loose robe. He must have been in a hurry, and put it on casually. The laces were loosely tied, revealing a large area of his chest, which was sexy and charming. The marks on it made people blush. Louis only took a glance, and then turned away with a red face. She didn't dare to look around. It didn't expect that the owner looked gentle, but the bed was so. Chuji's face was slightly stiff, and he gritted his teeth and whispered, slutty peacock. She strode towards Yinanyu and pushed him into the room. Put on your clothes and come out. After saying that, she closed the door. Yinanyu in the room laughed softly, with a sweet feeling. Chugu at the door heard Yinanyu's low laughter in the room, and his eyes shook unnaturally. What are you laughing at? Muttered. Yinanyu dressed neatly and opened the door. Seeing Chugu still standing at the door, he hugged her from behind. Waiting for me. A numb kiss fell behind Chuji's ear. Chugu tilted his head and pushed Yinanyu's face away with his hand in disgust. Be honest, there are serious things to do. Yinanyu stood up straight, but his hand was still around Chuji's waist. Are you going out to find Xiaozhen and his son? Did you hear that? Then I won't waste my breath. You stay at home and wait. Louis and I will go out to look for them. I will go wherever you go. Yinanyu was tough, and there was no room for negotiation. Okay, then you stay with me and don't run around. I won't be responsible if you get eaten by zombies. Chugu agreed too quickly, so Yinanyu didn't react for a while. After reacting, he smiled. Okay, I will definitely not run around and follow you closely. Chapter 73. When Chugu heard Yinanyu's words, his expression was a little unnatural. Ahem. Let's go. Yes. Yinanyu took Chuji's hand and walked out. Chuji's fingers trembled slightly, but he did not struggle. His eyes drooped, covering up the complicated emotions inside. As soon as the two corpses and one person walked out of the door, they bumped into Xiao Bao, who was running back. Roar. Mom, woo. Go save Dad. Xiao Bao rushed over and hugged Louis's thighs and howled. Louis's face changed slightly, and she grabbed Xiao Bao's scream. Speak clearly, what happened to your father? Xiaobao's neck was stuck, his eyes rolled up, and he struggled in the air. Scream. You kid, why don't you speak? Chugu Yinanyu, At this time, a black shadow pounced on Yinanyu. Yinanyu raised his long legs and kicked out. Bang! The spirited young man hit the wall, and the wall suddenly cracked like a spider web, and it fell down. It felt no pain, and staggered to its feet. Roar. I'm so hungry, the food smells so good, I want to eat. It instinctively continued to pounce on Yinanyu, and Chugu directly released his pressure, and the spirited young man immediately trembled and hid in the corner. Louis and Xiao Bao also hid in the corner. Chugu Yinanyu, Chugu withdrew his pressure, and the fear deep in the souls of Louis and the three corpses disappeared, and the uncontrollable trembling of the body stopped. Because of the mutant adult, the spirited young man did not dare to be presumptuous anymore, and could only drool at Yinanyu secretly. His. Tell me what happened. Chugu asked. In order to show off in front of the mutant, the spirited young man quickly answered. His. Well, its father entered the human base and never came out. His. Xiaozhen entered the human base. Did its head get caught in the door? It took the initiative to go to the human territory to die. His. He said he went in to catch the mutant, and asked me to keep an eye on his son. He came out in a moment, but he never came out. This idiot, he went to the human base to catch a superpower, he's really good at it. Chugu couldn't help cursing at the stupidity of the mummy. Yinanyu raised his eyebrows when he heard Chuji's words, and had a deeper understanding of the brain circuits of these mummy. Roar. Mom, go and save Dad, its identity must have been exposed, and it was captured by the bad guys, go and save Dad. Xiao Bao was very anxious. Roar. Master, what should we do now? Louis sought advice. His. What else can we do? We can only go and see. The spirited young man was very positive. His. I lead the way for you. His. I haven't asked you yet. Who are you? Where did you jump out of? His. It's a warm-hearted corpse. It's the one who led us to that base to find the superpowers. After Xiaobao finished speaking, Chugu, Louis, and Yinanyu all looked at the spirited young man. Okay, the culprit. The spirited young man. Surprise. At night. Zombies are very active, moving swiftly and wreaking havoc everywhere. Chugu and his group left the apartment building, and the zombies on the road were salivating over Yinanyu, the food. But due to Chuji's presence, no zombies were willing to go up and seek death. After leaving the community, the spirited young man pulled out the 28-bar antique, and Xiaobao climbed onto the front bar and sat down. They came back riding this. The spirited young man rode on the bicycle with one foot on the ground, turned his head, and said to Chugu and the others, His. You are following. Where are the people? Then, they saw a very impressive car on the side of the road, and Chugu and his friends were sitting in the car. They looked at them like they were idiots. The spirited young man and Xiaobao sitting on the antique. They looked at each other, and abandoned the antique under their butts at the same time. Roar. Mom, wait for me. Roar. Add me, I want to sit too. Bang. The car door closed and it whizzed away. Many zombies were left behind, roaring manically at the departing car. Food, don't go. With a car, it's much faster. It takes more than an hour to ride the old antique, but it only takes about half an hour to drive. Yinanyu didn't park directly at the gate of the base, but parked a distance away. He turned off the engine, glanced at the corpses in the car, none of which were useful, and said helplessly, You stay in the car, I go in and look for them. I go too. Chugu raised his hand. Me too. Louis raised her hand. Roar. Xiaobao raised his short hand. The energetic young man looked around and felt that if he didn't raise his hand, he would be out of place, so he raised his hand as well. Don't even think about it. You can't get in. Yinanyu said. Why? Chugu was puzzled. Do you really think I'm a fool? Can you just enter with 2 legs? To enter the base, you have to go through layers of inspections. Some strict bases even require blood tests one by one, and only those who pass the test can enter the station. How can the mummy get in? It went in, so it didn't come out. Chugu, that makes sense. Yinanyu took out 2 blood bags from the space ring and gave them to Chugu. Here, so you don't get hungry later. When the spirited young man saw the blood, he roared excitedly. Roar. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Xiaobao licked his lips and stared at the blood bags. He didn't forget how sweet and delicious the blood inside was. Louis kept looking at the entrance of the base, and her attention was not on the car. Chugu glanced at the back seat and said to Yinanyu, Give them a pack. She didn't want to keep hearing I'm so hungry in her ear. Yinanyu took out 3 more blood packs from the space ring and threw them into the back seat. The spirited young man and Xiaobao didn't dare to move and looked at Chugu. Roar. 1 corpse and 1 pack. Chugu spoke, and the 2 of them quickly picked up the blood packs and put them in their mouths, and their hungry stomachs were immediately soothed. I'm leaving. Yinanyu opened the car door and got out, and suddenly stopped when he closed the door. Then he took out 2 bags of blood from the space ring and threw them to Chugu, and then closed the door. Chugu held 4 bags of blood and looked at Yinanyu's back as he walked towards the base gate, with a slight smile on his face. The gate of the base has been closed, and no survivors will be received at night. So as soon as Yinanyu walked to the gate of the base, he was warned by the guard with a gun pointed at him. Don't get closer, or we will shoot. If you want to enter the base, please come early tomorrow. Can't a superpower be used? Yinanyu showed his lightning power without saying a word. The guard immediately became respectful. Wait a moment, I report to my superior. After saying that, he trotted off to report to his superior. Yinanyu was not worried about not being able to get in, and stood there calmly. Because every base was vying to extend an olive branch to the superpowers, it was impossible for any base to reject the superpowers. Tonight, he was sure to enter this base. Chapter 74. Yinanyu didn't have to wait long before someone came out to greet him. On behalf of the base, I warmly welcome you to join us. The captain of the escort team greeted him with a smile. The base is recruiting a large number of superpowers. The more superpowers there are, the stronger the base will be. Especially for superpowers, like this one with strong attack power. Master Superpower, please come in. Yinanyu looked back at the vehicle hidden in the dark, and then walked into the gate of the base. Well, Master Superpower, the rules of the base cannot be broken. I need your cooperation in the inspection here. Sure. Yi Nanyu walked into the inspection room. The two male inspectors, who had already finished get off work and were urgently called back, gasped when they saw Yi Nanyu. What a devilish look he has. If he stands there, countless girls will throw themselves at him. And I heard he is a lightning user with strong attack power. He is good looking and excellent. If they were women, they would also want to marry him. Take off your clothes. Yi Nanyu cooperated very well and unbuttoned his clothes. As he unbuttoned more and more, his chest was faintly visible, and the marks all over it made the two inspectors dumbfounded. How brave he must be to let a woman tickle him like this, even better than the one during the day. The two inspectors, who were still virgins in their 30s, were afraid that if they continued to watch, they would be too ashamed to live in this world. They stopped Yi Nanyu's action in time. No need, you have passed. Yi Nanyu raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Could this inspection be any more sloppy? But he didn't say anything, and took out a photo of Xiaojun from his pocket to show the two inspectors. Have you seen this person? This photo was given by Lu Yi to help Yi Nanyu find someone. The inspectors have to inspect many people a day. If they ask other people, they may not remember them, but the handsome guy in the photo is so talented that they remember him deeply. I have seen him, and he has passed the inspection. Thank you for letting me know. Yi Nanyu thanked him, and turned to leave the inspection room. At least he knew that Xiaojun had indeed come to the base. The two inspectors sighed, as they looked at the back of the golden triangle with long legs, broad shoulders and narrow waist. I really want to be retrained. I don't dare to expect to reach his level. I am half satisfied. Others are carefully molded by Niwa. We are just mud spots thrown away by Niwa, and I envy others for another day. Yi Nanyu walked into the examination room next door, and saw a female doctor with black framed glasses sitting inside. Unexpectedly, the female doctor only glanced at him and blushed and hurriedly looked away. You passed, you can go. Yi Nanyu, shocked. Are these tests just for show? It's a miracle that nothing happened at the base. Yi Nanyu calmed down and showed the female doctor a photo of Xiaojun. Did this person pass the test? When the female doctor saw the photo, her face suddenly turned red, and she covered her nose. Yi Nanyu, ? Why do you look so shy when looking at a photo? Is Xiaojun so charming? He has passed the test. The female doctor just wanted Yi Nanyu to leave quickly. She didn't want to have a nosebleed twice today. Yi Nanyu had already guessed the result. If he couldn't pass such a hasty examination, he was either stupid or unlucky. He put away the photo, turned around and left, walked a few steps and stopped again. He turned back and said, Doctor, you seem to have a nosebleed. The female doctor was shocked, and then fumbled to find a tissue on the table, her face red as blood. After Yi Nanyu reminded him, he walked out of the examination room. The captain came up and said respectfully, Master, I will take you to your residence first. I have asked someone to arrange meals for you. There's no rush. I find an enemy first. This person entered the base during the day. Can you help me find him? Yi Nanyu handed the photo to the captain. He was not sure whether Xiaojun had done anything bad in the base, so finding an enemy would clear the suspicion of the whole group. The captain looked at the person in the photo and had no impression. Is he also a superpower? No. Xiaojun's strange ability could not be displayed. If it was displayed, it would be exposed. He couldn't be that stupid. If you are not a superpower, ordinary people usually go to Area 3 and Area 4 after inspection. The administrator has records. I take you there to ask. Okay, thank you for your help. Yi Nanyu nodded. The captain took Yi Nanyu to Area 3 first. It was full of houses built with iron sheets. It was dirty and messy. More than a dozen survivors were crowded in an iron house. The administrator here was a Mediterranean man in his 40s, holding a baton. Everyone who entered Area 3 had to pass through his hands. The captain showed him the photo. Did this person come to District 3 today? The administrator looked at the photo and said, I can tell from his temperament that he is not a simple person. How could he come to my place? Never seen him? Yi Nanyu asked. Although the administrator didn't know who he was, he knew that he was someone who couldn't be messed with because of his extraordinary aura and the captain's respectful attitude. He has a good appearance. If he came to my District 3, I would definitely remember him. Then let's go to District 4 and ask. The captain said to Yi Nanyu. Let's go. When they arrived at District 4, the conditions in this area were even more difficult. It was just like a refugee slum. They used waterproof cloth to prop up tent-like things. The survivors didn't even have a bed, so they slept directly on the ground. Just when the captain was about to ask the administrator here, Yi Nanyu stopped him. No need to go. It can't be here. Although Xiaojun turned into a corpse, he had no more pursuits and would not be here. Secondly, his purpose was to capture the superpowers. After entering the base, he naturally went for the superpowers. How many psychics are there in the base? The captain replied, 2 water psychics, 1 speed psychic, 1 wind psychic, 1 ice psychic, 2 earth psychics, and 2 power psychics. Yi Nanyu frowned slightly. These psychics didn't have any particularly explosive powers. With the ability of the mummy, it would be no problem to catch 2 psychics, let alone 1. How come they haven't come back yet? Where are these psychics? The psychics and the leaders of the base all live in the same area and enjoy the best treatment. Will there be an administrator in Area 1? Yes. Let's go to Area 1 and ask. The captain sighed in his heart that the man was so unlucky. He could have offended anyone else, but he would have to dig deep into the ground to get the lightning-type supernatural power. When he came to Area 1, the highest treatment was indeed different. He had a villa to live in, and there was a special guard team guarding the door. It was impossible for ordinary people to sneak in. The captain took Yi Nanyu to find the administrator of Area 1, a handsome young man who looked lazy. From the captain's respectful attitude, it can be seen that this young man should have a backer. Manager Wang, thank you for your hard work. This is the new lighting user. Wang Chao was slightly stunned when he saw Yi Nanyu. Such a young and handsome lighting user. It's like this. This gentleman is looking for someone. Can you help me see if this person has been to District 1? The captain handed the photo to Wang Chao. Wang Chao did not take it, but just glanced at it lightly. I haven't seen it. Yi Nanyu didn't care about his arrogant attitude and asked, did anything special happen in that district? For example, a superpower was attacked or some strange person was caught. No. Very concise, Yi Nanyu's eyes darkened. After Xiaojun passed the inspection and entered the base, where did he go? Fearing that he had missed something, he went to Area 2. Area 2 is the living area for the base staff, and the answer he got was that he had never seen this person. This answer was actually expected by Yi Nanyu. The captain said, he may have entered the base and left on his own. Every day, someone comes in and sees that the conditions are not good and then leaves again. Yi Nanyu didn't say anything. He knew Xiaojun didn't leave. If Xiaojun left, how could Xiaobao, who was guarding the gate of the base, not see him? And Xiaojun knew his son was still waiting for him outside the base. Where could he go? He entered the base to catch the superpowers, and he went to great lengths to get in. How could he leave without catching a superpower? So he couldn't leave. He would fight quickly and go straight to the superpowers, and he wouldn't waste time going somewhere else. But the strange thing is that no superpowers in the base were attacked, and no strange people were caught, and no one except the inspectors had seen Xiaojun. Xiaojun passed the inspection, and then after entering the base, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 75. Hey, Master Superpower, where are you going? The captain watched Yi Nanyu walk out of the base, and quickly chased after him. I have something to do, and need to go out. The captain's heart skipped a beat. Did he neglect it, and make Master Superpower angry, and not join the base anymore? If the base leader knew that he had angered Master Superpower away, he would be in grave danger. He quickly went up to stop Yi Nanyu. Master, let's talk. If I did something wrong, I apologize to you, and you can just stay here. My girlfriend is still outside the base. I'm worried about her. I go check on her. That's easy. Let's bring her in together. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes deepened. My girlfriend is timid and doesn't like to be examined, so she doesn't want to enter the base. Then there's no need to examine her. I believe that the superpower will protect her well. Yi Nanyu smiled and patted the captain's shoulder. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with your attitude. The captain was praised and smiled brightly. Okay, I go get my girlfriend. I have them let you in. The captain said as he walked to the gate of the base and ordered them to let you in. The bored people in the car sat up straight when they saw Yi Nanyu coming back. Lui didn't see Xiaojun and her heart sank. She had a feeling that something had happened to him. As soon as Yi Nanyu opened the door, Lui couldn't wait to ask, how's it going? Did you find him? Yi Nanyu got in the car with a serious face. No, he did enter the base, but then he disappeared like nothing. No one has seen him. Lui's heart instantly fell into a cold pond, shivering with cold. Chugu frowned slightly. Is there something wrong? How could it disappear out of thin air? Its purpose of entering the base is to catch the superpowers, but I asked, no one attacked the superpowers, and no one caught any strange people. In other words, it didn't catch the superpowers at all after entering the base, but it was heading for the superpowers. There is only one explanation. something unexpected happened on its way to find the superpowers. But the mummy's ability is not weak. Is there someone particularly powerful inside? As far as I know, no superpower has such ability, unless someone hides his strength, so we have to find out what happened and go deeper. At this time, the car window was knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Nanyu lowered the window by 1/3, and saw the captain with a smile on his face outside. What's wrong? Nothing. I saw that the superpower master didn't come back for a long time, so I came to see if there was anything I could help with. The captain stretched his neck to look around, and saw Chugu in the co-pilot, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Beautiful, too beautiful. No wonder the master of superpowers likes her so much. This is your girlfriend, right? She and the master of superpowers are a perfect match, born to be together. When you don't know what to say, it's always right to flatter. Yi Nanyu was originally unhappy because of his eyes, but when he heard his words, the haze on his face disappeared immediately. Good at talking, talk more, he likes to listen. Chugu saw that Yi Nanyu's mouth was almost grinning behind his ears, and stretched out his hand to twist the flesh on his waist. His. Yi Nanyu gasped in pain. Who is he? What does he do? The captain quickly said, I am the captain of the base's guard team. I specially invite you to enter the base with the superpower master. Don't worry, you can enter the base directly without a physical examination. When Chugu heard about this good news, he slapped Yi Nanyu on the back of his head excitedly. Yi Nanyu tilted his head, and almost hit the steering wheel. Look at you, you don't say anything really, hurry up and enter the base. Don't let the captain wait for too long. The captain looked at Yi Nanyu with sympathy. He didn't expect that such a powerful person would be a henpecked man. Yi Nanyu rubbed the back of his head, and raised the car window to block the captain's sympathetic sight. He wanted to protest to Chugu, saying that he couldn't be so rude, but when he saw her pretty face, he gave up immediately. Forget it, for her beauty, he forgave her. He looked at the 3 corpses in the back seat that had not made a sound just now. Before he opened his mouth to speak, Lu Yi took the lead and said, Please take me in too. I promise not to reveal my identity. No, your self-control is too poor now. There are people everywhere, and the strong smell of blood and flesh is enough to drive you crazy. I will definitely control myself. Please let me in. I want to go in and find it. Chugu saw all of Lu Yi's worries along the way. If it were her, she would also want to do something, otherwise she would go crazy. Lu Yi begged 100 times or 1,000 times, but it was not as good as Chu Ji's words. Yi Nanyu, let her go with me. I will take good care of it. Yi Nanyu thought for a while and agreed, but they must not go. He looked at Xiaobao, and the spirited young man with cloudy eyes. This kind of zombies are obvious at first glance. Wouldn't it be a way to die if they went? Xiaobao understood Yi Nanyu's eyes, stood up in the back seat, put his hands on his waist, and the little guy was very fierce. Roar. Don't think about it, Mom will never abandon me. 1 minute later. The cold wind blew, Xiaobao, and the spirited young man shivered and squatted in the corner watching the military vehicles drive into the base, which was very desolate. Whoa! These people are too much. Why don't they let them in? Bully them because they are weak. Chapter 76. Lu Yi entered the base, which was full of people. The strong smell of blood and flesh made it roar instinctively. If it wasn't still sitting in the car, it would have pounced on the people passing by outside. Chugu turned his head to look at the somewhat manic Lu Yi in the back seat, and cut a cut on his wrist without hesitation, and blood immediately flowed out. Yi Nanyu frowned and looked at Chugu with an unhappy face, as he handed the bleeding wrist to Lu Yi. He regretted bringing Lu Yi here. Drink it, it can temporarily help you suppress the temptation of flesh and blood in your body, so that you won't lose your mind. Master, thank you. Lu Yi was deeply moved. Well, drink it quickly. Lu Yi put her lips on Chu Ji's wrist, and the blood was swallowed into her body. The desire to bite people in her body disappeared instantly, and the temptation of flesh and blood that pulled her nerves was gradually weakened until it was within the range she could control. Lu Yi stepped back and didn't say more. Master, that's enough. As soon as Chugu withdrew her hand, a blood bag was stuffed into her mouth. She drank it without hesitation. The wound on her wrist was healing at a very fast speed. In just a moment, it was smooth and slippery. Lu Yi was surprised. The master had such ability. He was really strong. After getting ready, 2 corpses and 1 person got off the car. The captain was stunned when he saw a beautiful woman. He didn't say there were more people just now. This is my friend, we are together. Chugu said. Since they have already come in, the captain cannot kick them out. You 2 besties have such a good relationship, it's really enviable. The captain flattered. Thank you. Lu Yi said. The captain actually secretly looked at Chugu and the others in secret, and saw that they were conscious, spoke clearly, and behaved gracefully, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The zombie roar he seemed to hear just now must have been a mistake. It's late. I take you to your residence to rest. The captain took Yinanyu and the others to the first area again. Manager Wang, I leave them to you. Thank you for your help. Wang Chao waved his hands impatiently, staring at Chugu. There was no woman half as pretty as her in the entire base. Yinanyu stood in front of Chugu, his black eyes shot at Wang Chao sharply, and the warning in his eyes was self-evident. Wang Chao was not afraid, and stretched his neck to look at Chugu behind Yinanyu. Beauty, my name is Wang Chao. Can I meet you? Chugu. Yinanyu's face suddenly darkened, and he turned around and pulled Chugu aside. Chugu, if you continue to flirt with me, I break your legs. Then go ahead. Chugu stretched out his legs. You? Yinanyu was so angry that he had a heart attack. Okay, be more confident in yourself. Chugu was afraid that Yinanyu would get angry, so he explained, we are now in someone else's territory, and what if we need him to do something, so it's good for us to have a good relationship with him. Yinanyu's expression eased a little. Anyway, I don't care, you can't talk to him, let Louis go to build a relationship with him. Chuji's mouth twitched. It turned out that other women didn't feel sorry for him. Was he really not afraid of the mummy killing him? Chugu, I take you to the room to rest. Wang Chao's voice interrupted. Don't bother, she be in the same room with me. Yinanyu declared his sovereignty. Wang Chao glanced at Yinanyu and shrugged, okay. He took Yinanyu and the other two into the first area and walked into one of the villas. The lights were bright and the decoration was luxurious. No one was seen moving around. It should be that everyone went to rest at night. Wang Chao took them to one of the rooms upstairs. Brother, take care of yourself. He glanced at Chugu and Louis ambiguously, smiled frivolously, and then walked away in a casual manner with his slippers on. Chugu and the other two, a guy with a head full of crap, I really want to beat him up. In the room. Master, you guys take a rest. I go out and look for any clues. Now Xiaoshen's whereabouts are still unknown. Louis naturally can't sit still. I go with you. Yinanyu, you stay in the room to rest. Louis and I will go around the base. Anyway, zombies don't need to sleep at night, so it's a good time to do something bad in the dead of night. I don't agree. It's too dangerous. We don't know what's going on. What if you disappear like Xiaoshen? Who should I go to find first? Are you going to do nothing? Louis said anxiously. If you want to do it, you must be sure to do it, instead of acting rashly and putting yourself in danger. That makes sense. Chugu nodded. Master. Chugu patted Louis' shoulder. I understand your feelings, but Yinanyu is right. We should ensure our own safety in advance before we can save Xiaoshen, right? Yinanyu looked at Chugu with praise, and his slow mind finally came to his senses. Yinanyu, go to bed. Louis is in a bad mood, I accompany her. Okay. It was really awkward for him, a grown man, to be next to the two women talking. Besides, they didn't need to sleep anyway, so he couldn't afford to chat with them. This room is a suite, consisting of a room and a small living room. Yinanyu didn't bother to be polite with the two women and pushed the door open and entered the room. Chugu saw Yinanyu leave and pulled Louis to sit on the sofa. Don't worry, the mummy will be fine. The worst result is death. It's already dead, what are you worried about? That's what I said, but... Don't worry, believe me. It was a quiet night with a cold wind. Two shadows, one big and one small, squatted in the corner of the base's door. A passing old lady zombie saw the two zombies in the corner and tilted her white-haired head. Who? Kid, you can't poop here, your butt will freeze. The spirited young man in Xiaobao. Who? Kid, you are so young. Can you wipe your butt? Grandma, here is some paper, or I can help you wipe it. Xiaobao. Who? Grandma, no need, you should go home quickly. The spirited young man stood up and was about to chase it away. Unexpectedly, the zombie granny saw the ripped jeans of the spirited young man and wiped her eyes, scream. How miserable, the pants are torn like this, Grandma, I can't bear to see children suffer the most. Then the zombie granny lowered her head and rummaged in the big red flowered cloth bag on her body, scream. I found it. The zombie granny took out a box of needles and thread, scream. Child, take off your pants, I sew them for you. Scream. Grandma, no need, my pants are designed like this. The zombie grandma wiped her eyes, roar. Do you also dislike Grandma's dim eyesight and useless? Your grandpa died early, and I raised your dad alone. Later, Your mom left because the family was poor. I know your dad blames me. It's also because grandma is useless and uneducated. She can only do farm work and can't make money to support your dad. It's also hard for you good children, woo-woo. The spirited young man in Xiaobao. Surprise! 1 minute later. There was a hunchback figure next to the big and small figures in the corner. It held a pair of jeans in one hand, and a needle and thread in the other, mending the hole. From its skilled needlework, it seemed as if it was young. The zombie grandma talked about the past, and Xiaobao listened attentively with his hand on his chin. The energetic young man next to him, who was only wearing a pair of underwear, shivered like a chick in the cold wind. Chapter 77. Chu Ge looked outside, and saw that it was already late at night. He heard Yi Nanyu's steady breathing in the room, and he should have fallen asleep. So he stood up from the sofa. It's time. What's the time? Louis was confused. Didn't you say we should go to the base to look for clues? Let's go. But didn't you agree with Yi Nanyu just now? I agree with it in my heart, and my body wants to go. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no conflict. Louis, shock, can it be like this? Let's go. Chu Ge opened the door and sneaked out. Louis glanced at the closed door and followed him out without hesitation. The lights were off outside, but the darkness was nothing to the zombies with night vision. Chu Ge and Louis first walked around the first area, but there was no trace of Xiaojun, which meant that he had never been here. So they sneaked out of the first area like thieves. And they didn't attract anyone's attention. Except, Yi Nanyu stood on the balcony, watching the two shadows gradually go away, his face livid. He knew Chu Ge couldn't be so honest, and sure enough, it seems that he has to be tied up next time to make him behave. At night, except for a few important positions, all other places in the base have been powered on. The entire base has fallen into darkness, and there is no other sound except the sound of crickets. For people, they may be afraid of the night, but for Chu Ge and Louis, this is their home court. They came and went silently like ghosts. A man who got up at night was peeing against a tree. He saw two shadows walking in the dark. He rubbed his eyes and looked over again, but there was nothing. He felt scared and stopped peeing. He quickly pulled up his pants and hurried back to the iron house. As a result, he almost fainted when he stepped into the iron house. Standing in the corner were the two shadows he had just seen. Can't see, can't see. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. He pretended to be calm and walked towards his bed. In the dark, his legs were shaking like a sieve. He used to watch ghost movies, and the experience he got was to stay calm when encountering ghosts, and even if he saw one, he had to pretend that he didn't see it, otherwise the ghost would haunt him. It was only a few steps from the door to the bed, but he felt like he had walked for a century. It was so long. Finally he reached the bed, he laid down mechanically, pulled up the quilt, covering from feet to head. He kept repeating in his heart, I can't see it, I can't see it. It seemed like a century had passed. He felt a cold breath passing by, and when he pulled down the quilt and looked at the corner of the wall, the two shadows had disappeared. He immediately bit the corner of the quilt and burst into tears. Woo! Thanks to the ancestors, I finally saved my life. Such situations happened a lot in various places in the base tonight. It was almost dawn when Chu Ge and Louis returned to Area 1. As soon as they opened the door, they were both startled. A tall black shadow was sitting on the sofa. When they saw it clearly, they found that it was Yi Nanyu. They immediately looked like people who had done something bad and were caught, with guilty faces. Where did you go? Yi Nanyu's low voice came. We didn't go anywhere, we just went for a morning run. Chu Ge said with a wry smile. Yi Nanyu didn't say anything, but kept staring at Chu Ge, feeling uneasy. Why didn't you listen and run out? Chu Ge saw that she had been discovered, and there was nothing to hide. We don't need to sleep. Sitting here and doing nothing is killing us. I think you are just too nervous. We are fine. We are back safely. You are lucky. Who cares if it's lucky or not? Anyway, we are back safely. Yi Nanyu found that Chu Ge's sharp tongue had improved again. Chu Ge came over and fell into the sofa. I've searched the entire base. I'm exhausted. How was it? Did you find anything? You're right. Xiaojun seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. We searched the entire base, but there was no trace of him, as if he had never been to this base. Yi Nanyu frowned slightly after hearing this. He originally thought that Xiaojun hid well after entering the base, so he avoided everyone's sight, but he disappeared because of an accident in the middle of the journey. Unexpectedly, there was no breath, which means that he came out of the inspection room and might have had an accident before he actually entered the base. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes darkened, and his face was solemn. Louis muttered in a depressed mood, Where did it go? The sky was bright. Today's base was different from usual. People gathered in groups of 3 or 2 to talk and chat. They were all talking about the ghost thing yesterday. Maybe you were confused and dazzled by your sleep. How could there be ghosts in this world? I definitely couldn't be seeing things. I really saw a ghost. I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly felt a chill. I opened my eyes and saw 2 ghosts walking past my bed. One of them had a pair of bloodshot eyes. I fainted out of shock. The man who got up last night to sleep stretched out of the iron house and heard this. He came over immediately. You saw it too. You saw 2 ghosts, right? It turned out that he was not the only one who saw a ghost. The fear in his heart was immediately dispelled. He didn't dare to sleep last night, for fear that ghosts would come to claim his life when he fell asleep. He didn't close his eyes until the sky was white. Unexpectedly, he was not the only one who saw it, and he felt relieved. I saw it too. It almost scared me to death yesterday. I got up to pee, and saw 2 ghosts flashing past me. I thought I was blind, but it turned out. The man seemed to think of the creepy scene and shuddered. The onlookers were curious and urged him to continue. What happened? Tell me now. The man took a deep breath and said, I was halfway through peeing when I pulled up my pants and ran back to the tin house. The 2 ghosts were inside the tin house, standing in the corner and looking at me motionlessly. The onlookers gasped and felt a chill on their backs. You don't know, those few seconds were as long as a century for me. I don't want to recall it again in my life. Is it really haunted? Some people still didn't quite believe it. At this time, a man came running over, and he was burning with gossip. Hey, have you heard? I heard that our base is haunted. In addition to Area 1, many witnesses in Areas 2, 3 and 4 said they saw 2 ghosts. Now everyone is talking about it, saying that the 2 ghosts are looking for scapegoats. When the group heard this, they were horrified. The base is really haunted. Chapter 78. For a while, the whole base was haunted. The rumors of haunting also spread to Area 1, and the psychics gathered together to discuss. Now there are rumors of haunting outside, which makes people panic. The higher-ups will probably send people to investigate, and we psychics will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. A muscular man in a black vest said. He is a power psychic. Don't send me. I am most afraid of ghosts. The speaker is a teenager who looks about 17 or 18 years old. He is a speed psychic. A cold and beautiful woman glanced at the speed psychic and said speechlessly, Look at you, you really think there is a ghost. It must be someone playing tricks. The cold and beautiful woman is an ice psychic. Yes, Zhou Tong is right. Someone must be playing tricks. This can only scare ordinary people. If they come to us psychics, we will kill 1 by 1, and kill 2 by 2. The arrogant man is an earth psychic, and looks very ordinary. At this time, Wang Chao came in from outside the villa. Hey, everyone is here. Manager Wang, have you had breakfast? A petite and cute girl rushed over. She is a water-type psychic. Wang Chao is the nephew of the base commander, and he is handsome, so it is well known that water-type psychics like him. But Wang Chao is not interested in her. He looked around, and did not see the psychic who came last night. Has the new psychic not arrived yet? Some of the psychics did not react. Are there new psychics? When did you come? The one who came last night was a lightning superpower. As soon as Wang Chao finished speaking, Yi Nanyu and the other 2 came down from the building. Sorry, I got up late. The deep voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yi Nanyu and Chugu walked side by side, with their own aura, and their 2 faces were dazzling, and everyone below was stunned. This is the new lightning superpower who came last night, Wang Chao said. The speed superpower Yang Haoyu instantly appeared in front of Yi Nanyu, so fast that he formed a string of afterimages. He circled around Yi Nanyu and said enviously, I envy you for having the strongest attacking power of lightning. My power is relatively useless. Yang Haoyu has always envied those with strong attacking power. They are very impressive in fighting. His power seems too mediocre. Apart from being faster, it is useless. Your speed power is actually stronger than lightning power. A voice sounded next to him. Yang Haoyu looked at Chugu. It was the first time he heard someone say that his power was also strong. He immediately asked happily, where is it strong? Chugu said softly, for example, running away is definitely faster than lightning. Yang Haoyu, shocked, is her words a compliment or a derogatory one? Trust me, in the end times, everything is false, and running away quickly is the kingly way. Zhang Haoyu suddenly realized, and for the first time felt that his ability was very awesome. Wang Chao looked at Chugu with interest, which was a bit interesting. At this time, a sneer sounded. The cold and beautiful woman, the ice-type ability user Du Qing, said contemptuously, "This is the first time I heard someone talk about running away so righteously." She tried to cover up her cowardice with just a few words. Chu Ji's expression remained unchanged. "You like to fight and kill the enemy, just do it yourself. What's the matter? You still care whether others escape or not? Do you live in the sea? Why do you care so much? Everyone is only concerned about escaping. Who will save the old, weak and disabled? You can say such a thing, which shows that you are a person without mercy and cold-blooded." Chu Gu applauded. "Papa. People with great love, I sincerely admire you. There is no place for you next to the Leshan giant Buddha. I am the first to disagree." Puff. Yang Hao you couldn't help laughing, and then felt that it was not very polite, so he quickly pursed his lips to hold back his laughter. Although Du Qing didn't know what she meant, she knew that it must be something bad when she saw Yang Hao you laughing, and her face was extremely ugly. "I want to see how strong you are to dare to say such a thing." She conjured up an ice sword in her hand, and stabbed it towards Chu Gu. "Take it." At this time, the air in front of Chu Gu began to twist, forming an eye of wind, blocking Du Qing's ice sword. The ice sword broke into pieces instantly, and turned into ice slags. "Am I just a decoration as an administrator?" Wang Chao lost his usual carefree attitude and had a stern face. The electric wire on Yi Nanyu's fingertips disappeared, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that this administrator was actually a wind-type mutant. He thought he was a carefree and playboy. Chu Gu looked at Wang Chao a few more times, and didn't expect that he was still a capable person. Du Qing was so angry that she lost her mind just now. Now she came to her senses, and was a little scared. She bowed her head and admitted her mistake. "Manager Wang, I promise there won't be a next time." The base has a rule that fighting is prohibited in the base. The minor offense is to confiscate supplies for a month, and the serious offense is to be expelled from the base. "Manager Wang, considering that Sister Qing is usually diligent and has never made a mistake, please let her go this time." The water-based superpower Yuan pleaded. She didn't like this new woman either. She looked like a foxy woman. At first glance, she was a woman who could only rely on men and could do nothing else. Several superpowers also pleaded for Du Qing. After all, they had worked together for so long, so it was not good to be so ruthless. "I don't want it to happen again," Wang Chao said sternly. "Yes." Du Qing lowered her face with a gloomy look. As an ice-type superpower, she had never been so embarrassed before. She remembered that shameless woman. Everyone knows about the haunted incident that was widely reported in the base today. The higher-ups hope that we can find out who is behind this as soon as possible and catch this person who is playing tricks," Wang Chao said. Chu Gu and Lui looked at each other. This ghost. They are the ones who won't say anything, right? Yi Nanyu felt a headache. What did they do last night to make such a big noise today? I have gathered all the people who saw the ghost last night. Let's listen to the details and analyze it together. Wang Chao clapped his hands after he finished speaking. Come in. Then, the witnesses of last night came in one by one. There were about 10 people, lined up in a row. Tell us what you saw and heard last night. Don't hide anything. The man who got up at night was the first to speak. He was a little excited to see so many superpowers that he didn't usually see. I got up to pee last night, and then I saw 2 ghosts peeping at me. Then I pulled up my pants and ran back to the tin house, and saw that the 2 ghosts had been waiting for me inside for a long time, and seemed to want to seduce me. Fortunately, I was determined and did not get fooled, so I escaped. Chugu Lui, what the hell? Yi Nanyu, shocked. Everyone looked at the buck-toothed and pockmarked man in front of them in confusion. Is he serious? Chapter 79. I want to expose something. I want to expose something. A man who looked like a migrant worker stood up. I was sleeping soundly yesterday, and suddenly I heard some noise, and then I opened my eyes, and saw 2 ghosts opening the tent and peeping at a group of men sleeping shirtless. Chugu and Louis's mouth twitched. They were peeping? They were just looking for Xiaojun Sint, who wants to watch a group of old men sleeping. After one person finished speaking, another one stood up. This time it was a woman in her 30s with a pale face and thin body. I couldn't sleep last night because I was hungry, so I wanted to go out for a walk. I passed by the clothes drying area, and I saw 2 ghosts, who seemed to be smelling underwear and socks. The crowd immediately looked like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Yi Nanyu's temples throbbed, and he glanced at Chugu and Louis with a complicated expression. Chugu and Louis, what a huge injustice. They really just passed by the clothes drying area. After the woman finished speaking, an old man with white hair stood up. I am a hound breeder at the base. I heard the dogs barking loudly last night, so I went to check and saw 2 ghosts in the dog pen, it seems. It seems. The old man was a little out of breath, and he kept talking. Everyone was eager, and looked at him eagerly. Come on, tell me what you were talking about. Stop talking. Can you finish talking first and then talk? Chugu and Louis didn't dare to swallow their saliva, and looked at the old man nervously, afraid that he would say something outrageous. The old man took a deep breath. I saw those 2 ghosts seem to be forcing. Ah! Chugu suddenly screamed, and everyone was immediately startled and looked at her with angry eyes. There are ghosts. I just saw 2 ghosts passing by the door. Chugu pointed at the door and shouted. Several psychics immediately chased out. Ghost? Ah! Ghosts! The Earth-type psychic who had just said to kill 1 by 1 and 2 by 2 reacted and hid behind the pillar in fear. Other psychics, Chugu and Louis wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This is a really bad day. Where are the ghosts? You really saw them just now. The few psychics who went to chase came back without finding anything. Chugu looked calm. If a ghost is so easy for you to see, is it still called a ghost? The psychics were stunned, and seemed to feel that there was some truth in what they heard. You should have understood the general situation just now. Now we need to select a few people to investigate this matter. Wang Chao swept his eyes over the crowd. Many psychics lowered their heads when they heard that they had to select people to investigate. Now everyone in the base is paying attention to this matter. If you solve the case, people think that this is what you should do as a psychic, but if you can't solve the case, everyone's comments can drown you. So this is a thankless task. I have a good candidate. Du Qing's voice rang out. Chugu saw Du Qing glance at her, and had a hunch that she was going to talk about her. The good candidate you are talking about is... It's her. Du Qing pointed her finger directly at Chugu. Chugu, I knew it. Everyone looked at Chugu in unison, and everyone was questioning in their hearts. With her condition, she would probably faint after walking a few steps. Her overly pale face showed that she was weak and sick. Du Qinglang said in a clear voice. She just said she saw a ghost, which means she is the only one among us who has seen a ghost. She must be more efficient than us who haven't seen a ghost, so she is the best candidate. I agree. The water-based superpower Yuan was the first to agree. Many superpowers also nodded in agreement. Although they thought she was definitely not qualified, they might be the ones who didn't choose her. Wang Chao glanced at Chugu and shook his head. No, she is not a superpower. She is not. The person next to her is a superpower, and a lightning superpower. One of them is worth 10 of us. Du Qing obviously came prepared, and was determined to drag Chugu into the water. I think this new superpower should also want a chance to show his ability. Manager Wang, why not give him a chance and let him show his face in front of everyone? Yuan said. Some superpowers also followed suit. Wang Chao did not speak, stroking his chin and thinking. Okay, I agree. At this time, everyone looked at Chugu with an idiotic look. She actually agreed to it. She wanted to be in the limelight without even considering her own weight. Do you really agree to investigate this matter? Wang Chao asked. Of course. Chugu said affirmatively. She even wanted it, so that she wouldn't have to investigate Xiaojun secretly like she did last night. Under the pretext of finding a ghost, Guan Mingjing investigated Xiaojun openly, which was perfect. I join in too. Yang Haoyu stood up. He admired Chugu very much, especially the sentence she said just now that escaping quickly is the kingly way, which made him so confident in his ability for the first time. No, the 3 of us are enough. Chugu refused without hesitation. As a result, Chuji's attitude was seen as arrogant by others, looking down on them. The Earth-type supernatural being who was afraid of ghosts sneered, Yang Haoyu, with your little supernatural power, others look down on you. Not only do they look down on you, they don't even take any of us seriously. They are so arrogant. You speak so sarcastically, you must really want to join our ghost-catching team. If that's the case, I take you with me. Ah! The Earth-type psychic was petrified instantly. Puff. Yang Haoyu burst out laughing again. Yi Nanyu couldn't help but curl his lips. Louis looked at Chugu with admiration. Its master was more powerful than it thought. If anyone thinks I don't take you seriously, I take him with me. Chu Ji's eyes swept over the psychics. The psychics didn't dare to fart now. Their eyes swayed left and right, not daring to look at Chugu. Du Qing was disdainful and sharp-tongued. She wanted to see if she could always be so tough. Since no one is talking, let's go with the 3 of us. Chu Ji's eyes shot towards the Earth-type mutant. By the way, I forgot to ask your name. The Earth-type mutant hesitated and said in a voice as loud as a mosquito, "Can you leave me alone?" "What did you say?" "Speak louder." The Earth-type mutant blushed, and he felt that everyone was laughing at him. This ghost-catching team is unreliable at first glance, and joining them will definitely make you take the blame in the end. Compared with taking the blame, losing face is nothing. "Can you leave me alone?" He raised his voice. "Oh, but didn't you just say?" "Sorry. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Sorry, I was wrong." Chugu looked at the group of superpowers in front of him, and his mouth curled up with disdain. Haha, superpowers. The group of superpowers saw Chuji's contempt for them, and their ridiculous self-esteem came out again. "Don't be too proud too early. We want to see if you can still laugh when you can't catch ghosts." They think from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of waves can a woman stir up? "It's just catching ghosts, I'm good at it." Chugu smiled meaningfully. Chapter 80. "Okay, since you have volunteered to take this job, if you can solve the case, I will apply for a reward from the higher authorities," Wang Chao said. "If it is not a reward of crystal cores, forget it. You can keep the biscuits and bread." Chugu waved her hand lazily. She couldn't eat the biscuits and bread, and Yi Nanyu, the young master, looked down on these materials, so it would be a waste. Who knew that Chu Ji's attitude aroused the indignation of a group of superpowers? "Oh, some people don't really think they are so awesome, they look down on biscuits and bread. If you have the ability, don't eat them." That's right, the case hasn't even been solved yet. She's already asking for some kind of reward, and even a crystal core. She's really bold. She probably hasn't even seen a crystal core, so she's so arrogant. Dang. Something fell to the ground, and then rolled to the feet of the person who just spoke. He looked down and saw a crystal core, his eyes bursting with joy. He was about to bend down to pick it up, but a tender white hand got there first. "Sorry, my crystal core fell." Chugu picked up the crystal core and waved it in front of everyone. "Help me check, it shouldn't be dirty, forget it, it won't make you sick if it's dirty." She wiped it with her clothes, threw it into her mouth, and ate it. Everyone was stunned. Who said she had never seen a crystal core? Just a random thing is a crystal core, and you told me you haven't seen it? Yi Nanyu looked at Chu Ji's childish behavior and smiled indulgently. She really didn't let herself suffer any loss. Wang Chao had never seen such a special woman, smart and clever, neither humble nor arrogant, and his eyes were attracted to her involuntarily. Yuan Yuan saw Wang Chao staring at the woman and immediately gritted her teeth. "Bitch." Du Qing stared at Chugu intently. She actually ate the crystal core directly, which is impossible for an ordinary person's body to bear. An idea came to her mind. Did she hide her strength? At this time, Du Qing caught a flash of strange red light in Chu Ji's eyes, and her pupils shrank immediately. There is something wrong with her. A sharp gaze shot over, and Du Qing met Yi Nanyu's dark eyes. She was shocked and lowered her head in panic, feeling nervous, as if she had discovered someone else's secret. Yi Nanyu narrowed his eyes, and a flash of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. She must have seen something. The crowd did not see the undercurrent under the calm. "Let's have breakfast first," Wang Chao said. "I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. I go back to my room first. You guys can eat." Du Qing finished speaking and left in a panic. Yi Nanyu looked at her from behind, his dark eyes darkened. Chugu saw Yi Nanyu like this and asked him in his heart, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with her?" Yi Nanyu retracted his gaze and whispered, "Nothing." Wang Chao saw that everyone went to the dining room, except Chugu and the other two who were still standing. "Chugu, don't you know the way? I take you there." Chugu was about to speak, but was blocked by Yi Nanyu in front of him, and a cold voice sounded, "No need, I will take care of my girlfriend." After saying that, she pulled Chugu and followed the others. Lu Yi glanced at Wang Chao and followed them. Wang Chao shrugged indifferently and walked at the back. Arrived at the dining room. Chugu looked dumbfounded at the bowl of porridge and some pickled mustard on the table. Didn't they say that Zone 1 is the highest level of treatment? Is this it? Some people were angry. What did she mean by this? Just when they were about to open their mouths to retort, they suddenly remembered something and closed their mouths unwillingly. They couldn't talk to her, and they couldn't retort her. Isn't this just sending yourself to be humiliated by her? Yang Haoyu was not hostile to Chugu like the others. On the contrary, he felt that she was quick to speak and didn't have many twists and turns, so he had a good impression of her. He explained to Chugu, "We are in District 1, which is considered good. We have breakfast and 3 meals a day. District 2 can only have 2 meals, and District 3 and District 4 are miserable, with only 1 meal a day." Chugu nodded, "I understand." It turns out that the highest treatment depends on the foil. Everyone, But it's really good to be able to eat soft, glutinous, and sweet porridge in the end times. It was rare for everyone to hear her say a good word, and suddenly they felt like crying. But before they were moved for a few seconds, they saw her push the porridge in front of Yinanyu with one finger. You eat it, I'm not hungry. Everyone, shocked, it was clearly despised. I'm not hungry either. Lui also gave her share to Yinanyu. The main reason is that it is a zombie now, and doesn't eat this food. Fortunately, Yinanyu is a human, so don't waste it. Yinanyu looked at the 3 bowls of porridge in front of him with a complicated expression. Should he be happy? One person is equivalent to receiving 3 breakfast supplies. If it were someone else, I would probably be happy. For example, the muscle power psychic, who kept stretching his neck and looking at his 3 bowls of porridge with envy. 1 bowl of porridge is indeed a bit difficult for his physique. Yinanyu generously gave all 3 bowls of porridge to the power psychic. I'm losing weight, I give it to you. The people at the table looked at Yinanyu like a lunatic. The end of the world, losing weight? This is probably the funniest thing they have heard in the end of the world. Others don't know Yinanyu, but Chuga knows it very well. He clearly doesn't care about these things, and he says that losing weight sounds so good. The power-type psychic looked at the 3 bowls of porridge in front of him, and was immediately moved. After all, in the end times, food is equal to life. Brother, thank you. If you need help in the future, just tell me. Yinanyu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he could get a favor in return. Not bad. How do you plan to catch ghosts? Wang Chao asked while eating breakfast. I have seen ghosts. My memory is still good, so I plan to check one district after another, gather people together, smell one by one. No, check one by one, and I can always find the ghost. Shugu said this, but she was thinking that she couldn't check so carefully last night. Today, she gathered all the people together, and she didn't believe that she couldn't find any clues about Xiaoxun. Bang! At this time, a weak young man suddenly fell from the chair to the ground. His body was twitching, his eyes rolled back, and white foam came out of his mouth. Like an epileptic. Go and call Dr. Su. Wang Chao shouted, and he reacted quickly. In just 2 minutes, a female doctor in a white doctor's uniform, with her hair combed meticulously, and wearing black framed glasses ran in. She ran past Chugu like a gust of wind. Chugu was shocked and looked up at the female doctor. She smelled like Xiaoxun. Chapter 81. At this time, Lui was also staring at the female doctor, who was treating people. It was obvious that she also smelled the scent of Xiaoxun on the female doctor. Its clenched hands trembled slightly. Just when it couldn't control itself and wanted to rush up to question her on the spot, Chugu pulled it back in time. Don't be impulsive. After listening to Chu Ji's words, Lui resisted the urge to rush up to question her on the spot. Her bloodshot eyes kept staring at her, fearing that she would disappear. Yinanyu saw the difference between Chugu and Lui and asked in a low voice, What's wrong? The female doctor smells like Xiaoxun. Chugu answered from his heart. Yinanyu looked up at the female doctor and recognized her as the one who had a nosebleed yesterday. She is the base's physical examination doctor. She did the physical examination for Xiaoxun when he entered the base. Yinanyu whispered in Chu Ji's ear. Chugu understood what he meant. This female doctor was doing physical examinations. She had been in contact with Xiaoxun before, so it was normal for her to smell like Xiaoxun. Chugu was a little disappointed. He thought he had finally found a clue, but it turned out not to be the case. She couldn't bear to tell Lui that she thought she had hope, but it was dashed. How painful it must be. Okay, he's fine. 2 people come to help him back to the room to rest. Suli said. She packed up the first aid kit and stood up. Manager Wang, I'm leaving first. I can't leave the physical examination room for too long. Okay, thank you, Dr. Su. Wang Chao nodded. Suli turned around and was about to leave with the first aid kit in her hand, but saw a woman staring at her. She frowned and asked, what's wrong with you? Chugu was afraid that Lui would question her right away, so he spoke first. It's okay, it's okay. My friend's dream since she was a child is to be a doctor, so she is always fascinated by doctors. Suli nodded. Is that so? If you like, you can come to my physical examination room when you are free. I can teach her some simple first aid knowledge. Okay, thank you, doctor. Chugu pulled Lui aside to make way for her. Suli walked by with the first aid kit, and suddenly, she stopped again and looked back at Chugu and the others. After thinking for a while, she said, I don't seem to remember giving you two a physical examination. Chu Ji's back stiffened slightly. He didn't expect this female doctor to have such a good memory. Su Li turned around, locked her eyes with Chu Ge and the other two, and said seriously, "Did you enter the base without a physical examination?" Chu Ge didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yuan jumped out and fanned the flames to the crowd. They entered the base without a physical examination. My god, what if they were bitten or scratched by zombies? Wouldn't they be transformed into zombies? Everyone, get out of the way. Everyone immediately backed away from Chu Ge and the others, as if they were some kind of virus. Manager Wang, they sneaked into the base. What are you waiting for? Get them out quickly. Yuan's eyes flashed with excitement. With so many people watching, Wang Chao would never protect them. That bitch must get out. Wang Chao was not as panicked as the others, and said calmly, "They didn't sneak in, they were brought in by the captain of the guard team himself. If the captain of the guard team personally brings them in, they can be exempted from physical examination, then I seriously doubt the safety of the base." A middle-aged man in his 40s said, he is also a water-type psychic. Yes, if someone can enter the base without a physical examination, then we may have to reconsider whether to work for such a frivolous base. The speaker is another power-type psychic. He is about 27 or 28 years old, with a slick back hair. Manager Wang, I think you must give us a satisfactory answer, otherwise it will hurt the hearts of all of us psychics, don't you think? Wang Chao's face instantly turned cold, and he looked at Yuan. Are you threatening me? The voice was sinister. Yuan's heart was shocked. No, Wang Wanli, I don't mean that. If you don't mean it, just shut up. Yuan bit her lip, and reluctantly stepped aside. She blamed Chu Ge for this. Although Wang Chao didn't pay much attention to her, he never yelled at her. She blamed that bitch for being yelled at. At this time, Su Li spoke. Since they didn't sneak in, there's no need to be so ruthless to drive the two girls out of the base. However, in order to calm everyone's concerns, I think it's necessary to give them a physical examination again. Wang Wanli, what do you think? She looked at Wang Chao and asked for his opinion. Wang Chao knew that this was the only way to shut everyone up. Okay. Su Li looked at Chu Ge and Lu Yi and said gently, don't be afraid, the examination is painless. You just need to cooperate with me later. Chu Ge smiled, then thank you for your help. In fact, she was roaring in her heart, you should think of a solution. We are about to be exposed. Lu Yi nervously held Chu Ji's hand. Even if they looked like ordinary people, they had no heartbeat and no breathing. Once checked, it would be known. It was impossible to hide it. Once they knew they were zombies, it was easy to imagine what these humans would do to them. Chu Ge felt Lu Yi's nervousness and squeezed her back to comfort her. Lu Yi saw Chu Ji's calm face and seemed less nervous. The master was so calm, there must be a way. It didn't know that the calm master in its eyes was roaring at someone in his heart. Yinanyu, have you thought of a way? If I reveal it, you won't have a good time. I said I couldn't come in, but you insisted that I come in, you little devil who harms people. Yinanyu was very upset. Come with me, I take you to the examination room. Su Li said to Chu Ge and the others. Okay. Chu Ge nodded kindly, pulling Lu Yi to follow Su Li. When passing by Yinanyu, she winked at him, hurry up and find a solution. Just then, a woman ran in from outside in a panic. She ran and shouted anxiously, Dr. Su, Dr. Su. What happened? Wang Chao asked. The wife of the deputy base commander gave birth prematurely, and they asked me to invite Dr. Su. The woman saw Su Li and tried to pull her away. Dr. Su, come with me. But Su Li looked at Chu Ge and the others, a little hesitant. Dr. Su, go quickly, human life is at stake. Wang Chao said. Then I will handle this, don't worry about it. Go to the deputy base commander. Let's go, Dr. Su. The woman hurriedly pulled Su Li and ran. Su Li glanced at Chu Ge and the others. Something flashed in her eyes, and then she was pulled away by the woman. Chu Ge Lu Yi was temporarily relieved when she saw Su Li leaving. It was a close call. She was almost exposed. Yinanyu looked at Su Li's departing back with a gloomy face. If he was not mistaken, there was a haze in her eyes just now. For a moment, all the questions in his heart became clear, and an answer was about to come out in his heart. Chapter 82. Manager Wang, how are you going to deal with this now? The middle-aged man with water ability asked. He joined the base thinking that the base was safe and reliable, and he would not be as nervous as outside. But now, he was told that someone could enter the base without being checked. How could he feel at ease? Who knows if 1 or 2 zombies will sneak in? How can he sleep with his eyes closed? No need to check, they will be fine. After a night, any problems will be exposed long ago. Wang Chao said. Or do you think that the lightning psychic is too weak to protect just 2 people? Manager Wang is right. I agree. We will all be under the same roof in the future. There is no need to make the relationship so stiff. Yang Haoyu said. The muscular man with the power system also spoke up. The captain has always been responsible. How could he let someone with problems come in? So why are we worrying about it here? Some people are still worried. At this time, Chugu said, since you think we have problems, then we can leave the base on our own. I didn't want to come in at first, but your captain invited me in. Yi Nanyu, let's go. Chugu walked out. Yi Nanyu looked at Wang Chao. It seems that you have to reselect people to catch ghosts. After he said that, he followed Chugu. When the group of superpowers heard that they had to reselect people to catch ghosts, they immediately became uneasy. Who else would want to do this thankless task except those 3 idiots? Seeing that the 3 idiots were about to leave, many people spoke to keep them. Don't go, we are willing to believe you. Yes, if you don't want to check, then don't check. It's not a big deal. Why make it so rigid? Yuan looked unhappy. She was happy to see that bitch finally leaving, but she didn't expect these people to keep her. Her face fell. Are you crazy? If you make an exception once, there will be 2. Will anyone be able to enter the base in the future? You catch ghosts, we will never keep you. Yuan froze. You want me to catch ghosts? If you don't want to, shut up. Yuan was so angry that her face turned red. She cursed in her heart that they were a bunch of losers. Chugu listened to the internal strife behind him and raised his mouth in disdain. Are these superpowers sure they can kill the enemy when they go out? Chugu and the others were retained. We will definitely live up to the trust of the base. Chugu said sincerely. You should start investigating as soon as possible. Find out the matter clearly and calm the unstable people outside. This is the best reward for the base. Okay, we will investigate 1 district at a time now and guarantee that we can find the culprit. As a result, Chugu and the other 2 appeared in the room the moment they said they were going to investigate. Once the door was closed, no one knew they were slacking off. Master, did you also smell Xiaojin's scent on the female doctor just now? Yes. Chugu nodded. But Yi Nanyu said just now that she had done a physical examination for Xiaojin, so it's normal for her to have Xiaojin's scent on her. Yes, I showed her the photos, and she also confirmed that Xiaojin passed the examination and entered the base. Lui's eyes dimmed. After finally getting a clue, she said it was not true. But she does have a problem. Lui raised her eyes instantly and looked at Yi Nanyu with hope rekindled. What's the problem? Chugu asked curiously. There is no trace of Xiaojin in any area of the base, which means that he did not enter the base after passing the examination, which means that he disappeared between the time of passing the examination and entering the base. The female doctor just now said in public that you did not enter the base without a physical examination, and she was actually targeting you. But she doesn't even know you, why would she target you? So I have a bold guess, that is, Xiaojin is in her hands at this time. Didn't Xiaojin carry a photo with him? So I guess the female doctor recognized Lui through that photo. Chugu Lui was shocked that Yi Nanyu observed so carefully. You said Xiaojin was in her hands, but she doesn't look powerful at all. With Xiaojin's ability, wouldn't it be easy to crush her to death? Chugu said. Don't judge a person by appearance. I understand. Just like you, you look like a gentleman, but you are actually sanctimonious. Yi Nanyu. Shock. Don't use 4-character idioms randomly just because you know them. Lui, Then let's go and rescue Xiaojin now. Chugu stood up from the sofa. Yi Nanyu reached out and pulled her to sit down. It's broad daylight now. Do you want to make it known to everyone, if it gets out of hand? Do you think people in the base will believe you or her as a doctor who saves lives? Then will we wait here until night? No, we still have to do what we should do, otherwise it will arouse suspicion and do bad things. That makes sense. Let's go and catch ghosts. Du Qing found the captain to verify her guess. Did she go through an inspection when she entered the base? No, the lighting man said his girlfriend didn't like inspections or something. Then was there anything strange about you bringing them in? The captain thought for a while, and remembered something. They drove into the base, and stayed in the car for a while before getting out. I couldn't see inside through the peepholes, but I seemed to hear a few zombie roars. Du Qing's pupil shrank, and her guess was basically confirmed. What happened? The captain was a little nervous. After all, he was the one who brought the person back. It's okay. Du Qing left after saying this. On the way back, Du Qing kept thinking about how to find evidence to expose her in front of people. When turning the corner, she bumped into someone without paying attention. She felt the bone-chilling cold. She was an ice-type mutant, and her body temperature was lower than that of normal people. She didn't expect that the other person was even colder than her. She looked up. Her eyes suddenly filled with fear. It was her. If she was only 80% sure just now, she could be 100% sure now. With such a cold body temperature, it must not be a human. Chugu looked at Du Qing, who looked at her like a ghost, and waved her hand in front of her. Hey, are you okay? No problem. Du Qing pushed her away in panic and ran away. She couldn't care less. She had only one thought at this moment, which was to report it to the higher-ups. When the time came, she would gather the armed forces at the base, and with these superpowers, she would probably be unable to escape even if she had wings. Yi Nanyu looked at the direction where Du Qing left. Her dark eyes darkened. Chugu, I'm going to the bathroom. Chapter 83. Du Qing saw Yi Nanyu blocking her way. Her face stiffened. What's the matter? Where are you going? Yi Nanyu's low voice sounded, his sharp cold eyes staring at her. Du Qing felt a little scared, but she pretended to be calm on the surface. Do I need to report where I'm going? In fact, when he blocked her way, she knew that he must have guessed that she had seen through the identity of that woman, so he came to deal with her now. She still had self-knowledge. A small ice system had no chance of winning against the lightning system with the strongest attack power. The bad thing is that she is now on a small road, which is rarely passed by. She took this small road to save time, but she didn't expect that the other party would take advantage of her. If you are here for the conflict this morning, I can apologize to your girlfriend. It is true that I am too narrow-minded. Du Qing was stalling for time, observing the surroundings, expecting someone to come. Unfortunately, Yi Nanyu saw through her plan and prepared to make a quick decision. He stomped his feet, and countless electric wires burst out from the soles of his feet, covering Du Qing. Du Qing's face changed drastically, and she waved her hands quickly. A thick layer of ice suddenly formed on the ground. The ice layer was spreading and collided with the electric wire. Lightning flashed everywhere, and the ice was melting at a very fast speed. The electric wire ran in the ice water, and the water was conductive, and continued to come towards her domineeringly. Once hit, it would be impossible to stand up again. Du Qing saw that the ice was about to melt to her feet, and she quickly used the force to jump onto a big tree next to her. One hand of the ice blade shot towards Yi Nanyu's head. Yi Nanyu's pupils reflected the ice blade flashing with cold light. He supported the ground with one hand, and did a handsome backflip. The ice blade shot over his face, and into the ground behind him, sinking into the ground. Yi Nanyu landed easily, his tall body looking full of strength. Du Qing gritted his teeth, and countless ice blades were released at him. Yi Nanyu ran, his agile figure shuttled through the ice array. The road he ran through was full of ice blades, shining coldly, like crystal. Du Qing saw Yi Nanyu coming towards her, and took a step back in fear, forgetting that she was on the tree at this time, and fell down. Bang! Dust flew around, choking Du Qing and causing her to cough. Cough, cough. At this moment, a big hand clamped her neck, and she immediately widened her eyes. Her neck was clamped, and she suffocated instantly. She used both hands to pry the big hand away. Yi Nanyu had a cold face, and a trace of murderous intent flashed across his black eyes. With a click sound in his hand, a stream of warm blood sprayed onto his arm. Du Qing's eyes were wide open with reluctance, despair, and fear. The last trace of spirit disappeared, and her pupils dimmed. Yi Nanyu withdrew his hand, took out a handkerchief, and slowly wiped the blood off his hand. His handsome face was full of cruelty and cruelty. Chu Gu, whose legs were tired from waiting, saw Yi Nanyu finally coming back, and said sarcastically, "Hey, I thought you fell into the toilet, and was just about to rescue you." Yi Nanyu stretched out his hand, and rubbed the top of Chu Ji's head, and said with a doting look, "Then should I thank you for being willing to rescue me from the toilet?" A red light flashed in Chu Ji's eyes, and Yi Nanyu smelled of blood. What was he doing just now? She thought of Yi Nanyu following Du Qing, and she seemed to understand something. Her eyes darkened. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Nanyu flicked Chu Ji's forehead with his finger. Chu Gu came back to her senses, hiding the emotions in her eyes. She jumped up and slapped Yi Nanyu on the forehead. "Let you hit me." After being naughty, she ran away with a smile. Yi Nanyu saw Chu Ji's smile, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Louis looked at the playful couple. "Do you want to eat dog food even if you become zombies?" His. "Do you think they have forgotten us?" The spirited young man, wearing jeans embroidered with a few big red flowers, still squatted pitifully in the corner with Xiaobao. His. "No, my mother will not forget her precious son." Xiaobao looked determined. His. "TSK. If your mother really thought of you, you wouldn't squat here to feed mosquitoes with me. Xiaobao, it hurts. At this time, an old man passed by here, and saw the two corpses squatting in the corner. He tilted his head, then took out a few steel coins from his body, and threw them in front of them. Ding ding. The steel coins made a crisp sound when they fell to the ground. The loving old man walked away with stiff steps. Xiaobao and the spirited young man looked at the steel coins on the ground. Roar. I can't stand it anymore. I won't accompany you anymore. The spirited young man stood up, and was about to leave. Roar. Are you really leaving? Please don't leave. Roar. I have been with you for so long, and have done my best. After the spirited young man finished speaking, he ignored Xiaobao's pitiful eyes, and walked away with the stiff steps of an old man, who was about to be buried. Xiaobao looked at the back of the spirited young man walking away, and wiped his tearless eyes. Woohoo! It's the only corpse left. But it's so happy. The pitiful expression on Xiaobao's face instantly changed to an excited expression. One hand on the waist, one hand waving above the head, twisting the butt, doing a folk dance. La la la. The spirited young man finally left, but it had been enduring him for a long time. Can't stretch his head, can't walk out, can't make a sound, can't expose. Can't do anything, more like an old nanny. It's good that he's gone. It can do whatever it wants after leaving. Xiaobao opened his arms happily, imitating the taxiing of an airplane, and flew. Bang. Suddenly, he hit a wall of flesh. Xiaobao fell to the ground. Although it didn't hurt, it still howled twice. Roar. Ouch, it hurts so much. Who is it? You don't look at the road when you walk, and you are hindering me from celebrating my freedom. It raised its head, and looked fiercely, and then froze. The energetic young man was looking at it with his nose. Xiaobao quickly used his hands and feet to crawl back to the corner and curled up, returning to the image of a cute and well-behaved baby, as if it was not him who was having fun just now. Roar. Mom. No, brother, why did you come back? Did you find that you can't bear to leave me? I'm so touched. It was so touched that it cried. Xiaobao wiped the non-existent tears on his face with his sleeve. The spirited young man looked annoyed. Can it be more fake? If it hadn't seen its happy look just now, maybe it would still believe it, but now it looked so fake. In the corner, the two corpses, one big and one small, were still squatting there. Roar. Xiaobao, don't stick your head out to look around, or you'll be discovered. The spirited young man reached out, and grabbed Xiaobao's hair, and pulled its head back. Roar. Xiaobao, don't roar, you be discovered. The spirited young man picked up a stick and stopped it into Xiaobao's mouth. Roar. Xiaobao, don't go out, it's dangerous outside. The spirited young man pulled Xiaobao back, but he used too much force, and threw it against the wall, knocking it unconscious. Roar. Xiaobao, don't. Xiaobao looked ferocious and crazy, on the verge of going berserk. Ah, whoever comes to deal with this corpse, it will call him daddy. Chapter 84. Du Qing was absent from lunch, and now she's not coming to dinner either. Yuan, go to her room and see what's wrong with her? Wang Chao said. I went to see her. I called her to eat at noon, but she wasn't there. I went to her room again just now, but she wasn't there either. She seemed to have gone out at noon and never came back. Wang Chao frowned slightly when he heard this. She went out at noon and never came back? Does she have other friends in the base? I haven't heard her say that, nor have I seen her go out to play with anyone. Yuan and Du Qing are a similar age, and they are the only women among the superpowers, so they usually have more contact. Go to the kitchen and ask if Du Qing went to provide ice this afternoon. Wang Chao said to Yang Haoyu. He has the superpower of speed, so he runs errands faster. Okay, wait for me for a minute. As soon as Yang Haoyu finished speaking, everyone felt a black shadow passing by, and then he disappeared. Less than a minute later, Yang Haoyu came back. I asked the kitchen, and Du Qing didn't go to provide ice. Sister Qing works diligently every day, and she never fails to complete the tasks assigned by the base. She has never been so abnormal. Yuan said. Maybe Du Qing went out of the base for some urgent matter. The muscular man of the strength department said. You forgot that the superpowers have to report to the superiors for approval before leaving the base, and can only leave after obtaining the pass. They cannot leave without permission. I didn't get the news that Du Qing left the base. Wang Chao said. Then where will she go? At this time, Chu Ge and the other two came late. We have been investigating and catching ghosts in the base all day today, and everything is just waiting for the evening. Seeing that the atmosphere among the group was a little strange, Chu Ge asked, What's going on? You have been investigating in the base all day. Have you met Du Qing? Wang Chao said. Something flashed in Chu Ji's eyes, and he asked in a low voice, "What happened to her? She went out at noon and hasn't come back. Have you met her?" Chu Gu blinked his eyes, his emotions were perfectly concealed, and shook his head. "We didn't meet her." Yi Nanyi looked calm, not worried at all about what they would find out. Wang Chao's expression was solemn, and he took it seriously. "Everyone go out and look for it. I reported to the higher-ups." Yes. All the superpowers went out to look for Du Qing, and the base was also in an uproar. It was really one thing after another. The haunted incident had not been investigated yet, and another superpower disappeared. People's hearts were already turbulent, and now they were even more panicked. Everyone was saying that the ice superpower disappeared, and it was a ghost. This is just the beginning, and more people will disappear later. Chu Gu and the other two took advantage of the chaos in the base, and began to look for Xiaozhen's hiding place. Drip, drip, drip. The dark basement was cold and damp, and the sound of water dripping was small and clear. The basement seemed empty, and there was a person sitting against the wall in the corner. The light was dim, and it was not clear, but it could be roughly seen that he was a tall man. His head leaned back against the wall, his face hidden in the darkness. He did not move, and I didn't know if he was asleep. Duh. At this time, regular footsteps sounded from the stairs. Someone was coming down to the basement. As the footsteps became clearer, they moved towards the person in the corner. The person squatted down, his white robes piled on the ground, and the light from a small window on the wall just shone on his face. He had his hair neatly tied up, a pair of black frame glasses on his face, and the white doctor's robe on his body was dazzling. This person was Dr. Su Li. Her face was flushed, and she looked at the man sitting against the wall like a young girl in love. Imprisoning him was the craziest thing she had ever done since she was born. That day, he walked out of the examination room, and she kept thinking about him, and her heart was pounding. Unexpectedly, he came back after a while. Seeing him walking towards her, her heart was beating like crazy, and there was a voice inside her saying to keep him. So she got excited and really kept him. She knew that this method was wrong, but she had no experience in pursuing men, so she didn't know what to do. Su Li looked at Xiaozhen, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, and whispered softly, "I'm sorry, I have a lot of things to do today, so I came to see you at this time. You must be bored waiting." Xiaozhen didn't make any movement. Su Li didn't care. She was just like a little girl sharing her feelings with someone she likes, talking to herself. Today, the wife of the deputy base commander gave birth prematurely. The baby was so pitiful. He came into this world at 7 months old. The baby was so small, like a kitten, soft. I didn't dare to hug him hard. He cried weakly in my arms. It felt so magical. "Have you seen a baby?" Still without a response, Su Li lowered her gaze to the photo he had been holding, with a bitter smile on her lips. "Look at my memory. You have a child. How could you not have seen a baby? Your baby must be very beautiful, because he looks like you. I really want to see your baby, but unfortunately I didn't see it today. I only saw the woman in the photo." Xiaozhen, who had not responded, finally responded. He opened his eyes. His eyes without any emotion were full of endless coldness. He looked at Su Li and spoke in a cold voice. "What did you do to her?" Su Li looked at him, nervous about another woman, and felt a little sour in her heart. She smiled self-deprecatingly. "She is as beautiful as in the photo. No wonder you can't forget her. If I were so beautiful, maybe you would look at me more." Seeing Xiaozhen staring at her with cold eyes, she smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, she's fine. I was planning to use some tricks to drive her out of the base, but it didn't work. She should be here to see you. I really envy you. You have friends and a lover. Unlike me, no one would want to make friends or fall in love with someone as boring and unfashionable as me." Su Li looked at Xiaozhen's handsome face, and couldn't help but reach out to touch him. Strangely, Xiaozhen didn't move at all, leaning against the wall as if he was powerless. Thinking of that day, he walked out of the examination room and looked at the very large base. For a moment, he didn't know where to find the superpower, so he returned to the examination room and planned to ask the female doctor about the superpower. Unexpectedly, before he could say a few words, the woman suddenly attacked him. When he woke up again, he was already in this hellhole, weak all over, unable to lift even a finger. She is a psychic, and a dual-system psychic. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous woman would actually be a dual-system psychic? Xiaozhen looked at the hand reaching out to him. His eyes became more and more terrifying. If eyes could kill, Su Li would have died countless times by now. When Su Li was about to touch his cheek, she suddenly stopped, with confusion in her eyes, and then retracted her hand. This was the first time she had been so close to a man in her 30 years of life, and she didn't know what to do. She didn't want him to hate her. Chapter 85. The noisy voices on the ground can be vaguely heard in the basement. Suli knew that it was because a superpower disappeared, and the people above were looking for him. The three people who made such a big noise should be those who were looking for you. I think they should be looking for you all over the base now. But it's a pity that they can't suspect me. After all, who would pay attention to a rustic woman? Don't worry, as long as you stay with me, I won't do anything to you. I just want to talk to you every day, and I'd be satisfied with just chatting. As for your companions, I will find another opportunity to drive them out of the base, and then no one will bother us. Xiaojun did not speak again, leaning his head against the wall and closing his eyes again. He looked like he was too lazy to care about you. Suli did not care, and started talking about today's events as if sharing her heart with her lover. Do you know, today I don't know how long it has been. Xiaojun, who had been leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed the breath of Yi and the others. They were coming. Suli stopped talking, only to see Xiaojun suddenly open his eyes and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Xiaojun ignored her. He was trying to let his breath spread out from the basement so that Lui and the others could sense it. At this moment, there was a sound of a chair falling from above. Bang! It could be clearly heard from the basement. Alert! Suli stood up. Someone is coming. Hearing the footsteps from above, she raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. It seems that I still underestimated your companions. The physical examination room is above the basement, and Chugu and the other two are searching inside. There is no light inside. It is pitch black, which is not a big problem for Chugu and Lui, but it is a bit difficult for Yi Nanyu. Just after entering the door, he accidentally knocked over a chair. Yi Nanyu, keep your voice down, Chugu whispered. Yi Nanyu nodded, took out a flashlight from the space ring, and turned on the lighting. The small physical examination room came into view. Lui looked around, and caught the remaining breath of Xiaojun in the air. It looked at Chugu, who nodded to it. She also smelled Xiaojun's scent, proving that Xiaojun had been here. But the physical examination room was clear at a glance. Where could anyone hide? Chugu frowned and asked Yi Nanyu, "Did you find the wrong place?" "It's right, it's here." After locking in that it was a female doctor, except for her residence, there was only this place. But this place is so small, where is Xiaojun's trace? Yi Nanyu gently patted Chuji's dull head and said helplessly, "Can't there be a dark room or basement?" Chugu rubbed the place where he was hit and said stubbornly, "I know, I was testing you. It seems that you are not too stupid." Seeing Chugu, who was stubborn, Yi Nanyu smiled and said, "You are so smart. I believe you can find the entrance to the basement or the secret door." "Ah! Lui, what did you say? I can't hear you. Wait a minute, I go over." Chugu ran away. Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu, who ran away with his short legs, shook his head helplessly and smiled. Two corpses and one person. In the end, Yi Nanyu still found the entrance. He moved a cabinet against the wall, revealing a dark hole with stairs leading down. Chugu and the other two went down the stairs, and the coldness of the basement made them shiver. The further down they went, the stronger Xiaojun's aura could be felt. Chugu and Lui knew it was here. Lui quickened her pace, feeling extremely anxious. When she got down to the basement, she saw the figure sitting against the wall in the corner. "Xiaojun." She ran towards him. "Be careful behind you," Xiaojun shouted. Lui had no time to react. She felt something piercing her neck. Her strength was instantly drained, and she fell down. Are you okay?" Xiaojun shouted anxiously. "It's okay, don't worry." Lui felt that except for the fact that her body was paralyzed, she had no other discomfort. Suli threw away the syringe in her hand, looked at Xiaojun, who looked anxious, and patiently explained, "Didn't I say that? This needle is just to paralyze the body. Nothing will happen." Xiaojun's face was gloomy, and he said in a fierce voice, "If you dare to do anything to her, I will not let you go even if I chase you to the netherworld." Suli, who originally did not want to kill Lui, was aroused by Xiaojun's words. "It's really annoying." She transformed a long sword into a long sword in her palm, and swung it at Lui's head on the ground. "Don't!" Xiaojun shouted heartbreakingly. Lui watched the sword light and shadow coming down, but she couldn't move at all. Bang! A white bone knife blocked the majestic long sword. "Master!" Lui looked at Chugu, who was fighting against him with emotion. It turned out to be a gold-type mutant. Yi Nanyu's voice sounded behind Suli, and the electric wire drilled out of his fingertips shot towards her head. "What a pity!" Xiaojun shouted at Yi Nanyu at this time. "Danger, stop quickly." The electric wire shot by Yi Nanyu suddenly rebounded 5 centimeters away from Su Li, and came towards Yi Nanyu's head. Yi Nanyu's face changed slightly, and he quickly bent down, and the light golden electric wire brushed his hair, and shot into the wall, immediately corroding a black hole. Su Li smiled at Chu Ge, the long sword in her hand disappeared, and the bone knife in Chu Ji's hand chopped towards her without any obstacles. Just like before, the bone knife stopped a few centimeters away from her, and then the bone knife in Chu Ji's hand turned uncontrollably, and chopped towards herself. Damn! Chu Ji's eyes widened. What kind of trick is this? Looking at the bone knife that was chopped down, she quickly retracted it, and the bone knife disappeared in her palm, interrupting the attack. It was during this gap that Su Li threw a dart, flashing a cold light, and shooting towards Chu Ge. Yi Nanyu swung out the lightning whip, rolled Chu Ge over, and shot the dart into the wall. Swish, swish, swish. A row of small holes suddenly appeared on the wall. Yi Nanyu firmly caught Chu Ge, who was rolled over. Are you okay? Chu Ge shook his head. What happened just now? She is a dual-element superpower gold, and has attack rebound. Xiaojun, who was injected with anesthesia, spoke. What the hell is attack rebound? Chu Ge had never heard of it. It means that any attack on her will eventually rebound to the attacker. Yi Nanyu explained. Damn, this superpower is awesome, Glass. Chapter 86. You know a lot. Su Li's mouth curled up a sneer. I didn't intend to kill you, but you came to me to seek death. In this case, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as she finished speaking, countless thumb-thick iron chains sprang out from behind her, like her tentacles, shooting towards Yi Nanyu and Chu Ge. Yi Nanyu and Chu Ge subconsciously launched their supernatural powers to attack Su Li, and heard Xiaojun shouting, Don't attack. The two then remembered that their attacks would rebound to them, so they quickly gave up the idea of attacking and began to dodge. The chains were like tentacles, stabbing at them constantly. Yi Nanyu and Chu Ge kept dodging, and the road they walked on was pierced by the chains. Yi Nanyu, what should we do now? We can't attack, so we can only be beaten. Chu Ge shouted. Yi Nanyu looked solemn, and for the time being he couldn't think of a way to deal with the battle. Seeing Chu Ge almost being hit several times, he used the lightning whip to wrap Chu Ge and send her away from the battle area. You go first. Chu Ge left, and all the attacks were concentrated on Yi Nanyu, and he began to look a little tired. He dodged the stabbing iron chain again, but ignored the attack from behind. The hard iron chain hit his calf, and he immediately knelt down. The iron chain, as flexible as a tentacle, instantly wrapped around his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Nanyu was entangled into a cocoon, hanging in the air. He was like a mosquito stuck in a spider web, unable to struggle free. The iron chain was tightening little by little. Yi Nanyu's face flushed, cold sweat slid down his forehead, and his black eyes were full of pain. Chu Ji's face changed drastically, and he shouted, Yi Nanyu. She rushed out with the bone blade, trying to cut the chain to save Yi Nanyu. But the bone blade bounced back before it hit the chain. Chu Ge was unable to dodge, and her arm was cut. Blood flowed down her white arm, shocking. Lu Yi, lying on the ground, exclaimed, Master, you are injured. Yi Nanyu, who was hanging in the air, had red eyes. Chu Ge, don't attack, don't worry about me. Chu Ge looked at the bone blade that flew back to her hand with extremely cold eyes. You stupid thing who killed your master, I give you this chance. The bone blade trembled slightly, and Chu Ge flew out again. Swoosh. The bone blade flew out, turned a corner, and came towards Chu Ge again. Chu Ge looked at the bone blade attacking her. Not only did she not dodge, but she even opened her hands and let it come. Yi Nanyu saw the bone blade slashing towards Chu Ji's neck and shouted, Chu Ge, dodge quickly. Su Li was also shocked. Is she crazy? If she doesn't dodge, will she be killed? Master, get out of the way. Lu Yi shouted anxiously. She wanted to stand up and pull Chu Ge away, but she couldn't move. Just when everyone thought that blood was about to splash 3 feet, the bone blade stopped 1 centimeter away from Chu Ji's neck. It stopped in the air and trembled, making a buzzing sound. Chu Ge opened his eyes, reached out, and held the trembling bone blade, and the bone blade instantly calmed down. Not too stupid. Chu Ji's blood-red eyes lit up in the dimness, and the murderous aura on his body was destructive, which made people feel creepy. Go ahead. Chu Ge once again flew out the bone blade swoosh. This time the bone blade was much faster than before, and a white light flashed past his eyes. Su Li looked confident. It's useless. No matter how strong your strength is, it will eventually rebound to you. The bone blade hit the invisible force again, and the force pushed it to turn around and shoot towards its owner. Chu Ji's bloodshot eyes shone, and he said fiercely, "I don't accept stupid things here." The bone blade trembled, turned a corner in the air, and shot towards Su Li again. Su Li did not take any action. She watched the bone blade shoot over. She smiled as she watched the bone blade stop in front of her, trembling and making a buzzing sound. This weapon looked good, pure white, with a faint glow. It seemed good to keep it in her pocket. Just as Su Li reached out to hold the bone blade in front of her, her pupils suddenly dilated, and her pupils reflected the bone blade piercing through the invisible barrier, penetrating her chest, and blood splashing. At the moment when the severe pain came, she still couldn't believe it in her heart. How could it be possible? It was impossible. Her invincible ability was actually broken by a small weapon. The tentacle-like iron chain was retracted, and Yi Nanyu fell from midair. Chugu rushed up and caught Yi Nanyu. Due to the great impact, Chugu became a cushion and fell to the ground together. Chugu was a qualified human cushion. She broke her thoracic vertebrae and ribs, but she didn't even groan. "Chugu, are you okay?" Yi Nanyu got off her in a panic. "I can't die." "No. I'm already dead." "No, I can still speak. Am I dead or not?" Chugu was a little dazed. "It's over, I'm stupid. Blood. Just drink blood and you be fine." Yi Nanyu took out a few blood bags from the space ring, and poured them into Chuji's mouth. "Gulu. Yi. Gulu. You're. Gulu. Murder." Yi Nanyu poured a few blood bags into Chugu before stopping. "How are you now? Are you feeling better?" "Yes, full of energy." Chugu gritted her teeth when she said these words. She stood up suddenly, and her forehead hit Yi Nanyu's nose. Yi Nanyu immediately covered his nose in pain. His nose felt sore, and his eyes were wet. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Chugu patted his butt and stood up. "You little brat, it hurts you to death." Yi Nanyu, shock. Chugu looked at Su Li. She was pale, the wound on her chest was bleeding, and the blood stained the white doctor's gown red. Lu Yi, lying on the ground, smelled the blood in the air, and became extremely manic, roaring continuously. Roar! Roar! If it hadn't been unable to move now, it would have pounced on it long ago. Su Li was not surprised to see that Lu Yi was a zombie. She was a doctor and could tell at a glance whether a person had vital signs or not. Chugu smiled at Su Li. "My friend is hungry, so I guess you have to be his food." As soon as he finished speaking, Chugu attacked Su Li. 5 sharp bone spurs grew out of the joints of both hands, like Wolverine claws. With a slight wave, 5 scratches could be seen in the air. Chugu rushed to Su Li and punched her with his fist. The 5 bone spurs flashed coldly. Ding! The bone spur pierced into a suit of armor. When Chugu hit Su Li, a suit of armor instantly appeared on his body, which was extremely hard. The bone spur of Chugu pierced into it, and sparks flew. Su Li's heavy metal arm knocked Chugu away, and Chugu fell several meters away, in a mess. Su Li seized the opportunity, and threw a dart at Chuji's head. Yi Nanyu's face was stern, and he swung out the lightning whip, which was like a tornado, knocking down the darts one by one. He did not attack Su Li, because all attacks would rebound. Chugu took advantage of this opportunity to climb up. She looked down at her chest that was dented by a punch, and her bloodshot eyes became more and more intense. She took out the crystal core from her pocket, and threw 2 into her mouth in a row. The powerful force instantly exploded in her body, and the evolution was terrifying and amazing. The evil spirit on her body instantly increased several times. With her as the center, her domain was formed within a few meters around her. Yi Nanyu and Su Li were shrouded in the domain. They suddenly felt like a heavy burden on their shoulders, and they could not move or breathe. Pa! Su Li knelt down, unable to bear it. She was trembling. The pressure was like a pair of hands, tearing her soul. Her eyes were filled with fear and despair. Chapter 87. Yi Nanyu was not much better than Su Li. His face was pale, cold sweat slid down his forehead, the heavy burden on his shoulders made his knees bend, and the ground under his feet began to crack due to the heavy pressure. Unlike Yi Nanyu and the others, Chugu was in her own domain, with a relaxed look on her face, and she didn't feel any pressure at all. She easily lifted Yi Nanyu up, and put him outside the domain. Yi Nanyu felt the heavy burden disappear instantly, and the terrifying pressure receded like a tide, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Chugu, his dark eyes deepened, once again deeply realizing her terrifying evolutionary ability. Chugu locked her sight on Su Li, who was kneeling on the ground in pain and sweating profusely. She appeared in front of Su Li in an instant. She was so fast that no one could see her figure. In the field, her speed was probably even stronger than the speed ability. Dual system ability, what a pity I still won. Chugu waved her hand, and a cold light flashed across Su Li's neck, and the blood spurted out splashed all over her. Su Li covered her neck, which was gushing blood, her eyes were red, and she opened her mouth to breathe, but her trachea had been cut, and she was powerless. Su Li fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then there was no sound. Chu squatted down beside the corpse, took out the eating tool, inserted it into the aorta, and then drank it like tomato juice. The blood of the dual-system superpowers continued to enter her body, and the area under Chu Ji's feet was rapidly expanding. It might have been only 5 meters just now, but now it is 6 meters, 7 meters. Finally, when it reached about 10 meters, she stopped, and did not finish at all, leaving a little for Lui. She dug out the crystal core from Su Li's head, then picked up the corpse that had not yet hardened, and put it to Lui's mouth for her to eat. Chu looked at the crystal core in his hand, and threw it to Yi Nanyu with rare kindness. Yi Nanyu reached out to take it, and a smile appeared on his lips. Chu finally thought of him. "You are too weak." Chu curled his lips in disdain. Yi Nanyu's smile froze instantly, and he felt aggrieved for the first time in his life. Xiaoshen, who was leaning against the wall, was now paralyzed by the drug, and his body began to gradually recover strength. He stood up. He twisted his head, and made a click sound. Chu looked Xiaoshen up and down, and said jokingly, "I didn't expect you to be so charming. Even after you die, you can still make women beat their heads over you." Xiaoshen's face turned black, and he squeezed out from his teeth, "Shut up, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. This time, I failed to steal the chicken, but I lost the rice. I was imprisoned by a woman, which made me lose face." Chu shrugged and laughed. "Now that the person has been found, we have to leave here as soon as possible, otherwise it will be sooner or later that we will be found out," Yi Nanyu said. "Before leaving, let the mummy do something." At the gate of the base, the guards were on high alert. There were already ghost stories, and a superpower disappeared, which made everyone nervous. Tonight's night felt particularly long. The captain kept thinking about the ice superpower who came to find him today. Could her disappearance be related to the 3 people he brought in? At this moment, a strange laugh suddenly sounded, and everyone's hair stood up. Can. "Ah, there's a ghost is coming!" One of them screamed in fear. The guards were almost scared to death, and they all drew their guns and pointed them randomly. "Ghost, it must be the ghost from last night." The man's voice was shaking like a sieve. "Don't panic, everyone calm down, someone must be playing tricks, don't panic. The captain is worthy of being the captain, at least his mental quality is better than that of ordinary people." Can. The strange laughter continued. The captain pointed his gun at the darkness, where the sound came from, and shouted, "Who is playing tricks? Come out quickly, or we will shoot." The location of the weird laugh kept changing. It was on the left in the last second, and on the right in the next second. Then you thought you should be on the left, but you appeared behind. Faced with such a terrifying and weird situation, even the captain couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and cold sweat slid down his forehead. He shouted around, "Come out, you only know how to play tricks. If you don't come out, I will shoot." Suddenly, the captain felt a chill on the back of his neck, and goosebumps appeared one by one. Then, he heard the ups and downs of the teammates' screams of fear. "Ah!" The captain looked back blankly, and instantly made a loving eye contact with the sunken eye sockets of the mummy clinging to his back. "Ah!" The scream came out immediately, and yellow liquid flowed down his trouser legs. The captain rolled his eyes and fainted. When the guards saw that even the captain was scared by the ghost, they all ran away. "Ah! A ghost is coming! Help! There is a ghost here!" They ran away screaming, and the entrance of the base suddenly became quiet. The mummy looked at the people being scared away, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His terrifying face began to change, and in the blink of an eye, he regained his handsome appearance. If those who were scared away turned back and faced this handsome face, they would definitely not be afraid. At this time, a military vehicle drove over, and Yi Nanyu and others were in the car. Xiaoshen opened the gate to let the vehicle pass. So they drove out of the base in a dignified manner. When Wang Chao came with a group of superpowers, looking at the empty gate of the base, not to mention ghosts, not even the shadow of a ghost was seen. He looked at the guards. "Didn't you say there was a ghost? Where is the ghost?" The guards looked left and right. "The ghost was here just now, it must have hidden. If you don't believe me, look at the captain, he is still unconscious on the ground." Wang Chao looked at the captain, who was smelling of urine on the ground, and kicked him with disgust. The captain slowly woke up, the last scene before he fainted still lingering in his mind. "Ghost! There is a ghost!" He opened his eyes, and wanted to run, but when he saw Wang Chao and a group of superpowers, he stopped screaming and looked around in horror. He was afraid that the ghost would jump out from somewhere again. "Where is the ghost?" Wang Chao asked coldly. The captain's back stiffened immediately, and he quickly climbed up and stood in front of Wang Chao. "Manager Wang, we all saw a ghost. The ghost is extremely scary and powerful. We can't beat it. Are you sure you saw a ghost, not someone pretending to be a ghost?" The guards were all terrified, and they said in unison, "It's a real ghost." "Look, what is that?" Yang Haoyu pointed at the wall and shouted. Everyone looked over, and their eyes were immediately filled with fear. A row of bloody words on the wall. "Take away 5 scapegoats, you won't be alone on the road to the underworld." Chapter 88. Xiaobao and the spirited young man were squatting in a corner. A barber named Tony was standing behind them, holding a pair of scissors in one hand and a comb in the other, giving them a free haircut. Tony was obviously cutting 2 heads as one. Xiaobao cut the hair on the left, and the spirited young man cut the hair on the right. As the hair fell one by one, Xiaobao and the spirited young man looked like they had lost all hope. They heard Tony say that his wife ran away with someone because she didn't make money from cutting hair, so they gave him a few coins out of pity. Unexpectedly, Tony the zombie insisted on cutting their hair, and they couldn't refuse, so it became like this. Crack, crack. The rusty scissors moved on the hair of the 2 corpses, and Xiaobao and the others were all nervous, fearing that Tony the zombie would cut them with a pair of scissors. Suddenly, the energetic young man felt something fall on his shoulder, and picked it up with his hand. Seeing the ear in his hand, he tilted his head to look at it, and then stuffed the ear into Shibao's hand. Roar. Your ear fell off. Why does it think it's Shibao's? Because it doesn't hurt, it's definitely not his. Xiaobao looked at the bloody ear in his hand, then turned his head to look at the energetic young man next to him. Where the ear used to be, there was only a dark ear canal left, and blood was flowing down his neck. Just then, a military vehicle drove out of the base, and Xiaobao quickly threw the ear in his hand and ran towards the car. Mom, help! The energetic young man saw the ear on the ground, picked it up quickly, and chased after it. Roar! Wait a minute, your ears haven't been taken yet. Tony Zombie followed after him with a pair of scissors in one hand and a comb in the other. Roar! Don't run, you haven't paid yet. After all this trouble, I finally returned to Xiaojin's home. Chugu collapsed on the sofa, looking at the spirited young man and Tony Zombie wandering at the door. She turned her head and said to Yi Nanyu, "Give them some food and let them go." Yi Nanyu walked out, half closed the door, and took out Du Qing's body, which had been drained of blood and the crystal core dug out from the space ring, and threw it in front of him. It was convenient for him to destroy the body. Let's go after we finish eating. Yi Nanyu entered the house, and as soon as the door was closed, the spirited young man and Tony the zombie immediately pounced on the body and started to bite it. The smell of blood and flesh attracted more zombies to come out from the stairs and pounce on the food. After a while, the body was eaten by the zombies, and there was no trace of blood on the ground. A person disappeared without anyone noticing. Inside the house, Xiaobao clung to his parents insecurely, and the hair on the left side of it looked like it had been gnawed by a dog, which was very funny. Chugu looked at it frequently, and felt it was really abrupt. She stretched out her finger and hooked it. His. Come here, Xiaobao, I trim your hair. Xiaobao shook his head, and hid in his mother's arms in fear. She didn't look like someone who could trim hair. He didn't want to cut his scalp or ears. Who knew that his kind mother would just carry him over? Is this still his biological mother? His. You child, you are ignorant. It's such an honor for the master to trim your hair. Why don't you say thank you quickly? Xiaobao shrank his neck and succumbed to his mother's majesty, looking unwilling. His. Thank you. His. Master, you just give this brat a casual cut, a boy, no need to be so careful. His. Okay, do you have a clipper or scissors here? His. I have scissors, but no clippers. Do you want his father's razor? Chugu nodded. His. That's fine. Lui brought the things over, and Chugu started to work. She took a tablecloth and wrapped it around Shiba's neck, and then began to trim his dog-bitten hair. It looked like it was real. Yi Nanyu leaned against a wall, watching Chugu getting her hair cut. His usually cold black eyes were now as soft as spring water. He knew she cut it well, because when they were still together, she cut his hair, and it was as good looking as a professional. His. Okay. As soon as Chugu finished speaking, Xiaobao jumped up from the stool and rushed to the mirror. He had been prepared to have an ugly hairstyle, but he saw the cool hairstyle in the mirror, with lightning patterns engraved on both sides. It was stunned for a moment, and was so happy that it couldn't speak. The child in the mirror is so cool, is it really it? Lu Yi surrounded Chugu and praised him wildly. Master, your hands are so skillful, not inferior to professionals at all, you are beautiful, capable, and now you can also cut hair, you are really amazing. Too exaggerated, they are just some small skills. Chugu was rarely humble. Master is the best, I like Master so much. Alas! Xiaojun, why are you pulling me? Your son is calling you, go and see him. Xiaojun pulled Lu Yi away with a dark face. Chugu knew that there was a burning gaze staring at her, almost melting her. She looked over and landed on Yinanyu's handsome face. She saw his eyes that were vaguely expecting something. Chugu sighed, come and get your hair cut. Yinanyu's face suddenly broke into a smile. Yes. He raised his foot and walked towards her. His steps were more cheerful than usual. He sat down on the stool and watched Chugu wrap him with an ugly tablecloth. He did not dislike it, but the smile on his face became brighter. Chuji's snow-white hands touched his dark hair, the scissors made a clacking sound, and the cut hair kept falling. Yinanyu sat quietly and handed her the hair with confidence. He was smiling happily from the corners of his mouth to the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Just like those happy times many years ago. Yinanyu, I advise you not to push your luck. It's good enough to cut your hair, but you still want me to wash your hair. You're dreaming. Yinanyu had a handsome haircut and a great face. Any woman would fall in love with him if he looked at her for 10 seconds. Chu Ji's cheeks were burning from his stare, and her eyes were erratic, not daring to look at him. If you look at me again, I kill you. Yinanyu's mouth curled slightly, staring at her. You used to cut my hair and wash my hair. Before, you were the one who kept pestering me. Chugu muttered. Seeing Yinanyu's burning eyes, Chugu couldn't do anything to him. Only once. Yeah. Let's make it clear first. It's just washing my hair later. Yeah. 10 minutes later. Yinanyu, you bastard, Chapter 89. Early morning. Click. The door closed gently with a sound. The room was quiet again, as if no one had left just now. The door of one of the rooms was wide open, and there was no one in the room. The bed was neat and clean. After a while, a military vehicle drove out of the garden community in the morning light and headed towards its destination. Two figures stood on one of the balconies in the community. One of them had a little man sitting on his neck, and they watched the military vehicle drive away from the entrance of the community. Will we meet again? A reluctant female voice sounded. Yes, we will meet again in some corner of the world in the future. Roar. A babyish roar expressed reluctance. The two adults and one child watched the military vehicle getting farther and farther away until it disappeared. Chugu stood in the passenger seat, holding a blood bag in his mouth to replenish energy. Last night was another absurd night. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yinanyu, who was driving. He didn't sleep for a night. Isn't he sleepy? Even if he didn't sleep for a night, everything about him was so perfect, including his handsome hair, and every move touched people's hearts. Chugu felt his dead heart beating faintly, and quickly looked away. Yinanyu was a bewitching evildoer. Yinanyu, who heard the voice in her heart, looked puzzled. How did he provoke her? The two drove out of Yuanzhou city without saying a word. After driving for a while, Yinanyu stopped the car. Chugu looked around. There was no village in front, and no store behind. There were weeds on both sides of the road. Yinanyu, why are you stopping here? Don't get off. I'll be back soon. Yinanyu unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. What are you doing so mysteriously? Chugu muttered, and saw Yinanyu walk into the weeds on the side of the road. So she got out of the car and followed him curiously, crouching down for fear of being discovered. She slowly approached Yinanyu and saw him standing there, so she decided to scare him. She came behind him silently and then jumped out his. Yinanyu was so scared that his body trembled, his hands shook, and the result was... Chugu saw Bob blinking twice, and then laughed. Ha ha, Yinanyu, you peed your pants, ha ha. His face instantly turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and wanted to bite her to death. Are you still a woman, peeping at a man peeing? If you don't tell me, how would I know you were peeing? After Chugu became a zombie, he had forgotten about peeing. Okay, sorry, I help you wipe it. No need. It was too late for Yinanyu to refuse. Chugu took out a handkerchief from somewhere and wiped him all over. Yinanyu's forehead veins popped. This woman. The next second, Chugu saw, his face suddenly turned red, and he threw the handkerchief at Yinanyu. Dead hooligan. She ran away. Yinanyu's temples throbbed, and he took a few deep breaths as he watched Chugu running away. He was really pissed off by her. He calmed down his restlessness, changed into a clean pair of pants, and walked back after putting them on. Yi Nanyu opened the car door, and saw Chugu lying in the passenger seat pretending to be dead. He was so angry that he couldn't do anything about her. He got in the car, closed the door, and drove off again. Chuji's closed eyes quietly opened a crack, and glanced at Yi Nanyu. Seeing that everything was normal, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat up straight. Yi Nanyu, where are we going now? Yi Nanyu glanced at her and ignored her with a cold expression. Chugu, so stingy? The car drove from morning to afternoon, passing Baogang City. Yi Nanyu planned to rest in this city for one night, and set off again tomorrow morning. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die easily if he didn't sleep for 2 days and 1 night. Chugu looked at this strange city curiously. The windows of the surrounding high-rise buildings were broken, and some buildings were tilted or had large cracks on the building, which were dilapidated. Looking inside from a distance, there are quite a few zombies wandering around. You can also see a few survivors fighting zombies. The streets are littered with garbage, plastic bags are flying in the wind, and the shops on both sides are completely destroyed as if they were looted by robbers. Some cars have overturned, with only the frames left, or the glass is broken, and the body of the car is covered with blood. Such situations can be seen everywhere, almost all on the road. Zombies in the daytime are not as active as at night, so in addition to zombies, you can also see survivors who come out in groups of 3 or 2 to look for supplies during the day. Some people were able to deal with these ordinary zombies with ease with weapons, while others fled around. If they were not careful, they would be bitten by zombies, and then surrounded by a group of zombies, and desperate screams echoed through the streets. The scene that was only played in movies before was now played out in reality. It was like hell on earth, despair, pain, and horror. At this moment, a disheveled woman suddenly rushed out in front. She opened her hands and tried to stop their car. Unexpectedly, Yi Nanyu not only did not slow down, but accelerated and hit them. The woman turned pale with fear and dodged quickly. The car, whoosh, passed by her. If it was a second later, she might have been hit. The woman looked at the back of the car going away, raised her foot angrily, and cursed, "Asshole, beast, you don't help others, you have no humanity, people like this should all die." Chugu looked at the woman who was getting farther and farther away in the rearview mirror. Seeing her fierce face and her mouth opening and closing, he knew that she was spewing feces from her mouth. Zombies came behind her, and she was still cursing in their direction. Naturally, she was thrown to the ground by 3 or 2 zombies, and became food in the zombies' stomachs. Chugu tooted and looked away. Yi Nanyu drove to a hotel that looked pretty good and planned to stay there tonight. He stopped the car in front of the hotel, and 7 or 8 zombies surrounded him. Chuji's bloodshot eyes lit up, releasing a powerful aura, and the zombies that surrounded him immediately dispersed. The powerful aura gradually spread, and the zombies in the entire hotel sensed it, and began to evacuate tremblingly. Yi Nanyu and Chugu sat in the car, calmly watching the zombies scramble to leave the hotel gate. But after a while, there was no more zombies around, and the 2 of them got out of the car. Yi Nanyu put the car into the space, and then the 2 walked into the hotel without zombies. Arriving at one of the relatively clean floors, Chugu did not plan to share a room with Yi Nanyu. But unexpectedly, he put his arm around her shoulders, and entered the same room without her resistance. Forget it, let it be. This is a big bedroom, except for some dust inside, everything else is fine. Chugu collapsed on the sofa like a master, watching Yi Nanyu changing the sheets and quilts. Thinking back to when they were together, he did most of the housework. He was a young master who had never done anything, but he could do all these for her. I think she was very touched at that time. In fact, their relationship was a misunderstanding. That day, she graduated from college, and the whole class went to the bar to celebrate. There were many people, the atmosphere was good, and they naturally drank more. She was a little drunk. She remembered that the class monitor sent her home at that time, and she didn't know what happened afterwards. When she woke up in the morning, she was already in the hotel. There was a stranger sleeping next to her. He was very handsome. Later she found out that his name was Yi Nanyu. Chapter 90. He looked too good-looking and young. Even when he was asleep, he exuded an innate nobleness. She knew that such a person must have an extraordinary background. She supported her aching waist, got out of bed quietly, picked up the messy clothes on the ground, and rushed into the bathroom. She almost fainted when she saw the ambiguous traces of herself in the mirror. She didn't expect that the first time was with a stranger. She could only comfort herself in her heart that this man was handsome, and she was not at a disadvantage. She hurriedly put on her clothes, opened the bathroom door, and was about to leave. As soon as her hand touched the door handle, a hoarse male voice sounded behind her. "Are you leaving just like that?" Her back stiffened, she stopped opening the door, took a deep breath, turned around and was about to say what she had already thought of. But when she saw him waking up on the bed, her mind went blank, and she was stunned. Is there really such a good-looking person? That was the first time Chugu envied someone's appearance, and it was a man. Slightly messy black hair, thick eyebrows, deep black eyes, a high nose bridge, lips of moderate thickness, and a perfect jawline, just like a masterpiece of Niwa. After he woke up, his innate nobility became even more prominent. "Are you satisfied with what you see?" A hoarse male voice sounded in the room. Chugu came back to her senses, her face flushed. She was actually fascinated by a man. "That last night." Chugu quickly interrupted him. "Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Yesterday was just an accident. We are all adults, it's over." "It's over." She saw the man's face getting darker and darker, and his voice getting smaller and smaller. It felt that with every word she said, his eyes became colder, which was very scary. "Haha, no need to take responsibility. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded." For some reason, Chugu seemed to hear that he was gritting his teeth and wanted to strangle her to death. "We don't know each other, so let's say goodbye." After saying that, Chugu wanted to open the door and leave. "Chugu, dare you to leave?" A threatening voice sounded from behind. Chugu froze for a moment. How could he know her name? "The campus beauty of Dongda. Oh, now you are still an assistant professor of Dongda. What do you think will happen if I write a letter to the school to report your chaotic private life? Will your position as a teacher be withdrawn?" Chu Ji's face changed slightly, and she turned around quickly, only to see that he had come behind her without her knowing when. She was topless, with a bath towel casually wrapped around her lower body, loosely wrapped around her pubic bone, revealing her perfect mermaid line and abdominal muscles. "Senior, do you think I should write a letter or call directly?" He took 2 steps closer. Chugu looked at the aggressive handsome man in front of her, pretending to be calm, and said, "Last night was consensual. I didn't force you, and I can't force you." "Senior, you didn't force me, but you said last night that I was handsome, that you liked me, and that you wanted to be my girlfriend. So I was with you, but you turned against me when you woke up, and deceived my feelings and my young body." Chu Ji's brain froze, after being bombarded with this explosive news. "What?" She took the initiative. She saw the scratches on his body, and felt guilty. She said weakly, "Classmate, we can discuss it, or I can satisfy you with any compensation you want." "I don't want anything. You have to take responsibility if you sleep with me." "Sleep, sleep." Chugu felt like a scumbag, and he was a beautiful girl who lost her virginity. She took a deep breath. "How are you going to take responsibility?" "Senior sister said you'd be my girlfriend. Keep your promise." His voice was low and a little hoarse. Chugu was dumbfounded. This. "Senior sister, if you don't take responsibility, I will definitely report you to the school." "How about writing it like this? A young assistant professor, using your power to commit unspoken crimes. Chugu stepped forward in panic and covered his mouth. "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't." He pulled her hand down, but didn't let go, but held it in his hand. Chugu wanted to pull it out but couldn't, and was held tightly by his big hand. "Be my girlfriend, and if you think I'm not good enough, you can break up." Chugu fell into deep thought. Why was he so persistent in making her his girlfriend? Did he have a crush on her? Many people pursued her, and they used various means, but none of them was like him, who grasped her lifeblood at once. Staying in school to teach is very important to her. If she is reported at this time, it will definitely have an impact. It's just a relationship. He also said that they can break up if they are not suitable in the future. In fact, there is another point, that she is very obsessed with appearance. She has never been in a relationship before because no one looks satisfactory to her. Now there is finally someone who looks completely in her aesthetic. Food, sex, and nature are all important. So Chugu nodded in agreement. He was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic, holding her shoulders, and said excitedly, "You promised to be my girlfriend, you promised." Chugu pushed him away. "Wait, let's get to know each other first. What's your name? How old are you? I heard you call me senior sister. Are you also from Dongda?" "My name is Ji Nanyu, a freshman at Dongda." "What? Freshman? Then you are not yet 20 years old." Chugu thought he was a junior 1 or 2 years younger than him, and never thought he was a young boy who just entered college. You are not yet an adult, are you?" "I be 19 soon." Chugu breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt guilty. Chugu, I didn't expect you to be such a person, daring to do harm at such a young age. Chugu. Chugu came back to his senses from his memories, and looked at Yinanyu, who was more mature and handsome than a few years ago. What are you thinking about, so absorbed? Nothing, make the bed. Well, I'm going to take a shower now. Do you want to join me? Chugu didn't really listen to what he said, and nodded subconsciously. Yinanyu's dark eyes deepened, and he said with a slightly hoarse voice, Okay, then I go turn on the water now. Chugu, water? What water? Remembering what she had promised just now, her old face suddenly blushed, and she shouted at Yinanyu, who walked into the bathroom. I won't wash, you wash first. 10 minutes later. Ah. Yinanyu, you stinky hooligan, I said I won't wash, don't take off my clothes. Chuji's roar came from the bathroom. You're going to stink, and you still don't wash, are you dirty? Then you wash first, I wash later. Take off your clothes, be good, I wipe your back later. Get lost. Chapter 91. The next morning. Chugu stared at the ceiling with her eyes wide open in Yinanyu's arms. She hadn't slept all night, but she didn't look tired at all. Zombies are good at staying up late. Yesterday, Yinanyu insisted on holding her to sleep, saying that her body was cool, like a natural air conditioner. She felt that his body was warm, and it was comfortable to be close to him, so she didn't struggle and let him sleep. It was dawn when she lay down. Chugu turned her head to look at Yinanyu's handsome face. When he was asleep, he didn't have oil on his face or snore like other people. He was still refreshing, sleeping quietly like a prince. He had a face that would make people's heart beat no matter how many times they looked at it. Yinanyu opened his dark eyes. Chugu moved his eyes away in panic, like a thief. Ahem, you're awake. Chugu. A deep and sexy voice sounded. What? The moment Chugu looked up, a kiss was imprinted on her lips. Good morning. Chuji's eyes flickered, and if you looked closely, there was a slight blush on her pale face. She pushed Yinanyu's chest. Go brush your teeth quickly. Yes, sir. Yinanyu stole another kiss on her lips, got up in a good mood to wash, and hummed a song. Chugu looked at his back, stroking his lips, thinking. Yinanyu took out 2 blood bags for Chugu, and he took a bottle of milk and a sandwich. After eating, the two set off. It was sunny outside, and Yinanyu took out a hat from the space ring, and put it on Chugu. He was just like an old father. The two of them opened the door and went out, and saw 2 male survivors leaning against the wall in the corridor, smoking and chatting. The 2 survivors were stunned for a moment when they saw them, and then continued to talk. This is really strange. There has been no zombies in this hotel since last night. I didn't believe it at first, but I heard from other survivors that it was true when I came here. Now many survivors are rushing to this safe hotel. Some people say that this hotel is protected by gods, so zombies dare not come. With this safe hotel, I don't have to worry about sleeping anymore. I decided to live here permanently. The zombies are coming soon. Leave as soon as possible. Chugu happened to walk by these 2 people, and she said this casually in a good mood. TSK, you come when you say it, the zombies will not listen to you. Women don't know anything, they talk nonsense. The 2 men looked down on Chuji's words. Chugu heard the words of the 2 people behind her, but she didn't care and continued to walk forward. Because these 2 people will regret not listening to her in a while. When Chugu and Yinanyu went downstairs, they found that there were indeed many survivors in the hotel. They seemed to be unaware of the saying that something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. It was only Chugu who was too lazy to attack them, otherwise none of them would leave the hotel. The survivors gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in the hotel lobby, all looking at Chugu and the others. They were well dressed, neat and clean, handsome men and pretty women. It was the first time they had seen people living so glamorously in the end times. Seeing that they were about to leave the hotel, they all shook their heads. Now the survivors outside were rushing to this safe hotel, but they were leaving. As expected, young people take life too lightly. It will be too late to regret when they lose their lives. Chugu and Yinanyu walked out of the hotel, under the eyes of everyone looking at them as idiots. They took out the car from the space ring, got in the car, and left the hotel. As soon as Chugu left, the zombies around felt that the dangerous aura disappeared. Smelling the blood and flesh fragrance coming from the hotel, the zombies instinctively controlled their stiff bodies, and went to the hotel. It was so huge that a small wave of zombies was formed. The people in the hotel were still immersed in the joy of finding a safe hotel. Ah, zombies are coming. A man near the hotel entrance was the first to notice. He screamed in fear, and then stumbled back into the hotel. Before the others could react, they saw a huge wave of zombies appearing at the door. Everyone stared in horror. How could this happen? Didn't they say it was a safe hotel? How could so many zombies come all of a sudden? The zombies surged into the hotel, and screams and terrified cries resounded throughout the hotel. The two men upstairs, who had just looked down on Chuji's words, heard the noise, leaned out of the window, and saw the zombies surrounding the hotel. Their faces turned pale, and they trembled and fell to the ground. Zombies. Zombies. So many zombies. At this time, they remembered what the woman had said just now. They immediately regretted and beat their chests and stamped their feet, regretting it so much that their intestines turned green. The survivors who were rushing to the hotel from all over the city were so scared when they heard that a wave of zombies had broken out in the hotel that they hurried back the same way. They were all lucky that they didn't go there, otherwise that hotel would be their burial place. After that, these survivors had an unwritten rule in their hearts. The more zombies there were, the more they couldn't stay in the place. If people go to a place where zombies don't dare to stay, wouldn't they be courting death? At this time, Yinanyu and Chugu had already left the city and drove to their destination. The road was bumpy, with small troubles constantly, but no big troubles, and the day passed just like that. Yinanyu and Chugu are now in a township. Different from the high-rise buildings in big cities, the houses in townships are relatively short and small, and the roads are also bumpy. The zombies active on the streets are obviously simpler than those in big cities, and there are more middle-aged and elderly zombies, and fewer young zombies. The sky was dark, and it seemed that it was going to rain heavily. The wind was even stronger than before. Many old zombies were blown down by the wind on the street, and couldn't get up. Some garbage, packaging bags, plastic bags and the like were blown into the sky. In just a few minutes, the sky was completely dark, and darkness enveloped the small town. Yinanyu turned on the headlights of the car, but the visual range was very limited. Wow, the monster is not coming. Chugu looked at the horrible weather outside and felt a little panicked. We have to find a sturdy house that can withstand the storm as soon as possible. Yinanyu stepped on the accelerator and drove forward against the biting wind. A lot of garbage was blown onto the windshield, which greatly obstructed his vision. The storm came before he found his residence. This should be the biggest storm Chugu had ever encountered. Many dilapidated houses collapsed instantly, and zombies were blown away. Yinanyu parked the car in an open area. In such extreme weather, he didn't dare to take the risk of driving around. The houses kept collapsing. If he was unlucky and his car was buried, he would have to wait for death. The car driven by Yinanyu was much heavier than ordinary cars. In such a strong wind, even with the handbrake pulled, you could feel the car being blown, like drifting. So Yinanyu took out heavy objects from the space and filled the entire car compartment to increase the gravity of the car. Although the car was still moving little by little, it was fortunate that it did not overturn. A black SUV in front was directly overturned by the wind, and there were people inside. When Chugu saw the people trapped in the car through the glass, he was shocked and unbuckled his seat belt without hesitation and rushed out. Chugu. Chapter 92. Yinanyu had no time to hold Chugu. She had already rushed out of the car. He clenched his teeth, his face was livid, and he unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car. The strong wind was about to blow him away, and Yinanyu quickly used his lightning power, and a net composed of thousands of electric wires appeared under his feet, sticking him firmly to the ground. The heavy rain poured down from his head, soaking his whole body. Yinanyu looked around anxiously, looking for Chuji's figure. Chugu, Chugu, he shouted loudly, and the heavy rain washed away his voice. I'm fine, come and save people. Chuji's voice came from the front. Yinanyu looked in the direction of the voice, and in the rain, he vaguely saw Chugu digging something out of the overturned car in front. The headlights of the car flickered, the car window shattered, and bright red blood flowed out with the rain. The rainstorm kept washing the land. Yinanyu walked towards Chugu with difficulty, his body swaying constantly in the storm. Chugu opened the deformed car door, and a disheveled woman crawled out. Chugu ignored her and continued to rescue the woman who was pressed on the passenger seat. Her head was broken and blood was flowing down her cheek. She had fainted. Yinanyu finally came to Chuji's side in the storm. Before he could speak, a woman who came from nowhere suddenly jumped out and hugged him. Brother Nanyu, I finally found you. I was so scared. Chuji's hand paused for a moment, and his lowered eyelids covered the dark color under his eyes, and his hands continued to save people. Yinanyu pushed the woman in his arms away with an indifferent face. Huiyuro, why are you here? Brother Nanyu, I'm the one who came out with Sister Shiyu to find you. Before Huiyuro finished her words, Yinanyu had already walked away from her. When Yunanyu saw that Chugu was saving his sister, he immediately rushed to help anxiously. Sister, sister, wake up, don't sleep. Yunanyu called out to the unconscious Yishiyu anxiously. Yishiyu felt a bursting pain in her head, and vaguely heard her brother's voice. She wanted to open her eyes to see, but her eyelids were too heavy, and she couldn't lift them up. With the efforts of Yunanyu and Chugu, Yishiyu was finally rescued from the car. You carry Yishiyu to the car first. Yes. Yunanyu picked up his sister and walked towards their car. Brother Nanyu, wait for me, I'm scared. Hoyuro hurriedly followed Yunanyu. The storm made her steps unstable, staggering and falling down countless times. She had never been so embarrassed before, and the spoiled girl cried out in grievance. Woo-woo. Brother Nanyu, save me, I'm scared. Unfortunately, it was not known whether it was because of the heavy rain that Yunanyu did not hear her, or if he heard her he ignored her, and did not even look at her. Hoyuro felt extremely wronged, and she followed him while crying and stumbling. Chugu looked at Hoyuro and saw something in her eyes. Then she retracted her gaze and devoted herself to saving people again. There was still a man trapped in the cab. She used a bone knife to pry open the deformed car door, and when she pried the door open, the man slowly woke up. The man first turned his head to look at the co-pilot, and when he saw that there was no one, he was obviously relieved. Can you climb out by yourself? I try. The man was a Wood-type superpower user. He used his superpowers to make vines rise from the ground and wrap around the car. Then the car broke into pieces and parts were scattered all over the ground. The man escaped from the car, but one of his feet was deformed and the bone was exposed. He couldn't stabilize his body with one foot in the storm, and he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Chugu opened her domain in the storm. She moved freely, and was not affected by the storm at all. The man was shocked when he saw it. A woman could actually have such a strong strength. I'm sorry. Before the man could react, she pulled him by the back of his collar and dragged him away like trash. Man, The rainstorm was raging mercilessly, but it was no match for her action. Didn't he have any face? Chugu dragged the man to the military vehicle, opened the door, and threw him in. The man almost fainted because of Chuji's rude action. He hugged his broken leg, sweating in pain, and his teeth were trembling. Hoyuro was a healing psychic, and was healing Ishiyu in the back seat. Chugu, get in the car. Yunanyu saw Chugu still outside in the rain, and his face was unhappy. Hoyuro was shocked, and quickly turned her head to look at the woman outside, who was wearing a hat, and whose full face could not be seen. She was that woman. But didn't Brother Nanyu break up with her? Why did he get involved with her again? Chugu sat in the passenger seat, and just closed the door. A big hand took off the hat on her head, and a big towel covered her head. A pair of big hands gently wiped her dripping hair. Hoyuro saw the intimate two people in front of her, and her hands suddenly tightened, her face darkened. Hoyuro, what are you looking at? Hurry up and use your healing skills, I'm dying of pain. The man couldn't bear the pain in his legs. Hoyuro retracted her gaze, and a hint of darkness flashed in her eyes. Chugu glanced at the rearview mirror in the car, and a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yunanyu's hair was dripping, but he didn't care. After drying Chuji's hair, he wiped himself twice with the towel she used. Seeing that the storm outside was getting smaller, he quickly started the car and left. After driving for about 10 minutes, he saw a 5-story building. This building was different from those old and dilapidated buildings. It was quite new, and should have been built only a few years ago. Yunanyu decided to take shelter here tonight. There was a rolling shutter door on the first floor. Yunanyu was too lazy to get out of the car to pry it open, so he stepped on the accelerator and crashed in. Bang! The rolling shutter door made a loud noise, and was knocked open. The car rushed in, and there were many electric cars parked inside, and it knocked down a lot of them. Yunanyu braked suddenly, and stopped less than 10 centimeters away from the wall. Everyone in the car leaned forward and then stopped. Yishiyu was also awakened by the noise. Sister Shiyu, you are awake. How do you feel now? Yishiyu felt a little headache. She rubbed her temples. What's the situation now? Didn't we overturn the car? We just met Brother Nanyu. It was Brother Nanyu who saved us. Nanyu? It was me. Yunanyu turned around. Yishiyu looked up, and saw that it was her handsome brother. She was furious. You little bastard, you left without saying a word. Do you know how worried your family is about you? Didn't I ask Uncle Lin to tell you? I'm going out for a while. You just said that, and your parents were almost mad at you, little bastard. Let's not talk about that first. Why are you here? What else can you do? Come out to find you, little bastard. I don't remember telling you where I was going, And you came out to find me, Yishiyu? You're really not afraid of death. You little brat. You're disrespectful if you don't call me sister. Yishiyu leaned forward to teach her brother a lesson. Suddenly, she stopped and realized that there was someone else in the passenger seat. And it was a woman. She suddenly realized something and frowned slightly. Is this your ex-girlfriend from college? Yishiyu saw the woman in the passenger seat stiffen her back, proving that she was right. She sneered, I want to see what you look like. You've seduced my brother for years, and he still can't forget you. Yishiyu stretched out his hand to turn the woman's body over, but Yinanyu grabbed her wrist. Yishiyu, you will scare her. Yishiyu widened his eyes, and looked at this love-brained brother, with a look of disappointment. It's just a cheating woman, can he have some backbone? At this time, the woman in the passenger seat slowly turned around. Yishiyu saw the woman's appearance, and stood up with astonishment in his eyes. Chugu, it's you. Chapter 93. Long time no see, Yishiyu. Chugu greeted awkwardly. Yishiyu was her mortal enemy in college. It was a bit awkward not to see each other for several years. Yishiyu's face was extremely ugly. You are my brother's girlfriend in college. Chugu was stunned for a moment. You don't know? If I know, do you think I can still let you harm my brother? It's not you. Chugu suddenly stopped, as if he understood something, and shot a sharp gaze at Huyuro. Huyuro shrank back, and lowered her head guiltily. What else did Chugu not understand? Yishiyu narrowed her eyes, and said sternly, Chugu, I don't care what you want to do. If you don't want to tear off the fig leaf in public, just leave on your own. Yinanyu's face darkened. Yishiyu, this is my business, you don't need to care. I don't care about your little thing, I'm talking about the matter between me and her. What happened between you is nothing more than the things you did in school before. You are so narrow-minded that you still remember it. Yishiyu said, you little brat, if I knew you were such a coward when I gave birth to you, I should have smothered you to death. The Wood-type supernatural pulled Yishiyu to sit down. Okay, don't be angry. It's common for siblings to quarrel, talk it out. Yishiyu looked at Chugu. Her face was unusually gloomy. Are you very proud? You stole my boyfriend a few years ago, and now you stole my brother. What did you say? Yinanyu's body shook violently. Yishiyu looked at his brother and sneered. She is a shameless woman. She stole my boyfriend back then. Why did I drop out of school? It was because of her. She dated you because she knew you were my brother, so she deliberately seduced you. Later, she cheated on you and dumped you because you were my brother. She was taking revenge on me for saying she was an orphan at school. She felt that I had embarrassed her in front of everyone at school, so she has been holding a grudge against me? Yinanyu rejected it without hesitation. It's impossible. She is not that kind of person, and she didn't seduce me. After being together for so long, he didn't say he understood her 100%, but he dared to say he understood 80%. She is not the kind of person who holds a grudge against someone because of one or two unpleasant words. She did not seduce him, but he seduced her. Brother Nanyu, this woman has bad intentions. She caused Sister Shiyu to drop out of school, and then she caused you to drop out of school, so she must not be a good person. You must not be deceived by her again. Huyuro said. Yinanyu shot a fierce look at Huyuro, who shrank her shoulders and said nothing. Chugu was very quiet during this period, as if the person they were talking about was not her. Chugu, why don't you say anything? Haha, did it remind you of your sad past? I heard that Zhou Yan left Rongqing later. So what if you took him away? He still abandoned you anyway. Yishiyu said sarcastically. The cheating ex-boyfriend who dropped out of school and made you sad was Zhou Yang. Even Yinanyu, who was always calm, was not calm anymore. That's right. Guess who caused me to break up? Yinanyu had a complicated expression. Yishiyu raised his eyebrows slightly. You wouldn't say it was Zhou Yang, would you? It's your cheating ex-boyfriend. Yishiyu, shocked. The Wood-type superpower, who was watching the show in the car, was shocked. This is too messy. Chu Ji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. She herself felt that this was a ridiculous plot. Yinanyu locked his dark eyes on Chugu. Chugu, tell me what's going on. After the last time, he always felt that she and Zhou Yang were not what he thought. There was no ambiguity between the two of them. It was more like a pure relationship between brother and sister. Brother Nanyu, they must be in the same group. They are playing you and Sister Shiyu in the palm of their hands. You can't believe anything she says. Was Shiyu said anxiously. It's my business whether I believe what she says or not. It's not your turn to say it. Yinanyu was unhappy. Brother Nanyu, you just trust this woman too much. Sister Shiyu, please say a few words. You must not believe the words of such a corrupt woman. Everything she does must be a bad intention for you. Yi Shiyu looked at Chugu. She was more beautiful and charming than before. When she was in college, she and Chugu were both popular figures in the school, and were often compared to each other. She was spoiled and arrogant since she was a child, and she was also looked up to by others since she was a child. So when a woman who was superior to her appeared, she naturally regarded her as an enemy and competed with her everywhere. As long as Chugu participated in the project, she would participate. In fact, now that she thinks about it carefully, Chugu was not angry about her childish behavior at the time. Would she really seduce her boyfriend for revenge? Or is there another hidden story? What is your relationship with Zhou Yang? Yi Shiyu stared at Chugu, her palms sweating nervously. Chugu glanced at the Yi siblings, and then looked at Huiyuro, who was afraid that she would say something. Slowly, he said, "Are you guys curious about my relationship with Zhou Yang? Actually, he and I grew up together in the same orphanage. We can be said to be friends, or family." Yi Shiyu felt suffocated and hurt when she heard this. She remembered that she often discussed Chu Ji's background in front of Zhou Yang. Now it seems that every word of those words is like a knife stabbing into his heart. No wonder he always smiles so bitterly. His most common saying is, "Shiyu, not everyone in this world is as lucky as you." Chapter 94. So he said you two were together just to trick me into breaking up, right? Yi Shiyu's voice was a little trembling. Yeah. In fact, Chugu didn't know Yi Shiyu was Zhou Yang's girlfriend at first. He only knew that he had a girlfriend. She had mentioned it many times, but he didn't let her see her. He was so secretive. I think he knew Yi Shiyu was her mortal enemy. He didn't let them meet because he was afraid that they would fight. Zhou Yang was different from her. He dropped out of school very early, went to a big city to make some money, and then returned to Rongqing. He opened a bar near Dongdao with a friend, and the business was very good. She only went there once on the opening day, and never went there again because Zhou Yang wouldn't let her go, saying that she should study hard and not be uneducated like him. It was his birthday that day, and she brought a cake to the bar, but someone had already celebrated his birthday. She was a little surprised to see Yi Shiyu, because in her impression, Yi Shiyu was a rich girl. How could she have anything to do with Zhou Yang? Seeing them kissing amid the cheers of the crowd, she didn't bother them, and gave the cake to the staff, asking him to pass it to Zhou Yang. The next day, Zhou Yang invited her to dinner, but unexpectedly, an unexpected guest came. That day, she knew that the most vicious words in the world were not curses or abuses, but gentle and elegant voices, which could trample people into the dust. After that day, Chugu knew that Zhou Yang would not be with Yi Shiyu anymore. Because the children in their orphanage all have one common characteristic: their self-esteem is damn strong. Sure enough, Zhou Yang began to ignore Yi Shiyu, and he also began to frequently ask her to go to the bar. Chugu knew what his intention was, and asked him why he didn't break up directly. He said that instead of letting her be depressed and fantasize after the breakup, it would be better to let her give up completely, and she would forget it completely after the pain. Chugu thought it made a lot of sense, so she broke up with Yi Nanyu in the same way later. As expected of a brother and sister, they broke up very cleanly and ran away without even finishing the book. So what I saw that day was also fake, right? Yi Nanyu suppressed something in his voice. That's right. Chugu admitted generously. Why do you do this? Well, there are too many reasons. Let me think about it. Chugu touched his chin, and seeing Huiyuro's nervous look, he smiled at her. Huiyuro's face changed slightly, and then she saw Chugu pointing at her. She came to see me a few years ago, and then I knew you were Yi Shiyu's brother. Why didn't I think of it? The names are so similar. She told me that you approached me because Yi Shiyu asked you to approach me, and after I fell in love with you, you would abandon me cruelly. Yi Nanyu never knew this, and his fierce eyes shot towards Huiyuro. Huiyuro said anxiously, Brother Nanyu, don't believe what she said, she's talking nonsense, I've never been to Rongqing. Chugu continued, she also said that you are about to get engaged, and if I don't leave you, she will report me to the school for being a mistress. Yi Nanyu's dark eyes deepened, and he said solemnly, you are not a mistress, and you will never be. Then he added, I have no other woman except you. I really believed it at that time, because I met the monitor who sent me home on the night of graduation. He said that you claimed to be my friend who came to pick me up, and took me away from him, which led to that night. So you had ulterior motives when you approached me from the beginning? How could I not think too much? Did he tell you that he touched you and I beat him up? Yi Nanyu's voice was very low. Chugu was stunned for a moment. She really didn't know. What happened that night? Did you deliberately seduce me while I was drunk? Yi Nanyu looked at Chugu with dark eyes, very serious, except that I didn't tell you that I was Yi Shiyu's brother. I didn't lie about anything else. I saved you from that wretched man, and I didn't know where you lived, so I sent you to the hotel. Who knew you would hold me and not let me go, throw yourself on me, say I was your type, and say you wanted to be my girlfriend, and you... Stop, that's enough, don't say any more. Chugo hurriedly stopped. It's been so many years, and he still remembers it so clearly. Feeling the murderous gaze of Yishiyu's cabbage being pushed by a pig in the back seat, Chugo got out of the car in a panic. I go see if there are any zombies to clean up. Yi Nanyu looked at Chuji's running back, curled his lips slightly, and looked at Huiyuro coldly before getting out of the car. I don't want to see you again tomorrow. Huiyuro's face turned pale. Brother Nanyu, Yi Nanyu had already gotten out of the car. Huiyuro looked at Yishiyu anxiously. Sister Shiyu, please help me persuade Brother Nanyu. That woman is not trustworthy. Yishiyu looked at Huiyuro in front of her. She was so delicate and lovely, it was hard to tell that she could have been behind their backs a few years ago. The Hua family was a family friend of the Yi family, and the two families had close contacts, so the younger generation also knew each other. Huiyuro liked Nanyu, and everyone knew that the two families also intended to become relatives. She originally thought that Nanyu had applied to Dongda, where she had studied before, thousands of kilometers away from home, to avoid this marriage, but now it seemed that he was obviously going there for someone. She remembered that during her freshman summer vacation, she went home and asked Yi Nanyu, who was still in the 3rd grade of junior high school, with a group photo of candidates for Dongda campus beauties. Is it when my sister is the most beautiful? He glanced at her with disdain, and then casually pointed at Chugu, saying that she was the most beautiful. Yishiyu thought at that time that he was just pointing at her to irritate her, but now it seems that he really thinks Chugu is the most beautiful. No wonder he always pays special attention to her photos of participating in activities. She thought he finally cared about her sister, who was studying in another city, and she was moved for a long time. Whenever there was an event, she would take a lot of photos and send them to him to prevent him from missing his sister too much. It turns out that he didn't miss his sister, but wanted to see someone. Yishiyu suddenly felt touched by Dongyan Bai. This stinky boy, it turns out that he has been thinking about her for so long. They broke up for several years, and the apocalypse broke out, but he still crossed thousands of miles to find her. He is much braver than her sister. Nanyu is very stubborn. No one can influence his decision. You should leave tomorrow. Sister Shiyu, I won't leave. I promise to be obedient. Please help me talk to Brother Nanyu, okay? Huiyuro grabbed Yishiyu's hand and begged. Yuro. Yishiyu raised her voice, and Huiyuro stopped. You have been waiting for so many years. If Nanyu liked you, he would have liked you a long time ago. Listen to Sister Shiyu. You can't force this. You are a healing superpower. You will find someone who loves you. Huiyuro sobbed. She had liked him since she was a child, so why didn't he look back at her? That year, she finally waited for him to break up, and he finally returned to High City. She thought that after he was hurt by love, he would find her good and accept the engagement arranged by his family. Who knew he would become even colder, not only to her, but to all women, not even looking at them, let alone touching them. But just now, when she saw how he carefully cared for that woman, she knew she had lost, and lost miserably. Yishiyu heard Huiyuro crying, and after all, she had watched her grow up, so she felt a little bit sorry. Zhang Dong, you go with Huiyuro tomorrow. Zhang Dong is a wood-type superpower. What about you? Don't worry about me, Nanyu is here. If you go back to the Yi family base first, tell my parents that I have found Nanyu, and we are all fine, so that they can rest assured. Just let me stay by your side to protect you. Zhang Dong, I only treat you as a friend. You are a smart person. I think you understand what I mean. If you really want to help me, it would be a great help to send Huiyuro home safely. Zhang Dong's eyes dimmed. She really saw it. Okay, I will escort her back. Thanks, friend. Zhang Dong looked at Yishiyu's bright face and felt bitter. You're welcome, friend. Chapter 95. This is a self-built house of a resident. The furniture is covered with a thick layer of dust. Chuga randomly chooses a room. Just as she was about to close the door, Yi Nanyu squeezed in. Chugu also let him do as he pleased and closed the door. Yi Nanyu hugged her from behind. I'm sorry, I didn't know anything back then. It's nothing, it's all in the past. Chugu, let's start over. Yi Nanyu hugged Chugu tightly, wanting to rub her into his body. In fact, there was another biggest reason why I broke up with you back then. Yi Nanyu turned Chuji's body over and looked into her eyes. I'm not good at anything. If you tell me, I change. Chugu shook her head. Zhou Yang broke up with your sister. Do you know why? Because your mother went to find him, and I happened to be there. Your mother is very beautiful and elegant, but her words can trample people into the dust. I still remember her words very clearly. How can a rat in the gutter stand shoulder to shoulder with a dragon and a phoenix? So even if Euro didn't happen, I would still break up with you when I knew you were the son of that lady. Yi Nanyu's hand holding Chu Ji's shoulder suddenly tightened, and his mood could not calm down for a long time. He didn't know all these. He opened his mouth, but found that he didn't know what to say. I'm sorry. Hoarse and dry. Chugu pulled the corner of Yi Nanyu's mouth with his hand. Okay, it's over, smile, you are so old-fashioned at such a young age. Yi Nanyu looked at her cautiously. Are you not angry anymore? I was very angry before, and felt that my personality was insulted, but now it's the end of the world, I'm dead and turned into a zombie, and I've let it go long ago. Then let's start over. No. Why? Because I'm a mouse and you're a dragon and a phoenix. How can we be together? Yi Nanyu, shocked, didn't you say you'd let it go? The next morning, the storm had stopped, and the sky cleared up after the rain. It was a sunny day outside. The sun shone on the devastated town, and the zombies dragged their broken bodies on the severely damaged streets. Some zombies climbed up from the collapsed buildings, while others were pressed down and couldn't get up, waving their hands or feet. Walking over, you can hear a lot of screaming from under the collapsed building, which is a bit creepy. Chugu saw that there were only 3 of them left from the morning gathering, and he didn't see Wayuro and the other man, so he asked casually, Where is Wayuro? I let her leave. Chugu looked Yi Nanyu up and down, and said sarcastically, You are so ruthless. After all, she almost became your fiancé. Yi Nanyu's back stiffened, and he was full of desire to survive. Not a fiancé, not before, not now, and not in the future. There will never be such a possibility. Yi Shiyu saw her brother, who no one could control before, being easily controlled by a woman, and she felt very complicated. She felt that a man should not be kept when he grows up. She looked at Chugu, who was so beautiful that it was no wonder that her brother had been thinking about her for so long. Thinking of what she had done before, she sincerely apologized. Chugu, I'm sorry, I did something bad to you before. Chugu shrugged, indicating that she didn't care. You look like a rich girl, it's normal to be willful, so I didn't take it to heart at all at that time. Besides, it's interesting to have someone against you. You didn't know it after you dropped out of school. I'm so bored, I have no opponent at all. Yi Shiyu felt relieved when she heard Chugu say this. Chugu, thank you. Yeah. That? Yi Shiyu didn't know how to start, and her eyes flashed with struggle. Are you going to ask Zhou Yang? Chugu took the initiative to speak. Yi Shiyu nodded and looked at Chugu nervously. Do you know where he is now? Did he leave Rongqing because of me? Sister, you dropped out of school because of him, and you are still trying to find out about him. Can you stop being so love-minded? Yi Nanyu said lightly on the side. Yi Shiyu glared at him. When Chugu kicked you, you also dropped out of school. Do you have the right to laugh at me? Can I be the same? My Chugu is beautiful and kind, and Zhou Yang's name is the Sea King, and he looks like a beggar. Sister, believe me, he is not worthy of entrusting your life. Chugu, I tell you, this guy has been particularly attractive to girls since he was a child. He is not worthy of entrusting your life. You must not be with him. Yi Nanyu, shocked, Chugu blinked her innocent eyes, and watched the 2 siblings hurt each other quietly. Some time ago, we met Zhou Yang in Rongqing. He was very good, and had activated his supernatural powers. Later, he didn't go with us. Let's go to Rongqing. Yi Shiyu's eyes were shining. It was the end of the world. She didn't want to leave any regrets. In the past few years, she had never forgotten him. Yi Shiyu, you are crazy. You go without knowing whether he is still in Rongqing. Yi Shiyu glanced at her brother. You went to Rongqing from Haishur, so far away. You didn't know whether Chugu was there or not, but you went anyway. Chugu looked at Yi Nanyu and raised his eyebrows. It turned out that he loved her so much. Ahem. Yi Nanyu blushed and looked away. Chugu smiled. I agree to go to Rongqing, Yi Nanyu. What do you think? We go wherever you say. Yi Nanyu had no objection this time. Yi Shiyu once again deeply realized that it's not right to keep a son when he grows up. She objected so loudly, but she was willing to go as soon as her wife said so. He's in love, so he should be sent to dig wild vegetables. Chapter 96. Destination Rongqing. So Chugu and his team returned along the same route, with a military vehicle speeding on the road. Yi Nanyu drove. Chugu sat in the passenger seat, and Yi Shiyu sat in the back. After driving for 2 days, they returned to Yuanzhou City. Yi Shiyu, who was leaning on the back seat with her eyes closed, suddenly felt that the car was much colder than before. She rubbed the goosebumps on her arms and opened her eyes. Do you have any? She stopped talking halfway, looking ahead in horror, her lips trembling slightly. What the hell is that? A monster that looks like a mummy is sitting on the storage box in the middle. Chugu and Inanyu sitting on both sides have no reaction, as if they can't see it. Yi Shiyu actually has a sense of deja vu, that the three of them are a family of three. This scene is so weird no matter how you look at it. Nanyu Chugu. Yi Shiyu's voice is trembling. She wants to remind them. What's wrong? Yi Shiyu saw Chugu turned her head, her eyes clearly swept across the monster in the middle, but she didn't react at all. There's a monster sitting in the middle of you. It's so scary. What should we do? She said in a low voice. Monster? Where is it? Chugu looked around. Nothing. Seeing Chugu like this, Yi Shiyu couldn't help but wonder if she was dazzled. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. The monster was indeed sitting in the middle. So she whispered to Inanyu, Nanyu, there is a monster like a mummy sitting next to you. Inanyu looked around with a puzzled look. There's nothing. Sister, are you kidding me? Yi Shiyu was stunned and said excitedly, how can it be gone? Look carefully, it is sitting between you. Inanyu and Chugu looked at Yi Shiyu with complicated expressions. Are you too tired recently? Yi Shiyu felt that she was really too tired and had hallucinations. At this time, she saw the monster in front of her move, and it was slowly turning its head to look at her. Seeing it give her a weird smile, Yi Shiyu's scalp tingled instantly. Ghost! She rolled her eyes and fainted. The mummy looked innocent. It just wanted to say hello to her in a friendly way. Why did it faint? Inanyu, it's all your fault. Look how scared your sister was. Inanyu, shock, didn't she start it first? He just cooperated for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Shiyu woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the ceiling. Then she turned her head and found that she was lying in an unfamiliar bedroom. Thinking of the last scene before she fainted, she sat up. Where are Nanyu and the others? Yi Shiyu lifted the quilt, got out of bed, opened the door and walked out. She was stunned when she saw the people outside chatting and laughing. Where is the ghost? At this moment, her feet were hugged by something. She looked down and her hair stood up. A fat little zombie opened its mouth and was about to bite her. Just as she was about to attack, a big hand picked up the little zombie. Sorry, Xiaobao is still young, so the control is not that strong. A magnetic male voice sounded. Yi Shiyu looked up and saw a very handsome and mature man. At this time, a gentle and beautiful woman walked by. Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? I'm really sorry my man scared you. I'm fine. This gentleman didn't scare me. He scared you to death. How could he be okay? I've already taught him a lesson. Yi Shiyu's eyes widened when she heard the woman's words, and she looked at the handsome man in front of her in horror. Are you the mummy-like monster in the car? It was me, but I didn't mean to scare you. I was here to greet my old friend, but when I saw you, I wanted to say hello to you. Who knew you fainted when I smiled? Pa. Lu Yi slapped Xiaozhen on the back of his head. With your horrible look, anyone would faint. Xiaozhen touched the back of his head innocently, pointing his finger at Chugu and Inanyu, who were sitting on the sofa. They didn't faint when they first saw me, and they even took me for a ride on their bikes. Chugu and Inanyu, Yi Shiyu looked at the two of them, and anger suddenly rose in her eyes. Great! It turned out that they saw it at that time, but they deliberately played a trick on her. I suddenly found that I dropped something downstairs. I go find it. Chugu slipped away. Wait for me, I look for it with you. Inanyu also slipped away. Inanyu, Chugu, don't leave. Yi Shiyu roared behind him. Yi Shiyu sat on the sofa, curiously looking at the good-looking family of three opposite. The zombies she had seen before were ugly, rotten, and meaningless. This was the first time she had seen a zombie that looked like a human. You said you were a zombie too? Lu Yi nodded. My son and I are zombies, and my husband is a mummy. This is the first time I've seen a talking zombie. Yi Shiyu looked at Lu Yi with interest. Didn't you see my master? How could this be the first time? Your master? Chugu, she was the one who turned me into a zombie. I was about to die, but she gave me a second life. Yi Shiyu suddenly stood up from the sofa and said in shock, You said Chugu is a zombie? Lu Yi saw that Yi Shiyu didn't know and shrank her shoulders. Did she ruin her master's business? Inanyu, this stinky boy is really crazy. Yi Shiyu's face was extremely ugly. No, we can't let them be together. It's just nonsense. Yi Shiyu was about to go out to find Inanyu in a hurry, but was stopped by Xiaozhen. Ms. Yi, please wait. Yi Shiyu stopped and looked at Xiaozhen. Miss He, in my opinion, it's not Chugu who can't leave your brother, but your brother who can't leave her. Yi Shiyu's body trembled. Yes, last time the master said that we are all zombies, only he is human, and asked him to leave. He actually wanted to turn himself into a zombie and stay with the master. Fortunately, the master stopped him quickly. After hearing this, Yi Shiyu sat down on the sofa dejectedly. How much does this brat love him to accept that the other party has become a zombie? Miss He, in fact, think about it in a positive way. At least you don't have to worry about your brother's partner dragging him down, and sometimes he can even protect him. For example, last time, he encountered a very powerful dual system ability, and it was Chugu who saved him, otherwise he would be in trouble. Really? Louis nodded vigorously. Even we were saved by the master. The master is so powerful. She defeated all the dual-powered people. Moreover, when the master walked out, those ordinary zombies had to make way for her. It was so cool. Is it really that powerful? Yi Shiyu still didn't quite believe it. Seeing Chuji's delicate skin and tender flesh, how could she look like a powerful person? Super powerful. If you meet someone like my master, let your brother marry her quickly, it's worth it. Yi Shiyu was immediately furious. Can you talk? My brother is called marrying, your master is marrying. My brother is handsome and tall, and he is the strongest power person. Your master is the winner. Okay, your brother will marry my master. They are a match made in heaven. That's more like it. Yi Shiyu smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, her smile froze, and she realized whether she was tricked. Look at the family of three blinking innocently opposite. Not sure, let's take a look. Chapter 97. Chugu and the other two stayed overnight at the dry corpse's house, and planned to set off early the next morning. Master, I can't bear to leave you. Lu Yi held Chuji's hand reluctantly. I will come to see you when I have time. Xiao Bao hugged Chuji's thigh. Hiss. Auntie, next time Xiao Bao's hair grows long, I want you to cut it. Chugu looked down at the little one and rubbed its little head. Hiss. Okay, I will definitely cut Xiao Bao's hair handsomely. Yi Shi watched them get along and felt that it was not bad. It seemed that zombies were not as scary as she thought. Okay, we are leaving. Don't see us off. Chugu waved to Lu Yi's family of three, and then left their home. After leaving the apartment building, Yi Shiyu saw that the zombies actually made way for them. She looked at Chugu who was walking in front of her in surprise. She was really so powerful. After driving away, Lu Yi's family of three still came out to see them off. Yi Shiyu looked back at the family of three standing at the gate of the community to see her off, and her mood could not calm down for a long time. She sat up straight and saw her brother, who was driving in front, reaching out to pull Chuji's hand, interlocking their fingers. Let go, you're going to die. She heard Chugu scolding. The road is flat here. I hold your hand for a while. No, you are not allowed to mess around while driving. Let go quickly, or I hit you on the head. Yi Shiyu heard her brother's low complaint. The corners of her mouth slightly curled, and the last bit of worry in her eyes disappeared. It's fine. A few days later, Chugu and the other two finally returned to Rongqing. Yi Shiyu looked at the familiar yet strange city outside. Her eyes were a little sore. She thought she would never set foot in this city in her life. Unexpectedly, after a few years, she returned to this city where she met Nu, and fell in love with him. I just don't know if he is still here. Not long after the military vehicle entered Rongqing, Yi Shiyu saw a large black mass coming in the sky ahead. When she saw what it was, her face suddenly changed. It's crows. Crows are coming, Nanyu. Back off quickly, there are crows coming ahead. Yi Nanyu didn't listen to her, and continued to drive forward calmly. A large number of crows flew down, and surrounded the military vehicle, and the car suddenly became dark. Crows, crows, crows. The noisy crow's cries, and the sound of flapping wings filled his ears. Yi Shiyu was horrified and felt shrouded in great fear. With so many crows, he was doomed. At this time, she saw Chugu actually wanted to lower the car window, so she quickly stopped him. Chugu, are you crazy? There are crows everywhere outside. Are you looking for death by opening the window? Don't worry, you won't die. Chugu said lightly, and then lowered the car window. Yi Shiyu looked at the dense crows outside the car, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. However, the scene she imagined of crows swarming in through the car window did not happen, and she only saw a pigeon flying in. Pigeon? What's going on? The pigeon flew in and landed on Chuji's shoulder. The dark crowd of crows outside dispersed, leaving only a large crow flying with the car. The light came in, and the car became bright again. Yi Shiyu opened her mouth wide. She had never seen such a scene before, and was shocked. Everyone knows that crows are known as the harvesters of all creatures. No one can survive after encountering crows. I didn't expect them to be unscathed. Nanyu, what's going on? Yi Shiyu asked curiously. This pigeon is Chuji's friend. What's the relationship between pigeons and crows? Did you see the crow outside? That's the leader of the crows, and the target of this pigeon. Yi Shiyu looked at the crows outside, and then looked at the pigeon on Chuji's shoulder. She was shocked. Her cognition was refreshed. The zombie pigeon turned its head, and glanced at Yi Shiyu. Gugu. Sister Gu, who is this woman? She looks pretty. His. Yi Nanyu's sister. Ku. Isn't that your elder sister-in-law? No, I have to give her a gift. The zombie pigeon flapped its wings, flew towards Yi Shiyu, and landed on her shoulder. Yi Shiyu was so scared that her whole body froze. What is it doing? It said it wants to give you a gift. Yi Shiyu waved her hands quickly. We are all family, no need to be so polite. She thought the gift was some feathers, or bird droppings. But when she saw the shiny crystal core in her hand, her eyes widened. A pigeon's gift is a crystal core. Crazy. Seeing Chugu and Yi Nanyu's calm faces, it means that they have already seen the pigeon's wealth. Such a wealthy pigeon is Chuji's friend. Yi Shiyu suddenly remembered what Lu Yi said, let her brother get married quickly, it will definitely not be a loss. This is not only a loss, it is a profit. Nanyu, sister agrees. Yi Shiyu said solemnly. Yi Nanyu, ? Yi Shiyu's mind was already full of wild imagination. When her brother got married, these crows came with crystal cores in their mouths to congratulate her. As the mother's family, she received a lot of crystal cores. Hee hee. She laughed out loud. Yi Nanyu Chuku, are you so happy to receive a crystal core? After delivering the gift, the zombie pigeon flew back to Chuji's shoulder. Ku. Master, I thought you would not come back. You don't know that a big thing happened in Rongqing during your absence. Roar. What's the big deal? Ku. A zombie king appeared in Rongqing. All the mutants in Rongqing obeyed its orders, and hunted people with special abilities everywhere. The bases of survivors in Rongqing were all broken by them. Now the whole Rongqing is ruled by this zombie king. Chugu was shocked after hearing this. Such a big thing happened in Rongqing. What happened? Yi Nanyu saw that Chugu was not right. I tell you later. Chugu did not say more to Yi Nanyu, and continued to ask the zombie pigeon. Roar. Do you remember the other man who was with me when I saved your man last time? Do you know his whereabouts? Gugu. I don't know the details, but I know he didn't leave Rongqing. Chugu was silent after hearing this. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 98. Yi Nanyu drove on the street, which was particularly quiet compared to before, and the whole city seemed to be in a dead silence. Not to mention the survivors, even the zombies were invisible, as if they had entered an uninhabited area. This abnormality was even more bizarre. Yi Shiyu also noticed something was wrong, and looking at the desolate street scene outside, he felt inexplicably depressed. I feel weird. We are being targeted. Chugu looked solemn. What are you targeting? Yi Shiyu felt a little scared. Here they come. Chugu had just finished speaking when bang. Something jumped onto the roof of their car, making a loud noise. Then, a wave of zombies appeared at the corner of the street. They were so numerous and their numbers were astonishing. Yi Nanyu stepped on the brakes, and then started to reverse. Zzz. The tires made a friction sound and emitted white smoke, but the car body did not move at all. Bang. The thing on the roof jumped onto the hood, and only a pair of long legs could be seen. Then it squatted down, and its emotionless amber eyes looked at the people in the car through the glass. Chugu and the other two suddenly changed their faces, full of disbelief. Zhou Yang. Yi Shiyu's voice trembled. The one squatting on the hood was Zhou Yang, who had been separated for a while. It obviously didn't look human now. The blue-gray face, the black hair between the eyebrows, and the amber pupils were weird and creepy. There were cracked black silk on the face and neck, and the handsome face looked very gloomy. Under the shocked eyes of Chugu and the others, Zhou Yang punched the glass. The bulletproof glass was shattered by his punch, and the glass fragments burst out. Yi Nanyu reacted quickly to block Chugu. Many broken glass pierced his back, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The zombies that swarmed in became more manic, and their roars were about to drown the military vehicle. Chugu quickly released a powerful pressure, and the manic zombies immediately trembled and retreated around. Zhou Yang, who was squatting on the hood, was not affected, which showed that his strength was no worse than Chugu. Zhou Yang's amber eyes flashed with bloodthirstiness, and his slender hands struck out like lightning, grabbing Yi Nanyu's clothes and dragging him out of the car. Yi Nanyu clamped Zhou Yang's wrist with his backhand, and a high-voltage current rushed out from his palm, along Zhou Yang's arm, and into his body. Zhou Yang was immediately electrified and fell off the hood. Zhou Yang! Yi Shiyu exclaimed, opened the door, and ran out of the car. Sister! Yi Nanyu's face suddenly became ugly, and he quickly opened the door and followed him down. Yi Shiyu ran towards Zhou Yang, who was lying on the ground. Suddenly, Zhou Yang on the ground disappeared strangely. She felt a chill coming from behind. She turned her head, and saw the scene of Zhou Yang biting down reflected in her pupils. At this critical moment, a lightning whip wrapped around Zhou Yang's mouth and pulled back to prevent him from biting down. Yi Shiyu looked at Yi Nanyu's back in horror and shouted, "Nanyu, be careful behind you." Yi Nanyu looked back and saw the scene of Zhou Yang biting down ferociously. His pupils trembled. It turned out to be the clone ability. Bang! A figure shot out, Zhou Yang fell out, and Chugu made a move at the critical moment. The next second, Zhou Yang who fell to the ground and Zhou Yang on Yi Nanyu's whip disappeared together. Before Chugu and the others could come to their senses, more than a dozen Zhou Yang appeared around and surrounded the three of them. They were exactly the same, without any flaws, and it was impossible to tell which one was real. Chugu opened the domain, and the Zhou Yang clones that surrounded him were covered by the domain and disappeared in an instant. None of them was real. As a mutant, it's shameful to be with humans. Zhou Yang's cold voice sounded, and it appeared in front. Chugu locked his eyes on it. Do you remember who I am? Zhou Yang tilted his head. Obviously what Chugu said was beyond his cognition. Zhou Yang. Yi Shiyu had countless things to say, but she couldn't say anything when she opened her mouth. Her heart felt like it was dug out, and even breathing was painful. Zhou Yang's amber eyes without a trace of emotion swept over Yi Shiyu, looking at her prey with a strategic look. Kill the two humans behind you, join us, and become the master of this city together. What if I say no? Chugu spat out coldly. You can't say no to this. As soon as Zhou Yang finished speaking, he teleported in front of Chugu. But it instantly felt an invisible heavy burden on its body, its knees bent, and it almost knelt down because it couldn't bear the pressure. It didn't know that it had entered Chuji's domain. In the domain, no one except her could be the master. Chugu looked at Zhou Yang, who had already become a mutant, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. Perhaps if she had insisted on him leaving together that day, would this not be the ending? She sighed. They were both orphans, grew up in the same orphanage, and their love interests were a pair of siblings. Their first loves both ended in failure, and now they have both become zombies. What kind of fate is this? Nanyu, how will you deal with him? Yi Shiyu's voice trembled uncontrollably. How do you want to deal with him? Chugu asked her back. Yi Shiyu's face turned pale, and she opened her mouth and said with difficulty, Can you not kill it? But now it wants to kill us, not us. Can you turn it into you, just like Louis? It said that you turned it into that, so you must have a way, right? I have a way, but after that, he regained consciousness, but the fact that he is a zombie cannot be changed. What will you do? Chugu was not sure whether Yi Shiyu, the young lady, could accept it. She did not want Zhou Yang to be hurt by her again. Yi Shiyu looked at Zhou Yang, and the little things they had experienced before came into her mind. Her eyes were wet. They had missed too much. Her voice was firm. Whether he is a zombie or not, I hope he is fine. If he is willing to accept me again, I will love him more than before. If he does not accept me, I will stay with him as a friend. Chu Ji's mouth curled slightly. She did not understand why Zhou Yang fell in love with Yi Shiyu, the willful and arrogant young lady before, but now she somewhat understood. Love-brained, destined to dig wild vegetables. Yi Nanyu on the side lightly interrupted. Chugu Yi Shiyu, shock, what qualifications does he have to say this? Chapter 99. Roar. Zhou Yang could not move in Chu Ji's territory. The heavy burden made him kneel down on one knee. His handsome face was ferocious. He could not use the clone technique or teleportation. He was like a mosquito stuck in a spider web. Lord Corpse King will not let you go. Zhou Yang, instead of serving others, why not serve me? A bone blade appeared in Chu Ji's hand and cut his wrist. Blood immediately gushed out. Yi Nanyu frowned slightly. Although he knew Chugu would not feel any pain, he felt uncomfortable when he saw her hurting herself. Chugu raised her hand, and Zhou Yang instinctively opened his mouth to catch the blood. No matter how powerful the zombies are, they cannot resist the temptation of flesh and blood. Chu Ji's blood entered Zhou Yang's body, wantonly destroying the virus biological chain in his body. The cracked black lines on his face were visibly fading, and his amber eyes began to flash with emotions. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, Zhou Yang's pupil shrank, and panic appeared on his face. He grabbed Chu Ji's bleeding hand. "Xiao Gu, what are you doing?" His voice was unusually dry and hoarse. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his face changed drastically. "Quick, leave Rongqing quickly, it's dangerous. It seems a bit rude to leave without saying hello when a guest comes." Before seeing the person, he heard his voice first, and a gloomy and echoing voice sounded on the street. As soon as the voice fell, various mutants emerged from everywhere like bamboo shoots after a spring. Some were flying over the eaves and walls, some were jumping from afar, and some were drilling out from the ground, in various shapes. They surrounded Chu Ge and his group. Some were lying on the wall, some were jumping onto the street lights, some were standing or crawling on the ground. Chu Ge and his group saw so many mutants for the first time, and they gasped. It is estimated that all the mutants in the city have gathered here. The one who can have such great abilities is probably the zombie king mentioned by Zhou Yang. At this time, the mutants made way, and one person walked out. When Chu Ge saw the person coming, his pupils trembled, and something in his body was stirring. It turned out to be him. The person coming had a pair of narrow eyes that were too cold, and his silver pupils showed endless coldness. His skin was as white as white paper, but his lips were as red as blood. He was tall and slender, wearing a simple white shirt and black pants, with his hands in his pockets. People who didn't know him would think he was a college student from somewhere. This person was none other than the handsome zombie, who led Chu Ge into the zombie world. The handsome zombie swept his eyes over them, and finally his silver eyes stopped on Chu Ge. "Woman, I remember you." Its voice was sinister, and it took the initiative to put its hand into the zombie's mouth. No one else could do such a crazy thing. Chu Ji's body trembled slightly. She felt the pull of her blood, and her feet walked towards it uncontrollably. Yi Nanyu hurriedly pulled Chu Ge. His face was extremely solemn. "What's wrong with you?" Chu Ge didn't know what was wrong. It was as if something invisible was pulling her towards the handsome zombie. The silver eyes swept over Zhou Yang, who had regained consciousness, saw Chu Ge, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's your masterpiece. I didn't expect you to be so capable." "Who are you?" Yi Nanyu stared at Yin Tong. The way he looked at Chu Ge made him unhappy. Yin Tong didn't look at Yi Nanyu, and said to Chu Ge, "Woman, come here." Yi Nanyu's black eyes were sharp in an instant, and the next second, his pupil shrank, and Chu Ge actually pushed his hand away and walked towards it. Zhou Yang and Yi Shi were also shocked. "Xiao Ge, don't go over there." "Chu Ge, are you crazy? That man is a bad guy. He is the corpse that turned me into a zombie. He seems to have a blood connection with me. I can't control myself." Chu Ge was going crazy. He resisted it in his heart, but his body was attracted to it uncontrollably. Yi Nanyu's aura suddenly turned cold. His black eyes looked at Yin Tong, and a turbulent anger surged in his eyes. He first swung out the lightning whip, wrapped it around Chu Ji's waist, and pulled her back. Almost at the same time, countless electric wires burst out from under his feet and went towards Yin Tong. Yin Tong looked at the thousands of electric wires coming towards him, not in a hurry, with his hands in his pockets, not defending at all, and letting the electric wires come. Yi Shiyu thought it was crazy. No matter how powerful it was, this 10 million volt current was no joke. It would be fatal. As a result, the scene she imagined did not appear. The thousands of electric wires suddenly dissipated 5 centimeters away from the silver pupil. How could this happen? Yi Shiyu was shocked. "It is immune to attacks," Zhou Yang said with a gloomy face. "Immune to attacks? That means it can be immune to all our attacks." "Yeah." Yi Shiyu took a breath. "It actually has such a powerful ability." Silver Eyes looked at the group of people who had no evidence, and a scornful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Except that woman, kill everyone else." As soon as it gave the order, the mutants waiting around attacked Yi Nanyu and the others. Chu Ge opened his domain, and the terrifying aura spread out. No matter how agile the mutants were, as long as they entered Chu Ji's domain, they could not move an inch, and their faces were ferocious. 5 electric wires emerged from Yi Nanyu's fingertips, and they went straight to the crystal cores in the heads of the mutants that entered Chu Ji's domain. It was effortless to strangle. Zhou Yang split into 2, 2 into 4, and then split into more than a dozen clones, harvesting the heads of the mutants, just like a machine harvesting heads. Yi Shiyu is also a superpower user. Her superpower is invisibility. Although the attack power of this superpower is not strong, the sneak attack is first class. She used her superpower and gradually became transparent, and finally merged into the air. There was no trace, and it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. The invisible Yi Shi walked silently behind some mutants, raised her axe and chopped them accurately. Of course, these mutants are so easy to kill because they have entered Chu Ji's territory. Chu Gu shot out the bone blade, which is a part of her body. It has a life and soul. It can kill without the master's command. Chu Gu was not idle either. She clenched her fists, and sharp bone spurs grew out of the 5 joints. She punched a mutant one by one, and the bone spurs pierced the mutant's head violently and bloodily. Blood and brain matter sprayed all over her, and a lot of blood was splashed on her face. With her beautiful face, she looked seductive and crazy. Yintong's fiery gaze followed Chu Gu all the time. She was beyond his expectation. It decided that she would be the queen of corpses. It took long steps, and walked towards Chu Gu, stepping into her territory. It was not like other mutants, unable to move forward. It was like crossing an empty road, unimpeded. Yi Nanyu saw Yintong walking towards Chu Gu, and his black eyes instantly turned horrible. He quickly dealt with the mutants at hand, and ran towards Chu Gu. Chu Gu, be careful behind you. Chu Gu was killing the enemy, and before she could react, suddenly, a cold and pale arm wrapped around her thin waist, a chill came from behind, and a gloomy whisper sounded in her ears. I caught you, my queen of corpses. Chapter 100. Chu Ji's body stiffened instantly, and the hair on her body stood up. She wanted to resist, but the restraint of her bloodline prevented her from attacking it. Let her go. Yi Nanyu's eyes were red, and his fist full of lightning power smashed towards Yintong. But Yintong was immune to attacks, and no attack would work on it. It embraced Chu Ji's slender waist, jumped up, and jumped onto the back of a mutant lying on the ground with 4 legs. The mutant carrying Yintong and Chu Gu appeared 100 meters away in an instant. Yi Nanyu wanted to chase, but was blocked by the mutants. Without Chu Ji's domain, they were agile and powerful. Kill them. Yintong gave the order coldly. The mutants looked ferocious and fierce, and attacked Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang together. Yi Shi was invisible, and the mutants could not see her. Yi Nanyu pointed 2 fingers to the sky and waved them down. Suddenly, the sky was thundering, and lightning fell one after another. Several mutants that attacked him were struck by lightning and exploded directly, with broken limbs scattered all over the ground. Many lightning bolts fell to the ground, and the energy from the explosion knocked over many mutants. Yi Nanyu controlled the electric wires and harvested the mutants that were knocked over. Zhou Yang's dozen clones were distributed in the melee. When one clone was killed, another one would appear somewhere else. If the real body had a wound, the clone would also lick the wound. There were too many mutants, and Zhou Yang's wounds were piling up. He had just killed a mutant with poisonous blood, and a mutant with a bloody mouth came over and bit him. As he punched through the mutant's head, the mutant behind him also stabbed his claws at him, intending to blow his brains out. Be careful. Yi Shi quickly threw him down. Zhou Yang fell to the ground, his nose lingering with a familiar fragrance, and his body trembled slightly when he felt the soft body in his arms. Yi Shi was now invisible, and Zhou Yang knew it was her even if he couldn't see her. Seeing the claws stabbing down, Zhou Yang hugged Yi Shi and rolled to the side. It's too dangerous here, you leave here first. Zhou Yang helped Yi Shi up, and was anxious to pull her away from the battle center. I won't leave. I want to stay here to help you. Shi, listen. Zhou Yang interrupted Yi Shi. His voice was extremely strong. Yi Shi's body trembled, and she didn't say anything else, letting Zhou Yang send her out of the battle circle. At this time, a mutant pounced on Zhou Yang from behind, bit his shoulder, and tore off a piece of flesh. Blood and flesh splattered. Zhou Yang. Yi Shi's face changed drastically, and he was about to rush in again. Don't come over here. Zhou Yang pulled the mutant that had bitten him just now, and smashed its head with a punch, spraying the red and white mixture all over the floor. Mutants rushed over one after another, and Zhou Yang turned around and re-entered the center of the battle. Go quickly. Yi Shi's eyes were red, watching Zhou Yang's wounds getting more and more, and then looking at her brother, just in time to see the sharp air blade hit his chest, the flesh exploded, and half of his body was immediately stained with blood. Yi Nanyu also had a lot of wounds on his body at this time. Yi Shi's hands suddenly tightened. No, if this goes on, they won't be able to hold on for long. She looked at Yintong in the distance, her eyes showing determination. She wanted to kill him. The air moved slightly, and the invisible Yi Shi ran towards Yintong without anyone noticing. Chu Gu looked anxiously and worriedly at Yi Nanyu and Zhou Yang, who were besieged by dozens of mutants. They were stained with blood, their own blood, and the blood of other mutants. Seeing another wound on Yi Nanyu's back, Chu Ji's pupils shrank. Her fists were shaking, and her palms were pierced by nails, bloody. She mobilized all the energy in her body to resist this damn blood suppression. Her soul was trembling, and she felt a tearing pain. A little bit of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the murderous aura between his eyebrows became more and more intense. Yitong felt the strangeness of the woman in his arms, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's useless. The blood suppression is impossible to get rid of. Just be my corpse queen. Suddenly, Yitong's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the corner of his mouth curled up with contempt. You overestimate your ability. He hugged Chuge and turned around, pulling Chu Ji's hand and stabbing together. Puff. A stream of warm blood immediately sprayed on Chu Ji's face, flowing down the overly pale skin, the collision of red and white, dyeing a brilliant color. Chu Ji's pupils were trembling, and he looked at the person who slowly appeared in horror. Ugh! Yi Shi vomited blood in large mouthfuls, and her chest was pierced by 2 hands at the same time. Shiyu? Zhou Yang burst into a heart-wrenching cry and stumbled over there. He was so panicked that he seemed to have forgotten that he could teleport and didn't need to walk at all. Yi Nanyu heard Zhou Yang's cry and turned around quickly, and saw the scene of his sister being pierced in the chest and vomiting blood. Sister. His heart seemed to fall into a cold pond, and he trembled with cold. Chuge heard Yi Nanyu's grief-stricken cry and quickly retracted her arm that was stained with Yi Shiyu's blood. The whole arm was shaking uncontrollably. She used her other hand to hold it, but still couldn't stop shaking. She watched Yi Shiyu fall backwards to the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. Shiyu. Zhou Yang, covered in blood, stumbled over in panic, knelt beside Yi Shiyu, and helplessly pressed the wound on her chest. But the blood still kept flowing, and the blood spread under her body. Zhou Yang could feel Yi Shiyu's body temperature dropping rapidly. He had never been so panicked before. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why didn't you listen? Why didn't you stay at the Yi family base? Why did you come to Rongqing? Why? Yi Shiyu saw Zhou Yang in pain and opened his mouth to say something, but another stream of blood gushed out. No, I don't want you to be in trouble. Please, I beg you not to die. Zhou Yang kept shaking his head, refusing to accept that Yi Shiyu was about to die. The smell of blood attracted a large number of mutants to gather around. Yi Shiyu saw the mutant bitten off from behind Zhou Yang, and she used up her last bit of strength to turn over and press him under her. She used her thin back to block the mutant's bloody mouths. Zhou Yang saw the mutants biting her, and cried out in pain. No! He struggled hard to get out from under her, but she held him tightly. Zhou Yang, you don't move. If you move, it hurts me. If you don't move, it won't hurt me. Yi Shiyu said weakly in his ear. Zhou Yang stopped struggling, watching the mutants biting her, tears rolling down her face. How could it not hurt? She used to be the most afraid of pain. Her eyes would turn red when her skin was broken. How could it not hurt? I'm sorry. I just realized. I used to. Always. Hurt. You? Zhou Yang kept shaking her head. No, you didn't feel sorry for me. It was me. I felt sorry for you. You don't know how badly I had done to you. I felt sorry for you. It's great to see you again. Yi Shiyu's barely audible voice drifted away with the wind. Zhou Yang hugged the breathless Yi Shiyu, and cried out in despair, Ah! Shiyu, don't leave, come back. Yi Nanyu arrived just in time, and when he heard Zhou Yang's cry, he shook his body, and his legs went weak. No, my sister won't die. Get out, all of you get out. His dark eyes were filled with madness, and he shouted and waved the lightning whip in his hand, hitting away the mutants that were biting his sister. Seeing his sister, who was covered in wounds and had already died, Yi Nanyu's head was buzzing, and he fell to the ground unable to bear it. Sister. He burst into a heart-wrenching cry. Chu Ji's heart was shaken and his head was in great pain, as if it was exploding. The blood-stained arm that had just pierced Yi Shiyu's body was shaking even more violently. You killed her, my lord corpse queen. The eerie voice of the silver pupil sounded in Chu Ji's ears.